Lin Tao found himself traversing into a parallel universe, where he was unexpectedly chosen to enter the endless void from the outset. Fortunately, he became a lord and awakened an evolutionary talent that enabled the advancement of structures. A mundane arrow tower evolved into a White Willow Tower, with its attack speed multiplying tenfold. Ordinary fields transformed into spirit fields, drastically accelerating plant growth. Standard barracks evolved into a golden throne, capable of summoning powerful legendary troops. As he hunted the Wolf King and waged war against the Undead Realm, the first chapter of his tale began. Life as fragile as an insect. In the Summer Kingdom, Salt City, the morning sun cast a warm glow upon the streets, where hovering vehicles glided by, and martial arts academies and magic institutes dotted the landscape. As Lin Tao walked to school, a myriad of emotions coursed through him. Just yesterday, he had been burning the midnight oil, typing away, and now, with a mere blink, he found himself transported to another realm. The original Lin Tao, sharing his name, was an unremarkable high school student. A year prior, his parents had perished in an accident while on a business trip, leaving behind a house and some savings, thus sparing him from the fate of homelessness. The original Lin Tao diligently practiced martial arts at school, believing that if he demonstrated martial talent upon graduation, he could pursue martial studies in university. His greatest aspiration was to enter the void and exact revenge on the creatures that took his family away. Upon absorbing the memories of the original Lin Tao was taken aback. This was an era of extraordinary beings, where martial artists were as numerous as blades of grass, and everyone had the opportunity to achieve greatness. The school offered courses in martial arts and magic, and upon graduation, there would be a qualification assessment. Those who met the criteria could venture into the void and become lords. Had he found himself in the modern world, he could have easily improved his life as a writer. In ancient times, his knowledge could have made him a wealthy gentleman. Yet, this was a period of great strife, where incursions from the void were commonplace, and losing one's life was a frequent occurrence. With a population exceeding 10 billion on Blue Star, millions perished annually in unforeseen events. The phrase "life is as fragile as an insect" epitomized the reality. Ordinary individuals faced insurmountable odds in the face of calamity. Lin Tao wallowed in despair. The sunlight around him abruptly vanished, and a colossal blood-red rift appeared in the sky. The fissure was vast, encompassing the entire city and extending for miles, casting a chilling crimson light over the area. Panic ensued among the pedestrians. "Oh my, how could I be so unfortunate to encounter a void rift? This is the end for me. Damn it, with such a massive rift, how am I supposed to escape in an hour? Haha, I shall enter the void and become a great lord. Cheer for me." Lin Tao's expression shifted drastically. The original's parents had perished during an incident involving a void rift. The rift's area of influence was extensive, and within 30 days, the region would gradually be consumed by the void. Those within its reach would be drawn into the void world within half an hour. Those who entered the void had the opportunity to receive assistance from the will of the world, gaining extraordinary powers to become lords. However, if they could escape the crimson light promptly, they might survive. Conventional methods offered no escape. Only magical teleportation arrays could provide a means out. On the streets, several young individuals were sprinting towards the school. The school would prioritize the evacuation of its students, and even if they could not leave, they would receive supplies to significantly enhance their chances of survival. Lin Tao hurried towards the school, relieved that it was nearby. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the gates that a group of students had already congregated at the entrance, and Lin Tao quickly presented his student ID to gain entry. The school's intercom was broadcasting a repeated message. "Everyone, swiftly return to your classrooms and follow your teacher's instructions. We will make arrangements for everyone." The school square was filled with people, including the families of the school's leadership. A sudden sinking feeling enveloped Lin Tao. It was often the affluent and powerful who fled first when calamity struck. With over 1,000 students in the school and only one teleportation array, coupled with limited magic stones, the chances of escaping through the array seemed grim. Lin Tao swiftly returned to Class 2 of the senior year, where fewer than 20 students remained, and the homeroom teacher was anxiously making phone calls at the podium. Upon taking a seat, he found his deskmate, Shangwan Sheng, present as well. Shangwan Sheng was slender, wore glasses, and donned a light blue long-sleeve shirt, with grades comparable to Lin Tao's. Both were of average standing. The two shared a good rapport, often discussing matters together. "Lin Tao, I suspect we have little hope of leaving. The school will likely prioritize those with better grades. It seems we must venture into the void instead," Shangwan Sheng whispered. Lin Tao had anticipated this outcome. He nodded slightly. Life and death are preordained, and fortune lies in the heavens. Entering the void provides us with the chance to become lords. We can only see what supplies the school might offer. At that moment, Zhang Ling turned her head. "You two are correct. It seems only those with high academic standings will have a chance to leave. Most of us will likely be left behind." The school has prepared supplies that could enhance our survival prospects in the void. Jiangling, though not exceptionally beautiful, had an appealing demeanor, and her father was an extraordinary being, giving her access to more information than the two boys. Shangguan Sheng chuckled. Jiangling, haven't you always wanted to enter the void? Now you may realize your wish. If we encounter each other there, perhaps we could fight side by side. Jiangling smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the impending crisis. All right, I'll be waiting for you, but you must ensure you survive. That I have news for you. If you fail to become a lord upon entering the void, you can still obtain a class transition stone by continuously hunting monsters. However, as an ordinary person, it would be exceedingly difficult to hunt monsters. Lin Tao felt a flicker of hope. If he were not chosen by the will of the world, perhaps he could attempt to hunt monsters to gain a combat class. In this world, lords possessed the greatest potential, followed by combat classes, while support classes were considered the least desirable. Shang Wanxing eagerly inquired about additional information. Gradually, more students returned to the classroom, yet a significant number remained absent. Before long, the homeroom teacher departed with the top 3 students, causing an uproar in the classroom. I knew it. Students like us have no chance of leaving. It doesn't matter. My family is poor anyway. If I die in the void, so be it. Haha, I am coming for the void world. I shall be the future sovereign of this realm, and you shall all kneel before me. At that moment, Wu Yong stepped onto the podium, towering at an imposing height of 6 feet 1 inch, with a fierce appearance and a robust physique. He was notorious for bullying other students, often receiving special training from the martial arts instructor. He rapped on the table and declared, "What are you all howling about? If you possess the courage, venture into the void and unleash your cries there. Perhaps an early demise would grant you a swifter reincarnation. Let me tell you, the probability of becoming a lord is exceedingly high. In that case, we shall ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary, and if we manage to return to the Blue Star, we will be elevated above all others. At that juncture, we could join forces, and amassing wealth would be an effortless endeavor." The majority of his classmates sneered derisively, with only a handful of sycophants echoing their support. Lin Tao relinquished any lingering fantasies of departure. Having resolved to enter the void, he was determined to seize the opportunity, for it was conceivable that he too could become a formidable master of destiny. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher swiftly returned, guiding everyone to the school supply room to procure survival provisions. Lin Tao received a large backpack filled with compressed biscuits, drinking water, and a specially crafted weapon. The homeroom teacher elaborated on several precautions, and before long, a surge of crimson light enveloped them, causing them to vanish in an instant. Simultaneously, in nearby cities, numerous individuals were piloting hover vehicles towards Salt City. Many academies and powerful factions from the Xia Kingdom were mobilizing their extraordinary individuals, escorting batches of exceptional students to the vicinity of Salt City. Preparing to enter through the teleportation array, the rift in the void was safest on the first day. Any attempt to enter thereafter would likely result in encountering chaotic currents of the void with a significant chance of being torn to shreds. The rift, while a harbinger of peril, also represented the swiftest path to lordship. Moreover, the lords awakened within the void were often stronger than those native to the realm, leading many to opt for immersion in the void world. Chapter 2. Entering the void. In an instant, the entire world transformed, enveloping Lin Tao in an endless darkness. By the time he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. An invisible force surged within him, and he sensed a wondrous change within his body, now brimming with vitality and possessing significantly enhanced hearing. Behind Lin Tao stood a thatched cottage, directly opposite which loomed a grand wooden door, 3 meters in height, flanked by a 1-meter-high wooden fence that enclosed the entire territory. Beyond this domain lay a thick, gray fog. Even the sky appeared shrouded in mist. The expanse of the territory measured approximately 200 square meters, with the thatched cottage occupying over 30 square meters. Above the cottage, an inscription revealed its attributes. Thatched cottage, upgradable. Attack power, 30. Attack range, 100 meters. Durability, 10, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Upgrade materials, 10 wood, 20 void crystals. A notification materialized. You have entered the void world. Talent activation in progress. Congratulations, you are now a lord. Your panel has been activated, and your initial gift package has been distributed. Lin Tao set down his backpack and eagerly examined his personal panel. Lord, 1-star Lin Tao. Level, 1. Experience, 0 100. Health, 340 340. Attack, 12. Constitution, 24. Spirit, 36. Magic points, 360 360. Talent, Chosen Lord. Possesses an initial territory. Each upgrade grants an additional 1 to attributes. Upon losing the territory, one becomes a wanderer, and this talent will automatically dissipate. Skill, Light of Evolution. Can evolve a defense tower or structure once. Successful evolution yields an upgraded defense tower or building, usable once per day. Items, none 030. Initial gift package, awaiting collection. Main quest 1. Become a 5-star lord within 30 days. Completing this task will allow you to locate the blue star anchor point and receive bountiful rewards. Main Quest 2. Hunt the epic tier Wolf King in this region. Completion will yield substantial rewards, including a star upgrade card for lords. The personal panel displayed the main quests, with the first being inconsequential, given the exceedingly low drop rate of the upgrade card. The second quest's adversary was an epic tier foe, making its completion exceedingly arduous. Extraordinary beings are classified into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary tiers, with epic tier entities representing high-end combat power in many cities. Furthermore, this enemy was a lord, likely accompanied by numerous subordinates, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary lord to fulfill the task. To the right of the panel was a chat channel bustling with messages. Though at this juncture, adding friends was not permitted, Lin Tao paid little heed to the chat channel, hastily claiming his initial gift package, which yielded 100 void crystals and a white wooden defense tower. It felt remarkably akin to those tower defense games. Could it be that he was destined to become a defensive lord? There exists a variety of lord archetypes, some capable of summoning magical beings to lead troops into battle, others endowed with potent magical skills to engage monsters directly, and still others commanding formidable followers who remain within the territory to orchestrate combat. Lin Tao harbored no illusions about hunting the Wolf King. His sole aim was survival, and a defensive lord seemed quite advantageous. He opted to place the defense tower to the right, and soon a 10-meter-tall wooden tower rose from the ground. The tower was constructed entirely of timber, with sturdy logs at each corner and horizontal beams connecting every meter. Atop the pointed platform rested a large wooden crossbow. The defense tower occupied roughly 5 square meters, and its attributes were soon revealed. Primary wooden defense tower, upgradable. Quality white. Attack, 50. Attack speed, 1 once per second. Attack range, 100 meters. Durability, 500. Skill, none. Upgrade materials, 10 wood, 50 void crystals. Before him stood a defense tower of merely white quality, yet its attack power surpassed Lin Tao's by a significant margin. And with the wooden fence safeguarding the territory, his safety was assured. Moreover, he possessed a skill to utilize. You have used the skill on the wooden defense tower. As this is your first skill usage, the evolution will achieve great success. The primary wooden defense tower underwent a significant evolution, transforming into a superior wooden defense tower. The tower before him surged to a height of 30 meters, expanding its footprint to over 10 square meters, with attributes that experienced a dramatic transformation. Superior wooden defense tower, upgradable. Attack, 750. Attack speed, 5 times per second. Attack range, 300 meters. Durability, 4000. Defense, 8. Skill, critical hit. There is a certain probability of inflicting 4 times physical damage to enemies upon attack. Upgrade materials, 200 wood, 1000 void crystals. With the successful evolution of the defense tower, the surrounding visibility expanded, rendering the area 300 meters beyond the territory clear, while the outer reaches remained cloaked in fog. The newly revealed area was overrun with weeds, yet it remained flat, allowing monsters to swiftly approach the territory. Lin Tao gazed at the tower's attributes. Momentarily lost in thought, its 700+ attack power was sufficient to obliterate him in an instant. The evolved defense tower also possessed a skill, which, when triggered, could unleash over 1,000 points of damage, ensuring his survival in the initial phase. Regrettably, the skill had turned gray, and he would have to wait until the following day to use it again, as the monsters had yet to make their appearance. Lin Tao hurriedly entered the thatched cottage to investigate. The cottage was exceedingly simple, with earthen walls approximately 3 meters high, topped by a pointed roof made of thatch mixed with mud. The door was merely a breezy mat of straw, and inside were a wooden wardrobe, a chest, and a single wooden bed. The wardrobe was empty, while the chest served as a storage container, capable of holding up to 100 items, with similar items stackable up to 99. Beneath the wooden bed lay a straw mat, and fortunately, the bedding was complete, negating the need for additional purchases. At the far end of the cottage was a modest kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen contained a rudimentary earthen stove, and a corner housed some dry wood and hay. Upon entering the kitchen, a purchasing option emerged, offering pots, pans, daily necessities, and various foods, all requiring void crystals for acquisition. The bathroom featured a simple flush toilet and basin, with toiletries needing to be procured independently. Lin Tao retrieved the backpack from outside, filled with enough basic supplies to sustain him for several days. With the option to purchase necessities within the thatched cottage, he felt a sense of security. His only remaining task was to hunt monsters and level up. Lin Tao examined the weapon he had taken from his backpack. It was a sharp short dagger, measuring over 40 centimeters in length, with a solid wood handle that felt light in his grip and allowed for agile movements. Having learned basic martial arts in school, he was familiar with simple techniques and felt capable of holding his own against wild beasts. Suddenly, a series of howls pierced the air from the surrounding fog. Howl. Chapter 3, The First Battle. Howl. From the depths of the thick fog came a chilling howl of a wolf. Lin Tao quickly retreated beside the thatched cottage. Wolves are not solitary creatures, and the number of enemies was likely to exceed one. Now he is safeguarded by a defensive tower, sparing him the need for close-quarters combat with his foes. His primary concern remains his own safety. Soon enough, shadows began to emerge from the mist, an assembly of wandering two-headed gray wolves. They possessed two heads, their bodies cloaked in gray, with brown eyes fixated intently on the distant structures. Before long, more than 10 of these wolves charged forward with a ferocious roar. Whoosh! The towering defensive tower swiftly unleashed 5 long arrows. The first wolf was instantly pierced through its chest and abdomen, impaled firmly into the ground, with crimson blood splattering in all directions. The subsequent two-headed wolves continued their reckless charge, completely oblivious to the fate of their fallen comrade. A series of notifications appeared in rapid succession. Your defensive tower has slain a level 2 two-headed gray wolf. You have gained 2 void crystals and 18 experience points. Your defensive tower has slain a level 1 two-headed gray wolf. You have gained 1 void crystal and 15 experience points. Your defensive tower has slain a level 2 two-headed gray wolf. You have gained 1 void crystal and 18 experience points. Lin Tao's eyes brightened. A single strike kill. Indeed, the elite defensive tower proved its might. Seizing the opportunity, he scrutinized the attributes of his adversaries. Two-headed gray wolf, level 2, attack, 10, health points, 380, skills, none. Chapter 4, The Goblins. Lin Tao deftly carved into the chest and abdomen of the two-headed wolf, the sharp blade of his dagger slicing through flesh with ease, soon procuring a substantial piece of wolf meat. Within the wolf's belly lay some unidentifiable meat remnants, emitting a repulsive odor that was nauseating to behold. Lin Tao grimaced, swiftly severing the limbs of the two-headed wolf and skinning it before returning to his dwelling, where he then proceeded to dismantle the remaining carcass. He meticulously sliced the meat into thin strips to wash them clean. During this process, blood splattered onto his clothing, enveloping him in a pungent metallic scent. Fortunately, he managed to complete the cleaning task at hand. With salt and a lighter in his backpack and a pot and firewood in the kitchen, he only needed to exchange for some spices to prepare a meal. Just as Lin Tao was laboring over his first culinary endeavor, another group of adversaries emerged from the mist. This time, it was a band of wandering goblins, numbering more than 10. They stood less than 4 feet tall, with sharp noses, pointed ears, and gray eyes, their limbs notably stout. Their upper bodies were bare, the green skin mottled with numerous bloodstains and dirt, emanating a foul odor. The lower halves were clad in unknown beast skin shorts, and they wielded makeshift weapons fashioned from stone clubs or mysterious animal teeth. Some goblins carried leather bags on their backs, filled with hard stones for ranged attacks. Possessing an excellent sense of smell and rudimentary intelligence, they would call upon their kin when they detected formidable prey. The leading goblin halted as it approached the periphery, gesturing for 2 of its subordinates to act as scouts. The 2 goblins stepped forward from the ranks, brandishing bloodied wooden clubs, their hunched forms cautiously advancing. The remaining goblins observed from the rear. Even those gnawing on pieces of meat paused to carefully watch their comrades proceed. As the 2 goblins entered the attack range of the defensive tower, 2 wooden arrows suddenly shot forth from a distance. Whoosh! The stout arrows pierced through the goblins' heads, causing their skulls to explode, blue blood and white brain matter splattering everywhere. One remaining goblin attempted to flee, but as it turned to escape, it too was struck down. The observing goblins erupted into chaos, chattering loudly among themselves. However, the leading goblin remained unfazed, its greedy gaze fixated on the distant structure, poised to await the appearance of prey. Inside the dwelling, Lin Tao was tending to the fire when 2 notifications floated before him. Your defensive tower has slain a level 3 goblin. You have gained 3 void crystals and 15 experience points. Your defensive tower has slain a level 2 goblin. You have gained 1 void crystal and 10 experience points. Lin Tao's spirit soared. The meat would take some time to cook, and now was the perfect moment to venture outside and assess the situation. He brandished his dagger and swiftly exited the thatched hut, soon spotting the 2 goblin corpses at the edge of the misty area. Goblins are timid creatures, yet they breed prolifically and number in vast quantities, possessing a simple form of intelligence. Unlike mindless beasts, they could very well be lying in ambush nearby. After a brief contemplation, Lin Tao stepped outside, but barely had he traversed a few dozen meters when he halted. The mist behind the goblin corpses began to release a chilling frost. Within 100 meters of the misty area, countless tendrils of white frost emerged, causing the goblins concealed within to tremble uncontrollably, white crystals forming upon their bodies. The foremost goblin, sensing danger, turned to flee, with the others hastily following suit, their voices a cacophony of frantic chatter. Yet, with each step they took, more frost descended upon them, the crystals proliferating at an alarming rate. Within 5 seconds, all the goblins were encased in ice, transformed into statues standing rigidly in place. The gray mist in this region crystallized into ice, revealing a wide area stretching 100 meters in length and width. Lin Tao gazed at the multitude of ice sculptures, a wave of relief washing over him. Thankfully, he had not acted rashly. Had he been besieged by the goblins, his life would have surely been in grave peril. After 2 seconds, the goblins collapsed to the ground, their bodies frostbitten, their exposed skin marred with bruises of various hues. The leading goblin turned back, casting a furious glare before leading the others into the mist, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Tao waited until they had retreated far enough before approaching the goblin corpses. As he drew near, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a fetid cesspool. Ugh! Before he could even begin his meal, he retched violently, expelling the previous night's dinner. In that moment, Lin Tao could hardly spare a thought for the goblin carcasses. After regurgitating, he hurried back to his dwelling to clean himself up, barely managing to quell the urge to vomit again. Fortunately, the meat in the kitchen had begun to emit a delightful aroma. After calming himself down, he reassured himself, since I am here, I must find peace. The void world is precisely this way, and perhaps even more repugnant monsters await in the future. I must adapt swiftly. Great achievements are built from the ground up. Brilliance can only be achieved through one's own efforts. All hardships and obstacles are mere paper tigers. That said, when stepping out, Lin Tao made sure to remove his outer coat to cover his mouth and nose, and he plucked some grass from the ground. As he approached the goblin corpses, the foul odor was considerably diminished. The good news was that one of the goblins had dropped equipment, sturdy wooden club, common increases attack power by 20 points. This weapon is approximately 1 meter long, thicker at the top and slightly thinner at the bottom, entirely black in color, fitting comfortably in hand. Lin Tao stowed the equipment in his inventory, using the grass as a cushion for his hands as he dragged the goblin corpse back to his territory for disassembly. After considerable effort, the wolf meat was finally ready to eat. Lin Tao exchanged some utensils and beverages in the kitchen, sitting on his bed with a bowl in hand. He commenced feasting. The wolf meat was not as delectable as he had imagined, possessing a somewhat gamey flavor. However, for the sake of enhancing his attributes, he could endure the unpleasant taste. During his leisure, Lin Tao opened the chat channel, observing the conversations unfolding within. Lei Gang, I am a magician. Are there any companions near the plains? We could rendezvous. Shangguan Mei, is there a kind soul near the mountains? I have encountered a horde of enchanted goats. Who will come to my rescue? I just turned 18 and have yet to find a boyfriend. Wang Ting, damn it, I have slain over 10 magical wolves. Yet I still haven't activated my lordly talent. This is utterly frustrating. Lucia, help. I've accidentally fallen into the swamp. Is there anyone who can assist me? Lin Tao felt a pang of discomfort. Once an ordinary person entered the void, their fate was no longer within their own grasp. He took a moment to send a message. My territory lies near the plains, enveloped by dense fog. Shangguan Shang, if you see this, please reply. A response came swiftly. Zhang Hai, brother, I'm right in the fog zone. Hurry and save me. Lin Tao, I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to. You'll have to make your way here on your own. Zhang Hai, you're so heartless, leaving me to face death alone. Lin Tao could not be bothered to engage, for he was not a purely benevolent soul. At present, he struggled to ensure his own survival, leaving no time to venture out and rescue others. If someone happened to arrive nearby, he might lend a hand, but he had no intention of risking himself by entering the fog to save anyone. The adage in chaotic times, one must first eliminate the saintly, echoed in his mind. Outside the territory, a fresh wave of monsters emerged. Chapter 5, The Barracks Construction. 3 towering bear goblins, drawn by the scent of blood, appeared. Each stood over 3 meters tall, wielding massive bone clubs. These clubs exceeded a meter in length. The tips stained a dark crimson by blood. The bear goblins were completely naked, possessing low intelligence, their substantial flesh swaying between their legs as they walked. They were incredibly strong, their long fur providing a modicum of protection. As the bear goblins stepped into the gray mist, excitement lit their faces. Memories of delectable food hidden within buildings stirred within them. With a roar, the 3 bear goblins charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The premium wooden defense tower of the territory instantly unleashed 5 wooden arrows. The foremost bear goblin had no time to evade, and its chest was pierced, pale blue blood gushing from the wound. Ark! The injured bear goblin let out a furious roar, hurling its bone club at the arrow tower. Boom! Due to the distance, the club missed the defense tower but smashed a section of the outer wooden fence instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 10 wooden arrows followed, and the wounded bear goblin was soon riddled with arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A notification appeared. Your defense tower has slain a level 16 bear goblin. You have received 25 void crystals and 1,600 experience points. Lin Tao, lying inside the house, quickly sprang up and stepped outside to assess the situation. The other 2 bear goblins had dashed forward several meters. The death of their comrade only fueled their rage. Lin Tao felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the towering figures of the bear goblins. Should they close the distance, he would face significant peril. He aimed at the enemies and unleashed frost congeal, enveloping the area outside his territory in a frigid mist, crystalline formations beginning to appear on the 2 bear goblins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The defense tower continued to fire arrows. The bear goblin on the left was struck repeatedly, 5 gaping wounds appearing on its chest, exposing the vivid red flesh within. In a fit of rage, the bear goblin hurled its bone club, this time striking the defense tower and causing its health to drop by several hundred points. Lin Tao inwardly clicked his tongue, surprised to encounter such formidable foes on the very first day. Bear goblin. Level, 15. Attack power, 360. Health, 2680, 5680. Defense, 30. Talent, sturdy body, basic damage reduction. Skills, furious strike, throw, roar. Thankfully, the defense tower proved resilient, and after a series of arrows were unleashed, one even triggering a critical hit, the second bear goblin fell. Yet the third had already reached the entrance, raising its bone club in a fit of rage and smashing it down upon the gate. Boom. The wooden door splintered into fragments, with chips flying in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Tao's heart raced. If he were struck, he would surely be reduced to mere pulp. In that moment, his desire for strength intensified. He refused to succumb to a silent demise in the void. Only by growing stronger could he hope to survive. The bear goblin charged toward the defense tower, but fortunately, the tower had repositioned itself, and the cold air slowed the creature's movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows shot forth, and the bear goblin finally collapsed before the defense tower. Lin Tao let out a quiet sigh of relief. Should the defense tower be destroyed, he would have no choice but to abandon his territory and flee. This battle had exposed numerous issues. The tower's attacks were overly singular, lacking a multi-target assault type, and there were no guards to protect the territory, allowing enemies to approach with ease. The absence of a scouting tower meant he could not prepare for incoming threats. Lin Tao chose to first repair the gate and wooden fence, spending 85 void crystals, watching as both structures visibly restored themselves. With over 100 void crystals remaining, he could only hope the bear goblins would yield some valuable spoils. The bear goblins within his territory dropped 15 pieces of wood and several iron ore, enough to upgrade his thatched cottage. However, the loot from the bear goblins outside caught Lin Tao's eye. One bear goblin dropped a barrack building, while another yielded some seeds. Archer barracks, green capable of summoning archers to fight on your behalf. Magnolia flower seeds, a rare plant whose fruit is edible. Lin Tao hurried back to his territory, where the gate and wooden fence were rapidly being rebuilt, expected to be completed shortly. He placed the archer barracks beside the defense tower, watching as the structure rapidly expanded. A brand new building rising from the ground. The barrack occupied over 10 square meters, standing about 5 meters tall, featuring a wooden main gate and walls of sturdy bluestone, adorned with mysterious runes. Archer barracks. Durability, 2000, 2000. Skill, summon. When enemies appear nearby, it will summon 5 archers to engage in battle. The archers can exist for a maximum of 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. The archers are ranged units and cannot be used as a shield, but if utilized wisely, they can delay the enemy for a time. Lin Tao felt a surge of satisfaction before checking his personal panel. Lord, 1-star Lin Tao. Level, 5. Experience, 380, 1750. Health, 820, 820. Attack, 16. Constitution, 32. Spirit, 44. Mana, 405, 440. The battle had elevated Lin Tao 3 levels, boosting his health to over 800 points, and he could feel his strength significantly increased. However, when he confidently attempted to drag the bear goblin's corpse, he found himself unsuccessful. Instead, he resorted to using a dagger to dismember the body, transporting each piece back to his territory. The weapons of the bear goblins were deemed ordinary items and could only be dismantled by the territory. After dismantling the 3 bear goblins, the area of the territory expanded slightly. At this moment, Lin Tao was covered in grime, the scent of blood more pungent than ever. He refrained from returning indoors, wary of another enemy ambush. Perhaps it was the lingering scent of the bear goblins that kept monsters at bay. After a long wait, none appeared. Finding the wait tedious, Lin Tao decided to remove his outer garment and practice martial arts at the door, executing Tiger Fist, Arhut Fist, and Monkey Fist, among others. At this moment of leisure, it is an opportune time to review and familiarize oneself with the new physique. As time elapsed, Lin Tao's initially clumsy boxing techniques gradually evolved into a more fluid form, and the muscle memory within him began to awaken. Before long, he halted only when his stomach growled, taking a moment to stretch before retreating to his dwelling for rest. Following this, he engaged tirelessly in mastering various boxing forms, consuming some wolf meat from the pot whenever hunger struck. A day slipped by quietly, and the entire sky transformed into a crimson hue, the gray mist morphing into a blood-colored fog, heralding the onset of true peril. Chapter 6. Nightfalls. The nights in the void world are perilously treacherous, particularly for those of the lordly profession. With the onset of dusk, the threat of void creatures launching assaults is ever present. The sanguine mist may bring forth monsters from other realms, zombies, werewolves, undead, fallen elves, demons, and a myriad of other adversaries may emerge. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Tao stood vigil at his door, awaiting the arrival of enemies as the external gray fog gradually shifted to a sanguine shade, and the ambient temperature silently plummeted. The atmosphere seemed to grow increasingly oppressive, with the chat channel filled with anguished cries. Mao, you damn it. Over a dozen corrupted toxic worms just appeared outside my territory. And I lack any ranged attack methods. I'm doomed. Lin Tao, a formidable cyclops has appeared outside my domain, and it's over level 20. Someone save me. Buqing, what are you complaining about? My territory is surrounded by thousands of zombies. I have no choice but to abandon it. The numbers on the left side of the regional channel dwindled rapidly, with tens of thousands vanishing in less than a minute. Lin Tao felt increasingly anxious, fearing a horde of enemies would manifest outside his territory. The blood mist was dense, rendering visibility nearly impossible. None could discern what monstrous entities lurked within. Fortunately, Lin Tao possessed an archery camp and a dual-layered defense tower, which would afford him some respite against any foes that materialized. Should an excessively powerful creature appear, he would only have himself to blame for his misfortune. As time meandered on, an unusual cacophony began to resonate from within the fog. Awoo. Lin Tao quickly scrambled to his feet, darting behind the thatched cottage, his gaze fixed intently on the source of the sound. Emerging from the blood mist were 5 werewolves. Towering over 2 meters in height, their bodies cloaked in white, save for their faintly blood-colored eyes. The werewolves boasted robust limbs, wielding rusted iron implements. With most garbed in animal pelts, except for one clad in iron armor from the waist up, the werewolves possessed health points hovering around 2,000, while the armored werewolf's health peaked at 3,000. The armored werewolf led its 4 companions in a furious charge, bellowing ferociously. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tao scrutinized the enemy's attributes. Bloodwolf, level 12, attack power 240, health points 3,000, 3,000, defense 40, 20, talents, acute sense of smell, evasion, skills, bloodthirsty slaughter, critical strike. A prompt appeared. Your defense tower has slain a level 12 bloodwolf. You have earned 30 void crystals and 1,200 experience points. Without hesitation, Lin Tao retaliated, launching a frosty projectile towards the foes. A white chill manifested, enveloping the werewolves, causing them to slow in their advance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers in the defense tower unleashed a barrage of attacks, dispatching 2 of the werewolves along the path. The remaining 2, however, vaulted over the wooden barrier and charged directly at Lin Tao. Quickly retreating, Lin Tao brandished a stout bone club and commanded his 5 archers to engage the oncoming threat. The archers collided with the werewolves, but the latter, wielding their makeshift weapons, swiftly dispatched 4 of them in a flurry of white light. Fortunately, the defense tower proved its worth, delivering 2 consecutive rounds of fire that felled the werewolves within his territory. Lin Tao's heart raced. The foes within the blood mist were indeed formidable, but thankfully their numbers were limited, allowing him to avert disaster. He promptly collected the spoils of victory, delighted to find that the werewolves had yielded a piece of equipment. The item before him was a silver-white cloak, its exterior shimmering, edged with soft, pure white wolf fur, complete with a wolf-headed hood. The attributes were straightforward. Silver wolf cloak. Fine increases constitution by 30. Equipment is categorized into various tiers: ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, uncommon, treasured, emerald, and prismatic, among others, with certain items capable of forming sets. Lin Tao donned the cloak, feeling an invisible force surge within him, as if his strength had dramatically increased, even enhancing his agility. The armored werewolf had also bestowed a silver treasure chest, while the other werewolves provided timber and iron ore. With eager anticipation, Lin Tao opened the silver chest, and a prompt immediately appeared. You have opened the silver treasure chest and received the Blaze Dragon Soul talent and 150 void crystals. Blaze Dragon Soul. When casting fire-based magic, there is a certain probability of summoning a torrent of dragon-shaped flames to assault enemies, increasing fire magic damage by 30. Lin Tao chuckled with glee. This battle had proven fruitful, yielding a talent from the treasure chest, an acquisition far more challenging than typical skills. Some lords might open dozens of chests without ever encountering a talent. It simply illustrates the importance of luck. At that moment, a regional notification drifted by. Han Xingsheng has slain the first bronze-tier stone giant lord, earning a Lord Star upgrade card and a reward of 500 void crystals. The chat channel erupted with excitement, as many congratulated him while others inquired about the method of slaying the lord. Lin Tao fell into a brief silence. For now, he could only contend with minor foes. The notion of venturing out to eliminate a lord was, without a doubt, a fool's errand. However, as long as he could survive, his strength would gradually ascend. In this unfamiliar world, ensuring one's safety remains paramount. Only those who endure until the end can aspire to be the strongest, for the time being. A cautious and methodical approach to development is advisable. Thus, Lin Tao hurriedly tended to the werewolf corpses outside his territory, ensuring no new monsters would arise, while also reserving a succulent piece of thigh meat for tomorrow's meal. Following the decomposition of this batch of werewolf bodies, his territory expanded to 210 square meters. Finally, he had the opportunity to review his personal gains. After this skirmish, his health points had finally surpassed 1,000. Chapter 7. The White Willow Tower. After vanquishing this wave of invaders, Lin Tao ascended to level 8. Lord, 1-star Lin Tao. Level, 8. Experience points, 120, 2,800. Health points, 1480, 1480. Attack, 34. Constitution, 68, 30. Spirit, 50. Magic points, 466, 500. As his level increased, the experience points required also grew, yet each upgrade afforded only a fixed 4 points in attributes. Having played numerous games in the past, Lin Tao understood that character strength would significantly improve post-star upgrade. Thus, if he wished to elevate his prowess swiftly, achieving a star upgrade was imperative. He glanced over at the archers beside him, their attributes now displayed. Archer. Health points, 1,000, 1,000. Attack, 50. Attack speed, 1, once per second. Attack range, 200. Skill, barrage. Has a certain probability of firing 3 consecutive shots during an attack. The archer's attributes were commendable, but without intelligence, their potential would remain unfulfilled. An idea sparked in Lin Tao's mind, and he suddenly addressed the archer. Can you speak? Unfortunately, the archer remained silent, maintaining a blank expression as he stood motionless. Lin Tao shook his head slightly, concluding that the archer was merely a low-level puppet, one that could easily serve as expendable fodder in the future. He positioned the archer at the edge of the fence and returned to the thatched cottage, for he now needed to upgrade it. Should a horde of enemies appear, he could rely on the cottage to provide some measure of defense. As he opted for the upgrade, the thatched cottage began to transform. The earthen walls became denser, the structure elevated to approximately 4 meters, and the entrance's grass curtain was replaced by a sturdy wooden door. The floor area expanded to around 40 square meters, and a wooden table was added, accompanied by 4 small stools. The bathroom received a copper mirror, while other areas remained unchanged. A notification appeared. Your thatched cottage has been upgraded to a wooden house, expanding your territory to 310 square meters. Residential buildings have been added. You may spend materials to construct them. The attributes of the wooden house had also altered. Wooden house, upgradable. Attack power, 50. Attack range, 150 meters. Durability, 20, 000, 20, 000. Upgrade materials, 30 wood, 10 iron, or 100 void crystals. The wooden house's attack power had increased, and its durability had doubled. In the event of encountering formidable foes, Lin Tao could comfortably shelter within the wooden house, which would afford him some time to endure. Perhaps he could even outlast his enemies. However, this was a last resort that should not be utilized lightly. With the expansion of his territory, the surrounding gray mist receded, revealing a blank area of 500 meters. Constructing residential buildings required 10 wood and 5 iron ore. As Lin Tao currently had no followers, he would not consider building residential accommodations just yet. His immediate priority was to upgrade the fence. He had no desire for enemies to breach his territory again. He then approached the perimeter to upgrade the fence, which slowly transformed, rising to a height of 2 meters and expanding to a width of 1 meter, with spikes added on the exterior. Thorny fence, upgradable. Durability, 500, 500. Defense, 1. Skill, retaliation. Melee enemies attacking will receive 10 points of physical backlash. Upgrade materials, 200 void crystals, 10 wood. Satisfied. Lin Tao nodded and took up a position near the cottage, awaiting the appearance of enemies. Time passed slowly, and the temperature began to drop. Lin Tao managed to exchange for a set of warm clothing, yet the second wave of enemies never arrived. In the void world, where time was elusive, he found himself quite bored and could only intermittently check the regional chat. It was not until the skills on his panel turned gray that he eagerly approached the special wooden defense tower. The defense tower could still be upgraded, while the adjacent archer barracks could wait. With the activation of the skill, the defense tower underwent another transformation. You have successfully evolved the special wooden defense tower. You have obtained the White Willow defense tower, max level. White Willow. Attack, 1500. Attack speed, 10 times per second. Attack range, 400 meters. Durability, 8,000, 8,000. Defense, 15. Skill, critical hit. There is a certain probability of dealing 6 times physical damage to enemies upon attack. Restoration, durability recovery speed significantly enhanced, restoring 30 points of durability per second. The tower instantly transformed into a robust tree with a diameter of 3 meters, the White Willow reaching a height of 50 meters, requiring one to tilt their head back to see its upper branches. The appearance of the White Willow resembled that of a willow tree, albeit with pure white leaves. Furthermore, its attack range expanded yet again, enlarging the visible area surrounding the territory. Lin Tao gazed at the towering White Willow, feeling a surge of safety. He had upgraded the defense tower to max level on only the second day in the void, as long as no exceedingly powerful enemies emerged. Surviving a week should pose no problem. Excited, he took a moment to practice some martial arts beneath the tree, and when hunger struck, he cooked some wolf meat for a midnight snack. The next day, the blood mist gradually transformed into gray mist, and throughout the night, no second wave of enemies materialized. Regrettably, he did not get to test the full might of the max-level defense tower. Just as Lin Tao began to grumble, a notification appeared before him. You have consumed the 2-headed wolf meat. Your physique has increased by 5 points. Lin Tao's eyes brightened at the increase in physique. Had he known, he would have saved more wolf meat for later. The wolf meat from yesterday had been entirely consumed, and now he could only hope for new prey to present itself today. His immediate concern was to return and rest. After a sleepless night, he knew he could not endure for many more days without some recuperation. Lin Tao hurriedly washed up, then headed to the kitchen to exchange for some buns and soy milk before finally retiring to bed. Outside the territory, the lingering scent of blood quickly attracted some wandering monsters. However, as soon as they stepped within the attack range of the defense tower, they were mercilessly shot down. Notifications flooded in one after another, but Lin Tao remained oblivious in his slumber. Your defense tower has slain a level 3 two-headed wolf. You have received 4 void crystals and 3 experience points. Your defense tower has slain a level 1 long-legged snow rabbit. You have received 1 void crystal and 1 experience point. Your defense tower has slain a level 2 silver wolf. You have received 2 void crystals and 2 experience points. In the nearby mist, a young woman, fair of face, was cautiously advancing. She was a student from the Magic City Academy, having studied magic since childhood. She had entered the void to activate her talents, yet unfortunately, she had failed. Moreover, in the mist, she was unable to discern her bearings and had encountered several waves of monsters along the way. Regrettably, she had not obtained any job transfer stones from her kills. Having already expended most of her magical energy, her reserve magic stones were nearly depleted. If she could not find a lord to seek refuge from this endless mist soon, she feared she would meet her demise. Fortunately, she heard a faint roar emanating from the left, suggesting that a battle was underway. Quickly, she redirected her course towards the sound. Chapter 8, Star Upgrade Card. Woo. Lin Tao was startled awake by a roaring sound. To prevent any unexpected events during his slumber, he had not even removed his clothing. He made his way to the edge of the fence and peered through the gap to assess the situation. The blank area outside his territory stretched approximately 500 meters, where over 30 gray wolves were meandering at the edge of the gray mist. The gray wolves stood just beyond the range of the defense tower, and the ground was littered with the carcasses of several wolves and other animals. This pack had been lured by the scent of blood, their sizes exceeding 1 meter, with several displaying mysterious azure patterns on their backs. The gray wolves possessed relatively low attributes. Misty Gray Wolf. Level 3. Attack Power 40. Health 580. Defense 1. Talent Eye of the Mist. Skill Bloodthirsty. With over 1,000 health points, Lin Tao felt confident, yet the number of enemies was considerable. A simultaneous attack could overwhelm him. Fortunately, the White Willow defense tower had a rapid attack speed, and even if the gray wolves advanced, he was confident it could easily handle them. Without concern for his safety, Lin Tao swung open the gate and stepped outside with a relaxed demeanor, playfully beckoning the pack of gray wolves. Come here. The gray wolves outside stirred restlessly, pacing in place while fixating their gaze on the man before them, their breaths growing heavier, saliva dripping from their mouths. Lin Tao paced back and forth at the entrance, taking the opportunity to stretch his limbs, occasionally waving at the pack of wolves. The surrounding gray wolves drooled in anticipation, and soon, one particularly large gray wolf could no longer contain itself and let out a thunderous howl. The other wolves surged forward like arrows, with a few patterned ones igniting their magical powers. Enveloped in a green glow, their speed increased dramatically, instantly creating a gap of over 10 meters between them and the ordinary gray wolves. In a flash, the towering White Willow Tower released 10 white arrows, and the leading gray wolf was immediately riddled with arrows, reduced to a mere sieve. Lin Tao remained vigilant, targeting the enemy with a chilling frost before swiftly retreating to his territory, shutting the gate behind him. The White Willow Tower continued its relentless assault, while a nearby archer barracks summoned 5 green-scarved archers to assist. As the wolf pack surged forward into the open, they suffered heavy losses and enveloped by the icy air. They were obstructed in their vision, unaware of their casualties, forcing them to charge blindly ahead. A few gray wolves reached the edge of the territory, only to be met with a spiked thorn barrier. A series of pitiful cries echoed as these unfortunate wolves were impaled, bloodied, and battered, soon to be reduced to mere pulp. A series of notifications appeared. Your defense tower has slain a level 3 mist gray wolf. You have gained 5 void crystals and 3 experience points. Your defense tower has slain a level 5 mist gray wolf. You have gained 8 void crystals and 5 experience points. Your defense tower has slain a level 2 mist gray wolf. You have gained 4 void crystals and 2 experience points. The ground was soon littered with the carcasses of gray wolves. Some were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, while others lay in heaps of gore, their insides strewn about. TSK, TSK, TSK. Encountering me is your misfortune. Lin Tao mused, hastily scavenging the spoils of war. Among the debris, he found some wood, iron ore, tattered wolf pelts, wolf fangs, and a shimmering golden card. He picked up the card, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Lord Star Raising Card. Non-tradable, can elevate a Lord Star level and reset their level to 1, preserving all attributes. Lin Tao chuckled heartily. Such a card was a rare find. A stroke of extraordinary luck. He had not anticipated this pack of wolves to deliver such a generous gift, and he chose to use it immediately. A notification appeared. You have used the Lord Star-raising card. All experience points have been cleared. Your level is now 1. And you will gain an additional 4 attribute points with each subsequent level up. You have now reached a 2-star Lord status, unlocking the Lord chat channel. Previously, each upgrade had only granted 2 attribute points, but now it was 6, an impressive doubling. If this trend continued, a 5-star Lord could gain 20 attribute points per upgrade. And coupled with the consumption of extraordinary food daily, his attributes would surely rise swiftly. However, there was a downside to the star-raising card. It was non-tradable, meaning he would have to gradually defeat monsters to raise his star level. The good news was the unlocking of the Lord chat channel. Lin Tao opened the panel to take a glance. The regional channel showed that only 1.2 million people had survived, indicating that over half had perished in the blood mist the previous day. The Lord chat channel had only 36 members, yet each was a 2-star Lord, engaging in conversation. Xiaoyuba, 2-star. I just woke up today and encountered a pack of demonic werewolves. Thankfully, my 5-star hero proved reliable, allowing me to escape without incident. Zhao Yongfeng, 2-star. I faced 3 stone giants, rare creatures immune to magic. Fortunately, my wind chaser technique is at a minor level, and after a few minutes, I managed to take them down. Zheng Lin, 2-star. Zhao, you are so impressive. I found a blue gauntlet here, which I can't use as a magic user. I hope someone can reach 3 stars soon to unlock the trading hall, so we can exchange equipment. Zhou Yu, 2-star. The number of lords is still too few. There aren't even 100 who have been promoted. I fear this void rift will be difficult to resolve. Han Qingcheng, 2-star. I took some time to roam around, hoping to hunt a silver tier lord quickly. Niugong, 2-star. My gluttonous talent is quite powerful. I can gain attributes even from eating dirt. I've consumed hundreds of pounds of it. It's absurd. After reading for a while, Lin Tao closed the chat channel. There was a wealth of information within, but he needed to clear the wolf carcasses from his territory and cook the wolf meat left over from yesterday. This was not the time for idle chatter. As he toiled away, hauling the wolf carcasses, a girl emerged from the edge of the mist. Xiao Shue's eyes lit up upon seeing the man ahead, and she called out cheerfully, "Hello, sir. May I rest in your territory for a while?" Lin Tao set down the carcass he was carrying and turned towards the source of the voice. At the mist's edge stood a girl clad in a light blue coat. A military green backpack slung over her shoulder, though the distance made it difficult to discern her features. A notification appeared. A visitor has approached your territory. Do you permit entry? Lin Tao hesitated to grant her access directly. Those who survived in the blood mist were either extraordinarily lucky or possessed formidable strength. They could even be transformed monsters. He first inquired, "Where are you from?" Xiao Shui replied, "I hail from Magic City. I failed to awaken my lord's talent upon entering the mist, but fortunately, I found you today. Otherwise, I would have been lost in the endless gray fog." "You are from Magic City. How did you end up in the void rift of Yinqing?" Lin Tao questioned. "Our academy activated a teleportation array, and a total of 30 students entered the void rift." With his doubts assuaged, Lin Tao granted her entry. "All right, come in. I could use your help with something." Xiao Shui felt a pang of anxiety, apprehensive about what demands he might make. In the chaotic world of the void, where laws were absent, many beautiful women resorted to leveraging their charms to seek protection. Lin Tao gave her a casual glance. The ground was still strewn with gray wolf carcasses. "You can help me by moving the bodies back into the territory." Xiao Shui sighed in relief, setting down her backpack. She retrieved a pair of gloves and began the arduous task of dragging the carcasses toward the territory. Lin Tao, whose physique had significantly improved, could easily lift the heavy wolf bodies, moving at a swift pace. With Xiao Shui's assistance, they quickly cleared the bodies from outside the territory, leaving behind only the more difficult remnants to manage. Xiao Shui was soon drenched in sweat after just a few trips. As a magic user, she was accustomed to meditation rather than physical labor. However, entering the void had been her choice, and she would not regret it, even if it meant perishing in this nameless expanse. She viewed the labor as a form of training. Lin Tao instructed the territory to decompose the bodies and then turned to her, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I am Lin Tao. May I know your name?" "I am Xiao Shui, a magician. You can call me Little Snow," she replied, her voice sweet and melodious, uplifting the spirits of those who heard it. However, Lin Tao was not the type to be swayed by mere physical attraction, particularly as the individual before him did not align with his preferred ideals. He was more drawn to women of ambition and vision. Furthermore, having a companion amidst the void could prove invaluable. They could alternate watch during the night, and the mage could assist in vanquishing foes. Accepting her company was indeed a prudent choice. Lin Tao continued, "Please bring your backpack inside. Monsters could appear at any moment." He added, "You may rest for a while I prepare dinner in the house." Shui Xiao nodded in agreement, needing to recover her magical energy swiftly should enemies arise. She would be prepared to lend her aid. If circumstances permitted, she could extend her stay here. There was even a chance to acquire a class change stone. Survival in the void would significantly enhance her opportunities for attaining an extraordinary profession. After retrieving her backpack, Shui Xiao took the opportunity to survey the structures within the territory. She was genuinely astonished upon spotting the towering white willow tree. She murmured to herself, "To attain a max-level defense tower by the second day is quite remarkable. It seems this lord is not to be underestimated. If only I had awakened the lord's talent, my strength could have surged dramatically." Subsequently, Xuexiao settled cross-legged on the grass, silently restoring her internal magic. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the house. Lin Tao stepped outside and called, "Xuexiao, it's time to eat." Xuexiao ceased her meditation and entered the house, where she found a large bowl of wolf meat and utensils on the wooden table, though regrettably, there was no rice. The previous day, she had subsisted on compressed rations and had not tasted anything substantial. Lin Tao remarked, "The conditions are quite rudimentary. I have no other food available. I hope you do not mind." Xuexiao, unfazed, replied promptly, "This is simply how the void world is. I find myself rather hungry." The two quickly consumed the wolf meat laid out before them, with Xuexiao possessing a modest appetite, leaving most of the meat to Lin Tao. He continued, "The void world is perilous. Our chance encounter seems serendipitous. I am curious about your future plans." After a moment's contemplation, Xuexiao spoke, "When I entered the void, I did not awaken the Lord class. To obtain a class change stone, I must continually hunt monsters. If you do not mind, I wish to stay in your territory for a while, during which I will assist in combat should any monsters appear. I can also help with household chores, whether it be cooking or laundry. Should I secure a class change stone through hunting, I will leave. I felt it necessary to clarify this with you in advance." Upon finishing her explanation, she anxiously observed his reaction, her heart racing at the thought of him imposing any unwelcome demands. "Rest assured, you may stay here. As for chores, we can share the responsibilities. I will construct a small dwelling for you shortly," Lin Tao reassured her. "You should take a moment to recuperate. During the night, void creatures will invade, and we will need to alternate our watch." "Thank you, Lin Tao. I will tidy up the dishes then," Xuexiao replied. Rising to gather the utensils, Lin Tao felt a surge of joy. She was the first visitor to his territory, and perhaps in time, she could become a resident. A capable lord must have loyal subordinates, for a solitary ruler cannot thrive for long. The nascent lord was vulnerable, easily susceptible to monster incursions. Having an ally was undoubtedly beneficial. Moreover, she was not unpleasing to the eye, which would add to the charm of his domain. Subsequently, Lin Tao ventured outside and began constructing a small house about 10 meters from the wooden dwelling. Before long, a brand new earthen structure emerged. Approximately 20 square meters in size with a height of 3 meters, boasting a durability of 3,000 points. The entrance was solid wood, complete with an interior bathroom, a bed, and a wardrobe. Though simplistic, it was sufficient for resting. The wooden house could be upgraded further, though the required materials would double. Lin Tao was prudent with his resources, as he had only a limited supply of wood remaining, which he intended to reserve for upgrading the wooden house. Upon exiting, Xuexiao was greeted by the sight of the newly constructed dwelling. Lin Tao stated, "You will reside in this house from now on. It is quite basic. I hope you can overlook that." "Not at all. It is far preferable to wandering aimlessly in the mist." "I truly appreciate your kindness," she responded. "Please rest. I will call for you when it is time to eat or if a large number of monsters appear." Xuexiao nodded in agreement, lifted her backpack, and retreated into her new abode. Meanwhile, Lin Tao practiced his martial arts on the grass, diligently merging his body's memories. Occasionally, low-level monsters emerged from the mist, but they were swiftly dispatched by the defensive tower before they could approach the territory. As night fell, the familiar blood mist descended once more. Both Lin Tao and Xuexiao remained alert within the territory. Soon, the mist was filled with the sound of numerous footsteps, as a horde of blood wolf riding evil beastmen charged toward the stronghold. Evil Beastman. Level 5. Attack power 100. Health 1000. Defense 1. Talent Berserk. Skill Heavy Strike. Chapter 10. Evil Beastman Knight. The evil beastmen, unlike ordinary orcs, were entirely blood-red, with protruding fangs and imposing physiques, their chests bare, adorned with bizarre blood-colored markings. Their lower bodies were clad in hide shorts, wielding blood-stained great swords that instilled dread in all who beheld them. The grey wolves they rode bore no saddles. The evil beastman knights relied solely on their strength to control the beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The White Willow Tower initiated the counterattack, unleashing a volley of 10 arrows. The foremost evil beastman and his mount were struck down, pinned to the ground. Their remains scattered widely. Nevertheless, the remaining evil beastman cavalry continued their mad dash toward the territory. Xuexiao moved her hands in a fluid motion, softly chanting, "Earthbind." Countless large, earthen hands erupted from the solid rock ground, seizing the legs of the grey wolves, sending over 10 evil beastman knights tumbling through the air. Before they could regain their footing, the giant yellow hands ensnared them, rendering them immobile as they roared in fury. Seizing the moment, Lin Tao unleashed Frost Congeal, enveloping all the evil beastman cavalry in a chilling white mist. A cacophony of clashes and screams ensued, as a dozen evil beastmen attempted to redirect their grey wolves to launch a flanking assault. At that moment, archers were summoned to provide support. their arrows soaring through the air. Shuejiao's display was far from over. She continued to wave her hands, casting a succession of spells. Earth Spike, Earth Rift, Rain of Fire, Chain Fireball. After unleashing 5 or 6 spells, she finally paused. Lin Tao received a flurry of notifications but had no time to read them. Hastily retrieving a sturdy bone club in preparation for the impending combat. Before long, several evil beastman knights broke through the frost-covered area, charging directly at the thorny barricade. They were too close to evade, crashing into it with a resounding impact. The evil beastman knights emitted cries of agony as the gray wolves were rendered dazed, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. Several knights found themselves skewered by numerous thorns. Once they regained their balance, they swung their weapons, relentlessly hacking at the barricade. The archers swiftly adjusted their aim, continuously loosing arrows, while the White Willow Tower targeted the evil beastman knights at the fence. Yet, 2 knights managed to breach the barricade, brandishing their long swords as they charged into the territory. At that moment, Shuejiao summoned her remaining magical energy, unleashing a torrent of water. The ground erupted with several splashes of azure water as 2 malevolent beastmen were struck, propelled into the air by the force of the attack. Taking advantage of this moment, the archers and the defensive towers unleashed a barrage of strikes, resulting in the brutal demise of the 2 beastman knights. The entire skirmish concluded in less than a minute. Lin Tao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Xiao Shui, you truly are remarkable, a dual-element mage no less. This battle was a resounding success, thanks to you." Xiao Shui smiled faintly, replying, "It's merely my duty. I shall assist you in defense diligently. I hope you have enough class transition stones to spare me a portion. Rest assured, if monsters drop any transition stones, you shall be the first to receive them," he assured her. "We must hasten to clear the battlefield to prevent any new monsters from appearing." With that, Lin Tao opened the gate to collect the spoils of war, simultaneously repairing the thorny fence. One of the beastman knights had dropped a substantial bundle of timber, 50 pieces in total, along with a generous quantity of various ores, ample for upgrading their wooden dwelling. They also found some plant seeds, a mount token, and a few pieces of equipment, although a treasure chest was regrettably absent. Among the 6 pieces of equipment, only one was of superior quality, the Bloodstone Bracelet, Superior, which granted an additional 80 points of attack power. The mount token was particularly intriguing. Though single-use, it could summon a mount to assist in battle. The mount token, single-use, could summon a wolf mount, which had a certain probability of rebellion upon summoning, as they would only submit to a master of great strength. Lin Tao opted against summoning, for he did not require a mount at that moment, and considering his own modest strength, the risk of being turned against by a powerful mount was too great. This item was better suited for the fortunate. His luck was merely average, so he resolved to exchange it for other resources when the opportunity arose. While the 2 were clearing the corpses, they encountered some minor complications. The earth-based magic wielded by Xiao Shui altered the landscape, causing some beastmen and gray wolf carcasses to become ensnared in the ground, with many water stains lingering. Blood and shredded flesh were scattered everywhere, the scent of carnage more pungent than usual. Lin Tao took out a sturdy bone club and began to strike the ground, spending nearly half an hour to clear the remains. He made sure to set aside some wolf meat for consumption, while its flavor was quite poor. It did provide a boost to attributes, and thus could not be overlooked. As for the beastmen, he had no desire to consume them. Both of them were smeared with blood, and Xiao Shui's face was coated in grime. Fortunately, after the territory decomposed the bodies, the area had increased in size, making their efforts not entirely in vain. Observing her, Lin Tao remarked, "You still have blood on your face. Go wash up first. I'll keep watch for a while, and we can switch duties later tonight." Xiao Shui, her undergarments soaked with sweat and her breath quickening, accepted without hesitation. Physical labor was her weakness, and she promptly retreated to the house to freshen up. Once she had left, Lin Tao examined his status panel. This battle had elevated him to level 6, with his health surpassing 2,000. Lord, 2 stars Lin Tao. Level 6. Experience 50, 2,100. Health 3180, 3180. Attack 49. Constitution 98, 30. Spirit 92. Magic points 920, 920. Each level gained augmented Lin Tao's strength and additionally raised his health by 200 points. Now, dragging corpses felt remarkably effortless, a marked improvement from the previous day. This was the allure of the void. It could transform an ordinary individual, sparing them decades of toil, into an extraordinary being, with astonishing advancements in strength. Should someone attain the rank of a 5-star lord, the territories consumed by the void would return, accompanied by a host of extraordinary individuals. Time swiftly passed until midnight, when the light of evolution surrounding Lin Tao became usable once more. Eagerly, he directed his skill towards the archer's barracks. You have used your skill on the archer's barracks. The barracks undergo a minor evolution, and you have obtained a sharpshooter barracks. The mysterious runes on the walls of the barracks increased, resembling ascending flames, and the attributes transformed accordingly. Sharpshooter barracks. Durability, 5,000, 5,000. Skill, summon. When enemies appear nearby, it will summon 5 sharpshooters to join the battle. The sharpshooters can remain for a maximum of 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. With no enemies in sight, Lin Tao could not discern the attributes of the sharpshooters and could only hope for their effectiveness. He also began to understand some characteristics of his skills. Although evolution occurred each time, the methods of evolution varied. Presently, he had encountered indications of minor and major evolutions, though he wondered if there were higher tiers of evolution yet to be discovered. Once his tasks were complete, Lin Tao called for Xiao Shui to take over the night watch, allowing him to finally return and enjoy a restful sleep. Chapter 11, Culinary Skills. The following day, Lin Tao rose from bed, feeling refreshed. He had finally enjoyed a sound sleep without the looming dread of an enemy ambush. After a brief wash, he stepped outside, eager to see if any spoils awaited him. Xiao Shui was stretching in the territory and greeted him. Good morning. There were no monsters last night, so I didn't wake you. That is good to hear. I'll head back inside to prepare some food. Please wait a moment, he replied. Xiao Shui quickly offered. How about I handle the cooking? You did all the work yesterday. Could you please purchase some rice and vegetables from the kitchen? We can't survive on meat alone, Lin Tao suggested, acknowledging his mediocre culinary skills. All right, I'll exchange for some rice and vegetables. Let me know if you need anything else. He returned to the house and exchanged for a bag of 50 pounds of rice, costing only 5 void crystals, and added some vegetables, spending less than 10 void crystals in total. Xiao Shui busied herself in the kitchen while Lin Tao exercised at the door. With each level gained, his physique became increasingly agile. A notification appeared on his panel. You have digested the wolf meat. Your constitution has increased by 8 points. The constitution attribute encompassed various factors, including strength, agility, and physical resilience. He could now effortlessly execute challenging maneuvers, such as one-finger push-ups, 360-degree flips from a standing position, and consecutive aerial kicks. Many techniques from martial arts had become simpler, including the looking back at the moon, which required a sudden reversal while charging forward for a counterattack. Many practitioners struggled to halt their momentum, causing their counterattacks to lack power. However, Lin Tao could now perform these techniques with ease while ensuring the potency of his counterattacks, instilling confidence in his ability to take on ordinary monsters in one-on-one combat. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the house. Xiao Shui soon called Lin Tao in for the meal. The table was set with a large bowl of wolf meat, alongside 4 vegetarian dishes, mapo tofu, garlic greens, spicy tiger skin peppers, and braised eggplant. Lin Tao swallowed hard, internally exclaiming that he had struck gold. Xiao Shui, your culinary skills are astounding. I truly have struck it rich, he exclaimed. Xiao Shui replied earnestly, it's only natural for a girl to cook. I told you I would do my best to help you. From now on, you can leave the cooking to me. I just hope to acquire transition stones soon, so I can focus on enhancing my strength. Let's not dwell on that. Let us eat, Lin Tao urged, quickly grabbing his chopsticks and devouring the meal like a whirlwind. The food he had consumed in the past few days paled in comparison to this feast. He felt immensely grateful for having chosen to accept her. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such delicious sustenance. After finishing their meal, Lin Tao proactively suggested, from now on, let me handle the physical labor outside. You can focus on cooking. When battles arise, just join in as necessary. Xiao Shui replied, that simply won't do. It's just the two of us in this territory. I cannot allow you to bear the burden of physical labor alone. Moreover, I can sense an increase in my strength, likely due to the wolf meat we consumed yesterday. I can't possibly just eat without contributing to our efforts. No need to worry. We shall address it when the time comes. With that, Xiao Shui ceased her chatter and began to tidy up the dishes. Lin Tao stepped outside to continue his training, for his supplies were ample enough to once again upgrade the wooden house. However, with each upgrade, the territory expanded, and as his defensive towers were still limited, he chose to wait for the moment. Nevertheless, upgrading the thorny fence was of utmost necessity, especially since enemies had breached their territory the previous day. The upgrade of the thorny fence required 200 void crystals and 10 pieces of wood, and the fence swiftly transformed before his eyes. The wood darkened in hue. The spikes elongated to at least 5 centimeters, and white tendrils sprouted from the base, burrowing deep into the ground. Thorny fence, upgradable, durability, 1200 defense, 5, can absorb 5 points of physical damage, skill, retaliation. Melee enemies attacking will receive 20 points of physical damage in return. Recovery, durability can recover 5 points per second when attacked. Upgrade materials, 400 void crystals, 30 pieces of wood, 10 copper ores, requires upgrading the wooden house to unlock. With the upgrade, the durability of the thorny fence increased, ensuring it would not be easily breached by foes. Lin Tao then proceeded to upgrade the wooden gate as well. Oilwood gate, upgradable, durability, 3000 defense, 10 upgrade materials, 200 void crystals, 10 iron ores. The gate appeared as if coated with a layer of oil, its colors brightened, and both its durability and defensive capabilities were enhanced. However, Lin Tao found himself with scant void crystals left, prompting him to recall the trading hall mentioned in the Lord's channel and hurriedly check it. The Lord's channel had grown to 132 participants, yet none were 3-star lords. And he did not see the likes of Shangwan Shang or Jiang Ling Han Qingqing. 2-star, I roamed the forest yesterday and didn't encounter any lord-level monsters. What a disappointment. Xia Yuba, 2-star brother Han, you are a peak martial artist and now possess martial talent. The task of reaching 3 stars falls to you. Niu Gang, 2-star wow. I didn't realize brother Han was a martial expert. It seems the task of upgrading to 5 stars will depend on you. The martial arts hierarchy in Xia country includes various ranks: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and martial god. A peak martial artist is a formidable presence in many small cities, poised to break through to grandmaster at any moment. Moreover, the individual had activated their lord talent in the void world, indicating a rapid enhancement of strength. It could be said that, barring any concealed masters, this void rift incident would truly rely on them for resolution. With over 3 million souls from Yinqing drawn into the void, it was conceivable that some hidden experts remained. Should those individuals activate their occupational panels, their strength would similarly surge. Lin Tao then glanced at the regional channel, which now reflected a mere 500,000 participants. This indicated that, within the span of just 2 days, over 200,000 lives had perished in the void, becoming wandering spirits. Alas, life is fraught with challenges. The heavens are unpredictable, and fortune can shift in an instant. Lin Tao sighed, suddenly losing confidence in himself. What use was having extraordinary talent, if not paired with robust defensive structures? Yet he resolved to take one step at a time, contemplating that if truly formidable enemies emerged, he might have to abandon the territory. After all, the heavens do not completely sever paths for survival. In the ensuing hours, Lin Tao continued his training at the entrance, dispatching the occasional low-level monsters effortlessly with the defensive tower. Soon, night enveloped the land, thick blood mist once again shrouding the realm. The winds howled fiercely, swirling the mist chaotically. A peculiar alert appeared. Chapter 12, Void Turbulence. Attention, void turbulence is imminent. During the turbulence, various anomalies may occur. Instead of adversaries, Lin Tao awaited this unprecedented void turbulence. He hastily inquired of Xiao Shui, "Do you know what the void turbulence entails?" Xiao Shui's complexion turned pale. The void turbulence was an exceedingly terrifying calamity, akin to the super tsunamis and earthquakes that could strike our blue star. According to legends, during void turbulence, exceptionally powerful monsters might manifest, even beings of legendary and demigod status. The turbulence might also bring treasures from other worlds, albeit with a minuscule probability, as most lords would be consumed by the void turbulence. All we can do now is leave it to fate, she concluded. Lin Tao sensed the situation escalating into a predicament. Luck was a capricious thing, and should legendary foes appear, he might well find himself in the underworld. He promptly consulted the Lord's channel to see if others had encountered the void turbulence. Lin Tao, 2-star, has anyone encountered the void turbulence? The chat among the lords erupted in chaos. Zheng Lin, 2-star, you encountered the void turbulence? You might as well prepare for your eternal rest. That's a place where golden tier strongholds fall at any moment. Niu Gang, 2-star, you could return to your abode and pray. Perhaps the turbulence may bestow upon you a bounty of resources. Xia Yuba, 2-star brother, your luck is quite unfortunate. However, the mortality rate in the void turbulence is not absolute. Best of luck. The winds outside intensified, and Xiao Shui was swept several meters away. Lin Tao quickly called out, "Xiao Shui, return inside. I can manage here." With a heavy heart, Xiao Shui retreated to the house, feeling dejected, as she had yet to become a professional. Being caught in the void turbulence would spell certain doom. The winds howled, scattering the blood mist, pressing the grass against the ground. Darkness gradually consumed the world. Lin Tao, standing at the entrance, felt himself nearly swept away by the gale, ultimately forced to retreat indoors and shut the door. The outside world became as dark as ink, the incessant howl of the wind echoing like the wails of malevolent spirits, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Tao silently prayed that no formidable monsters would materialize. Time stretched interminably, each passing moment a torment, akin to a condemned soul awaiting the sound of a gunshot. As midnight approached, Lin Tao's evolution skill turned green, yet the storm outside showed no signs of abating. Even the gate was difficult to push open, making it challenging to reach the defensive tower. He could only remain cooped up in the house, quietly watching the regional channel until exhaustion finally claimed him into a deep slumber. Awakened from his dreams, Lin Tao found the winds outside unrelenting, perhaps even growing fiercer. A notification on his personal panel indicated that he had digested wolf meat, enhancing his constitution by 3 points. His evolution skill remained unused. If the winds persisted, he would squander this opportunity. The defensive tower was of paramount importance, so he dared not delay any longer. He made his way to the door, pushing it open with all his strength. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The wind instantly hurled the table against the wall, scattering blankets across the ground. Lin Tao staggered back, forced to lower himself to the ground to minimize resistance. After stepping outside, he embedded his hand into the soil for stabilization and cautiously made his way towards the defensive tower. Upon arrival, He promptly directed his skills towards the sharpshooter barracks. Utilizing his abilities on the sharpshooter barracks, the archer barracks underwent a grand evolution, and he was rewarded with the explosive archer barracks, max level. The explosive archer barracks, max level, boasted a durability of 20,000. Skill: Summon, when enemies appear nearby. It summons 10 explosive archers to engage in battle, with the sharpshooters able to exist for a maximum of 300 seconds and a cooldown period of 400 seconds. Once Lin Tao completed his task, he hastily returned to the house. The wind outside was fierce, making it difficult to bring Xiao Shui over. Fortunately, no enemies had appeared so far, allowing him to survive another night. Lin Tao tidied up the house, casually took out some compressed biscuits to satisfy his hunger, and idly chatted with others in the Lord's channel. The 2-star lords in the channel numbered over 300, yet most remained silent, with only a handful engaging in conversation. Lin Tao, 2-star, how is everyone? The void turbulence on my end persists, and I wonder when it will cease. Xia Yuba, 2-star, you're still alive? Truly a stroke of luck. Zheng Lin, 2-star, surviving this long amidst the void turbulence indicates you have had fortuitous luck. Perhaps some unexpected surprises await when it ends. Lin Tao, 2-star, I'll take your good wishes. I honestly don't know if I can endure. I'll leave it to fate. Han Qingqing, 2-star, void turbulence? If you manage to survive, you might indeed acquire some valuable items. Zhang Hao, 2-star, bowed down to the Great One. If you prosper in the future, don't forget to elevate us. With nothing to do, Lin Tao continued to chat aimlessly in the Lord's channel, gleaning some knowledge about lords. For instance, those with a physique over 100 could be deemed silver-tier warriors, while gold-tier warriors began with a physique in the thousands, and epic warriors possessed physiques exceeding 10,000, rendering them virtually unbeatable. When one's physique surpasses 1,000, it triggers hidden talents, and upon exceeding 10,000, one gains a unique skill. Among them, the renowned Han Qingqing was merely a step away from the gold tier, leading many lords to believe that this void incident would hinge on his resolution. During this time, Lin Tao consumed 2 meals of compressed biscuits, the taste of which was truly indescribable, prompting him to reminisce about the dishes prepared by Xiao Shui. However, as night fell once more, the howling wind outside showed no signs of abating, compelling him to lie back down and resume his idle chatter with others in the group. Before long, the 5th day in the void arrived, and astonishingly, no monsters had appeared during the ongoing turbulence, which was indeed a stroke of fortune. With no monsters around, Lin Tao did not acquire any new buildings, and the light of evolution remained dormant, leaving him to nibble on compressed biscuits throughout the day. It was not until the 6th day that the external void turbulence finally subsided completely. Stepping outside, Lin Tao was taken aback to find that the fog surrounding his territory had dissipated, revealing an endless expanse of plains in all directions. The only anomaly was a floating mountain of gold directly opposite the gate. Chapter 13, The First Hero. Less than 100 meters from the territory's gate stood a floating mountain of gold, towering several thousand meters high and spanning dozens of miles wide. It hovered just 10 meters above the ground. At its base were thin chains emanating a sinister black mist, giving it an eerie appearance. The mountain was classified as a neutral entity, and the defensive towers would not initiate an attack on it. A notification appeared: Special Event, the Cursed Mountain of Gold. This cursed mountain harbored numerous treasures, and attacking it would provide an opportunity to obtain items. The cursed mountain would only exist for 12 hours. Once the time elapsed, it would be sealed away again, with 10 minutes of remaining duration. Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to knock on Xiao Shui's door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Shui had not slept well over the past 2 days, her eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing the knocking, she quickly responded, hastily preparing herself before stepping outside. Lin Tao briefly introduced the situation and then urged, Xiao Shui, we must act quickly, or the mountain will vanish, and this opportunity may never arise again. Xiao Shui immediately nodded, I understand. Together, they opened the door and positioned themselves 50 meters from the mountain to launch their attack. Xiao Shui unleashed her dual-element magic, Water Spike, Water Bombs, Earth Spear, and more, dealing tens of thousands of damage in mere seconds. The mountain shattered, sending golden shards raining down, yet upon contact with the ground, they mysteriously vanished. Xiao Shui's magical energy was limited. After casting several spells, she was exhausted and had to retreat to meditate. Magic was a significant drawback for mages. While their burst potential was impressive, their endurance was lacking. Lin Tao directed his skills at the sealed mountain, enveloping the nearby area in layers of white mist. The neutral marker on the mountain disappeared as the Bailu defensive tower and explosive archer barracks launched their assault. The arrows from the Bailu defensive tower flew in a dazzling display, occasionally triggering critical hits that dealt damage as high as 9,000 points. The barracks summoned 10 explosive archers to assist in the attack, their attributes remarkably impressive. Explosive archers, health, 5,000, attack, 300, attack speed, 5 times per second. Attack range, 500. Skill, volley. There is a certain probability to fire 5 consecutive shots. Explosive arrow. When attacking enemies, there is a chance to explode. dealing 200 magical damage to nearby enemies within 10 meters. The combined assault of the 10 explosive archers quickly exceeded 100,000 damage, with explosions causing abundant golden shards to rain down at the impact sites. However, the summoned creatures had a limited duration. After 5 minutes, all explosive archers vanished, leaving only the Bailu defensive tower to continue its relentless attack. After casting a few spells, Lin Tao found himself similarly depleted. His magical energy was low, and now it was a matter of how much damage the tower could inflict. Xiao Shui had emerged once more, casting only 2 spells before retreating to meditate again. However, she was merely a supplementary force. The outcome of this battle relied on the 2 structures. As the 9th minute approached, the explosive archers were summoned again. At this moment, the radiance of the mountain began to fade, with the small chains at its base exuding an ominous black mist. The golden light on the mountain transformed, shifting from gold to a deep, rich black. With the emergence of the black light, the defensive tower's attacks could only inflict 150 points of damage. And as the darkness deepened, the damage continued to diminish. The situation for the explosive archers was almost identical, their damage significantly reduced. When the black light enveloped the mountain completely, all attacks became ineffective. The cursed mountain vanished amidst the black mist as if it had never existed. A notification appeared once more. Total damage dealt to the cursed mountain, 145, 020 points. You have received 145 void crystals and a one-time use hero summoning altar, 1 star. Lin Tao felt elated upon seeing the notification. He had unexpectedly struck gold, acquiring the exceedingly rare hero summoning altar. In the early stages, lords primarily relied on their own development, and gaining the aid of a hero would significantly accelerate their strength. Heroes could lead troops into battle or venture out alone to grow, and most importantly, they could resurrect the following day after death. As Lin Tao pondered, an architectural model materialized in his grasp, resembling a miniature leather tent. He positioned the structure behind his dwelling, and the leather tent instantly manifested before his eyes. Intricate and enigmatic runes adorned the tent, with green rune stones situated at each of its 4 corners, occupying a mere area of over 10 square meters. The hero summoning altar, single use, allows for the summoning of an ordinary hero to fight on your behalf. Lin Tao gazed at the altar before him and chuckled softly. He had yet to utilize the evolution light, which was perfect for evolving the hero summoning altar. After activating the evolution skill, the structure began to transform gradually, the leather tent expanding in size. The leather morphed into a black and white hide, covering more than 50 square meters. Upon employing the skill on the hero summoning altar, it underwent a super evolution, and Lin Tao received a 4-star hero summoning altar, single use. Chapter 14, Li Ku. The hide tent turned to a pile of ashes, leaving behind a lingering scent of charred remnants. Li Ku surveyed the surroundings and spoke earnestly. Lord, your territory has yet to cultivate other plants. I happen to have some seeds. Shall I plant a few? The growth of bamboo is not swift, and if not sown in advance, it would require a lengthy wait. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. You may plant them behind the house. Although my territory is currently small, it will expand continuously, and I promise to cultivate a vast bamboo grove for you in the future. At that moment, Xiao Shui emerged from the dwelling, her expression revealing a touch of surprise upon seeing the Pandaren. Lin Tao, is this Pandaren a new guest? Lin Tao explained. His name is Li Ku, the first hero in my territory. We shall fight side by side from now on. By the way, Li Ku, this is Xiao Shui, who hails from the same place as I do. She is also a guest in our territory and a skilled mage. Li Ku clasped his fists and greeted, greetings. Miss Xiao, I am a Pandaren martial artist from the eastern continent. Xiao Shui was taken aback. Heroes are the primary force of a lord's power, and acquiring one is no simple task. Regaining her composure, she replied, Hello, Li Ku. I am Xiao Shui, an ordinary intermediate mage. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Ku hurried to plant seeds behind the house, while Lin Tao and Xiao Shui returned to prepare a meal, having specifically purchased some bamboo shoots. The quantity of bamboo shoots from the kitchen was limited, insufficient for a staple food, but perfect for stir-frying. Xiao Shui quickly prepared a feast, featuring stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, tomatoes braised with sausages, garlic octopus, spicy cabbage, and seaweed soup. During the meal, Xiao Shui observed that Li Ku, the Pandaren, had no aversion to meat, and curiously inquired, Is it true that Pandaren can consume both meat and vegetables? Li Ku responded, We simply enjoy bamboo shoots. We have no particular dietary restrictions regarding meat. In fact, after answering the Lord's summons, my body has been specialized, allowing me to go without food. However, eating bamboo shoots has become a habit, so I seek to plant some seeds. Now, I eat merely for flavor. Habits are difficult to change. Much like someone who enjoys drinking does not solely relish the taste of alcohol. After the 3 finished their meal, Li Ku practiced various martial arts outside the door, while Lin Tao curiously observed. Li Ku's training involved ancient martial arts from the eastern continent, characterized by swift and powerful movements. Lin Tao watched with rapt attention and eventually decided to join him as a sparring partner. His physique comparable to Li Ku's with over 100 points. However, as they sparred, Lin Tao recognized many of his shortcomings. His attacks were straightforward and lacked finesse, making them easy for Li Ku to evade. Each time Li Ku dodged an attack, he would counter with a strike. Yet his control was so refined that Lin Tao hardly felt any force upon being hit. After a while, Lin Tao hastily paused, eager to seek advice on improvement. Li Ku summarized, "Lord, your current issue lies in your overt attack intentions. You tend to fixate your gaze on your target, making it easily detectable. You need to learn to conceal your offensive intentions or be prepared to switch tactics at any moment. For instance, if you aim to strike the enemy's throat, you could direct your gaze towards their head to send a misleading signal. While attacking their head, you can be ready to deliver an elbow strike or target their legs." Inside the house, Xiao Shui listened to their exchange with envy. It seemed Lin Tao had found an excellent hero, prompting her to meditate diligently to enhance her magical prowess. One day, she too would become an extraordinary professional. The pursuit of a class change stone had almost become an obsession for her, having witnessed Lin Tao's gradual ascent in strength, filling her heart with admiration. There is a saying, one hopes their brother fares well, yet fears their brother surpasses them. It encapsulated her sentiments perfectly. With the martial artist as a sparring partner, Lin Tao's abilities steadily progressed. Li Ku was a dedicated practitioner, spending a significant portion of his day honing his martial skills in the territory, occasionally taking out his flute to play for a while. He excelled in two martial styles. One was the Gale Fist, where his fists moved like a tempest, nearly impossible to withstand. The other was the Crane style, characterized by movements as graceful and ethereal as a crane, elegant, yet harboring lethal intent. As night fell, the familiar crimson glow enveloped the world, with wisps of blood mist cascading from the sky. The territory was soon shrouded in this blood mist, rendering visibility to only about 500 meters beyond its borders. The three stood vigil at the entrance of the territory, and before long, they heard a cacophony of strange chattering from the mist. A horde of monsters emerged, each standing no taller than 1.5 meters, their bodies a vivid shade of crimson, entirely unclothed, wielding grotesque bone weapons. Some had small horns atop their heads, while others sported wings and elongated tails. Their grotesque faces glared hungrily towards the territory. Small demon. Level 5. Attack power 45. Health points 800. Defense 0. Talent regeneration. Skills tear, devour. These adversaries boasted relatively low individual attributes, yet their numbers were overwhelming, as waves of small demons began emerging from the mist, quickly amassing over 200 at the periphery of the blood mist. Among them were several demon spellcasters wielding staffs, indicating that this battle would prove quite troublesome. Li Ku remarked, "Lord, the enemy numbers are too great. We cannot rely solely on territorial defenses. Allow me to charge out and draw their attention. You two should focus on protecting the territory." Lin Tao nodded in agreement. "Be cautious. The enemy possesses magical creatures, and the fire spells of demons are significantly more potent than those of other races. I have some weapons here that you can take. Heroes are unique units, equipped with 6 gear slots that remain effective without being drawn out. Only one of each type of equipment can be owned, excluding special attributes. Some unique gear cannot be stored in equipment slots and must be worn, yet will still yield effects." Lin Tao handed Li Ku a sturdy bone club, a bloodstone bracelet, and a silver wolf cloak, as he had no need to venture outside. These items would enhance Li Ku's power. Li Ku nodded, grateful. "Thank you, Lord. I shall take my leave now." He opened the gate and stepped out into the territory, drawing the gaze of numerous small demons as he sprinted to the right. Over 50 small demons were captivated, mistakenly believing him to be fleeing, and thus they screeched and charged towards the Pandaren, intent on hunting him down. Li Ku's speed was impressive, swiftly covering more than 400 meters before halting at the edge of the blood mist, poised to await the enemy's approach. In the direction of the main gate, a demon mage among the imps waved his staff, orchestrating the assault of the small fiends. Chapter 15. The Imps. Hundreds of imps surged towards the territory, their momentum formidable. The demon mage mingled among them, ever ready to launch a sneak attack. The foremost imp, exhilarated by the prospect of capturing prey, envisioned the delight of being the first to indulge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of white arrows greeted it. The imp let out a horrific wail as it was pinned in place by the arrows, a massive gash opening in its abdomen, viscera spilling onto the ground, blood splattering everywhere. An overwhelming agony engulfed it. Before it could even reach its quarry, it had met its demise. The surrounding imps, incited by the scent of blood, had their eyes turned crimson, propelling them to charge forward with even greater fervor. 10 explosive archers were summoned, standing firm as they drew their longbows, unleashing a volley of arrows that sliced through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Some arrows detonated upon impact, sending the struck imps sprawling, their bodies grotesquely mangled, bones protruding. The explosive archers maintained a rapid fire rate, shooting 5 times per second, occasionally triggering special skills that left the imps dazed and reeling. Once the enemy approached, Xiao Shui raised her hands, casting a flurry of spells towards them. The earth was torn asunder, the ground ensnared. She unleashed a multitude of spells with astonishing speed, her magical energy rapidly depleting. The imps outside were struck by relentless attacks, suffering grievous losses, with at least half of their number annihilated. The demon mages concealed within could no longer restrain themselves. They collectively waved their staffs, flames of magic flickering to life. Eerie red beams pierced the blood mist above, followed by an onslaught of flames raining down. Boom, boom, boom. Blazing fireballs, each the size of a wash basin, hurtled towards the territory, igniting the grass upon impact. While the durability of the buildings dwindled, Xiao Shui hastily summoned a magical shield for protection, but her magical reserves were running low, compelling her to retreat indoors to recuperate her energy. Lin Tao had initially intended to observe the spectacle, but the ferocity of the demon mages caught him off guard, leaving him no choice but to cast Frost Congeal into the enemy's territory. Boom. A fireball struck Lin Tao, igniting his upper garments and reducing his health by over 100 points. If he sustained continuous concentrated attacks, he would likely succumb as well. The flames continued to rain down from the sky, thick smoke rising all around, forcing him to retreat indoors temporarily to evade the onslaught. The White Willow defense tower and explosive archers launched counterattacks, dispatching dozens of imps every second. Some imps reached the edge of the territory, only to be thwarted by thorny barriers. As they attacked, the thorns inflicted counter damage, blood flowing profusely, rendering entry into the territory a formidable task. The battle on Li Ke's front was entirely different. The pursuing foes were primarily melee imps. He charged forward, fists at the ready. The leading imp, wielding a bone knife, viciously slashed at Li Ke's chest. Li Ke twisted his body slightly, evading the attack while delivering a punch that struck the imp squarely on the head. The tremendous force crushed the imp's nasal bridge, plunging it into darkness before it toppled over, dazed. Then, Li Ke leaped into the air, his inner strength rapidly coalescing. As a colossal white illusion of a crane took shape, the crane descended alongside him, resulting in a resounding explosion upon impact. Bang! A circular crater formed on the ground, obliterating the imps caught in the center, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Subsequently, countless streams of white energy radiated outward, striking imps within 100 meters. Their bodies lacerated and collapsing in disarray. Only a handful of resilient imps managed to survive, attempting to charge forward to continue the fight. However, with every step they took, blood gushed from their wounds, their movements painfully slow, as they bore numerous gashes from the energy blasts. Li Ke, wielding his iron fists, swiftly dispatched these remaining imps, bringing the skirmish to a swift conclusion before rushing to the main battlefield to provide support. Several demon mages were still engrossed in their incantations, entirely oblivious to the enemy drawing near from the side. Like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, Li Ke closed in on the demon mages, executing a gale fist that struck one mage squarely in the head. Bang! The mage's skull exploded like a watermelon, splattering white brain matter and crimson blood in all directions. The nearby demon mages hastily concluded their spells, brandishing their staffs in a frantic attempt to retaliate. Li Ke retrieved a sturdy bone club and launched a counteroffensive, undaunted despite being surrounded by enemies. The club seemed like a mere toy in his hands as he expertly executed a flurry of strikes, slashes, swings, jabs, and sweeps, quickly reducing the demon mages to a state of disarray, bloodied, and dazed. Typically, demon mages preferred to conceal themselves while casting spells, lacking prowess in close combat, and soon fell victim to his relentless assault. The battle on the front lines drew to a close as the imps outside the territory found themselves in a precarious situation, swiftly decimated by the White Willow defense tower and explosive archers. Once Li Ke had vanquished the foes, he called out at the gate, "My lord, the enemies have been eliminated." Lin Tao and Xiao Shui emerged from the building to assess the situation. Remnants of flames still flickered across the territory, and many blades of grass had been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the spoils of this battle were considerable, with both Lin Tao and Li Ke leveling up simultaneously. Lord, 2 stars Lin Tao. Level, 8. Experience, 150, 2800. Health, 3510, 3510. Attack, 45. Constitution, 91. Spirit, 104. Magic, 1012, 1040. 4-star Panda Fistmaster, Li Ke Augustus. Level, 4. Health, 7122, 7840. Attack, 202, 100. Constitution, 204, 30. Spirit, 144. Inner Power, 1291, 1440. Lin Tao was taken aback upon comparing their attributes. Li Ke's stats had already surpassed his own. A 2-star Lord gained 200 health points and 12 points across all attributes with each level up, while a 4-star Panda Fistmaster like Li Ke gained 800 health points and 36 points across all attributes. It became evident to Lin Tao the disparity between star levels, as a single battle had led to a significant enhancement in Li Ke's attributes. If he did not hasten to elevate his own star level, he risked being overshadowed by the heroes under his command. Xiao Shui busied herself extinguishing the flames within the territory, while Li Ke began collecting the fallen imps' bodies. Lin Tao entered the battlefield to gather spoils, hoping to uncover items that could bolster his strength. With a substantial number of foes defeated, a plethora of miscellaneous items emerged, including wood, ores, plant seeds, and ordinary equipment. The demon mages had also yielded 2 silver treasure chests and a building blueprint. Chapter 16, New Skills. Lin Tao eagerly opened the treasure chests. You have opened a silver treasure chest. You have acquired the skill Sword Chi / and 50 void crystals. Sword Chi / Summon a multitude of Sword Chi to strike enemies within a small area ahead, inflicting 10 points of physical damage per strike based on constitution. Mana cost, 200, cooldown, 150 seconds. You have opened the silver treasure chest and acquired a single-use Goblin Challenge scroll along with 35 void crystals. The Goblin Challenge scroll, once activated, will summon a goblin for you to vanquish, rewarding you with bountiful prizes upon its defeat. As night still cloaks the land, the ominous presence of foes lurks within the blood mist. Thus, it would be prudent to reserve the scroll for a more opportune moment during daylight. Additionally, you have come into possession of a building blueprint, which brings a flicker of joy to Lin Tao's visage upon perusal. Ordinary farmland. Construct a plot of land suitable for cultivating various flora, with a yield rate of 50 and a growth speed of 50. The agricultural inclination is deeply embedded in the essence of the Huaxia people. Once they possess land, the desire to cultivate naturally arises, and Lin Tao is no exception. He has a collection of plant seeds, but lacked the means to establish farmland until now, as mere planting within the territory would yield no enhancements. Now, with farmland at his disposal, he can sow his seeds, including bamboo, for Liku. Lin Tao positions the farmland behind the dwelling, causing the lush grass to vanish instantaneously, replaced by a plot measuring 10 meters by 5 meters. The soil is soft and yellow, ideal for cultivation. After completing this task, he and Liku proceed to clear the remains of the small demons. With enhanced physique, Liku has significantly increased strength, managing to carry 4 demon corpses in one go, all while maintaining a swift pace. Once the grim task is finished, Lin Tao hastily disassembles the corpses. He dares not consume demon flesh, preferring to let the territory digest it instead. The territory has now expanded to encompass 335 square meters. Currently, Lin Tao possesses 580 void crystals, 72 units of wood, while the mineral count remains somewhat lacking. However, resources for a tiered territory are indeed sufficient. Lin Tao proceeds to upgrade the wooden house and the thorny fence. Ironwood house, upgradable. Attack power, 150. Attack range, 200 meters. Durability, 50,000. Upgrade materials, 50 wood, 15 iron ore, 15 copper ore, 200 void crystals. A notification appears. Your wooden house has been upgraded to an ironwood house, expanding the territory to 635 square meters. A warehouse has been added, allowing for material expenditure to construct. The defense tower now possesses a relocation feature, permitting daily movement within the territory. As the territory expands dramatically, so too do the surrounding fences, transforming the view from above into an elliptical farm. The central wooden house undergoes changes as well, its area increasing to over 50 square meters, the wood taking on a deeper hue, with both kitchen and bathroom sizes augmenting, and facilities becoming more sophisticated. The thorny fence experiences a significant upgrade. Copper thorn fence, upgradable. Durability, 500. Defense, 15. Skills, retaliation. Enemies attacking in melee will suffer 30 points of physical retaliation. Restoration. Durability recovers 10 points per second upon being attacked. Upgrade materials, 600 void crystals, 50 wood, 20 iron ore, requires upgrading the ironwood house to unlock. The fence rises further, reaching a height of 5 meters, with a thickness expanding to 1.5 meters, while the external wooden spikes transform into more resilient copper spikes. With the increased area, the territory feels more spacious. The previously burned grass begins to rejuvenate, and over 10 small bamboo shoots emerge from the earth behind the house. Yet, Lin Tao sighs softly. Xiao Shui, puzzled, inquires, Lin Tao, what troubles you? Is not the expansion of the territory a good thing? He replies, the larger the territory, the more places that require defense. With only the 3 of us and a single defense tower, our strength feels woefully inadequate. Should foes assail us from all directions, chaos would ensue, leading to grievous errors. Liku, noticing his leader's concern, reassures, do not fret, my lord. Should an overwhelming number of enemies appear, I shall venture forth to draw their attention. Furthermore, our structures will undoubtedly multiply, and I firmly believe our territory will thrive. Lin Tao nods slightly. The White Willow Defense Tower and the explosive archer barracks are indeed formidable at this stage. Currently, the situation allows for ample defense, but offensive maneuvers seem impractical. He glances at the Lord's Channel, where the number of 2-star lords has surged to over 400, yet the 3-star lords remain elusive, and the trading hall remains unopened. By habit, Lin Tao checks the names of the lords, and to his surprise, he encounters a familiar name. He quickly queries in the Lord's Channel, Jiangling. This is Lin Tao. Please respond upon seeing this. After several messages without reply, he concedes defeat. He cannot ascertain if this Jiangling is indeed the person he knows, as names can often be coincidental. He resolves to inquire further when the opportunity arises. Next, Lin Tao constructs a dwelling for Li Ku and proposes that the three of them take turns keeping watch at night. To his surprise, Li Ku shakes his head, stating, "My lord, I require no sleep. I can assume the watch duties and continue my practice of martial arts. If enemies appear, I shall awaken you promptly. So you may rest well." Lin Tao feels a swell of gratitude. Li Ku is truly committed. He silently resolves to seek out superior bamboo seeds for Li Ku in the future. However, rest is not on the agenda just yet. Lin Tao steps outside the territory to experiment with his new skills. He focuses on a clear patch of land and unleashes his sword chi, conjuring hundreds of 1-meter-long sword energy phantoms in the air. With a swift whoosh, the sword energy descends upon the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, deep sword scars are revealed upon the earth. The skill's coverage area is limited to around 100 square meters. A stark contrast to the 2,000 square meters of the Frost Congeal skill, which, while expansive, lacks in damage output. The sword chi is devastatingly powerful, making it particularly suited for attacking monster leaders. Following this, Lin Tao engages in a spar with Li Ku until fatigue sets in, prompting him to return home for rest. The next day marks the 8th day since entering the void. Outside the territory, the familiar gray mist reappears. Lin Tao exchanges for a set of light, gray casual attire, refreshing himself before stepping out. Xiao Shui remains clad in her previous outfit, having only brought minimal personal items and supplies without excess clothing. Observing this, Lin Tao purchases 2 additional hoodies for her and prepares 2 sets of black and white casual attire for Li Ku as well. After a meal, the trio busies themselves. Xiao Shui retreats to meditate, while Li Ku diligently instructs Lin Tao in the ancient martial arts. Within the mist, thousands of goblins gradually approach the territory. Chapter 17, The Goblin Army. Within the fog, thousands of goblins draw near, led by the previously escaped wandering goblin. They encountered a large goblin tribe nearby and willingly took on the role of guides, seeking vengeance for their comrades. The goblin army quickly approaches the territory, an overwhelming stench of decay permeating the air. While practicing his punches, Li Ku furrows his brow, abruptly halting as he exclaims, "My lord, enemies have appeared outside. We must prepare ourselves." Seeing this, Lin Tao calls for Xiao Shui, and the three of them converge at the entrance to assess the situation. The upgraded fence is now impenetrable, and the only means of observing the enemy is by opening the gate. The vacant area beyond the territory stretches a full 1,000 meters, a significant increase from before. However, as they open the door, they are met with the sight of thousands of goblins charging from all directions. Armed with an assortment of weapons, rusty iron tools, pallid bone implements, stout wooden clubs, and wooden longbows, among others. The majority of their levels ranged from 7 to 10, with health points hovering around 1,000. After the goblin army dispersed, it resembled a vast sack, encompassing a significant portion of the territory. A pallor washed over Xiao Shui's face. The sheer number of goblins was overwhelming, and should they fail to defend their land, the consequences would be dire. Goblins had a notorious penchant for ravaging women, and being captured by them would equate to a fate worse than death. Li Ku's eyes glimmered with caution as he urged the Lord, "You should retreat for the time being. Leave the situation outside to me." No sooner had he spoken than a rain of arrows descended from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Ku brandished a sturdy bone club, deflecting a majority of the arrows. However, a few still struck him, causing a slight decrease in his health points. Nevertheless, as an exceptional unit, heroes did not sustain physical injuries. Yet their health was indeed depleting. Should it reach 0, death would ensue. Lin Tao swiftly unleashed 2 magical skills, conjuring hundreds of sword energies that sliced through the foremost ranks of goblins, severing them into pieces and staining the ground with their blood. To the left, a frigid mist emerged, rapidly lowering the temperature within the area. Enormous ice crystals formed upon the goblins, spreading at an alarming rate, with some being frozen solid. At nearly the same moment, Xiao Shui unleashed a barrage of various spells to the right, causing torrents of water to surge and the earth to tremble, mercilessly engulfing hundreds of goblins in her magic. Once the two had completed their spells, they returned to the stronghold and secured the gates. The arrows from the White Willow defense tower flew forth rapidly, each second claiming the life of a goblin. Explosive archers were summoned, standing firm as they incessantly loosed arrows. The cacophony of explosions intensifying outside. Unwilling to lag behind, Li Ku summoned his inner power, manifesting a colossal white crane that leapt alongside him, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Boom! The white crane dissipated, scattering numerous white energy blasts in all directions. Goblins within 100 meters were struck, numerous wounds appearing on their bodies, blood spraying everywhere. This area transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield, a fate far worse than that of the frozen goblins. The forward goblins suffered heavy losses in mere moments, prompting the spellcasters concealed behind them to spring into action. Armed with magic wands, the goblin spellcasters waved their hands, sending forth beams of milky light that leapt onto the wounded goblins, mending their injuries at an astonishing pace. Though the number of goblin spellcasters was limited to a mere few dozen, their actions significantly bolstered the morale of the remaining goblins, who charged forward with renewed fervor. Li Ku found himself at the forefront of the goblin horde, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to encirclement, making escape nearly impossible. He brandished his bone club, attacking swiftly and targeting the heads of his foes. Li Ku's physical prowess far surpassed that of the goblins, and occasionally, a single blow would send a goblin's head flying. Many goblins, witnessing his ferocity, hesitated and slowed their advance, fearful of this formidable adversary. Only a handful of reckless ones continued their reckless charge, soon meeting their demise at his hands. As Li Ku maneuvered to the side, numerous goblins neared the territory, furiously assaulting the copper barricades with their weapons. Unbeknownst to them, each attack resulted in inexplicable wounds, and the faster they struck, the more minor cuts appeared on their bodies, causing blood to flow ceaselessly. This bizarre phenomenon instilled a sense of dread in many goblins, causing their assault to falter. However, the defense towers and archers remained relentless, unleashing a barrage of arrows that felled goblins by the minute. The goblins continued their onslaught towards the stronghold, while the goblin archers quickly took their positions, drawing their longbows to retaliate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew directly into the territory, primarily targeting the areas occupied by the defense towers and archers. Although the goblin archers were not particularly swift, their sheer numbers swiftly depleted a portion of the defense tower's health. At this juncture, the explosive archers redirected their fire, prioritizing enemy ranged units. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed through the ranks of goblins, with many archers either slain or knocked to the ground by the shockwaves, all sustaining injuries. Li Ku deftly entangled hundreds of goblins, his movements agile, each attack precise and efficient, avoiding prolonged engagements. Among the surrounding goblins were some slingers, armed with hard stones, who awaited the opportune moment to strike, aiming at Li Ku's head and vital areas, creating considerable nuisance. However, unbeknownst to the goblins, Li Ku was stealthily advancing towards their spellcasters, understanding that neutralizing them would severely demoralize the enemy. The goblin spellcasters, preoccupied with their incantations, remained oblivious to the looming threat. As Li Ku approached, he abandoned all pretense and unleashed the crane fist once more, summoning the familiar white crane to appear. The crane descended like a divine instrument, landing squarely behind the goblin spellcasters. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, enveloping dozens of spellcasters in a whirlwind of white energy. When the energy dissipated, all the goblin spellcasters lay lifeless upon the ground. Nearby goblins initially froze in shock, their faces transforming with terror as they shrieked and fled into the gray mist. Upon hearing the commotion from behind, the goblins on the battlefield lost their will to fight, turning to flee in panic. Li Ku was unaware that the goblin commander was situated among the spellcasters, directing the battle. This time, he had inadvertently struck a fortunate blow. By now, the goblin army had suffered losses exceeding half of their ranks. Though victory was within reach, Li Ku's life was undoubtedly in peril. At this moment, his health points had dwindled to below 1,000. As he witnessed the goblins beginning to retreat, he hastily swung his bone club, determined to eliminate as many goblins as possible. Chapter 18, The New Defense Tower. The battle gradually approached its conclusion, leaving the territory outside in disarray, with some copper barricades' durability plummeting below 500 points. Once the barrage of kill notifications ceased, Lin Tao stepped out of the stronghold, pushing open the gates to behold a scene littered with corpses. The stench of goblin flesh had been overwhelmed by the pungent smell of blood, with goblin bodies strewn everywhere. The number of enemies encountered today was substantial, yet they had managed to hold the line steadfastly. This battle elevated Lin Tao to level 9 and Li Ku to level 6, marking the moment when Li Ku's attributes officially surpassed those of Lin Tao. As Xiao Shui observed the retreating goblin army, relief washed over her, soon replaced by anticipation. With so many foes vanquished, the likelihood of acquiring a class change stone seemed promising. If she could obtain a class change stone, she would ascend to the ranks of professionals, propelling her to new heights. Li Ku, drenched in blood, retreated from the edge of the gray mist, beginning to clear the battlefield with his sturdy bone club. Lin Tao, brimming with excitement, busied himself collecting spoils amidst the carnage, paying little heed to the surrounding stench. The haul proved bountiful, encompassing wood, ore, plant seeds, and more. Even ordinary equipment numbered over 20 pieces, with 3 exceptional items, 6 bronze chests, and 1 silver chest. While the attributes of the ordinary equipment were mediocre, the exceptional items were still noteworthy. Barbaric greatsword, exceptional increases 10 constitution and 20 attack power. Sandalwood ring, exceptional increases 20 spirit, with a 1-point mana recovery speed. Leopard tail whip, exceptional increases 50 attack power, with a certain probability of inflicting 5 times additional physical damage upon striking an enemy. After meticulously inspecting his equipment, Lin Tao eagerly commenced the treasure chest opening activity. Upon unsealing a silver chest, he obtained a skill upgrade card and 90 void crystals. He then opened a bronze chest, acquiring a flame defense tower, green, alongside 10 void crystals. Opening another bronze chest yielded a cellar structure and an additional 15 void crystals. The treasure chest collectively produced a skill upgrade card, 2 defensive towers, a construction blueprint, and 3 pieces of ordinary equipment, marking a substantial gain overall. The 2 defensive towers comprised the Flame Defense Tower, green, and the Rock Defense Tower, white, with the former exhibiting considerable potential due to its green quality. Lin Tao promptly positioned both defensive towers on the right side of his territory, where 2 10-meter-tall towers rose majestically from the ground. The Flame Defense Tower was encased in vibrant red bricks, with a flickering flame dancing atop it like a colossal chimney, occupying a minimal footprint. The Rock Defense Tower was forged entirely from resilient stone, resembling a large monument from a distance, lacking any discernible uniqueness. However, the disparity in their attributes was significant. The Flame Defense Tower, upgradable, boasted a quality rating of green, with magical attack power of 200, an attack speed of 0.2, once every 5 seconds, an attack range of 300 meters, and a durability of 1000. Its skill, Splash, allowed it to inflict equal damage on enemies within a 5-meter radius upon attack. The upgrade materials required were 20 wood and 80 void crystals. Conversely, the Rock Defense Tower, upgradable, was rated white, with an attack power of 150, an attack speed of 0.5, once every 2 seconds, an attack range of 60 meters, and a durability of 500. It had no skills and required 10 wood and 50 void crystals for upgrades. The Flame Defense Tower, equipped with its innate skill, was particularly suited for area attacks, and it was anticipated that its area attack capabilities would further enhance upon upgrading. The Rock Defense Tower, on the other hand, was somewhat lackluster, characterized by a slow attack speed and a limited range, rendering it rather ineffective. Initially intending to evolve his farmland, Lin Tao reconsidered upon witnessing the defensive towers, recognizing that the allure of wealth paled in comparison to the imperative of security. Surviving in the void was paramount, and bolstering combat strength was the most critical task in this perilous realm. He aimed at the Flame Defense Tower and opted to utilize the evolution skill. As he employed the skill on the Flame Defense Tower, it underwent a magnificent super evolution, transforming into the Fire Lizard Defense Tower, unique. The tower gradually expanded, evolving into a 30-square-meter structure of fiery rock, soaring to a height of 30 meters, adorned with a lizard engulfed in flames. The Fire Lizard, though less than a meter in length, rendered Lin Tao astounded with its impressive attributes. Fire Lizard, unique. Quality, purple. Magical attack, 1500. Attack speed, 3 times per second. Attack range, 1500 meters. Durability, 150, 150, Talent, Spirit of Fire. Each time it defeats an enemy, it gains 10 attack power and 20 durability. Skill, Splash. Attacks inflict equal damage on enemies within a 50-meter radius. Wrath of Flames. Unleashes a wide expanse of fire that attacks all nearby enemies, dealing 20 points of magical damage to all foes, with a built-in cooldown of 120 seconds. This Fire Lizard Defense Tower, with its purple quality, represented an exceedingly rare growth-type defense tower. Defense towers are classified into 8 categories: white, green, blue, orange, gold, purple, red, and black. And the presence of a purple defense tower significantly enhanced Lin Tao's chances of survival. However, the tower did have a drawback. Its attack speed was not particularly high. Once his tasks were completed, Lin Tao began to collaborate with the others to clear the battlefield, as there were an overwhelming number of corpses outside, and much work remained for the day. Xiao Shui, being an ordinary person, was the first to tire and succumb to exhaustion while performing the heavy labor. Observing this, Lin Tao urged her to return to the house to rest, while he and Li Ku continued the grim task of disposing of the bodies. Fortunately, Li Ku proved to be quite capable, managing to drag 4 corpses at a time with commendable speed. After laboring for the better part of the day, the two finally finished clearing the bodies from their territory. Some of the goblins carried unknown chunks of meat, but Lin Tao dared not retain them, uncertain of their origins, and opted to disintegrate them instead. After devouring thousands of corpses, the territory expanded to 691 square meters. A strong metallic scent of blood lingered in the vicinity, staining Lin Tao's clothing, prompting him to return indoors to wash up and change into a fresh outfit. After a rejuvenating shower, he felt revitalized. Stepping outside, he presented the leopard tail whip to Li Ku. That sturdy bone club of yours has inadequate attributes. Why not try this new weapon? We can challenge the treasure monster shortly. The leopard tail whip was a rigid whip, approximately 1.5 meters long, square-shaped, consisting of 15 segments, with its handle adorned with a layer of vibrant fur. This weapon was heavy and devoid of a blade, relying on brute force to inflict damage, making it well suited for Li Ku. Lin Tao refrained from initiating the challenge immediately, as the air was thick with the scent of blood, potentially attracting new monsters. Furthermore, Xiao Shui needed time to recover her magical energy, and Li Ku required familiarity with his new weapon. With a skill upgrade card still in hand, Lin Tao initially considered upgrading his evolution skill, but the interface indicated that evolution skills were classified as special skills and could not be enhanced. Ultimately, he opted to upgrade Frost Congeal, a crowd control skill with a broad area of effect, ideal for defensive maneuvers. Frost Congeal releases an extreme cold mist in the designated area, inflicting 3 points of magical damage per second to enemies within the zone. After 3 seconds, the enemies are frozen and suffer an additional 10 points of magical damage, consuming 200 mana with a cooldown of 150 seconds. Once Xiao Shui completed her meditation and emerged from the house, Lin Tao led the trio outside the territory to engage in the challenge. As the challenge scroll dissipated, a colossal skeleton monster, towering over 10 meters, materialized at the entrance. Chapter 19, The Challenge Monster. The skeleton monster, towering at over 10 meters, bore a flickering green flame within its skull. Clad in silver armor, it displayed a golden necklace across its chest, wielding a rusty mining shovel in its right hand, with remnants of soil clinging to its legs. A billowing green cape fluttered behind it, concealing a bulging pouch. Its attributes were revealed at that moment. Treasure Monster. Level, 26. Attack Power, 500. Health, 280, 000, 280, 000. Defense, 50. Talent, Infinite Growth, Treasure Digging. Skills, Bone Armor, Summon Skeletons, Devour Undead, Heavy Strike. Crimson damage values erupted. The skill inflicted over 100,000 points of damage on the skeleton monster. Upon witnessing the emergence of an enemy, Xiao Shui swiftly sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of spells. The defensive towers within the territory joined the fray, with explosive archers summoned to provide support. Arrows rained down, delivering a flurry of damage. The fire lizard's attacks were particularly distinctive. Every strike sent forth a burst of flame that detonated upon contact with the enemy. Caught off guard, the skeleton monster suffered a significant loss of health, prompting it to swing its rusty shovel violently, summoning hundreds of skeleton soldiers wielding rusted weapons. The summoned skeleton soldiers stood over a meter tall, though their attributes were rather unimpressive. Skeleton Soldier. Level, 10. Attack Power, 90. Health, 2200, 2200. Defense, 10. Talent, none. Skills, Heavy Strike, Devour Undead. A prompt materialized before Lin Tao. You have slain the treasure monster, earning 500 void crystals, 2,000 experience points. And the Burial Ground, Recruitment Building. The Burial Ground. It allows you to summon soldiers from the realm of the undead to fight on your behalf, with each summoning requiring a certain amount of void crystals. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Tao chuckled with delight. The recruitment building had finally appeared. As soon as he summoned a batch of undead soldiers, he could venture forth to explore. He swiftly retrieved the burial ground, placing it upon the ground, which soon manifested as a large, pristine tombstone. The tombstone stood approximately 5 meters tall, adorned with numerous enigmatic inscriptions, and beside it were various recruitment options. Burial Ground. Quality, Blue. Recruit Junior Undead Soldier, 1 Void Crystal. Recruit Intermediate Undead Soldier, 10 Void Crystals. Recruit Senior Undead Soldier, 50 Void Crystals. Chapter 20. The Trading Hall opens. The little skeleton had modest attributes, lacking even a scrap of armor, resembling a mere child. Even if taken out, it would likely be nothing more than fodder. Yet, it possessed an innate talent for farming, making it more prudent to leave it within the territory to cultivate the land. In recent days, Lin Tao had acquired a considerable number of plant seeds, but he had refrained from planting them, primarily because the fields had yet to be upgraded, and he did not wish to waste the seeds unnecessarily. However, with the limited uses of the evolution skill and the need to upgrade both the defense tower and the recruitment building, the fields had to wait until last. Lin Tao decided to have the little skeleton plant some crops. After all, it would not impede future upgrades. He led the little skeleton to the fields, retrieving various seeds, including magnolia, corn, and beets. Don't wander off, little skeleton. This field will be entrusted to you from now on. You must not disappoint me. The little skeleton nodded, taking the seeds and setting them aside before brandishing a hoe to commence tilling the soil. It unearthed the large clumps from the field, breaking them down one by one, making the soil increasingly loose, though its limited strength made progress painfully slow. After observing for a while, Lin Tao shifted his focus, first checking on the fire lizard's gains. After the battle, the fire lizard's attack power surged to 1820 points. It was evident that the growth of the defense tower was formidable. Having reviewed this, Lin Tao returned indoors to rest, hoping to contact Jiang Ling. Notifications of kills intermittently appeared on his panel. Your hero, Li Ku, has slain a level 2 gray wolf, earning you 2 void crystals and 1 experience point. Your hero, Li Ku, has slain a level 5 two-headed wolf, earning you 3 void crystals and 2 experience points. The experience gained from monsters slain by the heroes is shared equally with the Lord, but the experience from monsters defeated by the Lord and defense towers is not shared with the heroes. This is the advantage of being a Lord. Currently, Lin Tao had only 1 hero, and the pace of leveling up was not particularly rapid. Once he had more heroes, their levels would ascend swiftly. While Lin Tao engaged in casual conversation with other lords, 2 regional notifications suddenly appeared. Han Qingsheng has slain the first silver tier ogre lord, earning a skill star up card and a reward of 1,000 void crystals. Han Qingsheng has been promoted to a 3-star lord. The trading hall is now open, and the friend limit among lords has been lifted, allowing the addition of other lords as friends. The lord channel erupted with excitement. Niu Gang, 2-star Han boss, is incredible. Truly a peak-level martial artist. I believe this time he will successfully accomplish the mission upon returning to Blue Star. Xia Yuba, 2-star brother Han. You are getting more formidable by the day. Do you have any impressive equipment? The brothers are still in dire straits and urgently need assistance. Zhou Yu, 2-star Han boss, is indeed fortunate. After defeating the Silver Lord, he even received a Lord Star up card. I am envious. A complex expression crossed Lin Tao's face. He had only recently acquired a hero, while others were already slaying silver tier lords. This highlighted the disparity. The good news was that lords could now add each other as friends, and he quickly added Jiang Ling in the lord channel, surprisingly finding the verification to be instantaneous. Jiang Ling, Lin Tao, have you also become a 2-star lord? Lin Tao, yes, I saw you in the lord channel long ago and even sent messages in the chat. But you never noticed. Jiang Ling, there are many skeleton soldiers near my territory. I spend most of my time defending, so I haven't paid attention to the chat channel. By the way, how are you doing? Can you hold on? Do you need me to support you with some quality equipment? Lin Tao, I'm managing fine. I have a growing defense tower, so defense shouldn't be an issue. Do you need anything? Perhaps I can lend you something. Jiang Ling, my weapon is quite unique, akin to a longbow. If you have one, please set it aside for me. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lin Tao turned his attention to the newly opened trading hall. Numerous items had already appeared in the trading hall, with even 1-star lords beginning to showcase their wares. Zhang Yuan, 1-star selling 50 wood for 500 void crystals. Lin Ku, 1-star selling a green defense tower for 1,000 void crystals. Niu Gang, 2-star selling arcane meteor skill book for 1,500 void crystals or excellent equipment in exchange. A throng of lords exhibited their goods in the trading hall, yet the prices varied significantly, making it uncertain whether engaging in trade would yield profit or loss. Lin Tao's attention was drawn to an intriguing offer. Huang Min, 2-star selling flame eruption skill book for 2,000 void crystals or agile type equipment in exchange. Without hesitation, Lin Tao added Huang Min as a friend, and once the request was accepted, he messaged, I am quite interested in this skill, though the price is a bit steep. Would 1,500 work? Huang Min, this skill has attracted considerable interest. I can show you the skill's effects first, and then you can decide whether to purchase. Flame eruption summons a volcano that lasts for 30 seconds, erupting flames every 5 seconds to attack nearby enemies. Each flame inflicts 5 points of magic damage. Mana cost, 200. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Currently, skill prices in the trading hall range from 1,000 to 3,000 void crystals. This skill was an area attack, and its price was not overly exorbitant. Lin Tao still possessed 3,100 void crystals, which should suffice for acquiring the skill, yet he was also contemplating upgrading the recruitment building to summon powerful undead soldiers. However, given that he possessed the Flame Dragon Soul, obtaining this skill could synergize beautifully with his talents. Resolutely, he decided to purchase it. After all, void crystals could be earned again, but the skill book, once taken by another, might not reappear. Huang Min promptly replied, pleasure doing business. Lin Tao, yes. Please keep me informed if you have any fire-type skill books. I am a long-term buyer. Huang Min, sure, and if you come across lightning or summoning skills, do let me know. I am also a long-term buyer. Lin Tao, alright, let us keep in touch. In a certain forest, after acquiring the void crystals, Huang Min swiftly summoned a batch of golden-tier elven archers, revealing a cold smile as she gazed ahead. Dark elves, should you dare to venture here today, you shall suffer a great loss. During the transaction, Lin Tao was additionally charged a 20-point service fee, causing him considerable dismay. However, in light of the skill book he had acquired, he accepted it begrudgingly. After mastering the skill, he eagerly ventured outside to experiment, and upon unleashing the skill, a volcano erupted from the ground, ablaze with roaring flames. The volcanic crater measures a diameter of 500 meters and stands approximately 10 meters high, filled with molten crimson lava that causes the surrounding air to become intensely heated. Yet, the volcano remains dormant for an extended period until it gradually vanishes after 30 seconds, leaving behind a substantial depression in the ground. Lin Tao suddenly claps his hands as an ingenious idea sparks in his mind. Chapter 21, Li Ke's Expedition. Lin Tao gazes at the volcanic crater outside, where a brilliant notion emerges. The vicinity of his territory is a vast plain, devoid of fortifications, allowing the enemy to penetrate deep within without hindrance, complicating defense significantly. If a large army were to besiege the territory, it would become exceedingly difficult to manage both ends of the line. The emergence of this skill is perfectly timed to serve a purpose. Approaching the edge of the gray mist, Lin Tao observes that visibility is limited to less than 50 meters. He promptly releases his skill within the mist. A towering volcano, 10 meters high, gradually materializes, with its fiery lava evaporating the nearby mist into steam. Once the volcano cools, it leaves behind a crater of the same height. The edges of the crater are steep, necessitating considerable effort to scale, effectively hindering enemy advancement. During the skill's cooldown period, Lin Tao returns to his territory, occasionally checking the trading market or watching the little skeleton toil in the fields. The little skeleton works at a leisurely pace, akin to an elderly gentleman, frequently taking breaks to observe the weeds surrounding the fields, alleviating Lin Tao's concerns. In the trading market, the available skill books are dwindling, most having been purchased, while others are selling the corpses of magical creatures. Han Qingqing, 3 stars selling 100 pounds of moonwolf meat for 50 void crystals. Wang Dao, 2 stars selling 200 pounds of fishman meat for 20 void crystals. Lu Wen, 2 stars selling 500 pounds of inferior demon meat for 30 void crystals. Zheng Lin, 2 stars selling 200 pounds of werewolf meat for 50 void crystals. The prices of meat are not fixed, but rather determined at the discretion of the lords. Many lords are offering humanoid monster meat, surprisingly attracting buyers. Lin Tao cannot help but marvel at the peculiar tastes of these individuals. After surveying the market, he ultimately purchases 100 pounds of shadow rabbit meat, spending 10 void crystals, fortunate that small transactions incur no fees, a benefit of the trading hall. Upon completing the transaction, 100 pounds of shadow rabbit meat appears in his inventory, prepped and ready for cooking. To preserve the meat's quality, Lin Tao has also constructed a cellar. The cellar, built behind the house, is a 30 square meter structure of blue bricks. Inside, a downward passage leads to a staircase also made of blue bricks, flanked by torches for illumination. Descending the staircase, he soon arrives at an underground storage room, exceeding 50 square meters, stocked with numerous ice blocks and shelves. The entire space imbued with a chill. Lin Tao sets aside 50 pounds of moon shadow rabbit meat, reserving the remainder for consumption. Time swiftly passes, and as Li Ke senses it is nearly time, he prepares to return with the undead soldiers. However, after traveling a considerable distance, he realizes a dire predicament. He has lost his way. The gray mist stretches endlessly, obscuring visibility to a mere 50 meters. Venturing too far from his territory leaves him unable to discern the path home. With no alternative, he leads the skeletal soldiers in search, striving to eliminate as many monsters as possible. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui has prepared an elaborate feast in the house, the moon shadow rabbit meat exuding an enticing aroma. The two initially intended to wait for Li Ke's return, but as the dishes grow cold, he remains absent. Lin Tao and Xiao Shui eventually begin their meal, deliberately saving a portion for Li Ke. The moon shadow rabbit meat is tender and smooth, boasting an exquisite flavor, prompting Lin Tao to sing its praises, with Xiao Shui indulging in seconds as well. After their meal, Lin Tao resumes his plans. Outside the territory, the gray mist now encompasses the newly formed volcanic craters, encircling the entire area, leaving only a 10-meter wide passage at the front. With this natural defense in place, the enemy can only launch frontal assaults, simplifying the defensive strategy. As night falls, the gray mist transforms into a blood-red haze, with Lin Tao pacing at the entrance, occasionally glancing towards the outside, yet Li Ke remains elusive. He gazes into the dense blood mist, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Xiao Shui comments, "The gray mist is vast, making it difficult to find one's bearings. Do you think Li Ke has lost his way? This time, I underestimated the situation, but it is not a significant issue, as long as he remains safe." The panel occasionally displays kill records, indicating that Li Ke is indeed encountering foes. With the circular defensive perimeter now established, defending against anything less formidable should pose no problem. Before long, indistinct figures begin to approach from the frontal direction. They are a group of deep-sea mutated fishmen, their naked forms revealing humanoid bodies exceeding 2 meters in height. Crowned with fish-like faces, their skin a deep red-black hue, and their backs adorned with protruding fins. Their white eyes are bloodshot, brandishing various fish bones or rusted iron implements. Their attributes are modest, deep-sea fishmen. Level, 12. Attack power, 140. Health points, 3,680 3680. Defense, 20. Talent, amphibious, water affinity. Skills, charge, water arrow, chain water bomb. Though numerous, the deep-sea fishmen find their path obstructed by the volcanic craters, leaving only one route into the territory. As the first deep-sea fishman steps into the blood mist, fiery projectiles rain down from above, spanning hundreds of meters. The fishmen, caught unawares, are scorched by the flames, which erupt upon contact, scattering like dandelion seeds. Within a mere second, 3 fiery blasts descend, incinerating the first deep-sea fishman before it can even discern the location of its adversary. In the passage, all fishmen within 50 meters suffer the same fate, perishing before they can approach the territory, their remains becoming mere specters beneath the tower. Others continue their advance, their furious roars echoing upon witnessing their fallen comrades. The rear fishmen activate their skills, enveloped in a greenish aura, their speed surging. One by one, they race down the passage with fervor. The deep-sea fishmen sprint out of the blood mist, covering considerable distance in an instant, only to be met with relentless flames raining from above. akin to the scythes of death, mercilessly harvesting any who dare encroach upon the territory. With each fiery assault, explosions erupt, and the deep-sea fishmen, having barely breached 100 meters, find themselves engulfed in flames, their companions falling alongside them. Regardless of their speed, none can approach the territory. The aroma of roasting flesh saturating the air. The fire lizard's attack power swiftly climbs to 4,360 points, rendering this battle essentially a one-man show. Just as Lin Tao believes the day's skirmishes are winding down, a cadre of fishmen priests, wielding staves, emerges from the passage. Adorned with coral crowns and wielding fishbone staves, they summon blue magical shields that envelop all nearby fishmen. This group of deep-sea fishmen charges forth once more, the fire lizard's flames meeting their shields and dissipating, allowing several fishmen to breach the territory's periphery. Chapter 22, A Bountiful Harvest. In the depths of the ocean, the merman approached the vicinity of its territory, shielded by a magical barrier. Awaiting them was an expansive wave of frigid air that enveloped the area. As frost crystallized and intensified, it extended its reach, casting a chilling aura over all foes within a 200-meter radius. Those trapped within this icy grip began to sprout white crystals, their movements becoming erratic, and their attack speed significantly diminished. Within the territory, the defensive towers sprang into action. The White Willow Towers swiftly unleashed a barrage of arrows. Explosive archers were summoned, releasing a relentless stream of projectiles. The stone tower hurled boulders into the fray. The air resonated with a cacophony of explosions as the detonating arrows left the mermen dazed, inflicting numerous wounds upon them and splattering their azure blood across the battlefield. The fire lizards redirected their assault towards the enemies near the territory, launching fierce attacks. Xiao Shui, unable to discern the situation outside, resorted to casting her spells in the direction of the gates. The deep-sea mermen, undeterred, unleashed their magical abilities upon the barrier, sending thick torrents of water arrows crashing against it. The magical shields of the mermen soon depleted, shattering under the strain. Ruthless flames ignited once more, clashing violently with the frigid air, creating a cloud of scalding steam. The skin of the surrounding mermen was seared away, and they were subsequently encased in ice, transformed into lifeless sculptures. The merman priest advanced through the blood mist, brandishing its staff as the water elements surged violently. From the depths emerged a legion of deep blue water beings, charging forth in tandem with the mermen. These water beings, possessing relatively low health at approximately 5,000, could not withstand even a second of the fiery onslaught. The fire lizard towers continued to spew flames as the rate of merman fatalities escalated. Without the protection of magical shields, the mermen succumbed instantly to the flames. Once defeated, the water beings dissipated into vapor, vanishing from existence. The water beings summoned by the merman priest failed to turn the tide of battle. Instead, they inadvertently augmented the fire lizard's offensive capabilities. As mermen fell in increasing numbers, the flames continued to spread towards the rear lines. Numerous merman priests, still fervently casting spells, perished in a series of explosive fire assaults. The remaining mermen persisted for a while longer in their charge, but ultimately fell, their numbers reduced to none. This skirmish resembled a massacre. The fire lizard tower's attack power surged to an astounding 210 points, indicative of the demise of over 2,000 mermen. The fire lizard towers played a pivotal role in this conflict, decimating a significant portion of the enemy forces. This illustrated the terrifying prowess of the purple defensive towers. Lin Tao did not open the gates until the notifications had completely vanished, revealing a landscape strewn with merman corpses. Some mermen lay encased in ice, others charred beyond recognition, and many had been obliterated, leaving no intact bodies in sight. The pale blue blood stained the ground, transforming it into a grotesque tableau that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Tao gazed upon the plethora of spoils with great delight, hastily entering the battlefield to gather the treasures. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui began the grim task of clearing the bodies. With Li Ko absent from the territory, she felt compelled to shoulder the laborious duties. The sheer number of foes they had vanquished yielded a bountiful haul: wood, ores, equipment, seeds, and more. Among the spoils were one exceptional piece of equipment, 5 fine pieces, and 42 ordinary items, alongside 8 bronze chests and 2 silver chests. The attributes of the exceptional equipment were quite commendable. The coral harpoon, exceptional, grants an additional 120 attack power and boosts constitution by 50. Among the fine equipment was a magical staff. The fishbone staff, fine, increases spirit by 30 and restores an additional 2 mana points per second. Lin Tao intended to retain the exceptional equipment for himself, while the staff would be given to Xiao Shui for her use. After making numerous trips to transport the assorted items back to the territory, Lin Tao summoned 20 low-level skeleton soldiers to assist in moving the corpses. The newly summoned skeletons wielded bone weapons, displaying a clumsy demeanor, devoid of skills or talents, with woefully inadequate attributes. Low-level skeleton soldier. Attack, 15. Health, 600. Defense, 1. Talent, none. Skills, none. Chapter 23, The Place of Slumber. Monsters of higher levels yield greater experience points. After leveling up to 11, Lin Tao's health surpassed 4,000 points. Lord, 2 stars Lin Tao. Level, 11. Experience, 2, 143, 850. Health, 4, 294, 290. Attack, 54. Constitution, 109. Spirit, 122. Mana, 1, 221, 220. Upon reviewing his attributes, Lin Tao could not help but lament. These stats are truly abysmal. Li Ku is far superior, emerging with a 4-star rating right from the start. The star-up cards are akin to a lottery. One never knows when they might materialize. It all hinges on luck. Xiao Shui, overhearing him, smirked slightly and replied, "You possess a class panel and can garner rewards from each battle. For ordinary individuals like us, merely surviving in the void world is a formidable challenge, and the probability of obtaining a class stone is exceedingly low." Lin Tao pondered, glancing at the regional channel, where the number of participants had dwindled to less than 100,000. Initially, over 3 million had been drawn into the void world. It remained uncertain how many would endure. However, such matters were beyond Lin Tao's control. He could only ensure his own safety, as attempting to assist others would be akin to chasing phantoms. He then proceeded to construct a well, situating it near the fields. A brick well emerged, approximately 1 meter in diameter, with crystal clear water and a wooden bucket tethered with a rope for easy access. A small skeleton had already sown seeds in the fields and, when idle, could be seen idly wielding a hoe. Upon noticing the well, it busily began watering the seeds. Amidst the blood mist, Li Ku valiantly fought alongside the skeleton soldiers, delving deeper into the fog where the number of monsters surged, including many formidable adversaries. A pack of hellhounds appeared nearby, their crimson skin exuding a pungent sulfuric odor, towering over 5 meters in height. They moved with blinding speed, each head capable of unleashing searing flames. Hundreds of hellhounds encircled Li Ku and the skeletons, launching coordinated attacks. Although Li Ku initially aimed to break free, every attempt to advance was thwarted by the torrid flames, rapidly depleting the health of the skeleton soldiers. Even with his use of the agile crane fist, he could only inflict minimal damage on the hellhounds. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to lead a fierce offensive against one foe. As the skeleton soldiers' health dwindled, Li Ku's strategy bore fruit. After sacrificing his troops, he finally managed to slay a hellhound. However, without the skeletons to shield him, Li Ku soon fell victim to the remaining hellhounds. 2 notifications popped up for Lin Tao in quick succession. Li Ku has slain a level 35 hellhound, granting you 500 experience points and 150 void crystals. Your hero Li Ku has been slain by a hellhound. He will automatically resurrect at dawn tomorrow. The experience gained allowed Lin Tao to level up 3 times. A bountiful harvest indeed. The loss of a few skeleton soldiers was a trivial matter. Lin Tao had initially contemplated whether to send Li Ku out the following day. But now, with the experience in hand, a singular thought remained. Venturing forth is imperative. After all, rapid advancement hinges upon the prowess of one's subordinates. Time swiftly slipped into the early hours of dawn, and clad in simple garb, Li Ku appeared within the territory. With a countenance marked by despondency, he lamented, "My lord, I became lost upon entering the mist of blood, and cannot find my way back. The creatures within are formidable, and my skeletal warriors have been depleted in battle. Furthermore, upon my demise, my weapons were lost." Lin Tao hastily reassured him, "Fear not, Li Ku. Your efforts in vanquishing those monsters have yielded a wealth of experience. This endeavor has not been in vain. In the future, I shall provide you with even mightier skeletal warriors, allowing you to fight with confidence." At this juncture, Li Ku had reached level 8, progressing at a commendable pace. Upon death, he lost merely a single piece of equipment, rendering his foray into the blood mist ultimately profitable. Subsequently, Lin Tao bestowed upon Li Ku 2 items, the coral harpoon, excellent, and the fishbone ring, fine. The latter enhances one's constitution by 30 points, thereby augmenting offensive capabilities. Li Ku, the 4-star panda fistmaster, now boasted the following attributes: level 8, health 12, 260, attack 378, 200, constitution 356, 110, spirit 216, inner power 2, 162, 160. His attributes significantly surpassed Lin Tao's, with health exceeding the 10,000 mark. Lin Tao felt a surge of satisfaction and proceeded to upgrade the burial ground. You utilized a skill on the burial ground, which underwent a minor evolution, and you acquired the resting place. Resting place. Quality, gold. Recruit junior undead soldiers, 1 void crystal. Recruit intermediate undead soldiers, 10 void crystals. Recruit senior undead soldiers, 50 void crystals. Recruit gold tier undead soldiers, 200 void crystals. Recruit gold tier undead commander, 1000 void crystals. 1 gold tier undead commander is equivalent to 10 senior undead soldiers, though its true worth remains uncertain. Lin Tao summoned an undead commander to assess the situation. In a flash of golden light, a skeletal warrior wielding a great sword materialized. Towering at 5 meters, This skeleton brandished a sword over 2 meters long, with greatly enhanced attributes. Undead Commander. Attack power, 100. Health, 180, 000, 180, 000. Defense, 100. Talent, Fury, Infinite Growth. Skills, Spinning Slash, Cross Slash, Plum Blossom, Sword Technique. Devour Undead. Chapter 24, Blue Spirit Fruit. The creatures within the Blood Mist are excessively powerful, and given that it is now the latter half of the night, venturing outside is exceedingly perilous. You shall wait for dawn to break before embarking, allowing for a hearty breakfast as well. Having given his instructions, Lin Tao retreated to rest. With no means to venture forth, Li Ku opted to practice his martial arts within the territory. The skeletal warriors, lacking a commander, stood idle, seemingly in a state of repose. The undead commander, however, observed Li Ku's training with curiosity, its soul fire flickering as if in contemplation. A small farming skeleton emerged from behind the dwelling, gazing enviously at its towering companion, reaching out to touch the other skeleton's weapons. It examined the long sword and the great sword, akin to a curious child. Eventually, it approached the undead commander, but its height rendered it unable to grasp the great sword. Thud, thud. The small skeleton tapped against the undead commander's leg bone, testing its sturdiness. The undead commander, stirred by the sound, looked down at the diminutive skeleton, momentarily taken aback before lifting it and placing it upon its shoulder, disregarding it thereafter. The small skeleton was left dumbfounded. From such a height, a fall could be fatal. It dared not move excessively, eventually settling down to watch Li Ku practice his martial arts alongside the great skeleton. During this time, several mischievous imps emerged from the passage, but they met their demise at the hands of fire lizards before they could approach the territory. On the 9th day within the void world, Lin Tao awakened from a delightful slumber. After freshening up, he ventured to the cellar to retrieve moonshadow rabbit meat, also exchanging for some fresh ingredients. A notification appeared on his panel. You have digested moonshadow rabbit meat. Your constitution has increased by 10 points. Upon reading this, Lin Tao felt reassured that the expenditure of void crystals was worthwhile, resolutely deciding that extraordinary meat must be a staple in his diet henceforth. Consuming it daily would enhance his constitution, proving to be far simpler than leveling up. Xiao Shui donned a beige sweatshirt ensemble, which accentuated her figure, rendering her long legs particularly alluring. Lin Tao's eyes sparkled at the sight. Having a beauty as company in the void world seemed advantageous. Xiao Shui exchanged simple greetings before busying herself with meal preparation. The two had grown familiar over the past few days. She recognized Lin Tao as a straightforward man, allowing her to lower her guard considerably. Before long, the trio gathered to savor the delectable rabbit meat. After consuming the moonshadow rabbit meat, Li Ku praised. This rabbit meat is delightful. It is tender and smooth. Xiao Shui, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Xiao Shui replied with a smile. Many in our homeland, Huaxia, possess the ability to cook. My skills are rather ordinary. Should you ever visit my hometown, I would be sure to treat you to a variety of delicacies. Li Ku's face lit up with longing. I eagerly anticipate that day. I hope to visit Huaxia someday. Lin Tao stroked his chin in silence. Whether he could return to Huaxia remained an uncertainty, and he dared not make any promises. After the meal, Li Ku rose to take his leave, stating, My lord, I shall venture out with the troops today. You must exercise caution. Lin Tao replied, Wait a moment. I shall exchange for a compass for you. See if it can be utilized within the mist. If so, it shall no longer pose a challenge. He then proceeded to the kitchen, exchanged for a compass, and handed it to Li Ku, instructing the skeletal warriors to accompany him. The undead commander set the small skeleton down from its shoulder, beckoning the skeletal warriors to follow Li Ku as he departed. The small farming skeleton waved farewell as the others moved further away. Before returning to the edge of the field, occasionally practicing its punches, Lin Tao observed the small skeleton's movements with astonishment. The other small skeletal warriors stood idly by the fence, resembling skeletal specimens. Only the small skeleton possessed some semblance of intelligence, although not particularly clever. It might still grow in the future. It remained uncertain how the small skeleton could develop. He resolved to keep an eye on it. During his leisure, Lin Tao wandered through the trading hall, hoping to discover some fire-based skill books and replenish his supplies. Although he found no fire-based skill books, he did come across something intriguing. Zhao Jun, 1-star selling blue spirit fruit, priced at 100 void crystals. Lin Tao added him as a friend and inquired, Brother, how much do these fruits enhance attributes? Zhao Jun responded, They can augment spirit attributes by 3 to 5 points, undoubtedly worth the price, with a maximum consumption of 3. Lin Tao said, Very well, I shall purchase one to try. With that, he procured a blue spirit fruit. The fruit was no larger than a walnut, its skin a pale blue adorned with attractive cloud-like patterns, feeling slightly cool to the touch. Lin Tao consumed it in a few bites. The fruit bore little flavor. But soon a notification appeared. You have consumed blue spirit fruit. Your spirit has increased by 5 points. Upon reading the notification, Lin Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he promptly messaged, I shall buy 8 more fruits. Brother, could you offer a discount? Zhao Jun replied, Brother, my yield is limited, and I truly cannot offer a discount. Moreover, I must purchase various monster corpses as fertilizer. My profits are quite modest. Lin Tao, we are all from Yinqing, so let us just consider each other friends. A small discount would be a nice gesture. How about this? In the future, if you have other fruits, I will certainly buy them. Just send me a message when they're ready. Zhao Jun. Alright then, for 8 fruits, you can give me 700 void crystal stones. I'll notify you when my other fruits are ready. Lin Tao readily purchased the bundled fruits from Zhao Jun, consuming 2 himself and generously offering 3 to Xiao Shui, while reserving 3 for Li Ku. Meanwhile, Li Ku found himself face to face with a pack of ferocious wolves. Unlike ordinary wolves, these creatures stood over 2 meters tall, adorned with a gray, pointed horn atop their heads, their robust skeletons commanding authority under the leadership of a wolf king. Each possessed over 5,000 health points, with their numbers exceeding 300. The wolf king let out a thunderous roar, prompting the pack to charge en masse. The horns of the ferocious wolves glowed with an emerald light, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. The undead commander swung its great sword, leading the skeletal warriors into a counteroffensive, charging headlong into the wind blades. The blades merely left faint marks upon the skeletal soldiers, while the wolves, upon closing in, swiped with their claws, delivering minimal damage of less than 100 points per hit. In contrast, the skeletal soldiers inflicted deep gashes on the ferocious wolves, with critical strikes doubling the damage. Li Ku did not rush into the fray. Instead, he drew forth a coral spear, maneuvering along the periphery of the wolf pack, occasionally employing the crane fist to dispatch nearby weakened wolves. The towering undead commander displayed its might amongst the wolves, its swordplay simplistic yet effective, requiring no precise aim to send the wolves sprawling over 10 meters away with each strike. In a brief skirmish, over 100 ferocious wolves fell to their might. Sensing the tide turning, the wolf king emitted another desperate roar, retreating with its pack. Li Ku was unwilling to let his quarry escape, pursuing them relentlessly with his skeletal soldiers. Chapter 25. The Emergence of the Magic-Resistant Monsters. Within the territory, Lin Tao's interface frequently displayed kill notifications. Li Ku has slain a level 15 ferocious wolf, earning 55 experience points and 20 void crystal stones. The undead commander has slain a level 14 ferocious wolf, earning 46 experience points and 18 void crystal stones. Skeletal soldiers have slain level 12 ferocious wolves, earning 20 experience points and 15 void crystal stones. The continuous notifications made Lin Tao smile, silently acknowledging the prowess of his hero. As long as the lord remained within the territory, his subordinates would continually accrue experience points. Conversely, if one chose a combat profession, they would be left to fend for themselves, far inferior in comparison to the lord. Beyond the territory, a horde of ogres gradually approached, each towering over 5 meters. Upon encountering the volcanic pit, their curiosity piqued, with some even climbing into the crater to investigate. The interior was uneven, filled solely with cooled rock and the lingering acrid scent of sulfur. Finding no signs of life, the ogres reluctantly departed. Similar scenarios were prevalent. Few monsters could locate passageways. Even if some managed to enter, they would be swiftly dispatched by the defensive towers, never getting close to the territory. Ironically, those departing monsters found themselves fortunate, escaping with their lives. In his spare time, Lin Tao practiced his martial arts or perused the trading hall, replenishing his stock of extraordinary meats, as he had ample void crystal stones to sustain his expenditures for a while. Occasionally, he would engage in light-hearted banter in the Lord's chat channel with other 2-star lords. Neo gang, 2-star, the monsters near my territory are dwindling. My soldiers now exceed 1,000. I've managed to raise my constitution to 500 solely by consuming various corpses, yet I still have not acquired a hero. Xia Yuba, 2-star, hehe. Just yesterday my hero reached level 30 and even killed a lord monster, resulting in a rare equipment drop. What a windfall. Zheng Lin, 2-star, old Xia, are you really that lucky? Any chance you have some magical gear to spare? After all, we both hail from the Kyoto Academy. Zhou Yu, 2-star, I'm in dire need of various monster corpses. The plants in my territory require them to gain experience points. Fellow students from Beichin Academy. If you have any surplus monster corpses, please sell me some at a reasonable price. Zhou Zihong, 2-star, while you all form cliques. Don't forget that there are plenty of us from Magic Capital Academy too, though few have managed to become 2-star lords. Lin Tao, 2-star, Zhou Zihong. You're from Magic Capital Academy? Do you know Xiao Shui? Zhou Zihong, 2-star, I do indeed. Her magical talent is remarkable, and she is quite beautiful. Many teachers have high hopes for her, wishing she could become a lord. Do you know her as well? Lin Tao, 2-star, I do. We are friends. Lin Tao refrained from elaborating further. After all, Xiao Shui was still an ordinary person, and mentioning their friendship might invite ridicule from her classmates. Meanwhile, Zhou Zihong smirked at the information, noting how the terms male and friend together implied a different meaning. He hastily messaged other classmates, announcing his discovery of Xiao Shui's boyfriend in the chat channel, a revelation that had gone unnoticed in school. Outside the territory, Li Ku led his skeletal soldiers in pursuit of the wolf pack, dispatching other monsters encountered along the way, thus venturing further from the territory. The deeper he delved into the fog, the more formidable the surrounding monsters became, towering stone giants, earthbound bears, and lightning lizards, among others. As the distance between them and the wolf pack widened, they ultimately had to abandon the chase and instead hunt for monsters nearby. With the undead commander aiding him, Li Ku no longer needed to command the skeletal soldiers. He merely had to seize opportunities to strike at enemies, significantly increasing the speed of monster slaying. Night fell swiftly, and with it, the blood mist descended, heralding the appearance of formidable void creatures. This time, with the undead commander's assistance, they could sense the presence of powerful beings. Whenever a formidable monster drew near, they would retreat swiftly, seeking out weaker void creatures to hunt. The unfortunate news was that the compass lost its efficacy within the blood mist, leaving them disoriented once again. Within the territory, Lin Tao and Xiao Shui stood vigilant at the entrance. After approximately half an hour, a swarm of void giant beetles began to approach along the passage. These beetles measured about half a meter in length, their entire bodies pitch black, encased in hard shells, with two formidable scythe-like pincers at their heads. They boasted 8 legs and moved with remarkable speed. The most troublesome aspect was that they belonged to the category of magic-resistant monsters. Void Giant Beetle. Level, 12. Attack power, 50. Health points, 2280, 2280. Defense, 15. Talent, magic immunity. Skills, swift movement, burrowing. A volley of 10 arrows soared through the air, immediately obliterating the leading Void Giant Beetle, its green ichor splattering everywhere. Exploding archers were also summoned to join the fray, their arrows soaring skyward, consistently taking down encroaching foes. A dense swarm of Void Giant Beetles surged through the passage, their speed undeterred. Soon, thousands of them breached the territory's perimeter, creating a dark mass that sent shivers down the spine. Xiao Shui aimed spells at the enemies, but her magic proved futile against them, only managing to temporarily ensnare a portion of the Void Sacred Beetles with earthbinding. Lin Tao's expression shifted, and he quickly secured the main gate before hastily heading to the sanctuary to recruit skeletal soldiers. Uncertain of the enemy's numbers, he summoned an undead commander and 20 golden tier skeletal soldiers, expending a total of 5,000 void crystal stones. The skeletal commander wielded a mighty hammer, its offensive capability surpassing that of its predecessors. Upon its arrival, it knelt on one knee, uttering a grave declaration. I shall become the formidable weapon of my master, vowing to defend the sanctity of our territory unto death. Outside, a cacophony of relentless impacts echoed. Bang, bang, bang. A swarm of void behemoths had already surged close to the barriers, commencing their assault upon the fence and gates with their formidable pincers. Lin Tao promptly commanded, "Take the skeleton soldiers and venture forth to vanquish the foes." With that, he led a battalion of skeleton warriors to the forefront of the gate. As the gate swung open, several void behemoths seized the opportunity to invade. The skeletal commander raised its massive hammer and brought it down with tremendous force. Bang! The earth trembled beneath its might, leaving several void behemoths dazed and immobile. Surrounding skeleton warriors swiftly brandished their weapons to eliminate the adversaries before following the skeletal commander into the fray. A small farming skeleton had somehow emerged, standing at the gate, observing its comrades fight valiantly. Chapter 26. Unfortunate Lin Tao. Within the territory, the White Willow defense tower incessantly released arrows at a remarkable rate. However, being a singular defense tower, it could only slay one void behemoth at a time. The explosive archers also fired rapidly, occasionally launching arrows that detonated. Yet these explosive projectiles inflicted no harm upon the enemies. The stone tower, with its lower damage output and slower rate of fire, proved temporarily ineffective. The skeleton warriors burst through the gates, forming an impenetrable wall, successfully repelling the advancing void behemoths. Their defensive capabilities were commendable, absorbing a significant portion of the damage, with most strikes inflicting around 10 points of harm. Manageable, indeed. The skeletal commander brandished its hammer, breaking through the defensive line, charging headlong into the enemy ranks, its weapon dancing through the air as if conjuring phantoms. The hammer possessed inherent armor-piercing attributes, frequently shattering the tough exoskeletons of the void behemoths, splattering green ichor in all directions. Some unfortunate creatures were reduced to mere pulp, their remains utterly unrecognizable. The skeletal commander boasted formidable defenses, sustaining little damage when struck, with the harm it endured remaining below 5 points, a veritable bastion of resilience. Soon, a vast array of fallen void behemoths littered the ground, and the arrival of the skeleton warriors dramatically turned the tide of battle. Notifications of kills cascaded before Lin Tao, who scarcely had time to take notice. He quietly mused to himself, fortunate that these enemies possessed low attack power. The skeleton warriors proved quite effective. Regrettably, the fire lizards could not join the fray, or else their collective offensive capabilities would have rapidly accumulated. Xiao Shui observed the battle with a complex expression, witnessing Lin Tao's progress. From the initial 2 defense towers to the current heroic assistance of the skeleton warriors, it was evident that this man was enhancing his strength daily. While her own advancement remained painfully limited, Perhaps this was the fundamental distinction between the extraordinary and the ordinary. It might not be long before the followers of this territory eclipsed her own capabilities. Xiao Shui yearned increasingly for a class-changing stone. It seemed to be her sole hope. As the external battle began to wane, the numbers of void behemoths dwindled. The skeleton warriors had commenced their offensive, with the skeletal commander surging forth several hundred meters. Lin Tao retrieved his savage greatsword, trailing behind the skeleton warriors to join the conflict. The sword proved straightforward to wield, requiring only simple slashing motions. This marked Lin Tao's inaugural direct engagement with the enemy. He spotted a solitary void behemoth on the flank and swung his greatsword towards its head with fervor. The void behemoth, unflinching, charged forward with its massive pincers, successfully clamping down on Lin Tao's right leg. Bang! Accompanied by a sharp sound. The health of the void behemoth slightly diminished. Lin Tao felt a sharp pain in his leg and hastily retreated, attempting to create distance. The void behemoth, relentless, clamped its pincers tighter, causing his health to dwindle each second, the wound throbbing painfully. Unable to extricate himself from the grasp of the enemy, Lin Tao resorted to frantically swinging his greatsword. The skeleton warriors had advanced over 10 meters, oblivious to their lord's plight, none returning to assist. Seeing this, Xiao Shui rushed to aid him, continuously striking the void behemoth on the head with her staff. The small skeleton, devoid of any weapon, enthusiastically joined the fray, clenching its fists and vigorously pounding the creature's eyes. The unfortunate void behemoth met its demise at the hands of these three valiant defenders. Once freed from his predicament, Lin Tao inspected his right leg, relieved to find only a minor abrasion. His health had decreased by less than 500 points, an insignificant issue. The battle neared its conclusion, with the remaining void behemoths being dispatched by the skeleton warriors. Lin Tao stood as the sole casualty of this engagement. Xiao Shui, concerned, inquired, "Lin Tao, are you all right? What prompted you to venture out and fight today?" The small skeleton also gathered around, seemingly eager for Lin Tao's explanation. Lin Tao chuckled awkwardly. "I am a lord. After all, I cannot go without participating in battle. Today, I was careless. This wretched insect did not evade my attacks, and, once it clamped down on me, refused to let go, lacking any semblance of intelligence. This time, I count myself unfortunate, but I shall exercise greater caution in the future." The skeletal commander and its legion of skeleton warriors approached, declaring, "Lord, we have vanquished all foes." Lin Tao replied, "Well done. Now, commence the collection of the void behemoth carcasses, bringing every last one back to our territory. And you, small skeleton, cease your gawking and assist in gathering the bodies." After making these arrangements, he traversed the battlefield, diligently collecting the spoils of war. The spoils from this battle yielded scant timber, merely 20 pieces, but over 300 ores, significantly replenishing his stock of minerals. Additionally, he acquired 22 pieces of ordinary equipment, 3 pieces of fine equipment, and 3 ordinary treasure chests, considered a modest windfall. Among the fine equipment, only one item was truly commendable: the behemoth amulet. Fine increases vitality by 20 points, reduces magical damage by 20 points. Having perused the equipment, Lin Tao felt a surge of anticipation as he prepared to open the treasure chests. "You have opened an ordinary treasure chest and received a fireball spell scroll, single use, and 10 void crystals. You have opened an ordinary treasure chest and received a mysterious longsword and 1 void crystal. You have opened an ordinary treasure chest and received a plant growth potion and 5 void crystals." The second chest revealed a pitch-black longsword, causing Lin Tao to display a countenance of excitement. Mysterious longsword, sealed slay 2,000 enemies to unlock its seal. Based on Lin Tao's gaming experience, sealed equipment typically possessed formidable attributes, with some even capable of further enhancement. He cautiously stowed the longsword in his inventory before turning his attention to another item. This particular item was a palm-sized glass vial containing a viscous green liquid. Plant growth potion accelerates the growth of plants. Once his tasks were complete, Lin Tao returned to his abode. With the skeleton warriors proving their worth, he found little utility in hoarding excessive equipment. It would be wiser to sell it and summon more soldiers. Thus, he sold off a portion of his inventory, regrettably noting that the prices had diminished. An ordinary piece of equipment fetched only 50 void crystals, while fine equipment could be sold for 150. Lin Tao retained only the behemoth amulet, the savage greatsword, and the mahogany ring, amassing a total of 7,451 void crystals, sufficient for the time being. Soon, the territory was littered with hundreds of void behemoth corpses. Xiao Shui, uncertain if the beetle flesh was edible, stood in the territory, wrestling with her thoughts. Upon seeing Lin Tao emerge, she hurriedly inquired, "Lin Tao, can these insects be consumed? If it is edible, let us reserve some, so you need not purchase extraordinary meats every time." Lin Tao was uncertain whether this creature was consumable, so he decided to inquire in the Lord's chat channel. "Lin Tao, 2 stars brothers. Have any of you tasted the void behemoth beetle? What does it taste like?" "Xia Yuba, 2 stars insects are generally edible. You might as well give it a try. Bug meat is often quite delectable. Neo Gang, 2 stars if you're hesitant. Just share some with me. I shall taste it first." Zhonglin, 2 stars. You're the Lord. Why fear? Even if it is toxic, you would merely lose some health points. Dying is not an option, so go ahead and eat. After a few exchanges, Lin Tao felt emboldened. Soon, we would feast on barbecued beetle meat. I shall partake first, and should any issues arise, I will discover them. Meanwhile, Li Ku's battle had only just commenced. Chapter 27, The Golden Throne. Within the blood mist, various formidable monsters roamed freely, with the undead commander leading the way. Utilizing its unique soul fire sensing ability, when confronted by excessively powerful creatures, the undead commander would steer clear, only engaging those of slightly lesser soul strength. Li Ku witnessed a plethora of bizarre void monsters in the blood mist, void sludge beasts, three-eyed octopus monsters, dark orcs, void mages, and more. Each battle resulted in injuries among the skeleton soldiers. Often, just as they escaped one foe, they would be ambushed by the next wave, leaving many of the skeletal warriors in a precarious state. As the battles continued, only 5 skeletons remained, and the undead commander's health had dwindled below 50,000 points. Li Ku expressed his concern. Great skeleton, your health is quite low. Should we not rest for a while? Continuing like this, you may not endure. The undead commander replied. For me, death is not an end. It is the eternal rest I have long sought. If I should perish in battle, it is a fate I must accept with composure. Li Ku shook his head. My thoughts differ from yours. I must protect the Lord. During this time, I can observe the might of various beings across the world. Let us rest here for a moment. Once your health improves, we shall hunt the void creatures. The undead commander ceased to speak, remaining still, with the flickering soul fire within its skull, suggesting its thoughts drifted far away. Li Ku recognized the uniqueness of the undead commander's thoughts, entirely distinct from those of the mindless skeleton soldiers. He inquired, Great Skeleton, do you remember your former name? I do not know. Since the day I was awakened, my mission has been to fight for the Lord until death. Li Ku pressed on. Do all undead commanders possess their own distinct thoughts? The great skeleton hesitated before responding. Most likely, we each retain a fragment of thought. We are a collective of the memoryless dead. Great skeleton, I sense your uniqueness. You can strive to live on. Together, we shall fight for the Lord. And you will witness a myriad of enemies and landscapes. The great skeleton offered no reply. Perhaps it was uncertain how to respond. Not long after, a void eel approached, and the great skeleton brandished its weapon, engaging swiftly with its mighty sword, soon dispatching the creature. Nearby, other void monsters were drawn by the commotion, and the battle commenced anew. In the territory, Lin Tao diluted the plant growth liquid and entrusted it to the farming skeleton, thereafter leaving it unattended. The farming skeleton, carrying a wooden bucket, diligently watered the seeds. Xiao Shui prepared barbecued beetle meat, with each skewer weighing nearly half a pound. The roasted meat was fragrant and delightfully crisp. Lin Tao devoured over 10 skewers, his belly nearly bursting. Once assured of the beetle meat's safety, Xiao Shui joined in, commenting, the beetle meat is quite tender. We should save some for future barbecues. Lin Tao silently nodded, as he partitioned nearly 500 pounds of meat, thoroughly dismantling the remaining beetle carcasses. The territory expanded once more, reaching an area of 798 square meters. As midnight approached, Li Ku had yet to return. Lin Tao's interface frequently displayed kill notifications, and the void crystals were gradually increasing. The experience and crystals gained from the void monsters were considerable, and he had now leveled up to 17. Anticipating the refresh of his evolution skill, Lin Tao eagerly unleashed it upon the slumbering sanctuary. You utilize the skill on the slumbering sanctuary before you. Successfully achieving a minor evolution, you have acquired the Golden Throne, max level. Golden Throne. Quality, red. Recruit high-level undead soldiers, 50 void crystals. Recruit golden tier undead soldiers, 200 void crystals. Recruit golden tier undead commanders, 500 void crystals. Recruit epic tier undead soldiers, 1,000 void crystals. Recruit legendary tier undead soldiers, 2,000 void crystals. 3 skeleton warriors were dispatched to guard the territory's entrance. The gate stood merely 5 meters tall, half the height of the adjacent skeletons. With ample resources at hand, Lin Tao upgraded the wooden gate, which now soared to 10 meters in height, with enhanced durability. The skeletons could just about pass through, albeit needing to bow their heads upon exiting. With 1 undead commander and 20 skeletons remaining in the territory, they could hold their ground against any foes that might appear. With no concerns weighing on him, Lin Tao retreated to his quarters for a deep slumber. Once the farming skeleton completed its tasks, it grew restless, scampering to the entrance to curiously observe the newly arrived companions. The legendary tier skeletons paid little heed to the little one, standing like statues in place, awaiting the Lord's command. Seeing no response from its comrades, the farming skeleton begrudgingly departed, retreating to the rear of the house to practice its punches in silence. It aspired to become a battle skeleton, one of the most valued soldiers of the Lord. The next morning, the seeds in the field had taken root and sprouted, revealing tender green shoots. After breakfast, Lin Tao resumed his exercise at the entrance. With nothing to occupy it, the farming skeleton joined in, attempting to imitate him. Rarely did Xiao Shui refrain from her meditations. As she wandered around the territory, occasionally gazing at the towering white willow trees, the skeleton soldiers at the gate, or the lush grass beneath her feet. Seemingly lost in thought, boom. The gray mist in the sky was gradually overtaken by dark clouds. Winds howled across the land, carrying with them damp moisture. A storm was imminent. Chapter 28. The Formidable Skeleton Soldiers. The rain poured down in torrents, casting a gloomy pall over the landscape. Xiao Shui returned to the house, opening the regional channel to see if any familiar friends were speaking. Within the regional channel, fewer than 50,000 remained, encompassing all who had survived, ordinary people, professionals, and lords alike. Every moment, someone was speaking, yet Xiao Shui could find no familiar face. At that time, 30 individuals from the Magic City Academy had entered the void. She wondered how many had survived. Xiao Shui considered herself fortunate, having encountered Lin Tao, under whose protection she had safely passed many days. If she could endure until the 30th day, perhaps there would still be a chance to return to Blue Star. Most had perished in the void, their bones lost to the abyss. Yet, if one lacks dreams, how do they differ from a salted fish? In the territory, the skeleton soldiers stood erect, allowing the heavy rain to drench them, producing a rhythmic sound. The little skeleton joyfully dashed about the territory, reveling in its first encounter with rain, appearing exceedingly delighted. Lin Tao often strolled through the trading hall, hoping to seize an opportunity, until he received a message from Huang Min. Lin Tao, I have acquired a skill book for the fireball spell. You may take a look first. If it suits you, we can exchange. If not, I shall compensate you with some void crystals. Fireball releases 3 fireballs, inflicting 5 points of mental magic damage on the enemy. Mana cost, 90, cooldown, 60 seconds. Lin Tao, this skill book's damage is rather modest, and it is a single target skill. You should consider the lightning spell instead. Lightning summons a lightning bolt to strike a wide area of enemies, dealing 10 points of mental magic damage per bolt. Mana cost, 200, cooldown, 120 seconds. Huang Min, I will add 1,000 void crystals to cover the price difference, and in the future, I will prioritize selling any fire-type skill books to you. How does that sound? Lin Tao readily agreed. With his talent enhancement, acquiring more fire-type skills was undoubtedly advantageous, and it would also foster a new friendship, an opportunity too good to pass up. They listed the skill books in the trading hall, opting for a directed transaction with a price set at 1 void crystal, thus avoiding any transaction fees. After completing the exchange, Huang Min sighed in relief. With her talent enhancement, the lightning skills could inflict true damage on all enemies. This was the reason she was willing to pay extra for the lightning spell. Possessing this skill would bolster her confidence against the void creatures that roamed at night. The torrential rain continued unabated, and among those affected, Li Ku found himself in the most unfortunate position. Following the onset of the downpour, many monsters retreated to their lairs, making the search for them a troublesome endeavor. His clothes were drenched, making movement cumbersome. The skeleton soldiers and the undead commander, however, remained unaffected. Li Ku, accompanied by the skeleton soldiers, searched for shelter from the rain and inadvertently stepped outside the misty boundaries, revealing an endless expanse of forest. As time flowed slowly, night soon descended, bringing with it a blood mist, yet the rain showed no signs of relenting. Outside the territory, the water could reach waist-high, complicating any attempts to venture out. Fortunately, the territory was protected by a mysterious force, allowing the grass to absorb the rainwater, preventing any risk of being engulfed by floods. Within the blood mist, a group of towering 3-headed snakes advanced along the path. Soon, one of these serpents emerged outside the territory, standing over 5 meters tall. With 3 serpentine heads and a lower body resembling that of a lizard, its entire form suffused with a bluish hue. Their appearance intensified the humidity in the air, and waves of water crashed towards the territory behind them. The fire lizards initiated the attack, unleashing torrents of flame. The leading 3-headed serpent twisted its heads after being struck, conjuring a blue magical shield that deflected the subsequent flames. One after another, the 3-headed snakes surged from the passage, culminating in the emergence of a 10-meter-tall 4-headed serpent lord. Hissing echoed through the air as dozens of 3-headed snakes charged towards the territory. The fire lizards' assaults were utterly ineffective, as every strike was thwarted by the enemy's magical shield. Upon seeing the enemy, the 3 legendary skeleton soldiers boldly leaped over the barricade, rushing headlong into battle, while the undead commander made a point to inform Lin Tao, "Lord, we are under attack from enemies outside." Lin Tao hurriedly scrambled to his feet, braving the downpour as he made his way to the entrance, where the battle awaited him. 3 skeleton soldiers were encircled by dozens of 3-headed snakes, which either spat out viscous green slime or unleashed various water-based spells in close proximity. The 3-headed snake's attack power was disappointingly low, inflicting less than 50 points of damage with each strike. However, their magical attacks were significantly more potent. A single gust of wind could deal nearly 1,000 points of damage. Yet, such damage was merely a drizzle to the skeleton soldiers, who remained largely unfazed. The skeleton soldiers struck with deadly precision, nearly severing a snake head with each swing of their blades. The nearby waters turned a vivid green from the blood of the three-headed serpents. The attributes of the conspicuous four-headed serpent were certainly noteworthy. Yet it paled in comparison to the legendary skeleton soldiers. Four-headed serpent. Level, 20. Attack power, 660. Health points, 150, 000, 150, 000. Defense, 20. Talent, poison, water control. Skills, venomous spray, magic shield, water blade, water bomb, surge. The four-headed serpent, displaying a semblance of intelligence, maintained its distance while casting magical skills. Unaware of the sheer resilience of its three adversaries, otherwise, despair would surely have taken hold. The skeleton soldiers operated like merciless killing machines, their weapons swinging relentlessly, annihilating the surrounding three-headed snakes. They encircled the four-headed serpent, their blades flashing in a deadly dance. The four-headed serpent writhed violently, spewing toxic slime and casting spell after spell. Yet, its assaults proved futile, akin to scratching the surface through thick boots. With a final flurry of blade flashes, the four-headed serpent was reduced to a headless carcass. Lin Tao felt as though he were merely a spectator in a film, as the entire battle unfolded effortlessly before him, concluding with such simplicity. A notification appeared. Your skeleton soldiers have slain the bronze-tier four-headed serpent lord. You have gained 2,600 experience points and 200 void crystals, with an additional reward of a skill upgrade card. Following this battle, Lin Tao reached level 18, and the most notable triumph was the progress of the mysterious sword unlocking. Now at 65 points. This indicated that monster kills in the vicinity of the territory would count towards the unlocking process, should another wave of enemies arise. The mysterious sword would likely be unlocked. Once the three skeleton soldiers dealt with the foes, they returned to the territory, choosing to cross over the gate rather than circumvent it. Lin Tao gazed at the deep waters outside, troubled by the thought of collecting spoils in such conditions. He could only summon the legendary skeleton soldiers to carry him to the battlefield. Beside the corpse of the four-headed serpent lay an object emitting a golden glow, its brilliance undiminished even by the rushing waters. Chapter 29, The Dilemma. With a splash, Lin Tao leaped down, plunging into the half-meter deep water to search for the object, quickly retrieving a gleaming item. It was a stone radiating golden light, the very thing Xiao Shui had longed for. Job change stone. When used by an ordinary person, it allows them to choose one from 3 professions, unlocking their personal panel. A broad smile spread across Lin Tao's face, yet a new dilemma emerged. During this time, Xiao Shui had been exceptionally proactive, whether in cooking or defending against monsters. She had always desired the job change stone, hoping to venture out on her own. If Lin Tao handed the stone over to her, there was a significant chance he would lose the little chef. The smile on Lin Tao's face slowly faded. He had promised Xiao Shui that he would give her the job change stone upon acquiring it, a man's promise. He carefully tucked away the stone and continued to search through the water, uncovering various equipment and miscellaneous items, including a new defensive tower, the Frost Ice Wolf. However, these items paled in comparison to the departing little chef. After gathering the spoils, Lin Tao instructed the skeleton soldiers to transport the monster corpses back and then dismantle them. He returned to his quarters to change into clean clothes, contemplating how to persuade her to stay a little longer. Xiao Shui was in the house, watching the regional channel in search of familiar faces. However, with so many people speaking, the likelihood of encountering a classmate in the sea of voices was exceedingly slim. Xiao Shui's mood grew increasingly despondent. Had she followed her parents' arrangements to awaken in a high-tier lord's territory, perhaps she would not find herself in such a challenging situation. While others advanced rapidly in the void, she could only mooch off others, gradually becoming a burden. The heavens do not always align with human desires, and circumstances often diverge from one's intentions. Perhaps I am merely an unfortunate, ordinary individual. Should fate grant me the opportunity to return to the Blue Star, I would embrace the role of a teacher, disseminating the knowledge of magic. Conversely, if I am unable to return, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Tao, preparing his meals each day. After spending a few days together, Xiao Shui and Lin Tao have come to grasp each other's temperaments. Despite some minor flaws, Lin Tao proves to be an utterly competent companion. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Shui rose and called out, Lin Tao, come in. It's still pouring outside. Lin Tao entered, his freshly changed clothes already dampened. This marked his inaugural entry into Xiao Shui's room. The space was rather modest, furnished solely with a bed and a simple wardrobe, lacking even a stool. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, imparting a sense of warmth. Xiao Shui patted the edge of the bed and said, under such humble conditions, I have no stools, so please sit at the bed's edge. What brings you here today? Lin Tao closed the door behind him and replied, Isn't it raining? I noticed you seemed a bit anxious, so I thought to check on you. It's just the two of us in this territory, and I was concerned you might be feeling despondent. Xiao Shui explained, not at all. My main concern is that I haven't acquired a class-changing stone after all this time, and my progress during meditation has been minimal. I have begun to doubt myself, wondering whether entering the void this time was a blessing or a curse. Stop standing there and come sit down. I want tea bite. Lin Tao smiled awkwardly and moved to sit at the bed's edge, saying, It's not as dire as you might think. Look what I have. He then produced the class-changing stone, which emitted radiant golden light, illuminating the entire room. Xiao Shui stared at the class-changing stone in her hand, momentarily entranced and overwhelmed with complex emotions. She had previously resolved that if she did not obtain the stone, she would remain in the territory alongside Lin Tao. Yet now, the stone had appeared unexpectedly. Perhaps this was a sign that fate was smiling upon her. Thank you, Lin Tao. You have helped me realize my dream. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Lin Tao continued. What are your plans now? Do you wish to stay here longer? Upon receiving the class-changing stone, Xiao Shui's confidence surged. She turned to Lin Tao, regarding him with newfound seriousness, her first close examination of him revealing that he was quite pleasing to the eye, with fair skin that, combined with his status as a lord, made him an object of desire for many women. However, Xiao Shui had her own intentions. As I mentioned when I first arrived, I will leave upon obtaining the class-changing stone. Lin Tao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but he had prepared an excuse beforehand. It's still pouring outside, and Li Ku hasn't returned yet. Why not stay for another couple of days? You can leave once he is back. All right, and that gives me the chance to cook for you a little longer, Lin Tao nodded, though his heart was heavy with sorrow, wishing fervently that Li Ku would delay his return. Meanwhile, Li Ku and the undead commander found themselves lost in the forest of spirits, where compasses lost their efficacy, rendering navigation impossible. The forest was teeming with various monsters, malevolent treants, bloodthirsty leopards, thorny vines, and more, making every few steps a new threat. The plant-based monsters were particularly adept at hiding, eluding even the undead commander's senses. All the skeleton soldiers under their command had perished, and the undead commander's health dwindled to below 30,000 points. After a grueling battle, Li Ku and the undead commander finally vanquished a shadow fox. Li Ku waved his hand and said, "Big skeleton, we must leave quickly. The scent of blood will attract nearby beasts. I miscalculated by entering this strange forest. I fear I have put you at risk." The undead commander replied, "The fate of the undead warriors is to perish in battle. There is no need for sorrow." Li Ku, unwilling to witness his comrade's sacrifice, surveyed the surroundings, seeking an escape route. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead upon noticing a tall tree. How foolish of me to forget that I am a panda. He swiftly climbed the tree and, from the heights, spotted the plains in the distance. He had found the way out. The torrential rain gradually abated. Xiao Shui had activated the class-changing stone, transforming into a sorceress. Upon activating her panel, she automatically received talents and skills, overwhelming her with joy. During dinner, she prepared an elaborate feast, sharing her aspirations for the future with Lin Tao. As Lin Tao savored the exquisite dishes, his face was etched with reluctance. Xiao Shui, the appearance of the blood mist is extremely perilous. Be cautious when you are out there alone. If you ever wish to return, I will welcome you back at any time, even if just for a brief respite. Xiao Shui smiled brightly and nodded. Rest assured, if I ever feel weary, I shall return here to find you. Just don't complain about my presence then. I won tea. Perhaps by the time you return, I shall have become a 5-star lord, he replied. I look forward to witnessing your accomplishments, our future 5-star lord. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Lord, I have returned. Lin Tao's heart sank. Li Ku, why are you back so soon? Chapter 30, Water Demon Spider. The three gathered to indulge in the feast, and upon hearing that Xiao Shui intended to leave, Li Ku expressed his confusion. Xiao Shui, why not stay in the territory? There will be plenty of enemies here as well, and you can slay monsters without needing to wander aimlessly. Xiao Shui retorted, Li Ku, why did you leave the eastern continent to venture into the void? Li Ku suddenly understood, everyone has their own aspirations. Then I wish you success in your endeavors. Lin Tao shook his head inwardly, thinking Li Ku was rather naive, inadvertently sending her off instead of dissuading her from leaving. He felt a pang of regret, knowing he might never again enjoy such delightful meals. Before long, the blood mist appeared, and the rain lessened until it ceased entirely. However, the water outside remained unchanged, at least a meter deep, making any attempt to leave a formidable challenge. The trio stood at the entrance, silently awaiting the enemy's arrival. Lin Tao positioned the newly acquired defensive tower by the gate, and soon, a 10-meter-tall blue wolf emerged within the territory. Frostbite Ice Wolf, upgradable. Quality, green. Attack, 150. Attack speed, 2, twice per second. Attack range, 500 meters. Durability, 3000. Skills, slow down. Attacks reduce enemy movement speed by 20. Critical hit. Attacks have a chance to deal double damage. Upgrade materials, 20 wood, 100 void crystals. The Frostbite Ice Wolf boasted a green quality and functioned solely as a single target defense tower, limiting its potential unless its quality could change during evolution. Soon after, enemies began to appear at the entrance, a swarm of water demon spiders. Towering over 3 meters, these creatures were pitch black, with massive venomous fangs and scythe-like claws protruding from their sides. Their abdomens were enormous, and they possessed a pair of wings, with health points exceeding 5,000. Water Demon Spider. Level, 18. Attack power, 210. Health, 5,600. Defense, 10. Talents, Venomous, Metamorphosis. Skills, Venom Spray, Glide, Water Blade, Magic Shield, Egg Laying. As the enemies emerged, the fire lizard unleashed a barrage of flames. The water demon spider was enveloped in a blue shield, effectively repelling the flames. After being attacked, their speed suddenly intensified. Some of the more impatient ones even unfurled their wings, swiftly approaching their territory. Various defensive towers launched their assaults in unison. The White Willow Defense Tower unleashed a ceaseless barrage of arrows, while the explosive archers simultaneously released their volleys. The massive stone defense tower, however, with its limited range, merely stood by, seemingly indifferent to the fray. This time, Lin Tao refrained from intervening, deliberately restraining Li Ku, who wished to rush into battle, reminding him that this skirmish was an opportunity for Xiao Shui to hone her skills, and he should not complicate matters. Li Ku, enlightened by this revelation, promptly sheathed his weapon and stood aside as an onlooker. Xiao Shui brandished her fishbone staff, casting a succession of spells: water tornado, sequential water arrows, earth binding, and more. In rapid succession, several spells obliterated the advancing water magic spiders. It was at this moment that Xiao Shui wielded her staff to invoke the warlock's unique ability, summoning hellfire. The sky transformed into a crimson hue as 5 fiery streaks descended. Boom! The searing flames crackled against the water surface, and 5 flame-reed stone golems materialized upon the battlefield. Standing over 3 meters tall, the Hellfire's attack power was classified as chaotic, impervious to damage reduction, and its flames inflicted burn damage upon adversaries. Hellfire. Chaotic attack power, 200. Health points, 3,000, 3,000. Defense, 20. Talents, damage reduction, Hellfire flames. Skills, Shockwave, Heavy Strike, Reflective Armor. The 5 Hellfires drew the ire of numerous water magic spiders, their flames inflicting 30 points of burn damage per second on enemies. However, the water magic spiders were shielded by magical barriers, mitigating the burn damage. Encircled by the water magic spiders, the Hellfires faced both close-range assaults and distant sprays of emerald venom. The fire lizards continued their relentless assault, and soon, several water magic spiders succumbed, their magical energy depleted, perishing under the scorching flames. Xiao Shui periodically cast spells to assist, swiftly slaying over 100 water magic spiders, her level rising rapidly until she reached level 5. The Hellfires, however, had limited lifespans and were soon vanquished by the water magic spiders, dissipating into a swirling mass of flames. It was then that Lin Tao addressed the nearby undead commanders and skeleton warriors, commanding all skeletons to engage the external foes. 3 legendary skeletons stepped over the barricade, joining the fray. 2 undead commanders, accompanied by 20 golden-tier skeletons, followed closely behind, weapons raised as they launched their assault. Li Ku unsheathed his weapon and stepped beyond the territory, coordinating his attacks alongside the skeletons. The small farming skeleton had somehow ventured out, brandishing a hoe with intent to engage in battle. Lin Tao swiftly intervened, admonishing it. "What are you doing here? You are a support class, they are combat classes. Tend to your farming duties, and I promise a generous reward upon harvest." Reluctantly, the farming skeleton complied, though its gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield. Though possessing a modicum of intelligence, it was not particularly high. Lin Tao had long regarded the small skeleton as a pet, unwilling to risk its safety. Should a method to elevate the small skeleton's tier be discovered in the future, it could potentially be developed, as skeleton warriors with unique cognition were exceedingly rare. With the skeleton warriors entering the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The legendary skeletons boasted formidable damage output, capable of dispatching water magic spiders with a single strike. They held the front line, drawing the attention of numerous water magic spiders, their health sufficient to endure for hours. The undead commanders, endowed with unique skills, could dispatch several foes with each release. Forming a line, they blocked all enemies, denying them the opportunity to approach the territory. Li Ku maneuvered along the battlefield's periphery, seeking out smaller clusters of enemies to engage. Should the water magic spiders prove too numerous, he would unleash the crane fist, instantly eliminating nearby foes. The battle gradually morphed into a one-sided massacre, the invading enemies swiftly annihilated, leaving only a field of debris, with not a single skeleton warrior lost. Lin Tao ascended to level 20, his void crystals totaling 3690. Once the battle concluded, he hurriedly stepped beyond the territory, wading through the water in search of spoils. The skeleton warriors, under Li Ku's leadership, busied themselves with transporting the carcasses. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Shui felt a swell of emotion. Lin Tao was nearing a level of prowess that left her in awe. His combat capabilities assured his survival in the void world. With such strength, becoming a 5-star lord was merely a matter of time. He no longer required her assistance, and it was time for her to take her leave. "Lin Tao, if we can return to Blue Star, I shall surely seek you out for a drink." Chapter 31, Departure. The number of water magic spiders approached 1,000, yielding a considerable bounty of items, over 100 miscellaneous woods and ores among them. There were also 15 pieces of ordinary equipment, 3 pieces of fine equipment, 1 piece of exceptional equipment, 5 bronze chests, and 1 silver chest. The exceptional equipment boasted commendable attributes, which Lin Tao promptly bestowed upon Li Ku, while the remaining gear was slated for sale in the trading market. Silk armor. Exceptional increases defense by 30 points, with a chance to restore 100 health points upon being attacked. Lin Tao's favorite moment was always the chest opening segment, however, with water pooling outside the territory. Even his clothes were soaked, rendering it an unsuitable time for such a ritual. He hurried back to the territory with the chests, changed into dry garments, and then opened them. You have opened the silver chest. You have received 30 free attribute points and 90 void crystals. You have opened the bronze chest. You have obtained a barbarian bracelet, ordinary, and 10 void crystals. You have opened another bronze chest. You have acquired an upgrade card and 9 void crystals. None of the chests yielded particularly remarkable treasures. The most valuable items were the attribute points and an upgrade card, the latter capable of elevating his current level by 1. With Lin Tao currently at level 20, he opted to save the upgrade card for later, as his current level was too low to warrant immediate use of the attribute points. He allocated all attribute points to his constitution, finally surpassing the 200 mark. Lord, 2 stars Lin Tao. Level, 20. Experience points, 3650, 7000. Health points, 8430, 8430. Attack, 104. Constitution, 208. Spirit, 187. Magic points, 1870, 1870. Though Lin Tao's level exceeded Li Ku's, his attributes still lagged significantly behind. 4-star Panda Fistmaster, Li Ku Augustus. Level, 13. Health points, 17260, 17260. Attack, 413, 200. Constitution, 426, 110. Spirit, 306. Inner force points, 3060, 3060. Before long, the skeleton warriors completed the task of clearing away the spider carcasses. Lin Tao, wary of consuming poisonous creatures, opted to have them all dismantled by the territory, which now spanned 816 square meters. The progress towards unlocking the mysterious sword approached 1,000. With another wave of monsters, it would surely be unlocked. The fire lizard's attack power had surged to 6,850 points, solidifying its status as the territory's strongest defensive tower. However, the fire lizard defense tower was susceptible to various enemies, such as the previously encountered magic-immune creatures and the magically shielded fishmen. Lin Tao had already begun contemplating the search for a core defensive tower, as certain types among the defensive towers were categorized as chaotic and true. The chaotic type bore similarities to Hellfire, dealing uniform damage to the vast majority of enemies. The true type was exceedingly rare, capable of inflicting damage on all foes while disregarding any form of defense. Should any form of growth tower be discovered, the stronghold shall stand resolute as a mountain. By night, Li Ku stands sentinel with his skeletal warriors. During idle moments, he practices his martial arts within the territory, occasionally taking out the flute at his waist to play a tune. The 2 undead commanders possess distinct personalities. The mace-wielding skeleton guards the entrance to the domain, generally disinterested in conversing with anyone. In contrast, the sword-wielding skeleton quietly observes Li Ku's training, occasionally seizing a nearby mischief-making skeleton and placing it upon his shoulder, together appreciating the ancient martial arts of the Eastern continent. As time swiftly passes, dawn breaks, and the rainwater that had accumulated outside recedes. Lin Tao, for the first time, rises early to prepare a meal, a gesture of goodwill towards Xiao Shui. Though his culinary skills leave much to be desired, he nevertheless puts forth his best effort. While dining, Xiao Shui offers her praise. Lin Tao, I never knew you could cook. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Tao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replies, I learned from you. If the taste is lacking, please don't hold it against me. Your efforts are commendable. With your abilities, survival will not prove difficult. Perhaps you will even bring an end to the crisis of the Void Rift. I look forward to the moment we return to Blue Star. I will certainly seek you out then, and we shall share a fine meal together. I lack the prowess to secure the territory, let alone anything more. I wish you a safe journey and hope you soon achieve legendary status in magic. After finishing her meal, Xiao Shui takes her leave, equipped with an item and equipment inventory, capable of storing her belongings within her pouch. Among her possessions are the compressed food and bottled water gifted by Lin Tao, sufficient to sustain her for a considerable time. As she approaches the edge of the mist, she glances back, silently expressing her gratitude. Lin Tao, thank you. We shall meet again. At that moment, Li Ku speaks up. My lord, I have discovered a vast forest to the left of our territory, free from the shroud of mist, teeming with various magical creatures. I intend to venture there again today. Just provide me with a few more skeletal warriors. Lin Tao nods in agreement. Very well. Take all 20 of the golden tier skeletal warriors, and you may choose one of the undead commanders to accompany you. My lord, I shall not take an undead commander this time. I sense they possess intelligence. It would be a pity if they were to perish in battle. You may keep them to guard the territory while I lead the troops myself. Lin Tao raises an eyebrow, finally understanding why there are no epic or legendary tier undead commanders. If the golden tier commanders exhibit intelligence, it stands to reason that their epic and legendary counterparts would be akin to heroes. One might say that the golden tier undead commanders are a diminished version of heroes. With additional troops, they could both defend the home and embark on expeditions. Lin Tao refrains from insisting further. Then take care of yourself. The blood mist is rife with monsters. If you find yourself overwhelmed, return promptly. As Li Ku departs with his troops, the territory becomes notably desolate. Presently, only 2 undead commanders remain, both reticent and seldom engaging in conversation. There are also 3 legendary skeletal warriors, 10 low-tier skeletal warriors, and 1 farming skeleton. The skeletal warriors resemble a troop of puppets, utterly devoid of communication. Lin Tao makes his way to the back to assess the growth progress of the plants. Various flora have sprouted green leaves, with the rapidly growing magnolia nearly reaching half a person's height. The farming skeleton diligently waters the plants, loosens the soil, and clears weeds from around the seeds, only wandering aimlessly during its free time. Observing the empty territory, Lin Tao lets out a slight sigh. It appears my dominion is populated solely by skeletal frames. Not a single resident in sight. What a failure. A true lord should have residents, a trade market, and an army, and Lin Tao feels he has much to achieve. Having yet to utilize today's evolution skill, he hesitates between upgrading the Frostwolf defense tower and other structures, ultimately deciding to enhance the Frostwolf. You employ the skill on the Frostwolf defense tower before you, and it undergoes a minor evolution. Frostwolf, upgradable. Quality, green. Attack, 600. Attack speed, 3 attacks per second. Attack range, 600 meters. Durability, 8,000. Skill, slow down. Attacks reduce the enemy's movement speed by 40. Critical hit. Attacks have a chance to deal 4 times the damage to the enemy. Upgrade materials, 80 wood, 500 void crystals. The Frostwolf grows to 30 meters in length. Occupying over 10 square meters, its blue face and sharp fangs granted a formidable appearance. Lin Tao begins to pay attention to the defense towers available in the trading hall. Whenever someone lists a defense tower for sale, he adds them as a friend to inquire about the tower's attributes. Regrettably, after half a day of searching, he finds no suitable options until his eyes alight upon a skill book. Chapter 32, Hero Skills. Lin Tao initially aimed to purchase a new defense tower, but unexpectedly discovers a hero skill book, Deadly Strike. This skill book is tailored for melee heroes and would significantly bolster Li Ku's prowess if acquired. However, the seller's asking price is exorbitantly high at 4,000 void crystals, causing most lords to shy away. Presently, many lords possess finances under 5,000. Those exceeding this amount may not necessarily have a hero. Lin Tao adds the seller as a friend and promptly messages to negotiate. Brother, the market price for skill books hovers between 2,000 to 3,000. Your price is rather outlandish. Qianwen replies. This skill book is a hero skill book, arguably the core ability for physical heroes. Even if you choose not to purchase, I will find someone willing later. Most lords have yet to acquire heroes. Otherwise, you wouldn't even see this skill book. Brother, for 1,000 void crystals is quite a sum. Could you offer a discount, or at least a slight reduction? Qianwen contemplates this. Converting the skill into void crystals would allow him to recruit more followers. So he readily concedes. I can offer you a 5 discount, reducing the price to 3,800 void crystals. Any less, and we should cease negotiations. Lin Tao agrees without hesitation. After the seller adjusts the price, he swiftly completes the purchase, soon holding a red skill book in hand. Deadly Strike. Hero grants a chance to deal 5 times additional damage upon attack. Had this skill book been a lord skill, it would have surely been snatched up long ago. Lin Tao considers himself fortunate to have stumbled upon this opportunity, yet after acquiring the skill, he finds himself nearly destitute, with only a few hundred void crystals remaining. How unfortunate. I must devise a means to procure more void crystals. Otherwise, my army of legendary tier skeletal warriors will be difficult to assemble. As his level rises, the void crystals dropped by monsters diminish. Fortunately, Lin Tao can evolve buildings. Otherwise, he would face significant expenditures, making it impossible to retain his remaining void crystals. He wanders through the territory, ultimately focusing his gaze on the fields. Perhaps tomorrow will be the day to evolve the fields. The fields can cultivate various plants, and the harvest can be sold. Recently, he has acquired a considerable number of plant seeds from monster encounters, and it is imperative to plant them as soon as possible. By midday, Lin Tao finds himself alone. He prepares some beetle meat and purchases some fruit, thus managing to satisfy his hunger with this simple meal. Regrettably, in the void, there is no mobile phone. And even if there were, it would lack signal. Solitude has proven rather tedious. Lin Tao decides to message Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, what have you been up to lately? Is everything all right in the territory? Jiang Ling replies, don't mention it. I'm busier than a spinning top every day. It feels as though I've descended into the realm of the undead. The vicinity of the territory is littered with skeletal remains, as wandering skeletal monsters arrive daily. Fortunately, I have a hero to assist me. Otherwise, I would have long since succumbed. Regrettably, I have yet to receive any news about Shang Wansheng and remain unaware of his current circumstances. However, I did encounter Huang Xiyu, who has now attained the rank of a 1-star lord. I even provided her with some equipment. If you require any, feel free to ask directly. As for me, I am currently well equipped and only need to retain my fire-based skills. Recently, I acquired a new hero, and the monsters near my territory have diminished, allowing the hero to lead troops into battle. What type of troops does your recruitment building produce? Mine yields troll archers, whose attack power is moderate, but their defense is commendable, although they falter when engaging in offensive maneuvers. The skeletal soldiers require an excessive amount of void crystals, but what level are you currently? Level 28, which is not progressing as swiftly as I would like. After conversing with his classmates, Lin Tao found himself nearly overwhelmed by despair. His leveling speed was commendable, yet he could not match that of his old peers. Perhaps his skills are lacking? He still has a skill upgrade card unused in his inventory. He gazed at several skills, hesitating slightly. The Light of Evolution is a special skill. Frost Condensation serves as a control skill. Sword Chi is ideal for slaying boss-like adversaries. Fire Eruption is suited for dealing with numerous minions, while the Chain Fireball is utterly worthless. The territory is currently protected by defensive towers, ensuring temporary safety. The greatest fear now is the emergence of formidable monsters. Upon reflection, upgrading Sword Chi appears to be the most cost-effective choice. Without further hesitation, Lin Tao resolved to upgrade Sword Chi. Sword Chi summons an abundance of sword energies to slash enemies within a small frontal area, dealing 20 points of physical damage per strike, with a mana cost of 300 and a cooldown of 200 seconds. After the upgrade, the damage doubles, while the mana cost and cooldown time increase, though these are mere trifles. As time passed, night fell, and Li Ku led his skeletal soldiers into the Linhai forest. The Linhai can dispel blood mist, yet it harbors a myriad of magical creatures. Li Ku commanded skeletal soldiers, untroubled by losses, growing ever more formidable in battle. He divided his skeletal troops into 2 squads. One advanced to clear the path, directly engaging any enemies encountered, while the other remained behind to guard against ambushes, ready to replace any skeletal soldiers that fell in battle. This advance was swifter than before until Li Ku encountered a powerful giant ape. The giant ape boasted over 500,000 health points and an attack power exceeding 5,000. Its colossal form surpassed 30 meters, effortlessly uprooting nearby ancient trees to wield as weapons. Li Ku's troops clashed with this behemoth, and he was taken aback as the giant ape hurled a massive boulder, sending a skeletal soldier flying over 10 meters. Many bones of the skeletal soldiers were shattered upon impact. However, the remaining 9 skeletal soldiers charged fearlessly, targeting the giant ape's robust legs with fervent attacks. The giant ape seized an ancient tree nearby and, with a single blow, crushed 3 skeletal soldiers into the ground. Fortunately, Li Ku recognized the dire situation and quickly retreated, abandoning the skeletal soldiers ahead, managing to preserve his own life. After this encounter, Li Ku became much more cautious, realizing the Linhai forest was not to be trifled with and possibly home to other powerful beings. Meanwhile, within his territory, Lin Tao faced a new wave of foes. This time the blood mist revealing the flying monstrosity known as the Dark Bat. With a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, the Dark Bat resembled its namesake, possessing crimson eyes, razor-sharp claws, and 2 black horns atop its head. Dark Bat. Level 20. Attack power 100. Health points 12,000. Defense 15. Talent Invisibility, Dark Affinity. Skills Silent Scream, Mighty Horizontal Slash, Ambush, Dark Shield. Chapter 33. Dark Bat. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of collisions, both the defensive towers and skeletal soldiers came under assault. The Dark Bats were forced to exit their invisible state upon attacking, allowing the numerous defensive towers to retaliate. The explosive archers were summoned, but as soon as they appeared, they were besieged by a swarm of Dark Bats. The Dark Bats descended like swords, their wings edged with an eerie black light, inflicting hundreds of points of damage upon the archers with a single strike. The flames of the fire lizards erupted in the air, scorching many Dark Bats and causing their formation to become sparse. Some Dark Bats employed the Dark Shield, manifesting a bizarre protective barrier that absorbed all flames directed at them. The Frost Wolves released a blue light point during their attacks, slightly diminishing the flight speed of the struck Dark Bats. 2 undead commanders stationed themselves near the Ironwood House, guarding against any threats to Lin Tao. Their weapons swung continuously, targeting any foe daring enough to approach. A small skeleton farmer was knocked to the ground by a Dark Bat, becoming covered in mud. Lin Tao quickly shouted, "Skeletal soldiers, protect the nearby defensive towers. You need not concern yourselves with me. I shall return to my house shortly." With that, he dashed behind the house, scooped up the disheveled small skeleton, and unleashed frost condensation at the offending Dark Bat. Ice mist enveloped part of the territory, its frigid temperature causing crystals to form upon the Dark Bats, breaking their invisibility. The fire lizards unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating hundreds of Dark Bats. 3 legendary skeletal soldiers dispersed, each guarding a defensive tower. Whenever a Dark Bat appeared nearby, they swung their great swords, cleaving enemies in twain. Consequently, many Dark Bats turned their attention to them, but their substantial health rendered them largely indifferent to such attacks. 10 of the cheapest low-level skeletal soldiers served as mere cannon fodder, unable to endure even a minute before being shattered into a heap of bones. The White Willow Tower, the tallest of the defensive structures, attracted a multitude of dark bats, its durability rapidly dwindling. Once back inside his house, Lin Tao once again targeted the skies with his skills, unleashing sword chi and chain fireballs in succession. Hundreds of long swords materialized in the air, slicing through the vicinity, and dozens of dark bats were severed, plummeting to the ground. One chain fireball struck a dark bat, unexpectedly triggering the talent Blazing Dragon Soul. Thousands of dragon-shaped flames manifested in the skies, autonomously charging towards the surrounding enemies. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, the struck dark bats ignited in flames. Swiftly reduced to mere ashes, the surviving dark bats bore shields, darting about like the wind while releasing their skills. The stone defense tower suffered the lowest durability, crumbling under a few blows, leaving only scattered rubble. The White Willow Tower endured the most assaults, its durability rapidly depleting until it collapsed with a resounding crash, leaving behind only a pile of timber. The explosive archers also vanished under the enemy's onslaught. Lin Tao's ironwood house was under attack, its durability steadily declining. In a hurry, he sought help in the Lord's chat channel. Lin Tao, 2 stars help. I am besieged by a swarm of invisible monsters. Does anyone have spare anti-invisibility equipment? I will purchase it for 500 void crystals. Xia Yuba, 2 stars. I'm sorry, I only have one for myself. Neo Gang, 2 stars. I too possess but a single one. Why didn't you buy one sooner from the trading hall? Zheng Lin, 2 stars. Regrettably, I do not have one either. It seems I must hasten to collect one in the future. Xia Yuba, 2 stars. How about I lend it to you first, and you can return it to me later? The chat channel is often filled with just a handful of familiar faces, yet regrettably, none possess anti-invisibility equipment, and most of the lords remain silent. At that moment, a private message arrived. Huang Min, I have equipment that can counter invisibility. I'll equip it shortly, and you can purchase it yourself. Lin Tao quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. If you ever need assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Huang Min then equipped a common item, priced at the market rate of 50 void crystals. After Lin Tao purchased it, his gratitude deepened. The item was a verdant staff. Verdant staff, common, increases spirit by 10 points, equipped with the Eye of Truth, capable of revealing nearby invisible monsters. Lin Tao hurriedly took the staff and stepped outside. Where the previously invisible dark bats became visible, the fire lizard unleashed a torrent of flames, and the shields surrounding the dark bats absorbed all the flames. Fortunately, the damage the dark shields could absorb was limited, and they soon exploded. In that moment, the flames incinerated the nearby dark bats, causing corpses to rain down from the sky. 3 skeletal warriors steadfastly defended the nearby tower, keeping the dark bats at bay. Once Lin Tao's skills cooled down, he unleashed another barrage, fireball, frost strike, and sword aura, consecutively slaying hundreds of dark bats. A notification appeared. The mysterious longsword has been unsealed as the demon longsword. He glanced at the equipment, and the description caused him to furrow his brow. Demon longsword, special, increases attack power by 2,000 points, allowing attacks on enemies to ignore any defenses. Each time this longsword slays an enemy, it increases attack power by 1 point. Chapter 34, Lin Tao's Breach of Defense. You opened a common treasure chest and obtained a Dark Knight defense tower and 8 void crystals. You opened another common treasure chest and received 1,000 experience points and 5 void crystals. The appearance of a defense tower from the common treasure chest slightly replenished Lin Tao's resources. He placed the defense tower at the entrance. A knight clad in heavy armor, riding a black steed, appeared at the doorway, their combined height reaching an impressive 15 meters, and the defense tower was of the summoning type. Dark Knight, upgradable. Quality, green. Attack, 100. Attack speed, 1 once per second. Attack range, 300 meters. Durability, 1,000, 1,000. Skill, summon. When attacking, there is a chance to summon cavalry to strike enemies. Upgrade materials, 20 wood, 100 void crystals. This defense tower is indeed worth nurturing, as the summoned cavalry can divert enemy attention. However, the cavalry are melee units, limiting their effectiveness against aerial foes. This is an auxiliary type of defense tower worthy of evolution. Lin Tao sold off his equipment, bringing his void crystals to 3,250, and quickly summoned a legendary tier-ranged skeleton warrior. The skeleton archer, wielding a longbow and adorned in gray light armor, stood about 10 meters tall, boasting slightly higher attack power. Skeleton archer. Attack power, 17,000. Health, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Defense, 150. Talent, rapid fire. Skills, quick shot, stronghold, critical hit. A series of notifications followed. Your fire lizard defense tower has slain a level 3 goblin, granting you 1 experience point and 1 void crystal. Your fire lizard defense tower has slain a level 5 goblin, granting you 1 experience point and 1 void crystal. Your fire lizard defense tower has slain a level 4 goblin, granting you 1 experience point and 1 void crystal. Seeing the notifications, Lin Tao nodded slightly. It seemed prudent to leave behind corpses. However, this alone was insufficient. He stepped outside with the undead commander, collecting the spoils before instructing the undead commander to dispose of the goblin corpses in the passage. This would accelerate the spread of the blood scent, potentially attracting more monsters. Upon returning to the house, Lin Tao opened the Lord's chat channel to inquire about others' progress. Lin Tao, 2 stars. What level is everyone now? I'm at level 21, with my constitution just over 200 points. Neo Gang, 2 stars. You're doing quite well. I remember you survived in the void turbulence. You must have gained some benefits. I'm only at level 18, but thanks to my gluttonous talent, my constitution is already over 900. Just a bit more, and I could reach 1,000. Xia Yuba, 3 stars. Wow. Neo, you really can eat. I'm currently at level 35. The 5-star hero has been leading troops around the area, and things are going decently. Su Lin, 2 stars. Old Xia, you've actually reached 3 stars. Impressive. I'm only at level 26, far behind you. Zhou Yu, 3 stars. My level should be higher. I have the experience boost talent, and am now at level 42. I believe the highest should be Brother Han. He was the first lord to reach 3 stars. After reading the comments, Lin Tao felt a pang of inadequacy. The Lord chat now had over 1,000 participants, with more than 10 3-star lords. It seemed that everyone he casually asked had higher levels than him, meaning he hadn't even entered the second batch. This simply wouldn't do. He needed to find a way to accumulate wealth, for without funds, he couldn't summon soldiers, and without soldiers, rapid leveling would be impossible. Just as Lin Tao pondered how to level up swiftly, 5 weary wanderers appeared in the passage. Leading them was a magical instructor from Nanling Academy, a practitioner of martial arts, now a formidable mage. Bai Mingyang, accompanied by 4 students, faced considerable hardship in the mist due to the presence of 2 ordinary individuals among them. Upon finally spotting a territory, the students erupted in cheers. Teacher Bai, we can finally rest for a while. However, Bai Mingyang's expression remained grave. Everyone must remain cautious. There are both good and bad lords among these profession bearers, and we should prepare for the worst. The 5 quickly stepped out of the passage, one girl calling out loudly, "Hello, is anyone there?" Chapter 35, New Arrivals. Your territory has visitors. Do you permit them to enter? Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Tao's face lit up with joy. Could it be that Xiao Shui has returned? He hurriedly stepped out with the undead commander to investigate. At the edge of the mist stood 5 individuals, all looking rather unkempt, their faces smeared with grime. Leading them was a bald middle-aged man, clad in a gray coat, with a robust physique towering over 1.8 meters, wielding a red magic staff. His level an impressive 48. Behind him were 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female. One of the males brandished a spear at level 26. Another wielded a longbow at level 28, while the remaining male and female appeared to be ordinary individuals without levels. The girl was slender, her features obscured, standing at about 1.65 meters. The 4 youths bore youthful faces, suggesting they were students. Lin Tao's expression of delight faded. He sighed inwardly, regretting that Xiao Shui had not returned. Bai Mingyang gazed at the towering skeleton, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Could they be encountering an evil lord? However, upon seeing Lin Tao approach, he sighed in relief. The young man donned light casual attire, looking youthful and benign. Bai Mingyang addressed him, "Greetings, Lord. We are from Nanling Academy. My name is Bai Mingyang. We have been wandering in the mist since entering the void. If you don't mind, we would like to rest here for 2 days, during which we will provide compensation." Lin Tao offered no response, but instead opened the Lord's channel to inquire further. Lin Tao, 2 stars. Are there any students from Nanling Academy here? I have encountered someone named Bai Mingyang. Does anyone recognize him? Soon, a reply came. Lin Wen, 2 stars. I know him. He is our team leader. Wu Yongbing, 2 stars. Teacher Bai is a formidable martial artist. How is he doing now? Has he become a professional? Upon receiving the replies, Lin Tao felt a slight sense of relief and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Lin Tao. Welcome to my territory. We can converse inside." Bai Mingyang responded, "Lin Tao, there are some monster carcasses in the passage behind. Should we clear them away? I fear they may attract nearby monsters." "There's no need. I specifically left those there. It's not that there are too few monsters. I wish to draw in more." Lin Tao explained his intentions, flexing his metaphorical muscles to prevent being underestimated. If the other party harbored any ill intentions, they would have to think twice. Bai Mingyang ceased his chatter and led his 4 students into the territory. A little skeleton was peeling bamboo shoots behind the house, peeking out curiously upon hearing voices. Lin Tao continued his introduction. "The territory is rather rudimentary. There is a well behind my house. I will fetch you some towels shortly so you can freshen up. By the way, may I know how to address you all?" The boy with the gun, tall and slender, standing at around 185 centimeters with handsome features, spoke first. "I am Bai Feng from the martial arts department, a 4th-year student, and my profession is elf spearman." The chubby boy with the bow, of a height similar to Lin Tao's, introduced himself. "I am Hu Zhong, also from the martial arts department, a 4th-year student, and my profession is orc archer." The last boy, standing at about 7 meters, with an ordinary appearance and no distinct features, said, "I am Wu Yong, a fourth-year student from the martial arts department. Yet to obtain a class change stone." The girl chimed in, "We are all from the same class. I am Lin Tao." Lin Tao nodded slightly, noting the detailed introductions. They were indeed university students. If luck was on his side, he might be able to retain some of them. He replied enthusiastically, "Please wait a moment. I will prepare some food for you." Lin Tao. "There is another room next to mine that was previously occupied by a friend who will not return for the time being. You can freshen up in there. Once you are clean, we can chat leisurely." With that, he returned to the house to retrieve some towels for his guests and took out some beetle meat from the warehouse, preparing to treat them well. Bai Mingyang led the 3 boys to the well to clean themselves, changing into clothes from their backpacks, while also sending supplies for the girl. The little skeleton curiously observed from the side. Hu Zhong exclaimed, "Teacher, look here, there's a little skeleton. It seems to possess some intelligence. This lord is quite intriguing. He likely isn't a villain," Bai Feng remarked with a cold demeanor. "That may not be certain," he continued. "One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Let us rest and depart swiftly. We must level up quickly and find a more formidable territory to rest in." Wu Yong remained silent. He was not a professional and had a weak physique, shivering at the cold water. Bai Mingyang took off his clothes, revealing a robust physique. "Do not rush. Let us rest for 2 days and observe the Lord's intentions. I tell you, it is only after the 15th day that the true monsters from the void will descend. If the Lord lacks strength, his territory will inevitably be breached. This area has advantageous geography, surrounded by volcanic craters, akin to a natural fortress. If the Lord possesses sufficient strength, we might consider staying longer and perhaps slaying more monsters." Lin Tao moved tables and chairs outside and purchased some common fruits from the kitchen, as it was only proper to host guests. The group quickly finished washing and changed into clean clothes before arriving at the door. After washing, Lin Shaoan revealed a lovely face with delicate skin, tied in a ponytail. Appearing exceptionally charming, Lin Tao couldn't help but steal a few glances. She was slightly more attractive than Xiao Shui, though her stature was shorter and her figure not as ample. He beckoned, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Have some fruit." Bai Mingyang remarked, "Lin Tao, you are exceedingly hospitable. It has indeed been a long time since we have had fruit. We plan to stay here for 2 days, offering you 500 void crystal stones each day. What do you think?" Lin Tao quickly replied, "That will not do. We are all compatriots from Huaxia. Meeting each other is a stroke of fate, so charging you feels inappropriate. Feel free to stay. Simply tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall fulfill your requests." Hu Zhong laughed. "Thank you, Lin Tao. Are you a local from Yanqing?" "Indeed. Unlike you, each of you is from prestigious universities. Having spent over 10 days in the gray mist, did you encounter any particularly powerful monsters?" As they engaged in casual conversation, a pungent smell of blood from the passage attracted a pack of werewolf scouts. These werewolf scouts rode on gray wolves, clad in animal hides, wielding iron weapons. A tall werewolf led the charge, and upon spotting the passage ahead, he abruptly waved his hand, signaling his scouts to dash along the volcanic crater. Before long, 2 scouts returned with a report. The towering werewolf pondered for a moment and spoke. "Ales, take your men inside to assess the situation." 5 werewolves stepped forward, urging their gray wolves to race towards the passage. Once they burst forth from the gray mist, the scene opened up before them. At that moment, flames shot toward them. Chapter 36, Guidance. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 flames exploded, and the werewolf scouts barely had time to raise their weapons. The searing flames ignited the beasts' hides, and the fire wolves beneath them were scorched to death. The werewolf scouts had yet to react before they were sent crashing to the ground, flames raining down upon them. With a series of agonizing screams, for werewolf scouts were engulfed by the flames, with only one managing to escape back into the gray mist. Severely burned and emitting the scent of charred flesh, the werewolf scout hurriedly scrambled back to report, "Captain, there appears to be a small tribe inside. We were attacked by their fire magic before we could even approach. I am the only one who escaped." The werewolf scout captain furrowed his brow. Could it be a tribe of ogres? Otherwise, their fire magic shouldn't be so potent. Their defenses are quite formidable, yet they should not have slain our scouts. "Hammerson, you take your men and go check it out. I want to see what lies within." A werewolf wielding an ancient wooden staff led his team into the passage. Hammerson was the mage of the scout team, capable of effectively countering attacks with his magic. The 5 werewolf scouts quickly reached the edge of the mist, where the air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat and the stench of blood. Hammerson waved his staff, conjuring a protective barrier, encasing all werewolves and their mounts in a cerulean shield. Then, the 5 werewolf scouts stepped out of the gray mist, peering inside. Flames rained down upon them, but were repelled by the magical shield, though its color began to fade rapidly. After a few glances, Hammerson declared, "Retreat. The shield won't hold much longer." The 5 werewolf scouts hurriedly returned to report, "Captain, I saw several skeletal figures guarding the entrance, along with other defensive structures. There must be a human lord present." The werewolf captain furrowed his brow, contemplating the human lord, a a group capable of rapid advancement that must be extinguished swiftly. Our strength is insufficient to breach human territory. Disperse all squads at once. Seek out the nearby tribes and inform them of the human lord's presence. This great nuisance must be dealt with. Dozens of werewolves swiftly scattered to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Lin Tao was engaged in casual conversation with a few others, oblivious to the kill notifications that appeared before him. The alerts for Li Ke's monster kills echoed intermittently. If he were to investigate each one, he would hardly have time for anything else. As midday approached, Lin Tao produced a substantial piece of beetle meat. Introducing it to the others. This is from a monster I hunted earlier. The flavor is quite delightful. Wu Yong promptly stood up, saying, Lin Tao, let me handle the cooking. I've taken care of our meals before. Bai Mingyang chimed in, Lin Tao, let him do it. We've always taken turns preparing food. You've already been generous enough to allow us to stay, so we can manage this small matter ourselves. Reluctantly, Lin Tao led Wu Yong to the house, exchanging for some fresh ingredients. He stepped outside to chat with the others only after observing Wu Yong skillfully ignite the fire. Before long, a lavish spread of dishes was prepared by Wu Yong. Though the taste was average, it elicited admiration from the surrounding companions. Hu Zhong remarked, I haven't had white rice in ages. I truly miss it. I've been famished during this time. Lin Shaohan added, the beetle meat is quite good. Lin Tao, when will your friend return? Lin Tao shrugged and replied, I have no idea. Like you, she is an adventurer and has ventured out to slay monsters. It may be a long time before she returns. Perhaps she may never return. Bai Mingyang reassured him, don't worry. We will help you defend your territory during this time. Your domain isn't particularly large, so the defensive pressure should be manageable. However, I recommend you bolster your forces and construct various defensive towers. Otherwise, in 15 days, a horde of enemies will descend, and it will be a question of whether you can hold your ground. Lin Tao nodded. Yes, I will do my best. The main issue is that I have limited void crystals. Even if I wanted to purchase supplies, I am short on funds. The others exchanged glances, wary of being asked for void crystals. Adventurers have their own chat channels and trading halls, and their own supply of void crystals had dwindled significantly. Bai Mingyang privately messaged the other two. Let us avoid discussing void crystals for now. We can give them to him when we leave. In the afternoon, Lin Tao sought Bai Mingyang's guidance on martial arts, as the latter was a master of the craft and should find it easy to instruct him. Bai Mingyang replied sternly, Lin Tao, you are now a lord. Martial skills are merely a trivial pursuit. No matter how formidable your martial prowess, can you withstand other skills? Battles among extraordinary beings often hinge on various abilities. Only certain melee classes delve deeper into martial studies. Your focus should be on developing your territory and gathering various magical skills. When faced with adversaries, you need only unleash your magic to resolve the situation. Moreover, as a lord, it is your followers and heroes who will handle the enemies, rendering your direct involvement unnecessary. Lin Tao felt akin to a student reprimanded by a teacher, retorting, martial arts are my passion. I cannot rely on others for protection at all times. It is prudent to learn some self-defense. That is not what I meant. Bai Mingyang clarified. I merely wish to remind you that you are still a high school student, and your time in the void has been brief. There is much you have yet to learn. Now, come at me. I will assess your fundamentals and offer some advice. Standing on the grass, Bai Mingyang gestured for Lin Tao to attack. Lin Tao channeled his energy, closing the distance rapidly and launching a powerful right punch. Bai Mingyang remained stationary, casually blocking the strike with his left hand. After being deflected, Lin Tao attempted an elbow strike, but Bai Mingyang deftly evaded, causing Lin Tao to maintain his momentum and continue attacking with his left fist. Bai Mingyang primarily focused on dodging, rarely countering, as he observed Lin Tao's foundation. Their movements across the grass appeared intense, yet in truth, Lin Tao exerted every ounce of effort, throwing punches and kicks. Yet he could not provoke a counterattack from Bai Mingyang. The encounter resembled a teacher guiding a student. After several minutes, Bai Mingyang finally retaliated, pushing Lin Tao back while gesturing for him to stop. You have not practiced inner strength techniques. Many of your moves cannot be executed effectively. Your foundation is decent, but it merely reflects that of a martial arts enthusiast, nothing particularly remarkable. Should you acquire a melee talent in the future, you might consider pursuing close combat skills. For now, it is best to regard martial arts as a hobby. Do not become overly obsessed. Managing your territory is the true duty of a lord. Over the next few days, you can spar with Hu Zhong and the others. Your skill levels are comparable, and you will learn something. Lin Tao nodded, undeterred. Martial arts were merely a pastime for him, and his future development would largely depend on various talents. That afternoon, he practiced with the other three, enriching his days. Soon, night fell, and the six gathered at the entrance to survey their surroundings. A thick blood mist enveloped the area, and monsters could emerge at any moment. Chapter 37, The Void Sludge Monster. The blood mist shifted unpredictably, heralding the potential appearance of creatures. Bai Mingyang inquired, Lin Tao, what is your current star ranking as a lord? Lin Tao replied, I am only a 2-star. Bai Mingyang nodded, you are fortunate. The acquisition of star upgrade cards relies heavily on luck. Since we entered the void, we have not obtained a single class change stone or star upgrade card. The drop rate for Lord Star upgrade cards is even lower. Each time a star is upgraded, the attributes gained incrementally increase. Thus, higher star ranks signify greater strength. The drop rates for void monsters surpass those of ordinary creatures. A fortunate lord may even encounter various serendipitous events. However, lords differ from other adventurers. In the first 30 days of entering the void, they will face blood mists. Other adventurers have less than a 1/3 chance of encountering blood mists, which explains how we have managed to survive with 2 ordinary individuals thus far. Lin Tao experienced an epiphany. Without guidance, he would have remained ignorant of such knowledge. Having a mentor nearby indeed made a difference. Hu Zhong voiced his own curiosity. Teacher, didn't you say many adventurers depend on lords? If we remain here, wouldn't we be able to fight more monsters? Bai Mingyang smiled. Only lords who can accept followers are at least 5-star. Only 5-star lords can truly establish their territories. Some 5-star lords can even open portals to Blue Star, and they reside in another dimension, filled with formidable foes. Current lords are akin to being in an internship. Without formal recognition, it is difficult to attract followers. Low-tier lords are at constant risk of perishing. No one would gamble on such uncertain prospects. Hu Zhong turned to Lin Tao, reassuring him, rest assured, as long as we are here, your safety is guaranteed. You can sleep soundly at night without fear. As the group chatted, a horde of void sludge monsters appeared nearby. The void sludge monster is a unique creature, resembling a slime with eyes perched atop its head. They are repugnant, soft-bodied beings, blackened and coated in a revolting, viscous substance. Beneath their irregular forms lies a multitude of teeth capable of easily crushing hard stones. The nearby volcanic rocks are a favored delicacy of the sludge monsters, and thousands of them have gathered, clinging to the volcanic pit, incessantly gnawing away. The number of sludge monsters continued to swell, and eerie gnawing sounds echoed throughout the vicinity of the territory. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, disturbed by the eerie gnawing sounds that surrounded him. Bai Feng spoke up. The void monsters have manifested. Bai Feng and Hu Zhong, accompany me on an expedition. Lin Tao, you shall remain within the territory. We will investigate and return promptly. With that, he led his 2 students out of the territory, heading towards the passageway. Wu Yong's face revealed a hint of envy, pondering when they would acquire their professional stones. Lin Xiaohan's expression turned complex as he remarked, Wu Yong, we are merely a hindrance to our teacher. Without us, their leveling speed would likely be much swifter. Lin Tao curiously inquired, why didn't you separate upon entering the void? Wu Yong replied, our teacher possesses a rare artifact that allows him to bring several individuals into the void. However, such artifacts are exceedingly scarce and difficult to obtain. Lin Tao suddenly comprehended, then suggested, you may stay with me for a while. The 2 exchanged glances, and it was Lin Xiaohan who spoke first. We cannot make decisions on our own. We must adhere to Teacher Bai's arrangements. Bai Mingyang and the others had already arrived at the passage, where the eerie gnawing sounds intensified. Upon exiting, they were met with a startling sight. The rocks surrounding the volcanic pit were teeming with sludge monsters, voraciously devouring the stone walls. Some of these creatures had already consumed more than half of the 10-meter-high rock face, while others had ventured into the depths of the volcanic pit. The sludge monsters varied in level, with the lowest being 15 and the highest nearing 30. Void sludge monster. Level, 15. Attack, 130. Health, 13500, 13500. Defense, 20. Talent, Vitality, Rock Devourer. Skills, Spit, Toxic Slime, Eject Bite. The health of the void sludge monsters generally exceeded 10,000 points, and although their attack power was relatively weak, their formidable vitality and toxicity were their greatest assets for survival in the void. When the nearby sludge monsters detected the presence of intruders, they launched a simultaneous assault, raising their bodies to reveal their gaping maws. With a series of splats, hard gray stones were expelled, hurtling towards the trio with terrifying force. Bai Mingyang brandished his staff, conjuring a blazing fire shield that enveloped them, absorbing all incoming assaults. He urged, we need to create some distance. There are too many monsters. The 3 hastily retreated back into the passage. A large swarm of void sludge monsters pursued them closely, but their slow advance allowed the trio to widen the gap. Bai Mingyang soon halted, frequently wielding his staff as flames erupted in the passage, each blast inflicting over 2,000 points of damage to the sludge monsters. Hu Zhong drew his longbow, swiftly conjuring a magical arrow. Whoosh! The magical arrow soared forth, piercing one of the sludge monster's eyes and dealing over 1,000 points of damage. Bai Feng, armed with a spear, remained vigilant, warding off potential ambushes. Bai Mingyang and Hu Zhong continued their offensive, quickly dispatching over 20 sludge monsters. The commotion attracted even more void sludge monsters, and soon, a horde surged into the passage, with some even creeping along the walls. Suddenly, a sludge monster leaped down from above, attempting to crush the trio with its body. Bai Feng swiftly swung his spear, summoning a phantom of a blue lotus above him. The sludge monster was halted by the lotus apparition, which dealt a barrage of crimson damage, each strike inflicting over 1,000 points. The lotus then erupted, sending the battered sludge monster flying several meters away. The black sludge from its body sprayed everywhere, splattering onto the trio. The toxic slime corroded their garments, and they suffered green poison damage, each losing several hundred health points. The trio quickly retreated, once again distancing themselves. The two ranged classes resumed their attacks, while by phone guarded, unleashing skills to repel any approaching foes. Their teamwork was remarkably harmonious, and soon they annihilated hundreds of void sludge monsters. However, the passage was limited in length, and they were soon forced out into an open area to confront the enemy. A large horde of sludge monsters emerged at the entrance of the passage. Hu Zhong, brimming with confidence, drew his bow once more, launching a magical arrow. At that moment, a flame descended from the heavens, exploding violently and scorching the exposed sludge monsters, causing them to tremble in agony, as it depleted a significant portion of their health. Hu Zhong curiously asked, "Teacher, when did you learn such powerful magic?" Chapter 38, Void Sludge Monsters 2. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive flames erupted, reducing the health of more than 10 nearby sludge monsters to 0, rendering them immobile. Bai Mingyang, astonished, murmured, "This isn't my magic. Could it be Lin Tao's doing? But wait, his attributes aren't particularly high, nor does he possess any remarkable traits. Could it be due to the defensive tower?" Hu Zhong and Bai Feng exchanged glances, utterly unconvinced that Lin Tao could be so formidable. They had practiced with him earlier that day and noted that his physical attributes were not impressive. By all logical standards, his mental attributes shouldn't be significantly stronger either. Just as the three pondered this, more void sludge monsters began to peer out. The fire lizards automatically initiated their attacks, unleashing fiery blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The recently emerged sludge monsters barely lasted a second before collapsing completely. The trio realized that creatures with health exceeding 10,000 could not withstand even a moment against this onslaught. They had expended considerable effort to eliminate hundreds of sludge monsters. Yet their efforts paled in comparison to the ease with which the fire lizards dispatched their foes. More sludge monsters continued to emerge from the passage. Yet they could scarcely endure 3 fiery assaults. The gnawing sounds grew increasingly dense, and a deluge of sludge monsters seemed poised to erupt into a bloodbath at any moment. The 3 saw no opportunity to strike back and decided to retreat to their territory. They regarded Lin Tao with newfound respect. Initially, they believed him to be a novice lord struggling against monster invasions. They had even considered aiding him in defending his territory as a form of compensation, only to be astounded by the prowess of a single defensive tower. Bai Mingyang hesitated before saying, "Lin Tao, there are numerous void sludge monsters outside. Enemies could emerge from any direction. How many formidable defensive towers do you possess?" Lin Tao replied, "My strongest is the fire lizard defensive tower. The others are less effective. However, both the undead commander and the skeleton warriors can hold their own. Besides, with your assistance, we should have no issues defending." Hu Zhong's face betrayed skepticism. The attributes of skeleton warriors were typically low. Could they truly suffice? In many instances, skeleton warriors were regarded as mere cannon fodder, and their ignorance of the skeleton warriors' attributes only fueled their doubts. Lin Tao offered little explanation. Rest assured, repelling these monsters shouldn't pose a problem. He then stationed 2 undead commanders at the rear, with 2 legendary skeleton warriors guarding either side. Observing this, Bai Mingyang stated, "Then we 3 shall patrol near the territory. Lin Tao, ensure your own safety. If anything were to befall you, the entire territory would be at risk, and escape would be challenging for us as well." The trio followed the skeleton archers to the right side, silently awaiting the appearance of foes. Hu Zhong gazed at the 10-meter-tall skeleton warrior, perplexed. "Teacher, do you think Lin Tao is overly confident? I surmise that he acquired a formidable defensive tower upon entering the void, dedicating a substantial portion of his resources to its enhancement. However, with the overwhelming number of monsters, relying solely on a single tower is undoubtedly insufficient for defense." Bai Feng wore a perplexed expression. Although the skeletal soldier was imposing in size, it would surely meet its demise if surrounded by numerous adversaries. Moreover, these skeletal soldiers seemed rather superficial. Could we be led astray? Bai Mingyang's countenance reflected a complex mix of emotions. Lin Tao, despite his low constitution, had managed to secure such a powerful defensive tower. Regrettably, possessing only 1 tower rendered the defense of the entire territory untenable. I cannot ascertain whether these skeletal soldiers can withstand the onslaught. You 2 should be astute and retreat to the territory at the first sign of trouble. As the 3 conversed, void sludge monsters began to emerge from the edges of the blood mist. Hu Zhong hastily drew his longbow, loosing a magical arrow that soared swiftly forth. Yet, the legendary skeletal soldier was swifter still, launching its attack the moment the enemy appeared, firing an arrow with remarkable speed. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, instantly obliterating the void sludge monster, causing its health to vanish in an instant. Hu Zhong's arrow followed closely behind, and he mistakenly believed it was his own attack that had succeeded. With a puzzled expression, he queried, "When did my bow's damage become so formidable?" Bai Feng, eyes wide with astonishment, hurriedly asked, "Old Hu, when did you learn this new skill? You ought to have introduced it to us." Just as Hu Zhong was about to explain, more monsters continued to appear from the blood mist's periphery. The skeletal archers commenced rapid fire, with a flurry of movements. Their right hands released a plethora of arrows in a ghostly manner. The void sludge monsters that had just shown themselves were swiftly vanquished. It was then that Hu Zhong realized he had made a significant blunder and fell silent. Bai Mingyang recalled something and spoke up. TSK. We have all underestimated Lin Tao. His skeletal soldiers possess an absurdly high attack power, capable of annihilating monsters with over 10,000 health points in an instant. It seems that what he mentioned earlier was indeed true. He deliberately placed the monster corpses in the passageway, primarily to lure more foes. Hu Zhong and Bai Feng had nothing further to say. Initially, they had regarded Lin Tao as a low-tier lord, unaware that he had concealed two formidable weapons. Bai Mingyang continued, do not remain in a daze. Focus on slaying the monsters. While the skeletal soldiers boast high attack power, their health is generally quite low. We must take action. We cannot merely watch. The trio sprang into action, with the two ranged fighters providing support from the rear, selectively targeting the faster enemies. Bai Feng, wielding a spear, charged to the front lines to engage the void sludge monsters in close combat. Before them, an increasing horde of enemies materialized, prompting Lin Tao to intervene. He summoned frost that crystallized into a chilling mist extending 200 meters ahead, enveloping hundreds of void sludge monsters. Mere moments later, all the monsters within the area were encased in ice, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. Above, flames continued to rain down, causing the ice sculptures to explode, reducing the void sludge monsters to mere fragments, a total annihilation. Lin Xiaohan and Wu Yong's gazes towards Lin Tao transformed. Wu Yong, filled with envy, contemplated his aspirations to become a powerful mage capable of obliterating all formidable foes with a mere wave of his hand. Lin Xiaohan, brimming with admiration, felt her heart racing, wishing she could find such a powerful lord to be her partner. To the left of the territory, skeletal swordsmen found themselves surrounded by a swarm of void sludge monsters. With a single downward stroke, the skeletal soldiers could cleave their enemies in twain, dispatching foes with an ease reminiscent of chopping vegetables. Ironically, the slowest to kill were the two necromancer commanders at the rear, whose attack power barely exceeded 1,000 and could not eliminate enemies in one strike. Fortunately, their skills were refined and their health considerable, allowing them to remain entangled with the masses of enemies. Lin Tao, recognizing the shortcomings of the necromancer commanders, hastened to recruit more skeletal soldiers after dispatching a wave of foes. Unexpectedly, this recruitment yielded unforeseen results. Chapter 39, Void Sludge Monsters 3. Lin Tao spent 2,000 void crystals to recruit a legendary tier-ranged skeletal soldier, only to be met with an unexpected notification. The recruitment had undergone a transformation, resulting in the emergence of a special unit, the Frostbone Dragon. The Golden Throne radiated brilliance, and soon a bone dragon over 30 meters long manifested before them. The Frostbone Dragon stood over 10 meters tall, its head resembling that of a horse adorned with a prominent horn. Its four robust claws as thick as an adult's waist, and its body flanked by massive bony wings. Its skeletal frame gleamed as white as jade, with bony spikes protruding from its back and tail, devoid of any flesh, resembling an exquisite work of art. Its attributes far surpassed those of other skeletal soldiers. Frostbone Dragon. Attack power, 100,000. Health, 10,000,000. Defense, 1,000. Talents, Advanced Magic Resistance, Vitality, Frost Domain. Skills, Frost Breath, Pounce, Tear, Ice Storm, Ice Spear. Ice Barrier. The three hurried back, arriving just in time to witness Lin Xiaohan engaged in conversation with Lin Tao. The typically reticent Lin Xiaohan had transformed into a chatterbox, clinging to Lin Tao's arm with a playful demeanor. Lin Tao, just tell me, how many void crystals did you spend on this Frostbone Dragon? I have only seen bone dragons in movies and promotional videos. This is my first time encountering one up close. Lin Tao swiftly extricated himself from her grasp, stating, I nearly exhausted all my void crystals. After we conclude this battle, you may interact with it as much as you like. If you wish, you can even ride it. I will certainly fulfill your wish. Lin Xiaohan's face lit up with joy. Thank you. Dragons are legendary creatures, and I never thought I'd have the chance to interact with one in my lifetime. By the way, why didn't you summon this formidable weapon sooner? I lacked sufficient void crystals earlier. Had I not just defeated a batch of monsters, I would not have been able to summon the powerful Frostbone Dragon. Lin Tao explained, this recruitment was a special circumstance. I doubt I will be able to summon such a creature again in the future. Bai Mingyang observed Lin Tao's youthful countenance, his eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. Just that day, he had reprimanded Lin Tao. Yet now, that very evening, Lin Tao had brought him such delightful surprises. He had initially perceived Lin Tao as a lowly lord, likely to lose his territory at any moment, but now he reconsidered, pondering whether he should remain to assist him. In the early stages, it is the adventurers who choose their lords, but as the lords grow stronger, it is the lords who select their adventurers. If one could ally with a lord during their weaker phase, it would be a timely boon, earning the lord's favor. Now, the dilemma lay in the fact that Lin Tao had already revealed his strength, while the assistance Bai Mingyang and his companions could offer was minimal. Bai Mingyang found himself in a quandary, deliberating whether he should remain in Lin Tao's territory. The battle within the blood mist raged on, having transformed into a massacre, with many void sludge monsters beginning to flee. Chapter 40, Bountiful Spoils. The void sludge monsters surrounding the territory gradually retreated, marking the onset of Lin Tao's true endeavors. The sheer number of monsters vanquished was staggering, and the spoils of war were abundant. Even the thousands of corpses posed a considerable challenge. After the Frostbone Dragon dispatched the nearby void sludge monsters, it returned to the territory, lying low and awaiting new orders. Lin Tao leveled up to 26, accumulating 24,862 void crystals, a veritable windfall. To assist with the corpse disposal, he summoned 10 legendary tier skeletal soldiers, comprising 5 melee and 5 ranged units, though regrettably, no special units were triggered. 2 necromancer leaders, accompanied by their skeletal minions, commenced the grim task of clearing the territory by transporting corpses. Nearby, Lin Tao busied himself collecting spoils of war, timber, ores, plant seeds, and various disposable magical scrolls among them. Bai Mingyang and his companions joined in the effort to move the bodies, their eyes ignoring the scattered treasures on the ground, driven solely by the desire to assist. Observing the bustling activity, Lin Xiaohan and Wu Yong were eager to help, but Bai Mingyang promptly advised, "You two should refrain from joining. These corpses carry a slight toxicity that we can withstand, but you would only complicate matters." Reluctantly, they complied, resigning themselves to watching from the entrance. In the meantime, a small farming skeleton took the opportunity to scuttle forth, laboriously dragging a corpse back to the territory. The viscous, toxic slime from the void mire creature stained the skeleton's bony hands black, and its health began to dwindle slowly. Oblivious to its predicament, the little skeleton only realized the severity of its condition after depositing the body, swaying unsteadily before collapsing into a deep slumber on the ground. Lin Xiaohan, startled, expressed her concern. "Will that little skeleton be all right? I noticed Lin Tao seems quite fond of it. He even pauses during his training to check on its activities. If it were to succumb to poison, that would be troublesome." Wu Yong, unfazed, retorted, "It's merely a small skeletal warrior. If it perishes, it can be easily recruited again. Why fret over it?" Pondering the skeleton's blackened bones, Lin Xiaohan dashed to the nearby well, fetching a bucket of water to cleanse the little skeleton's hands. The dark slime was swiftly washed away, yet some toxins had already seeped into the bones, rendering them irretrievable. With no further recourse, Lin Xiaohan sighed. "I'll inform Lin Tao later and see how he intends to address this." As Lin Tao continued to gather spoils, his inventory soon filled to capacity, necessitating a return to the territory to deposit his findings. Upon his return, Lin Xiaohan hurriedly informed him, "Lin Tao, it appears your skeletal warrior has been poisoned." Looking down, Lin Tao observed the poison status hovering above the little skeleton's head. Low-level skeleton warrior, poisoned. Attack power, 25. Health points, 610, 900. Defense, 2. Talent, farming. Activating. Skills, none. 3 excellent pieces of equipment enhanced its attributes, one of which possessed a special effect that Lin Tao equipped himself. Moonlight Helm, excellent, increases vitality by 50 points and has a certain probability of negating physical damage when attacked. Subsequently, Lin Tao began to open treasure chests one by one. You have opened a silver chest. You have acquired the Water Dragon Burst magic skill and 60 void crystals. You have opened a silver chest. You have obtained the Nightbat Defense Tower and 50 void crystals. You have opened a common chest. You have received a Blackwood Staff and 8 void crystals. Additionally, a skill upgrade card emerged from the common chest, which was quite a boon. The Water Dragon Burst skill, a wide area damage ability, was immediately learned by Lin Tao. Water Dragon Burst summons a water dragon to attack enemies in front, inflicting 10 points of magical mental damage to all enemies within range. Mana cost, 120, cooldown, 100 seconds. With another skill upgrade card in hand, Lin Tao pondered briefly before choosing to enhance the Sword Chi skill. Sword Chi summons a multitude of Sword Chi to slash at enemies in a small area ahead, dealing 50 points of physical damage per strike. Mana cost, 400. Cooldown, 250 seconds. The upgraded skill's lethality increased once more, ensuring significant damage even against the appearance of a boss. The Nightbat Defense Tower was particularly special, capable of dealing damage solely to aerial units. Nightbat, upgradable. Quality, blue. Aerial attack, 300. Attack speed, 1, once per second. Attack range, 200 meters. Durability, 1000, 1000. Skill, summon. Every 300 seconds, it will summon 3 bats to attack enemies, lasting for 120 seconds. Upgrade materials, 20 timber, 80 void crystals. A robust trunk rose from the ground, reaching 10 meters high, topped with a black bat statue poised to take flight. With the collection of corpses nearly complete, the remnants piled high in a corner, Lin Tao opted for direct disintegration. After the territory decomposed the bodies, the area expanded to 857 square meters. Once his tasks were accomplished, he showcased his equipment to Bai Mingyang and the others. After inspecting, Hu Zhong and Bai Feng each purchased an excellent piece of gear. Transactions were conducted at market prices, with each item costing 500 void crystals, ensuring no party incurred a loss. The remaining equipment was sold off swiftly, suggesting a dedicated buyer for such items. Upon completing the sales, Lin Tao's void crystals surged to 150, marking a modest profit. Seeing Lin Tao finish his endeavors, Lin Xiaohan exclaimed, "Lin Tao, didn't you say you'd let the Frostbone Dragon take me for a spin? Can we do that now?" Lin Tao replied, "Certainly. I will instruct the Bone Dragon to heed your commands. As long as you remain near the territory, there should be no issues." Elated, Lin Xiaohan dashed over, coaxing the Bone Dragon to lower its head, and she nimbly climbed atop it, exclaiming, "Bone Dragon, take me for a flight over the territory." The Frostbone Dragon unfurled its wings and soared skyward. As Lin Xiaohan felt the rush of wind, she instinctively closed her eyes, only to open them again to find herself dozens of meters in the air. Unable to contain her exhilaration, she let out a scream. The onlookers below gazed up with envy, for riding a dragon was a dream many harbored, themselves no exception. Lin Tao, meanwhile, contemplated how to utilize this newfound wealth. Transforming void crystals into military strength was essential for hastening the development of the territory. Suddenly, upon glancing at those around him, realization struck him. Now was the time to upgrade the territory. Chapter 41, A Dream of Mine. Lin Tao had long amassed the necessary resources for the upgrades, but had delayed due to insufficient defensive towers. With a current count of 12 legendary skeleton warriors, defense was assured. It was indeed time to elevate the territory. Lin Tao proceeded to upgrade the main base by 2 levels, transforming the Ironwood House dramatically into a 3-story brick edifice standing over 10 meters tall, effectively doubling the area of the structure. A notification appeared. Your Ironwood House has upgraded to a brick house, expanding the territory area to 2052 square meters. With the addition of a cafeteria and a shop, the sudden expansion revealed areas that overlapped with volcanic pits, notably increasing the expanse of open land. The distance between the territory and the blood mist now exceeded 1,000 meters, offering a clearer field of view. Brick house, upgradable. Attack power, 600. Attack range, 400 meters. Durability, 200, 000, 200, 000. Upgrade materials, 150 timber, 30 iron ore, 30 copper ore, 10 silver, Oregon. The territory's durability increased to 200, 000, allowing for a brief resistance against any formidable foes. Following the upgrade, surrounding structures became more spaced out, alleviating the prior congestion. With the territory's enlargement, the Frostbone Dragon's operational area expanded, further enhancing Lin Xiaohan's enjoyment. Lin Tao continued to upgrade the fences and gates, transforming the fences into a 20-meter-high, 5-meter-wide brick wall. The Ironwood Gate morphed into an iron gate of the same height, with one located in each cardinal direction. Brick wall, upgradable. Durability, 10, 000, 10, 000. Defense, 30. Skill, reflective damage. Melee enemies will incur 50 points of physical damage upon attacking. Recovery, upon receiving damage, durability can recover 30 points per second. Upgrade materials, 2,000 void crystals, 100 wood, 50 iron ore, 50 copper ore, requires upgrading the blue brick house to unlock upgrades. Iron gate can be upgraded. Durability, 12,000, 12,000. Defense, 30. Skill, recovery, upon receiving damage, durability can recover 50 points per second. Upgrade materials, 1,000 void crystals, 30 iron ore, 30 copper, Oregon. After upgrading, the attributes of the buildings are enhanced, yet a new issue arises. Some defense towers stand only 10 meters tall, while the city walls reach 20 meters. It remains uncertain whether this will affect defense. Lin Tao relocated all defense towers to the front gate, and as they were moved, the ground automatically arched upward, allowing the towers to surpass the height of the walls. He breathed a sigh of relief and upgraded 2 residential houses, transforming them into 3-story brick buildings, each capable of accommodating 6 residents. Lin Tao then constructed both a cafeteria and a shop simultaneously. The cafeteria spans over 50 square meters, also built from blue bricks, and is illuminated by a continuously shining gemstone, boasting better efficacy than energy-saving lamps. Inside, for solid wood tables and chairs are available, accommodating over 10 diners at once. At the far end, there is a counter and a small kitchen, where patrons can choose from a variety of foods, all requiring void crystals for purchase. Alternatively, they may procure ingredients to prepare their own meals, though the waitstaff and chefs remain unstaffed, necessitating the Lord's arrangement. The shop is a 3-story building with over 80 square meters of space, filled with assorted merchandise, similarly illuminated by pure white gemstones. The first floor offers various potions, including health potions, mana potions, strength potions, and more. It can be said that the territory has finally taken shape, with both a cafeteria and a shopping venue established. While the towering city walls provide a sense of security, nearby, a few individuals stood in awe, silently marveling at the magnificence of creation, acknowledging that their lord is indeed favored by the heavens. Only Hu Zhong inwardly scoffed, lamenting Lin Tao's ostentation, feeling unfortunate to have encountered him. Lin Tao turned to the group and announced, "The residential houses have been upgraded. You may choose to occupy the ones on the right, while the left ones will remain designated for the ladies. I will arrange for skeleton soldiers to guard the city gate tonight, allowing you to rest peacefully. The shop offers various snacks, but purchases require void crystals. Feel free to browse if you wish," he added. Bai Mingyang nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Lin Tao. If you require assistance in the future, simply let us know, and we will do our utmost to help." His demeanor had subtly shifted. Recognizing the display of Lin Tao's strength, Lin Tao, filled with anticipation, entered the shop, where he found the long-craved Sprite, Nutritional Express, sunflower seeds, spicy strips, and more. He purchased a large bag of snacks and beverages, only to be charged 15 void crystals upon exiting, truly a bargain. Bai Mingyang and the others also entered the shop to procure various items, as their clothing was long overdue for replacement. The shop offered a limited selection of garments, yet it was preferable to their tattered attire. Wu Yong acquired some items, but lacked void crystals, rendering him unable to exit the shop. Ultimately, Bai Mingyang covered his expenses. Lin Tao lounged in his room, savoring spicy strips when several notifications appeared. Bai Mingyang spent 350 void crystals in your shop. You receive a rebate of 35 void crystals. Bai Feng spent 420 void crystals in your shop. You receive a rebate of 42 void crystals. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. The shop offered rebates, allowing him to accumulate the wealth of his followers. It must be said that being a lord has its advantages. Followers not only need to fight for their lord, but also have a portion of their spending siphoned off. He resolved to treat his followers better in the future, despite not yet having a single one. When Lin Xiaohan descended, her long hair was tousled by the wind, and her face bore an expression of lingering delight. Hu Zhong remarked, "Xiaohan, there's a shop here. You can buy some fresh clothes and snacks, and I'll cover the cost." Lin Xiaohan's eyes brightened. "Thank you. I've been wanting to buy clothes." Hu Zhong, emboldened, added, "If I buy you something, can you let me ride the Frostbone Dragon for a bit? Since childhood, I've dreamed of becoming a dragon knight." Lin Xiaohan readily agreed. "All right, I'll take you for a spin." Nearby, Bai Feng felt a pang of envy, sharing the same aspiration, yet presently unable to voice it since Hu Zhong had spoken first. Soon, after finishing her purchases, Lin Xiaohan took Hu Zhong up to the back of the Frost Dragon. Soaring into the sky once again, Hu Zhong gazed down from high above, where everyone appeared as mere black dots, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never thought I'd ride a dragon. This trip to the void has been worth it." After they descended, Wu Yong hurried over, exclaiming, "Lin Xiaohan, I have a dream too." Chapter 42, Unexpected Joy. Lin Tao relaxed in his room, indulging in various snacks. With the territory's preliminary construction completed and legendary great skeleton soldiers on guard, there was little danger for the time being. The next step was to develop the territory while keeping an eye on various skills, buildings, and defense towers in the trading market. Just as Lin Tao contemplated future developments, a red notification appeared. Li Ku has slain a level 20 unicorn ant, Silver Lord. You gain 3,000 experience points, 500 void crystals, and a Lord Star card. A golden card automatically materialized in his inventory. Lin Tao jumped up, exclaiming in delight, "Well done, Li Ku. This is a tremendous windfall." The experience points propelled him to level 29, with a surplus of several hundred, and he utilized the star card without hesitation, as there was no need to hold back levels. Lord, 3 stars Lin Tao. Level 1. Experience 0-100. Health 11670, 11670. Attack 176. Constitution 352-70. Spirit 241. Mana 2410 2410. Lin Tao's health now surpassed 10,000 points, alleviating concerns of being instantly killed by monsters when venturing out. After the star upgrade, he would also be able to level up rapidly, further enhancing his constitution. After admiring his personal attributes, he contentedly drifted off to sleep. In the forest, Li Ku entered the Ant King's lair with 2 skeleton soldiers, ambushing the lord creature before being surrounded. He had no choice but to leave one skeleton behind as a rear guard, fleeing deeper into the woods with the other. In the dead of night, small demons appeared amidst the blood mist. As they approached the city walls, they were engulfed by a barrage of flames. A night passed swiftly, and when Lin Tao awoke, he discovered he had reached level 3. Lord, 3 stars Lin Tao. Level 3. Experience 790-1050. Health 12910, 12910. Attack 182. Constitution 376-70. Spirit 261. Mana 2610 2610. Another notification appeared. You have digested void beetle meat. Your constitution has increased by 4 points. Lin Tao roughly estimated that each upgrade would yield an increase of 10 attribute points and an additional 400 health points, marking a notable improvement from before. The message channel was abuzz with reports of monsters slain by Li Ku, indicating that he was still engaged in continuous combat. After a brief wash-up, Lin Tao stepped out of his dwelling, taking the opportunity to purchase some fresh meat in the trading hall. The attribute benefits from void beetle meat had diminished significantly. It was imperative to change his diet. Behind the house, numerous plants had flourished, with magnolias towering over a meter high, their blossoms pure white, akin to jade. The corn stalks had reached a height surpassing that of an average person, each bearing 4 to 5 ears of corn. The crops in the fields were also nearing maturity, enveloped in a fragrant aroma of blossoms. The bamboo had grown over 2 meters tall, all transformations brought about by the territory's upgrade. A small skeleton was diligently toiling in the fields, wielding a hoe, tirelessly clearing nearby weeds and occasionally watering the surrounding plants, evidently engrossed in its work. As Lin Tao approached, drawn in by the floral scent, he momentarily paused upon seeing the newly awakened skeleton. Its new talent had been activated. Low-level skeleton soldier, poisoned. Attack power, 40. Health, 1500. Defense, 5. Talent, farming, poison resistance. Skill, toxic spray. Chapter 43, The Golden Defense Tower. Goblins are entirely different from gremlins. Goblins possess dark green skin, with pointed ears protruding from either side of their heads. Their eyes glint with a slight red hue, standing under 1.5 meters tall. Yet their limbs are remarkably robust. They maintain a unique order and hierarchy, adept in weaponry, with intelligence far surpassing that of gremlins. The goblin scouts donned rough burlap garments, clutching dark wooden clubs, and were mounted on diminutive wolves. These wolves, measuring just over a meter in height with slate-gray fur, had been domesticated by the goblin clan, exhibiting swifter speed than ordinary wolves. A dozen goblin scouts collided head-on with Bai Mingyang and his companions, the distance between them not exceeding 100 meters. A flicker of delight illuminated their faces. Such an opportunity for prey was exceedingly rare. Recently, they had feasted upon a few humans, the taste proving utterly irresistible. Charge! The scout captain bellowed, as the goblins urged their wolves to swiftly encircle their targets. Bai Mingyang remained unfazed, instantly conjuring a firewall, which manifested as a wall of flames 50 meters long and 10 meters wide before him. Most of the wolves had no time to turn away, plunging headfirst into the inferno alongside their goblin riders. The air was filled with anguished cries as both wolves and goblin scouts were engulfed in flames. Only 3 goblin scouts narrowly escaped, their mounts too slow to evade, lingering at the edge of the fire and thus preserving their lives. Bai Mingyang promptly dispelled the firewall after achieving his objective. Witnessing this, Bai Feng, armed with a long spear, launched a surprise attack, enveloped in a radiant white light, traversing dozens of meters in an instant. The spear, imbued with piercing energy, struck true, obliterating both the goblin scout and its mount in a violent explosion, scattering limbs, blood, and entrails across the ground. 2 remaining goblin scouts, recognizing their peril, attempted to flee. Hu Zhong notched an arrow and released a flurry of magical arrows, ensuring the complete annihilation of the remaining foes. Bai Mingyang wielded his staff once more, summoning a pure white eagle's spirit overhead, which took flight, soon vanishing from sight. Closing his eyes, he stood still, having shifted to the eagle's perspective. This was the spirit of reconnaissance spell, enabling the summoned creature to scout for nearby enemies. With all that the eagle beheld relayed back to the mage. Soaring ahead, the eagle soon hovered above the goblin army. The foremost ranks comprised goblin vanguards, brandishing rudimentary wooden shields and weapons, interspersed with goblin mages wielding staves. Following them was the goblin mid-tier, a melange of goblin warriors, archers, and mages forming numerous small squads. The sheer number of goblins exceeded 10,000, as the eagle spirit continued its advance. Suddenly, the goblin high priest glanced upward, furrowing his brow as he raised his magical stone staff, unleashing a colossal wind blade that sliced through the air. The eagle was cleaved in 2 before it could react. Bai Mingyang abruptly opened his eyes. We must retreat immediately. A vast goblin army lies ahead, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. There are formidable entities among them, capable of detecting my reconnaissance spirit. It appears we are destined for yet another fierce battle. Hu Zhong became agitated. Teacher, I suspect these goblins are merely delivering provisions to Lin Tao. We wouldn't even need to alert him. Just look at his territory, with the Frostbone Dragon, formidable defense towers, and skeleton soldiers. We might not claim many monsters upon our return. Bai Mingyang shook his head. Hu Zhong, do not overthink it. This enemy is anything but ordinary. They undoubtedly have a lord-level presence behind them. An army with leadership is entirely different from mindless monsters. If we continue to linger in the gray mist, we risk being discovered, jeopardizing our very lives. Only a lord can contend with a lord-level army. We must return at once. Meanwhile, Lin Tao was meandering at the entrance of his territory, his gaze flitting between several defense towers. The Frost Ice Wolf had undergone one evolution, but still exhibited subpar attributes. The Dark Knight had also evolved, but yielded similar results. The Night Bat had yet to evolve, yet it had emerged with blue quality. Should it evolve, it would likely surpass other defense towers. However, this tower could only target aerial enemies, inflicting no harm upon ground foes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tao opted to evolve the Dark Knight, for quality often trumps quantity. A prompt materialized before him. You have utilized a skill on the Dark Knight before you. The Dark Knight defense tower has undergone a major evolution. And you have acquired the Fallen Knight. The statue of the Dark Knight gradually transformed, the steed donning dark armor, while the knight's lance elongated, inscribed with various arcane runes. The figure of the Dark Knight grew more imposing, shrouded in a veil of darkness, save for its blood-red eyes. Fallen Knight, upgradable. Quality, gold. Attack, 3000. Attack speed, 2 strikes per second. Attack range, 600 meters. Durability, 8000. Skills, summon. Attacking has a chance to summon fallen cavalry to assault enemies. These cavalry will persist until the battle concludes. Cavalry charge, summons a multitude of fallen cavalry to attack enemies, inflicting 5 points of magical damage. With a cooldown of 150 seconds. Fallen incantation, transforms at nightfall, significantly enhancing all attributes, with a chance to convert enemies into fallen minions upon attack. Upgrade materials, 200 wood, 50 iron ore, 50 copper ore, 2000 void crystals. This time, the defense tower's evolution was a resounding success, ascending from green quality to gold, a true windfall. Lin Tao nodded in satisfaction. He had indeed made the right gamble. Although the tower's attack range was limited, its gold quality ensured it would stand as the second most formidable defense tower in his territory. Lin Xiaohan approached, clad in a soft pink sweatshirt, and inquired, Lin Tao, have you upgraded the defense tower? Indeed, for a defense tower is an indispensable asset for safeguarding our territory. Your troops are exceptionally strong. I feel that investing resources in upgrading the defense tower is less advantageous than recruiting more soldiers. Our teacher once mentioned that early-stage lords should prioritize defense. However, you are different. Your defensive capabilities are sufficient, and you could easily recruit more soldiers to send your heroes on expeditions. Once you accumulate a greater number of void crystals, everything will become considerably easier, allowing you to acquire many items in the trading hall. Lin Tao glanced at his panel, noting that he still possessed over 6,000 void crystals, having spent a significant amount on building upgrades yesterday. Fortunately, Li Ku was tirelessly gathering more void crystals outside. Lin Tao eagerly anticipated Li Ku's return, hoping to assign him 10 legendary skeletal soldiers, which might yield even more void crystals. After a casual conversation, Lin Xiaohan suddenly spoke. Lin Tao, I feel like I am a burden to the teacher. If they choose to leave, would you be willing to take me in? Although I am not a professional, I can assist you with many tasks, such as cooking and cleaning. As soon as Lin Xiaohan finished speaking, a prompt appeared. Chapter 44, The Army Approaches. Visitor Lin Xiaohan intends to become a resident of the territory. Would you like to recruit them as a resident? A smile crept across Lin Tao's face as he decisively replied, Lin Xiaohan, from this moment forth, you shall be the first resident of our territory. Rest assured, I will keep an eye out for a class transfer stone to help you become an extraordinary being. Lin Xiaohan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Lin Tao. Another prompt appeared on the panel. Residents may become cafeteria staff and participate in planting, maintenance, and miscellaneous tasks. As the number of residents increases, there is a chance to absorb refugees from other worlds. The reputation system has now been activated. The higher the reputation, the greater the likelihood of attracting otherworldly refugees. Current reputation value, 1 point, obscure. The activation of the reputation system left Lin Tao deep in thought. It was astonishing that a lord could attract refugees from other worlds. And with a higher reputation, the number of refugees would increase. This could potentially lead to the acquisition of knowledge from other realms, implying that advanced lords would have numerous residents, possibly resulting in formidable combat power. Meanwhile, Wu Yong was still hovering near the Frostbone Dragon, seemingly engaged in animal observation. The Frostbone Dragon boasted a skeleton as white as jade, continuously emanating a chilling aura, akin to being in the presence of an air conditioner. Before long, Bai Mingyang and his companions hurriedly returned. Hu Zhong stood outside the city gate, shouting, Lin Tao, hurry and open the gate. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Tao quickly opened the door, his heart racing as he saw the three return. He anxiously inquired, why are you back so soon? Did you encounter a formidable enemy? Bai Mingyang replied solemnly, a goblin army has emerged from the mist. Their numbers are vast, and they are closing in on the territory. You must prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao dashed toward the Golden Throne to continue recruiting soldiers, possessing 580 void crystals. Within the territory, there was a Frostbone Dragon, 2 undead commanders, and 22 legendary skeletal soldiers. The challenge lay in the fact that the legendary skeletal soldiers did not heed the commands of the undead commanders. He glanced at the recruitment list, hesitating briefly before summoning an epic tier skeletal soldier for inspection. Skeletal shield soldier. Attack power, 5000. Health, 500, 000. Defense, 120. Talent, defense. Skills, shield strike, chain slash, counterattack, intermediate swordsmanship. Chapter 45, Goblin Siege. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted, striking the advancing goblin vanguard. At that moment, the magical shield enveloping the goblins activated, absorbing the explosive flames. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin vanguard surged forward, their legs nearly a blur, covering hundreds of meters in mere seconds. The fire lizard unleashed a relentless barrage of flames, and only after over a dozen fiery blasts did the goblin's magical shield shatter. The searing flames swiftly engulfed dozens of goblins, charring their bodies. Nevertheless, the remaining goblins pressed on, undeterred, racing towards the city walls. Before long, goblin warriors breached within 600 meters, and the towering fallen knights began their assault, unleashing a flurry of black energy projectiles. These ordinary attacks could bypass the magical shields, killing a goblin warrior almost every second. As the enemies drew nearer, Lin Tao could clearly discern their attributes. Goblin warrior. Level, 22. Attack power, 180. Health, 5, 900. Defense, 10. Talent, muscular build, great strength. Skills, charge, throw, flurry, blinding strike. The goblin warriors generally exceeded level 20, with some even possessing 3 talents and health exceeding 5,000. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Tao felt a surge of excitement, the greater the level disparity. The more experience points could be gained. As long as he successfully defended, the battle's conclusion would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. A series of prompts began to appear on the panel. The Fallen Knight defensive tower defeated a level 22 goblin warrior, granting you 200 experience points and 15 void crystals. The Fire Lizard defensive tower defeated a level 23 goblin warrior, granting you 300 experience points and 17 void crystals. The Fire Lizard defensive tower defeated a level 25 goblin warrior, granting you 500 experience points and 17 void crystals. Nearby, the archer barracks summoned soldiers to join the fray, with 10 explosive archers appearing atop the city walls. Upon their arrival, they unleashed a torrent of arrows. In a single second, the 10 explosive archers could shoot over 50 arrows, some of which detonated upon contact with enemies, sending nearby foes sprawling from the shockwave. Some goblin warriors wielded wooden shields, charging forward upon seeing the archers. However, their wooden shields offered little defense. After sustaining several arrows, the shields would splinter, leaving them to charge forth, their fates left to chance. The battles on both sides of the territory commenced. The skeletal sword soldiers took the initiative, cleaving goblin warriors in half with a single strike, creating a gruesome spectacle. Their exceptionally high defense rendered them impervious to attacks, sustaining minimal damage even when struck. Behind them, skeletal archers incessantly released arrows, each white shaft resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe, claiming the lives of goblin warriors with each shot. A closer inspection revealed gaping wounds the size of bowls in the chests of the slain goblin warriors, showcasing the terrifying prowess of legendary tier troops. Bai Mingyang, upon witnessing the magical shields on the goblin warriors, refrained from engaging, choosing to conserve his magical energy for when the enemy's mages were depleted. In contrast, Hu Zhong wasted no time, drawing his bow and shooting arrows, though his magical projectiles were rendered ineffective by the magical shields. Bai Mingyang cautioned, the magical shields are formidable. They can nullify a great deal of magical damage. Hurry to the trading market and procure some ordinary arrows. If you lack void crystals, just let us know. This battle has only just begun, and you can take the opportunity to slay more enemies. Heeding this advice, Hu Zhong promptly began purchasing ordinary arrows, quickly amassing thousands of them. He eagerly grasped the ordinary arrows and began firing, able to shoot 5 or 6 arrows per second, as these arrows effortlessly pierced the magical shields. However, his attack power was insufficient. The arrows only inflicted around 500 points of damage, and even critical hits barely surpassed 1,000 points, failing to eliminate the goblins in one shot. Often, Hu Zhong would release 2 arrows only to see his target felled by a single shot from a skeletal archer. He pondered aloud. Just how formidable is the offensive power of these skeletal warriors? It takes me over 10 strikes to vanquish a mere goblin. Yet these skeletons dispatch them with a single arrow. Bai Mingyang replied with grave contemplation. Now you understand why I chose to remain, don't you? Lin Tao's skeletal soldiers possess a remarkably high rank, ensuring our safety within the territory. Bai Feng, clutching his long spear, appeared lost in thought. On the front line, goblin warriors swiftly advanced within 500 meters. Their faces gleamed with excitement, as if they had already glimpsed the terror etched upon the faces of humans. At that moment, the fire lizard, engulfed in flames, unleashed a torrent of fire into the sky, turning the heavens a vibrant crimson. A colossal rain of fire enveloped all enemies within a radius of 1,500 meters, shattering their magical shields like fragile bubbles. The goblin warriors, unable to emit a cry of despair, were incinerated into charred remnants, as this fiery deluge obliterated thousands of goblins. Instantly, a vast expanse of desolation emerged in the forward area, with goblin warriors on both flanks also succumbing to the flames. Lin Tao murmured to himself, indeed, the fire lizard's ultimate ability proves invaluable, though its cooldown is excessively long, requiring a full 120 seconds before it can be unleashed anew. The Fallen Knight's ultimate ability takes even longer, clocking in at a staggering 150 seconds. the number of defensive towers remains woefully insufficient. At the edge of the gray mist, a watching goblin lord smirked coldly, dismissing the small lord's curiosity. High Priest, dispatch the mage assassins to infiltrate the fray and seize the opportunity to eliminate that human atop the city walls. If that individual indeed holds the title of human lord, this battle could conclude prematurely. The goblin high priest turned to orchestrate the maneuver, and soon, several goblin mage assassins mingled with the ranks, stealthily advancing forward. The battlefield was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and the aroma of roasting meat, yet the goblin warriors pressed on heedlessly, trampling over the bodies of their fallen kin with fervor. Some goblin archers, having entered range, halted to retaliate, knocking their arrows and launching them forth. Whoosh! A single arrow struck Lin Tao's shoulder, causing his health to plummet by over 300 points, leaving a shallow gash and provoking a cold sweat to break out upon him. A glance at his interface revealed he possessed over 18,000 void crystals, the majority of which were garnered from the fire lizard's onslaught. Lin Tao, not wishing to play the fool nor meet an untimely demise, hastily retreated to the safety of his territory, summoning 9 legendary skeletal warriors to the rear gate. The conflict raged fiercely here, with the undead commander and melee skeletal warriors besieged by goblins. In the back, goblin mages relentlessly cast spells, causing significant reductions in the skeletal warriors' health. Some goblins had already reached the city walls, launching an assault against the skeletal archers. At that moment, the city gate swung open, and several nearby goblin warriors abandoned their adversaries, charging forth like frenzied wild dogs. With a mere sweep of its weapon, the legendary skeletal warriors cleaved through the charging goblin warriors, spilling their entrails onto the ground. Lin Tao clicked his tongue in astonishment. The scene was utterly brutal, yet he found himself reveling in it. Chapter 46. The Goblin Siege 2. After closing the city gate, Lin Tao observed the situation from atop the walls. The legendary skeletal warriors surged forth through the gate, effortlessly dispatching their foes with simple weapon swings. The goblin warriors near the gate were swiftly decimated. The melee skeletal warriors continued their advance, their long blades dancing, each light strike capable of felling an enemy. Their masterful swordsmanship, combined with their astonishing attack power, rendered them akin to machines of slaughter, with foes collapsing like wheat before the scythe. The ranged skeletal warriors took position at the edge of the walls, their arrows finding their marks as goblins fell one by one. The undead commander's plight was alleviated, as they followed closely behind the legendary skeletal warriors, pushing forward. At the edge of the gray mist, goblins operated catapults, each shot inflicting thousands of points of damage upon the skeletal warriors. Goblin mages unleashed a variety of spells, wind blades, fire arrows, frost entanglements, and more. The most troublesome was the swamp spell, which transformed the ground into a sticky mire. 2 legendary skeletal warriors fell victim to it, their lower halves ensnared in the muck. Fortunately, their tall frames allowed them to claw their way out along the edges. Fearing further underhanded tactics from the goblin mages, Lin Tao opted to unleash a fiery eruption into the misty area. The earth surged upward, fissures forming as molten lava erupted forth. Goblins within a 200-meter radius were engulfed, while catapults were consumed by the molten tide. Among those caught in the cauldron were hundreds of goblin mages, the backbone of the goblin army. The searing lava instantly turned their garments to ash, their bodies scorched a vivid crimson. Volcanic smoke billowed as those goblins struggled in the lava, some unable to swim plummeting into the depths, swiftly dissolved by the molten rock. Goblins near the edge attempted to claw their way out, their hands seared and smoking, flesh melting away to reveal bone, teetering precariously as they threatened to slip back into the inferno. They resembled trapped beasts, futilely thrashing against their fates. A circular volcanic crater, 200 meters in diameter, materialized within the mist, followed by an eruption of flames. Boom, boom, boom. Enemies within 500 meters of the crater were scorched, this being the most densely populated area of the goblin army. A single burst of flames singed thousands of goblin warriors, igniting their hair and garments. The most unfortunate were those engaged in combat with the skeletal warriors. They had to be wary of the scythe ahead while also dodging the erupting lava behind. Retreat. The chief goblin commander ordered in haste. Such widespread magic could only be evaded, not faced head-on. Goblin warriors hastily turned to flee, panic gripping them, with some unfortunate souls who fell becoming stepping stones for their comrades. 5 seconds later, flames erupted once more, engulfing the nearby goblins, hastening their escape. After 30 seconds, most goblins managed to flee, with only a few ill-fated ones succumbing to the flames. The skeletal warriors, having vanquished their adversaries, returned to the walls, silently awaiting the next wave of foes. The interface was flooded with kill notifications, and Lin Tao's void crystal count surpassed 20,000. This was his first time employing fiery eruptions in a large-scale battle, and the results were nothing short of explosive. It seemed he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Huang Min, I owe you my gratitude. Henceforth, I shall be more mindful of lightning and summoning skills. After a moment of reflection, Lin Tao returned to his territory to recruit more skeletal warriors, going all in this time, summoning 10 legendary skeletal warriors in one fell swoop. After completing his recruitment, he did not return to the front line, but instead moved to the sides to assess the situation. Bai Mingyang and the others were on the left wall. Hu Zhong continuously knocking arrows to attack, his right hand nearly conjuring phantoms. Bai Feng served as a porter, tirelessly supplying Hu Zhong with arrows. Bai Mingyang was frequently wielding his staff, unleashing magical attacks against distant catapults, several of which had already been destroyed. The melee skeletal warriors had reached the forefront of the battlefield, engaging in scattered combat, each surrounded by dozens of attacking goblins. The skeletal archers, too, proved formidable, as each arrow they loosed claimed an enemy life. At the fringes of the gray mist, goblin-ranged units provided support, unleashing a torrent of magical arrows and bolts upon the skeletal warriors. Goblin fighters surged forth from all directions, as if their numbers were inexhaustible. Bai Mingyang, upon spotting Lin Tao, ceased his spellcasting and spoke. Lin Tao, do you have enough void crystals? If not, do inform us in a timely manner. Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively, replying, I have sufficient void crystals. You should retain yours. Do you require more skeletal soldiers? If so, I can dispatch additional reinforcements. For the moment, we face no immediate danger. My concern is for your skeletal troops, as their numbers are rather limited. Should the skeletal soldiers in the front lines fall, defending the city will become precarious. Lin Tao glanced at the health of the skeletal soldiers and casually remarked, rest assured. The skeletal soldiers still have over 800,000 health. They should hold for a while longer. I will scout elsewhere. I have left 10 skeletal soldiers in reserve in my territory. Should any skeletal soldiers perish, please notify me. Bai Mingyang nodded in silence, resuming his magical assault on the goblin mages, his mind speculating on the quality of the skeletal soldiers, given their impressive health pool. Lin Tao hastened to the right flank to observe the battle. The skeletal soldiers fought valiantly, yet they found themselves encircled by an overwhelming number of foes. At the edge of the gray mist, ranged goblins and catapults launched relentless attacks, while the melee skeletal soldiers' health dwindled below 700,000. Lin Tao summoned 5 skeletal soldiers to reinforce the front lines, significantly alleviating the pressure. He then directed his focus to the mist's edge, casting spells as frost coalesced, followed by a barrage of fireballs and sword energy. The chilling white mist enveloped the area, rapidly encasing goblins in ice and causing them to flail helplessly. The goblin mages hastily conjured a group magic shield, blue barriers materializing around them. In the next moment, thousands of sword energies manifested, their coverage spanning about 200 square meters. Subsequently, thousands of sword energies rained down, obliterating the magical shields, resulting in the annihilation of the goblin mages within that vicinity. Lin Tao then targeted the catapults, unleashing the water dragon spell. A 30-meter-long blue water dragon surged onto the battlefield, charging fiercely at the enemy. With a thunderous crash, torrents of water erupted, sending hundreds of goblins flying and shattering nearby catapults into splinters. The water dragon's area of influence covered approximately 500 square meters, though its lethality was insufficient to eliminate the foes entirely. The melee skeletal soldiers seized the opportunity to advance towards the mist's edge. Lin Tao returned to the main city gate to observe the most intense battle, where numerous goblin warriors had already reached the wall's perimeter. On the frontal battlefield, most goblin warriors were shielded by magical barriers, requiring multiple assaults from fire lizards to breach these defenses. This led to an increase in goblin numbers, with the archers on the walls being picked off by ranged units. Below, a fallen cavalryman mounted on a warhorse was besieged. Corrupted cavalryman. Attack, 1000. Health, 80, 000, 200, 000. Defense, 100. Talent, fallen believer. Skills, charge, piercing lance. The corrupted cavalryman was surrounded by a throng of goblins, his health plummeting rapidly. The other defensive towers had insufficient attack power to make a significant impact. Lin Tao's presence drew the attention of many goblins, prompting hidden goblin mages to quickly cast spells. In an instant, a myriad of magical attacks, meteor showers, fireballs, frost spheres, homing missiles, and poisonous sprays descended upon the walls. Lin Tao found himself unable to evade the onslaught. As everything around him dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors, his vision blurring. Agonizing pain surged through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. His garments were tattered, his hair and eyebrows singed away, and his body bore the marks of burns, frostbite, and poison. Fortunately, the giant armor amulet mitigated some magical damage, leaving him with just under 4,000 health points. Lin Tao's heart raced as he panicked and leapt back into the city from the parapet. Thud! With a resounding crash, he landed squarely on the grass, his health diminishing by several hundred points, his body racked with excruciating pain. Before he could catch his breath, more area spells rained down upon him. He hurriedly rolled and crawled away, emerging from the magical zone with less than 2,000 health points and afflicted with a severe injury debuff. Severe injury. During this period, life recovery and movement speed are halved. This attack ignited Lin Tao's fury. He believed in retribution. He commanded the Frostbone Dragon, attack. Eliminate the nearby enemies. After issuing the order, he shakily stood and rushed to the shop to purchase healing potions. The frostbone dragon soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc towards the battlefield, unleashing its breath weapon. A bone-chilling frost spread forth, obliterating magical shields in its wake. Goblins were first encased in ice, only to shatter into powder moments later. At this juncture, the fire lizard unleashed its fury anew, its body engulfed in flames, igniting the sky with countless fireballs. Enemies within 1,500 meters were once again assaulted by the inferno, incinerating all goblins in that area. The frostbone dragon's breath extended into the gray mist, freezing any goblins caught unawares into icy dust. The goblin high priest quickly raised his staff, summoning a greenish shield that barely withstood the dragon's breath attack. The goblin lord trembled in fear, muttering, "God, how could a bone dragon appear here? Could this human lord truly be the chosen one? Acquiring high-tier summoning scrolls so early on, we lack aerial units and stand no chance against a legendary ancient dragon. We must prepare to retreat." The goblin lord was struck with terror by the bone dragon, as it was merely a golden-tier lord, having no means to combat a flying foe. Meanwhile, the frostbone dragon continued to glide through the gray mist, unleashing magical skills in succession, spreading frost across the land, and slaying thousands of goblins. The goblin army fell into disarray. Lin Tao purchased a healing potion worth 500 gold coins, capable of restoring 10,000 health points within 30 seconds. He downed the potion in one gulp, feeling the ache subside and his various injuries slowly mend. He had narrowly escaped death today, fortunately. He had achieved a 3-star rating and possessed equipment to reduce damage, which had saved his life. Ultimately, it was his lack of sufficient life-saving skills that had put him in danger. He resolved to be more vigilant regarding such abilities in the future. By my grandmother's name, I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong. They shall pay in blood for their transgressions. Lin Tao purchased additional potions, and after fully restoring his health, he stepped outside to recruit soldiers. His void crystals now numbered a substantial 26,530. Without hesitation, he expended all his crystals, summoning 13 legendary skeletal soldiers in one fell swoop. Coupled with the 5 he had previously reserved, he now commanded a total of 18. Lin Tao, accompanied by his skeletal soldiers, approached the main gate, opening it and issuing the command, "Enter the gray mist and annihilate all enemies you encounter. Return to the territory upon completion of your task." Over a dozen skeletal soldiers marched forth, swiftly plunging into the gray mist to embark on their slaughterous journey. The goblins in the mist had already begun to flee. The legendary skeletal soldiers, towering at 10 meters in height, moved far more swiftly than the goblins, effortlessly cleaving through the retreating horde as though they were mere stalks of wheat. Amidst the chilling assault of the frostbone dragon from above and the relentless pursuit of skeletal soldiers from below, the goblin army was scattered, their anguished cries echoing through the mist. After securing the castle gates, Lin Tao returned to his dwelling to change his attire, having learned a valuable lesson from this attack. Without formidable power, one must refrain from recklessness, lest they meet with a fate of total annihilation. Years ago, the valiant Pang Tong had fallen victim to a hail of arrows. Thus, in future battles, he vowed never to recklessly ascend the walls to observe the fray. The goblins surrounding the territory received orders to retreat towards the fog-laden area. Bai Mingyang and his companions were left somewhat bewildered. Bai Feng instinctively glanced within the castle and noticed the frostbone dragon had vanished, exclaiming, "Lin Tao's frostbone dragon has mobilized. The enemy must have been frightened away. Perhaps we can pursue them and gain additional experience." Hu Zhong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Let us go forth. I excel in delivering merciless blows to the vanquished." Bai Feng scanned the area but found no trace of Lin Tao. Unwilling to delay, he leapt from the castle wall, suffering a slight decrease in health. Bai Mingyang and Hu Zhong followed suit, and the trio swiftly plunged into the mist, disappearing from view. The skeletal soldiers in the other 3 directions returned to the vicinity of the castle after the enemy's retreat, remaining inactive until further orders were given. Once Lin Tao had changed his garments, he ventured outside to collect the spoils of war, bringing along the legendary skeletal soldier for protection against a potential ambush. The ground was littered with goblin corpses, the stench of blood mingling with the acrid smell of charred flesh, creating an unbearable odor. Lin Tao assigned some of the skeletal soldiers to clear the bodies while he focused on gathering the loot. The sheer volume of spoils necessitated multiple trips just to transport the various scattered items: wood, ores, seed packets, single-use magical scrolls, challenge scrolls, and more, overwhelming to behold. He sold most of the equipment in the trading hall, retaining only 2 rare items: the golden twin dragon heart mirror, rare, which increased vitality by 100 points and had a chance to restore 1,000 health upon receiving physical attacks, and the heart of elder, rare, which augmented mental acuity by 80 points and had a chance to permanently increase mental strength by 1 point upon slaying enemies with magical skills. The latter was of the growth type, promising utility for an extended duration. At the entrance lay over 100 treasure chests awaiting to be opened. Lin Tao first offered a silent prayer before eagerly opening them. Chapter 48, Annihilating the Treasure Monster. The most exhilarating part following the battle was the opening of chests. As customary, Lin Tao prayed once more before unveiling the treasures. You have opened a silver chest and received the Wind Blade skill along with 15 void crystals. You have opened a silver chest and obtained 100 cloud pattern rice seeds and 20 void crystals. You have opened a silver chest and acquired the Cloud Piercer bow, excellent equipment, and 10 void crystals. As Lin Tao continued to open over 100 chests, he discovered 2 magical skills, 2 skill upgrade cards, a defense tower upgrade card, and a treasure monster challenge scroll. The remaining contents were primarily equipment, seeds, single-use scrolls, white defense towers, and defense tower enhancement potions, overall indicating a stroke of good fortune. The magical skill cards included Wind Blade and Earth Gun Technique, both possessing modest damage output. Lin Tao promptly placed them in the trading market, setting a high price while noting his preference for fire-based magical skills in the remarks. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to upgrade the skill Sword Chi Slash, a powerful ability well-suited for vanquishing boss-level foes. Sword Chi Slash summons a multitude of sword energies to cleave the enemies ahead, inflicting 200 points of physical damage with each strike, mana cost, 800, cooldown, for 100 seconds. Upon upgrading, the skill's lethality would be further enhanced, likely capable of inflicting tens of thousands of damage with a single strike, simplifying encounters with challenge monsters or bosses in the future. The Defense Tower upgrade card was allocated to the Dark Knight, a golden quality unit deserving of cultivation. Fallen Knight, upgradable. Quality, gold. Attack, 5,000. Attack speed, 2, twice per second. Attack range, 700 meters. Durability, 15,000. Skills, Summon, has a chance to summon fallen cavalry to attack enemies during assault. Cavalry Charge, summons numerous fallen cavalry to strike enemies, dealing 10 points of magical damage. Fallen Speech, transforms at night, significantly enhancing all attributes, has a chance to convert foes into fallen minions upon attack. Upgrade materials, 300 wood, 100 iron ore. Post-upgrade, the defense tower's attributes were enhanced, and its skill damage increased, with no further immediate changes. Lin Tao decided to sell several white defense towers due to their inferior quality. Among the treasures were also potions capable of enhancing defense towers. Life Potion increases defense tower durability by 10,000, 3 bottles. Critical Hit Potion increases defense tower's physical critical hit probability. Attack Potion increases defense tower attack by 300, 2 bottles. Lin Tao stored these potions in his storage box, planning to utilize them once the core tower emerged, as the current defense towers still exhibited many shortcomings, making the use of potions somewhat wasteful. After completing his tasks, he summoned Lin Xiaohan and Wu Yong to assist in dismantling the accumulated goblin corpses within the territory. The skeletal soldiers continued their diligent work of transporting the bodies. Upon their emergence, Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but inquire, "Lin Tao, did you suffer an attack? Your hair and brows seem to have vanished." Lin Tao sighed. "Let us not speak of it. I was observing the battle from the walls when I was unexpectedly targeted by goblin mages below. They concentrated their fire on me and nearly extinguished my life. However, I have dispatched the Frostbone Dragon and the skeletal soldiers to pursue them. Once Li Ku returns, I shall command him to lead an assault to utterly eradicate these wretched goblins." Wu Yong interjected, "As the Lord, it would be prudent for you to remain within the territory during future conflicts. There are soldiers to defend the land, so you need not take such risks. Should anything happen to you, we would all be doomed." Lin Tao nodded. "I shall heed your advice next time." He then sent a message to Jiang Ling. "I have a Cloud Piercer bow. What do you think?" Cloud Piercer bow, excellent, increases attack power by 350 points and extends range by an additional 500 meters. Jiang Ling quickly replied, "Such excellent attributes. I'll take it. Just name your price. Considering our old friendship, just 300 void crystals will suffice. Don't forget to keep an eye out for fire-based skills." "Understood, old friend. I will be on the lookout. Also, please keep an eye out for arcane skills." "Sure, if I come across any, I will reserve them for you." After concluding the trade of equipment, Lin Tao assessed his own gains. The recent battle had elevated him to level 19, and his collection of void crystals had surpassed 23. 5:30. Outside, the Frostbone Dragon and skeletal soldiers continued their pursuit of the fleeing foes, with experience points and void crystals steadily increasing. However, due to his level advancement, the rewards for slaying enemies had begun to diminish. In the mist, the goblin army scattered in all directions, while the Frostbone Dragon and skeletal soldiers also became dispersed. Some skeletal soldiers encountered other monsters during their pursuit, engaging in combat, and were occasionally ambushed by goblin soldiers. This continued for approximately an hour, after which the skeletal soldiers began to return one by one. Some skeleton soldiers were slain in retaliation, while others, having lost track of their opponents, returned to their territory. Among the last to return was the Frostbone Dragon, which had dispatched thousands of goblins and hundreds of oblivious monsters along its path. The Goblin Lord, accompanied by the High Priest and a few subordinates, narrowly escaped the pursuit, his face twisted in fury as he led his followers back to their domain. On the way, he remarked, This lord is far too powerful. It would be best for the Wolf King to handle this himself. I have no desire to confront such an adversary again. At this moment, Lin Tao had reached level 20 with 205 void crystals. In his territory, there were 37 legendary skeleton soldiers, 6 epic skeleton soldiers, 2 undead commanders, and 1 frostbone dragon, totaling fewer than 50 troops. After dismantling the goblin corpses, the area of his domain expanded once more, reaching 360 square meters. He sighed softly, lamenting, "It is a pity that I did not manage to slay the goblin lord. Li Ku do return soon." Subsequently, Lin Tao gathered all the skeleton soldiers at the entrance and prepared to challenge the treasure guardian. A flash of golden light appeared at the gate, revealing a cyclops adorned with a beast hide satchel. Standing 15 meters tall, the cyclops wore tattered animal hide clothing and wielded a massive wolf-tooth club. With dense fa runes encircling its eyes, the beast hide bag on its back trembled incessantly, as though it contained something alive. The cyclops seemed momentarily bewildered, utterly unaware of how it came to be in this place. Upon inspecting its attributes, Lin Tao was pleasantly surprised to discover that this behemoth was an epic tier creature, boasting over 3 million health points, surpassing even the legendary skeleton soldiers. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, thousands of blades of energy hurtling towards the cyclops, each inflicting over 50,000 points of damage. 2 seconds later, all the sword energy dissipated and the cyclops collapsed, its millions of health points obliterated, leaving only a pile of mangled flesh. Remarkably, the beast hide bag remained unscathed. A notification appeared. "You have slain the epic tier cyclops treasure guardian. You have acquired all its treasures." Among the spoils were a storage bag, copious amounts of jerky, an elven princess, and a golden heritage scroll. Initially indifferent, Lin Tao's eyes widened upon seeing the elven princess among the loot. Was it truly fitting to possess an actual elven princess? Chapter 49, Golden Talent and the Elven Maiden. Based on Lin Tao's previous experiences, treasure guardians typically yielded equipment, skills, or scrolls. He never anticipated that today would bring forth a living elven being. Soon, a piece of yellow silk covered in bizarre runes materialized in Lin Tao's hand, accompanied by a panel notification. Detected golden heritage scroll. Upon use, it will select a suitable talent for you. Lin Tao instantly opted to use it, watching as the yellow silk vanished from his grasp. You have used the golden heritage scroll. A new talent, multiple casting, has been activated for you. Multiple casting, when utilizing magical skills, there is a certain probability of releasing them consecutively. Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This talent was indeed a trump card for any magician, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. The synergy of this skill with the Heart of Elder was nothing short of perfect. As he vanquished foes, his attributes could grow rapidly, particularly his mental attributes. In future encounters with large groups of enemies, he need not fear. As long as he could unleash several fire-based spells in succession, it would be a considerable boon. Moreover, the fire spells could complement the Blazing Dragon Soul talent, allowing him to pursue the path of a fire mage wholeheartedly. After concluding his tasks, Lin Tao cautiously opened the beast hide bag, from which an elven maiden swiftly emerged. She emanated an enchanting floral fragrance, her graceful figure and stunning beauty enough to leave one spellbound. The attributes of the elven maiden appeared simultaneously. Inasa Linakars. Attack power, 2280. Health, 460,000. Talent, Golden Race. Eagle Eye, Sacred Body. Skills, Multiple Shot, Planting Technique, Mind Speech, Piercing Arrow, Vine Technique, Rapid Growth, Quick Shot, Healing Technique. Chapter 50, Ominous Signs. During the day, Sulin conversed extensively with Lin Shaohan, finally gaining some understanding of the Void World. Lin Tao's 2 skill books, placed in the trading hall, had been exchanged for a much-needed Magic Shield skill book. Magic Shield casts a shield that lasts for 60 seconds, absorbing up to 10,000 points of magical damage before dissipating. Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Once the blood mist appeared, Lin Tao took Sulin to the city walls, where they soon spotted a horde of skeletal frames emerging. Sulin, having accepted her current predicament, remarked, "Lin Tao, these are a legion of the undead. Alas, if only I had my bow, I could assist you." Lin Tao switched the defense tower to an active attack mode before responding, "Do not fret. I will keep an eye out for weapons for you over the next few days." The number of undead soldiers would likely be substantial, but he believed he could manage. As they spoke, a massive wave of undead appeared, swarming from all directions towards their territory. Lin Tao had already divided his skeleton soldiers into 3 teams, stationed outside the other 3 gates. With him and the defense tower at the forefront, they were adequately prepared. The approaching undead soldiers stood less than 2 meters tall, wielding various rusty weapons. Their attributes revealed that the strongest among them barely exceeded 20 levels, with health points falling below 10,000. The battle commenced in other directions as Lin Tao unleashed a barrage of fireballs. 3 basketball-sized fireballs soared forth, crashing into the lead undead soldier with searing flames. Bang, bang, bang. The undead soldier staggered back, losing a significant portion of its health. Lin Tao shook his head slightly and targeted another enemy, casting Water Dragon Break. Two massive water dragons materialized in the air, swiftly descending and crashing into the same spot. Boom. With a resounding explosion, hundreds of undead soldiers were annihilated. Their protective bones shattered. Some undead were sent flying, their health points drastically diminished. The undead archers halted their advance, retaliating with a volley of arrows aimed at the city walls. The undead mages unleashed dark magic, shadow arrows, shadow bombardment, soul absorption, and more. Lin Tao quickly conjured the magic shield to test its efficacy. Su Lin sensed danger and swiftly pulled Lin Tao away, propelling them over 20 meters to evade the magical bombardment. Dark magic possesses a potent corrosive nature. It is best not to take it head-on, she cautioned. Lin Tao scratched his head, admitting, I intended to test the magic shield, but you make a valid point. I shall not hold back any longer. With that, he unleashed a torrent of flames upon the enemy. A colossal volcano, measuring 400 meters in diameter, erupted on the battlefield, engulfing all the undead soldiers within its vicinity. Subsequently, a cataclysm of fire erupted, shrouding an area of 500 meters in flames, as fiery meteor showers rained down like a celestial display. Puff, puff, puff. The nearby undead soldiers were scorched by the flames, their health plummeting rapidly, resulting in the demise of thousands. The surviving undead were charred black, emitting plumes of smoke. Yet they pressed onward with unwavering determination. After 5 seconds, another wave of flames erupted from the volcano, and by the 5th wave, all remaining undead soldiers had been incinerated. Su Lin widened her eyes, glancing at Lin Tao beside her, admiration flickering in her gaze as she softly uttered, Lin Tao, I had no idea you were such a formidable mage. Now I have faith that you can lead me back to my homeland. I shall do my utmost to assist you in defending our territory. Lin Tao chuckled heartily, assuring her, rest assured, I will strive diligently. However, I cannot guarantee our return to your homeland. With that, he activated the defensive mode of the tower. Given the current sparse numbers of enemies, employing sword energy seemed somewhat superfluous. The fire lizard began to unleash fiery torrents, its attack power soaring beyond 30,000, rendering most undead soldiers incapable of withstanding its onslaught. Notifications began to flash on the interface. You have slain a level 16 skeleton spearman, earning 6 experience points and 1 void crystal. You have slain a level 12 skeleton spearman, earning 1 experience point and 1 void crystal. You have slain a level 14 skeleton spearman, earning 3 experience points and 1 void crystal. Your equipment, the Heart of Elder, has activated, increasing your mental attributes by 1. Lin Tao unleashed his skills, decimating over 2,000 undead soldiers, cumulatively augmenting his mental attributes by 11 points, a probability that lingered below 1%. However, luck is a fickle mistress. As long as there were gains to be had, it sufficed. The undead soldiers, shrouded in mist, found their advance obstructed by a volcanic pit, forcing them to navigate around it, significantly slowing their approach. Growing impatient with the delay, Lin Tao opted to lead Su Lin in another direction, occasionally casting spells to eliminate foes. Throughout the ordeal, Su Lin observed intently, effortlessly catching or deflecting arrows shot by enemies with her bare hands. Lin Tao, astounded, could barely comprehend her swift movements. His own physical prowess paled in comparison, often leaving him bewildered at how she executed such feats. Grasping arrows with bare hands is no small skill, especially considering that the undead are extraordinary beings, their arrows far superior to those of ordinary folk. Perceiving Lin Tao's confusion, Su Lin began to elucidate. Our elven kin wield bows and arrows as our primary weapons. For me, archery has become an integral part of my existence. Moreover, these undead soldiers lack considerable strength, allowing me to catch their arrows with ease. Lin Tao fell silent. Although he could not ascertain Su Lin's physical attributes, he surmised from her attacks that her constitution likely exceeded 2,000. According to others, she was probably at least of golden tier. The assault by the undead soldiers was abruptly curtailed after less than half an hour, with at least 20,000 of them vanquished. While the experience points and void crystals yielded by the undead were modest, their sheer numbers compensated for it. Following this battle, Lin Tao ascended to level 25, amassing over 48,000 void crystals. Before he could revel in his triumph, 2 notifications appeared. The territory of the Wanjia army, 2-star lord, has been breached. Wanjia army has been slain by the Wind Wolf King. The territory of Qian Jinhai, 2-star lord, has been breached. Qian Jinhai has been slain by the army of fire lizards. Lin Tao's expression sharpened as he hurried to the Lord channel to assess the situation. Han Qingcheng, 3-star everyone. Be cautious, the monsters ahead will grow increasingly powerful, and their numbers will swell. If the situation turns dire, evacuate promptly. Linwen, 2-star no way. My territory is defended by only 500 silver tier tree magicians. I wonder if they can hold the line. Huang Min, 3-star Han's words ring true. I am already facing formidable demons here. Everyone must hasten to strengthen their capabilities and not skimp on resources. Tianku, 2-star what can we do? I have merely 3 defensive towers and fewer than 300 soldiers. I possess only farming talents. My soldiers are woefully underpowered. Who can assist me? Just as Lin Tao prepared to speak, another notification chimed. Your hero, Li Ku, has been slain by a fallen elf. Chapter 51, Su Lin's Potential. Upon reading the notification, Lin Tao felt a surge of joy. He had long desired for Li Ku's return. After all, the last time he had only taken 2 skeleton soldiers. Yet he had managed to slay a lord creature. If Li Ku were to be accompanied by a cadre of skeleton soldiers, it would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. After reviewing the notifications, Lin Tao refrained from participating in the lord's conversation, opting instead to lead his skeletal soldiers in clearing the battlefield. The skeletons diligently collected the bodies. Albeit this time, they were gathering the remains of their own kin. With the advent of a storage pouch, Lin Tao's looting process became significantly more streamlined. He no longer needed to run back and forth. Su Lin trailed closely, vigilant against potential ambushes, while simultaneously expanding her horizons. Though she was over 600 years old, in the realm of elves, she was akin to a young woman in her 20s, as their lifespans could extend beyond 3,000 years. For centuries, she had grown under the watchful eye of her tribe, and after finally managing to escape, she had been captured by a cyclops. The world before her brimmed with novelty and mystery. Only through experience could she truly comprehend this realm. In Su Lin's eyes, Lin Tao emerged as the quintessential model from whom to learn. Before long, Lin Tao concluded his collection of spoils, his eagerness propelling him to inspect the myriad of treasures gathered, various ores, seeds, and an abundance of one-time scrolls. He discovered over 200 pieces of equipment, including a finely crafted longbow. Iron frame bow, fine increases attack power by 100 points. He promptly handed the bow to Su Lin, saying, take this longbow for now. I shall prepare a new one for you when the opportunity arises. Su Lin expressed her gratitude fervently as she strapped the longbow to her back, her ample figure leaving a deep indentation. Lin Tao cast a quick glance before hastily averting his gaze, fearing an embarrassing nosebleed. He continued to examine the other equipment, but alas, none piqued his interest, prompting him to discard them all to the trading market. Finally, it was time for the treasure chest segment. Today's haul comprised over 130 chests. Following the customary prayer, he set about opening them. You opened a silver treasure chest, acquiring a skill upgrade card and 30 void crystals. You opened a silver treasure chest, acquiring 10 free attribute points and 25 void crystals. You opened a silver treasure chest, acquiring an emerald ring and 25 void crystals. Among the treasures, he uncovered 2 skill upgrade cards, 1 for a magical skill, 30 free attribute points, 2 ordinary defensive towers, 1 rare building, and various pieces of equipment. Lin Tao's countenance brightened at the sight of the skill upgrade cards. He resolved to continue enhancing sword energy. A notification materialized. This skill has reached its current enhancement limit. Please use a high-level skill upgrade card for the next upgrade. Well then, it seems I shall upgrade my other skills. Lin Tao perused the skills on his panel, hesitating briefly before choosing to upgrade the magic shield. For safeguarding oneself is paramount for survival in the void. Magic shield conjures a protective barrier that lasts for 60 seconds, absorbing up to 50,000 points of magical damage before dissipating. Mana cost, 300, cooldown, 100 seconds. With 2 upgrades, the magic shield could withstand a staggering 100,000 points of magical damage, underscoring its significance. He sold off the ordinary defensive towers and equipment, realizing he now required at least green or blue defensive towers, as he had little regard for the basic ones. The rare building was a hot spring, a structure designed for relaxation. Lin Tao placed it behind his house, conveniently adjacent to the warehouse. A stone edifice rapidly emerged from the ground, towering over 5 meters, covering approximately 100 square meters, with the interior divided into left and right chambers. These rooms served as bathing areas, featuring a large central pool, flanked by changing cubicles and benches. The hot spring could be upgraded, with the effect of alleviating physical fatigue and slightly enhancing mana recovery speed while immersed in the waters. Upgrade materials: 1,000 void crystals, 50 iron ore, 50 copper. Oregon Chapter 52, The Powerful Fruit. In the dead of night, clad in simple garments, Li Ku appeared within the territory. Upon discovering the sudden emergence of a bamboo grove, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he nearly drooled. He hurried to the edge of the grove, plucking a bamboo shoot and devouring it. It was delightfully crisp, reminiscent of the flavors locked in his memory. As dawn broke, the sky was shrouded in mist, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Lin Tao bore a tinge of worry upon his brow. He had received alarming news from other lords that on the 15th day, a lord-level invasion would occur. The strength of the invading lords was directly correlated to the number of monsters previously slain. Thus, the more monsters they vanquished, the mightier their foes would be. Most lords had slain fewer than 10,000 monsters, while Lin Tao alone had dispatched over 20,000 the day prior. If a lord-level adversary were to appear, their power would undoubtedly be formidable. Initially, Lin Tao had contemplated sending Li Ku to lead a force into battle, but now he found himself hesitating. Li Ku, holding a bamboo stalk, approached the entrance, expressing gratitude. My lord, Thank you for cultivating this bamboo grove. I can now enjoy the green bamboo of my homeland. He continued. I obtained some gear in the forest after the death of the silk moth armor, and I now possess 5 pieces of equipment. Li Ku had reached level 21. His attributes notably enhanced. Most importantly, the demon sword had not been lost, and his attack attribute soared to 3,140 points. The demon longsword special increases attack power by 3,140 points, allowing strikes against enemies to bypass any defenses. Each time the wielder slays an enemy, their attack power increases by 1 point. A prompt then appeared. You have consumed the Yuan fruit, increasing your constitution attribute by 50 points. Lin Tao sighed, realizing that this fruit was indeed a rare treasure, rivaling the 5 levels he had ascended. He consumed another, gaining an additional 30 points to his attributes. Refraining from gluttony as he would need to eat again shortly, Li Ku and Su Lin also savored the Yuan fruit, experiencing a boost in their attributes. Lin Xiaohan indulged in a different fruit, feeling invigorated and refreshed upon finishing it. She proactively stated, You all engage in battle daily. Allow me to handle the cooking. Please wait a moment. Lin Tao, observing her willingness, suggested, Why not take on the role of the kitchen chef? I shall grant you 500 void crystals monthly. Su Lin, I will raise your salary to 1,000 void crystals per month, considering the daily battles ahead. Li Ku, being a hero, would require a greater commitment. Thus his remuneration was set at 2,000 void crystals monthly. Lin Xiaohan smiled. Thank you, Lin Tao. Please wait a moment while I prepare breakfast. Having spent her days confined indoors, the prospect of work brought her a sense of stability. Li Ku, puzzled, queried, My lord, receiving a salary is of no use, as there is nowhere to shop in the territory. Furthermore, you will provide for my skills, rendering my void crystals useless. Lin Tao smiled mysteriously. There will be many opportunities for expenditure in the future. Hold on to them for now. Besides, a shop has already been established in the territory. I shall show you shortly. Before long, Lin Xiaohan completed the meal and attempted to call for Wu Yong, but received no response. Thus, the 4 gathered for their inaugural meal together. After dining, Lin Tao relayed the intelligence he had acquired to Li Ku, urging him to remain within the territory for the time being. In the mist, Bai Mingyang was swiftly returning with 2 students, all 3 covered in blood. They had achieved a significant victory the previous night, reaping plentiful rewards. However, upon encountering werewolves near the goblin tribe, Bai Mingyang sensed trouble and hurried back to deliver the warning. Chapter 53, The Expedition. Lin Tao. We have observed werewolf scouts in communication with the goblin tribe. There is a high likelihood of a nearby werewolf tribe as well. Should the 2 tribes unite in their assault, our territory may face dire consequences, Bai Mingyang relayed urgently. The elemental army had advanced with great ferocity. If a powerful lord-level monster were to emerge, the territory could be breached. Lin Tao stroked his chin, recalling the epic tier werewolf king from the main quest. Making the worst-case scenario assessment, he deduced that the 2 factions might indeed collaborate. It was imperative to swiftly eliminate the goblins to avoid being caught in a pincer movement. Lin Tao decisively declared, I shall recruit another batch of soldiers. Li Ku will accompany you to expedite the resolution of this grave issue. You have but 1 day. You must return by tomorrow. Lin Tao hastened to the Golden Throne, expending over 50,000 void crystals to summon 27 legendary skeletons, bringing the total in the territory to 64. He left behind only 6 epic skeleton soldiers and an icebone dragon, while assigning all legendary skeletons to Li Ku, along with 2 undead commanders. Once the battle commenced, Lin Tao would amass a wealth of void crystals, allowing for further recruitment should enemies appear. At the very least, he could remain within the territory, secured by powerful defensive towers and the icebone dragon. Su Lin seized the moment, expressing, Lin Tao, I wish to join the battle. May I accompany them? Lin Tao regarded the elven maiden and firmly shook his head. Su Lin, do not rush to venture out. You currently lack defensive skills. It would be prudent to prepare you first. Reluctantly, Su Lin acquiesced, though her gaze lingered longingly outside, eager to partake in the fray. Li Ku bid a brief farewell, swiftly departing alongside the skeleton soldiers and Bai Mingyang, disappearing into the mist. Lin Tao hesitated to let Su Lin take such risks. She was his first follower, and he was keen to nurture her potential. Moreover, should any misfortune befall such a beautiful figure, he would surely regret it for a long time. Once the group had departed, Lin Tao resumed upgrading the defensive towers. You have applied the light of evolution to the fallen cavalry. The fallen cavalry has successfully evolved. You have applied the light of evolution to the fallen cavalry. The fallen cavalry has completed a grand evolution, and you have obtained a fallen angel, red. The form of the defensive tower gradually transformed. The warhorse vanished, replaced by a robust figure with wings sprouting from his back. He bore a bare upper body, with black wings and skin, embodying the fallen angel. Quality, red. Chaotic attack, 150,000. Attack speed, 1 once per second. Attack range, 1,000 meters. Durability, 200,000, 200,000. Talent, evil word. Attacks possess a chance to inflict a state of confusion upon enemies. Skills: Enchantment Light. Attacks have a chance to convert enemies into allies. Fallen Light. Attacks have a chance to unleash dark energy upon enemies within a 100-meter radius, dealing 2 points of chaotic damage. Angel's Lament. Transforms into angelic form, doubling attributes for 60 seconds. Upon the conclusion of this form, dark energy is released, inflicting 5 points of magical damage on all enemies within the attack range. When Lin Tao activated the skill, it triggered multiple spell casts, effectively harnessing the potential of the Light of Evolution, allowing for accelerated development of the territory. The new defensive tower boasted an attack power exceeding 100,000, significantly surpassing that of the Fire Lizard. Furthermore, the new defensive tower employed a chaotic attack, capable of targeting magic-resistant foes. However, the Fire Lizard could grow stronger through continuous enemy kills, potentially surpassing the Fallen Angel's attack power in the future. Both sides possessed their respective strengths and weaknesses, yet Lin Tao paid little heed to such nuances. Once he had upgraded the defensive towers, he deliberately called upon Su Lin to seek her counsel on the intricacies of close combat, as practiced by the elven race. Su Lin, being rather naive, began to instruct Lin Tao in a hands-on manner. The essence of elven close-quarters combat lies in agility, lethality, and the capacity to eliminate foes in a single, explosive strike, drawing a striking resemblance to the techniques employed by assassins. With his enhanced physique and mental acuity, Lin Tao's memory had significantly improved, allowing him to swiftly grasp various fundamental techniques. For instance, the moon step involves harnessing one's bodily strength to propel oneself forward, and at an advanced level, one could traverse thousands of meters in a single bound. Su Lin could achieve over 100 meters in a single leap. As they engaged in mutual teaching and learning, they occasionally summoned some spirit fruits to replenish their stamina. During these moments, the farming skeleton would wander over to observe, with flickers of soul fire dancing in its mind. Li Ku, accompanied by Bai Mingyang and 2 others, hastened their journey, followed closely by 62 towering skeletons. They effortlessly dispatched any beasts they encountered along the way. Given the considerable distance and the delays caused by the monsters, the group ultimately resolved to stand atop the shoulders of the skeletal warriors. The legendary skeletons moved with a speed surpassing that of automobiles, yet it still took them over 3 hours to reach the goblin encampment. The goblin camp sprawled across an area of at least several 100,000 square meters, nearly the size of a typical small town. The perimeter was not only fortified with watchtowers, but also riddled with numerous traps. The walls, constructed from sturdy stone blocks, soared over 20 meters high, with ranged soldiers stationed atop to defend. Within the territory, the architecture was grand and lofty, even featuring a small trading market where residents from nearby tribes came to conduct commerce. The number of goblin warriors within the territory exceeded 20,000, and when accounting for the residents, the total population was estimated to surpass 100,000. Bai Mingyang succinctly outlined the situation and proposed, "We cannot engage in a direct assault. We must devise a plan to eliminate a portion of the goblins. Let the 3 of us act as bait, while Li Ku, you and the skeletons conceal yourselves in the gray mist, waiting for us to lure the enemy." Li Ku furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "Are you sure you can handle it? Perhaps I should be the one to draw the enemy's attention. I have the ability to resurrect, but if something befalls you, there may be no coming back." Bai Mingyang promptly countered, "That is out of the question. Only you can command the skeletons. Moreover, we have already slain numerous goblins yesterday, and they harbor a deep animosity towards us. Your task is to eliminate all enemies while we handle the baiting." Reluctantly, Li Ku acquiesced, cautioning them to be vigilant and to call for him if danger arose. With that, he led his skeletal minions several thousand meters back. Bai Mingyang, along with the 2 students, emerged from the gray mist. Upon nearing casting range, he unleashed several fire-based spells. Hu Zhong drew his bow, firing arrows imbued with magic towards the enemies atop the walls. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions, dozens of goblins were obliterated. The goblin lieutenant atop the wall erupted in fury. These 3 humans had repeatedly attacked, slaughtering many of its comrades the previous night. After preparing their ambush, they had waited in vain for these detestable creatures to appear, only to find them daring to show themselves again today. With a roar, the goblin lieutenant commanded the gates to be opened, vowing that the 3 humans would pay the price. With a creak, the heavy gates swung open, unleashing a horde of goblins, each with a grotesque visage and an insatiable thirst for blood. They had begun their ambush in the dead of night, but their quarry had not arrived, leaving many of them seething with pent-up anger. Now, with the enemy reappearing, they could no longer contain their fury and charged out from the walls. Bai Mingyang showed no fear, waving his hand to unleash a barrage of magical attacks, meteor fire rain, firewalls, and wind and fire convergence, among others. Blazing flames erupted around the goblins, incinerating more than 10 in an instant. Hitting goblin mages hastily conjured magical shields to withstand the raging inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Zhong unleashed a flurry of arrows, quickly depleting his quiver and taking down several more goblins. Before the flames had even dissipated, goblin warriors protected by shields surged forth, with more goblins appearing from the sides. Bai Mingyang, and Hu Zhong continued their assault until the enemies were within 100 meters, at which point they retreated into the gray mist. The goblins, resembling frenzied hounds, barreled forward, desperate to prevent their prey from escaping. Some even employed burst skills to close the gap. At the rear, many more goblins poured out from the gates, with thousands lying in wait, having meticulously planned their ambush for the attackers. As the goblin warriors drew near, Bai Feng's prowess became evident. He wielded his spear with finesse, launching counterattacks that shattered the enemy formation. His spear danced like a venomous serpent, delivering lethal strikes aimed at the vulnerable points of the goblins' throats, chests, and eyes, quickly incapacitating dozens in close proximity. Hu Zhong provided support from the rear, eliminating any threatening targets. Bai Mingyang was not merely a mage. He adeptly retaliated with punches as the enemies approached, his agility allowing him to dispatch goblins with sheer martial prowess. The trio fought and retreated simultaneously, occasionally consuming potions to restore their health. Under their careful control, they always left a trail for the goblins to follow. The goblin warriors, fueled by determination, prepared to crush the three intruders, unaware of what awaited them. Gradually, the trio lured the goblins into a tightening noose. Over 60 skeletons maintained a formation, each spaced more than 5 meters apart. Upon spotting the enemies, Li Ku bellowed, "All skeletons, advance and annihilate all nearby foes." The skeletons split into two groups, with the melee skeletons charging headlong into the fray, while the archers released a volley of arrows that swiftly felled the foremost goblin warriors. No longer retreating, Bai Feng unleashed his fury once more, attacking with relentless zeal, each strike nearly bathed in blood, capable of dispatching goblins in mere moments. As the melee skeletons closed in, the situation simplified further. A single swing from their blades could sever multiple goblins, their ferocious power undeniable. The goblin warriors, upon witnessing the towering skeletons, were overtaken by fear, their expressions shifting from aggression to terror, with some even trembling and collapsing to the ground. Even when they attempted to strike, their weapons failed to breach the skeletons' defenses, often resulting in their own bodies being flung aside by a single kick. Li Ku, now more formidable than ever, could crush goblin skulls with a single punch, and on occasion, a critical strike would reduce them to mere pulp. Faced with overwhelming numbers, he unleashed his skills, a single flying crane fist capable of incapacitating hundreds of goblins nearby. The goblins erupted into chaos, fleeing for their lives in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, they could not outrun the legendary skeletons. Over 1,000 goblins were swiftly dispatched. Scattered across the ground were a few pieces of equipment, but none possessed noteworthy attributes. And Li Ku, dismissive, chose not to retain them. Hu Zhong and Bai Feng managed to collect some gear to sell, yielding a modest profit. After the battle concluded, Bai Mingyang approached Li Ku, noting that the goblins here were prepared, while the enemies at other gates likely remained unaware of the situation. "We can make a detour. Continue to lure the goblins, and strive to sap the strength of their forces. When they become complacent, we shall strike decisively into their territory." Li Ku hesitated slightly before nodding and stating, "Today, I must ask you all to exert yourselves greatly. I shall duly inform the Lord of your contributions. However, you must prioritize your safety and signal promptly if the situation turns dire." With that, the group altered their course once more, setting out to lure the enemies from other gates. The goblins on guard, upon being attacked, fought back fiercely, though their numbers were limited, totaling around 500. The trio managed to lure and eliminate nearly 3,000 goblins through repeated tactics. Yet, the goblins had grown wiser, refraining from pursuing into the mist, and even summoning many goblin mages for defense. White Mingyang and his companions, unable to deceive the goblins any longer, conferred with Li Ku about launching an assault on the city. White Mingyang proposed, "Let us three venture forth to draw the enemy's attention while you conceal yourselves in the mist. We shall entice the foes out, and then you can strike at the opportune moment." Li Ku nodded in agreement, determined to fulfill the Lord's directive. Soon, White Mingyang and his companions appeared outside the city walls, where White Mingyang unleashed a barrage of magical assaults upon the enemies on the ramparts. Hu Zhong, standing nearby, harried the goblins with a relentless hail of arrows. The goblin mages cast magical shields to deflect the attacks and retaliated with spells of their own. However, each counterattack was met with arrows, and before long, over a dozen goblin mages lay injured. A goblin subleader, hastily rallying his subordinates, charged forth, intent on driving away the intruders. As long as they remained outside the mist, they would be safe. A large cohort of goblins surged forward, surprisingly. The enemy showed no signs of retreat. The goblin subleader, accompanied by hundreds of followers, advanced with the intent to eliminate these three oblivious humans. 50 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. The trio stood resolute, mere 50 meters from the mist, showing no inclination to withdraw. Just as the goblins closed in within 50 meters, the skeletal soldiers hidden within the gray fog surged forth, their speed outpacing the goblins by several times. Thud, thud, thud. Over 30 melee skeletons crashed into the goblin ranks, their simple slashes dispatching dozens of goblins. Chaos erupted within the goblin formation, with the front lines retaliating while those behind scrambled to escape. Li Ku, accompanied by 2 necromancer leaders, flanked the enemy, approaching the city gates from the side. Near the entrance, several goblins were frantically attempting to shut the gates. Observing this, Li Ku employed the flying crane fist, bridging over 100 meters to slay the gatekeeper goblins. For them, the true battle was about to commence. Meanwhile, Lin Tao reclined in a hot spring, observing the trading hall where treasures of exquisite quality were being offered, albeit at exorbitant prices. One item costing no less than 10,000 void crystals. Chapter 55, The Expedition. Golden Light Armor. Treasure increases constitution by 600 points and defense by 100 points, with a chance to reflect damage when attacked. The effectiveness of this equipment was fearsome. Merely the attribute enhancement amounted to 600 points, which translated to a boost of 300 attack and 6,000 health points. Lin Tao couldn't help but salivate at the sight, yet the price was simply too steep, demanding a whopping 10,000 void crystals, a veritable extortion. A rough calculation indicated that ordinary equipment required only 50 void crystals, meaning 200 pieces of standard gear were necessary to exchange for a single treasure-grade item, which was indeed daunting. This treasure remained listed in the market for several hours without a buyer. Lin Tao, wary of such a price, recognized that his current priority was to bolster his forces. A vague suspicion lingered in his mind that the seller might be the one frequently purchasing equipment. Thus, he added the seller as a friend and messaged, "Brother, this item is not suited for me. If you have any high-tier fire-type equipment or archer gear, please let me know. I might be interested in purchasing." Jiang Yu replied, "No problem. I regularly sell various equipment. Most of the rare items circulating in the market were sold by me. I did have archer gear, but it has all been sold." "All right, can you exchange equipment?" Jiang Yu responded, "We'll discuss it later. I'm uncertain if I can safely survive the 15th day." Lin Tao's suspicions were confirmed. No wonder the trading hall was bustling with buyers for low-tier equipment. The other party likely possessed a talent for equipment synthesis. However, all talents have their limitations. For instance, synthesizing equipment may result in failure, or the number of attempts may be restricted daily. Today marked the 14th day since entering the void, and nearly all survivors were extraordinary beings. The total population in the regional channel barely exceeded 5,000. Among them, Lord classes constituted a small fraction, likely over 1,000, with fewer than 300 remaining at 2 stars or higher. The weaker lords had already been eliminated, either abandoning their territories to become wanderers. Lin Tao pondered how much longer he could endure, resolving to strengthen his power by consuming more magical beast meat and extraordinary fruits. As long as his strength grew formidable, even if his territory fell, he could escape in time. White Mingyang and his companions proved invaluable, serving as scouts, but it was essential to offer them sufficient rewards to prevent them from abandoning their post. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Tao had gradually evolved from an ordinary individual, his thought process transforming in tandem. Meanwhile, Li Ku and his skeletal soldiers pressed into the goblin territory, engaging in combat along a wide street. The road spanned 12 meters, flanked by goblin vendors selling various wares. Upon witnessing the breach of the city gates, they hurriedly fled for safety. The skeletal soldiers revealed their terrifying prowess, mercilessly slaying any nearby living beings. Even the smallest of goblins were not spared. The street echoed with cries for help and wails of despair. Some towering structures hurled stones or shot magical arrows. These were the goblin defensive towers. The skeletal soldiers, upon closing in, could shatter those towers in mere 2 or 3 strikes. The goblins around were thrown into disarray. Some attempted to retaliate, yet their attacks barely scratched the skeletons' defenses, proving utterly futile. Certain goblin mages concealed themselves atop rooftops or in hidden corners of buildings to unleash their spells, yet no matter how powerful their magic, it was as ineffective as a stone sinking into the sea when striking the skeletons. Li Ku directed the skeletal soldiers along the street, splitting their forces at intersections. Meanwhile, White Mingyang and his companions ascended the city walls, striving to eliminate the guard stationed there. Nearby, a goblin leader quickly rallied thousands of warriors to block the skeletal soldiers in the street. The goblin mages unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, but to no avail. The 2 skeletal soldiers, akin to harbingers of death, could cleave through 7 or 8 goblin warriors with a single strike, swiftly reducing the hundreds of goblins in their path to disarray. The goblin leader shouted incessantly, urging his troops forward. The faster they charged, the quicker they fell, leaving him with scarcely 100 men by his side. After a minute, the goblin leader was also slain. In the lord's mansion, the goblin lord lay resting, troubled by the previous day's defeat, which had robbed him of a good night's sleep. Moreover, the messenger of the Wolf King had arrived to press matters, which he had deflected. If he faced that human territory again, he feared his soldiers would be annihilated. It was wiser to await the Wolf King's intervention. Should the Wolf King prevail, he would offer some treasures as compensation. If the humans triumphed, he could evade disaster. Just as the goblin lord calculated his strategy, a goblin commander rushed to the entrance, exclaiming, "My lord, we have a situation." The goblin lord sighed in resignation. "Come in. What is it?" "My lord, The skeletal soldiers have caught up and are rampaging through our territory, slaughtering our residents and warriors. What? The goblin lord abruptly rose to his feet and hastily instructed the guards at the entrance, quickly notify the high priest. And also alert all the commanders to mobilize their troops. We must eradicate this swarm of skeletons. Having uttered these commands, he too stepped outside and swiftly made his way to a nearby small building to observe the battle. The goblins within the territory began to spring into action, approaching the battlefield through various streets. Some agile goblins leapt across rooftops, showcasing their unique skills. As the skeletons encountered an increasing number of foes, the narrowness of the streets permitted only 2 skeletons to engage in combat at the forefront. The buildings on either side varied in height. Some stood merely 7 or 8 meters tall, while others soared over 10 meters. The skeletons, facing wave after wave of assaults, wielded their long swords with relentless fervor, slaying any enemies that dared come close. Meanwhile, the ranged goblins remained at a distance, unleashing a barrage of magic and arrows. The health of the skeletons was dwindling rapidly, soon plummeting to around 500,000. Li Ku felt overwhelmed. Urban warfare was indeed a troublesome affair. His gaze shifted to the surrounding structures, and suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He commanded, attack the nearby buildings. Since there is no path, let us forge a new one. The melee skeletons promptly sprang into action, effortlessly demolishing the structures with just a few strikes, their efficiency surpassing that of a demolition crew. The surrounding buildings quickly crumbled into ruins, claiming the lives of some goblins who had sought refuge within. The battlefield erupted into chaos as the skeletons began to clash head-on with the main goblin forces. The goblin inhabitants of the territory commenced their retreat. They had no intention of perishing alongside their lord. Within mere minutes, thousands of goblins had fallen, staining the ground crimson with blood, and dismembered limbs lay scattered everywhere. The rear guard of goblin warriors continued to launch assaults, and the battle raged on for over half an hour. It was only when the goblin lord was slain that the curtain fell. A substantial portion of the territory lay in ruins, littered with corpses, the acrid scent of blood wafting into the air. There remained 42 skeletons, most with health below 500,000, and 2 undead commanders had perished. Li Ku was drenched in blood. He felt no remorse for the fallen skeletons. Yet the loss of the undead commanders weighed heavily on his heart. Bai Mingyang and his companions reaped considerable rewards from the fierce battle, obtaining several excellent pieces of equipment for sale and even leveling up multiple times. Meanwhile, Lin Tao received a notification. Your skeletons have slain the silver-tier goblin lord. You have been awarded a golden treasure chest. Chapter 56, Blazing Tempest. A resplendent golden chest materialized before Lin Tao, and he momentarily set aside his concerns, offering a brief prayer before opening the chest. You have opened a golden treasure chest. You have received a 3-star hero altar, one-time use, and 500 void crystals. An antiquated structure appeared on the ground, adorned with intricate magical runes. Lin Tao chuckled with glee, storing the hero building in his inventory. Having already utilized the Light of Evolution today, he resolved to construct it the following day. When combined with the Light of Evolution, it was possible he might acquire a high-star hero, allowing him to lead his troops into battle with 2 heroes, significantly increasing their spoils. This battle had bestowed upon Lin Tao over 70,000 void crystals, elevating his level to 29. Lord, 3 stars Lin Tao. Level, 29. Experience, 16,21,0150. Health, 27,072,7070. Attack, 431. Constitution, 862, 170. Spirit, 541. Magic, 5,410 5410. Lin Tao's health was on the verge of surpassing 30,000 points, providing him with a semblance of security. However, he was soon to confront an epic tier lord, and the outcome of that encounter remained uncertain. The silver lining was that the goblin tribe had been dealt with, ensuring he would not be caught between 2 fronts. As afternoon approached, Li Ku and his companions returned in haste. Lin Tao regarded the bloodied individuals with a hint of admiration. Li Ku, you performed admirably today. Rest well in the territory. There may be another fierce battle tomorrow. Teacher Bai, a formidable boss will assault the city tomorrow. What are your plans? Bai Mingyang pondered for a moment before responding. We can remain to assist you in defending the city. We have all gained from this battle, as long as you don't mind our presence. You are more than welcome to stay. Let us gather for a meal. I have some fruits for you to enjoy. The group hurried back to change their clothes. Lin Tao even exchanged a brand new gray tracksuit for Li Ku. During dinner, the group assembled, and Lin Shaohan prepared an abundant feast, replete with various dishes and desserts, all sourced from the One-Eyed Giant's collection. Bai Mingyang and his companions were taken aback. Merely consuming a couple of fruits had significantly boosted their attributes, surpassing the benefits of leveling up. Hu Zhong, unusually devoid of sarcasm, even mused that befriending Lin Tao wasn't so bad after all. Once the meal concluded, Lin Tao addressed those nearby. Su Lin, I shall grant you some void crystals. You may accompany Lin Shaohan to explore the shop. Li Ku, you should also purchase some snacks. The shop has spicy bamboo shoots you might want to try. Lin Shaohan cheerfully assured. Rest assured, Lin Tao, I will ensure they have a thorough look around. Bai Mingyang and the others exchanged glances, surprised. Wu Yong murmured, what has happened to Lin Shaoan? She has never been this warm towards us before. Hu Zhong clicked his tongue in response, whispering, I think Lin Shaoan has intentions of staying. Old Wu, today we killed many enemies, yet we didn't TC any class change stones. Perhaps you should wait a bit longer. If we continue to be devoid of class change stones, it may be safer for you to remain in the territory. Before long, a blood mist descended once more, and thousands of corrupted ratmen appeared near the territory. The corrupted ratmen stood over 3 meters tall, their eyes glowing red, with razor-sharp claws. Their smooth brown fur and long, rigid tails contrasted sharply with their low health, all below 10,000. They surged towards the territory from all directions, chattering incessantly. Some corrupted ratmen lingered near the volcanic pit, clawing at the hard volcanic rock, quickly scattering rubble around the pit. Li Ku, Bai Mingyang, and the others held the defensive lines on other fronts, while Su Lin and Lin Tao stood at the forefront of the battlefield. Su Lin's expression was as cold as frost. She pulled back her bowstring to its full extent, conjuring 3 magical arrows. With a swift whoosh, the arrows transformed into streaks of light, piercing through 3 corrupted ratmen, reducing their health by more than half. Su Lin's hands moved with such speed that she seemed to be creating afterimages, unleashing dozens of arrows within mere seconds. Lin Tao surveyed the battlefield before unleashing his defensive tower's attacks. The fire lizard continuously spewed forth scorching flames, each attack incinerating dozens of corrupted ratmen. The fallen angel emitted a dark light upon attacking, and not a single corrupted ratman could withstand its might. As the enemies drew closer, Lin Tao began his own assault, unleashing a torrent of magic, chain fireballs, water dragon strikes, frost convergence, and more. The corrupted ratmen found themselves disoriented amidst the barrage of attacks, falling in droves as they pressed forward. The fire lizard occasionally unleashed its ultimate ability, summoning a rain of fire that left the area eerily silent. With all corrupted ratmen within the attack radius reduced to mere cinders, the battles on other fronts proceeded smoothly as well. The skeletons, with their unparalleled attributes, made short work of their foes as though they were mere livestock. 20 minutes later, the combat concluded, leaving the battlefield in disarray, strewn with corpses. Lin Tao opened the city gates, leading the skeletal soldiers outside to collect their spoils of war. He retrieved his storage pouch and began to stow the treasures within. Any equipment he deemed worthless was promptly discarded in the trading market, while he retained 3 rare items that he intended to bestow upon Bai Mingyang and the others. Among the myriad of treasure chests, approximately over 100, he uncovered a spell book for summoning battle eagles, a verdant defensive tower, a skill upgrade card, along with various miscellaneous items. Lin Tao liquidated all that could be sold, amassing over 100,000 void crystals, and continued to invest skill upgrade cards into his magic shield. Magic Shield unleashes a protective barrier that lasts for 60 seconds, absorbing up to 300,000 points of magical damage before dissipating, with a mana cost of 400 and a cooldown of 100 seconds. Upon acquiring this skill, Lin Tao hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to retain it for himself or trade it for another magical skill. Just then, a message from Huang Min arrived. Lin Tao, I possess a flamestorm spell. Would you like to exchange? Lin Tao promptly replied, what a coincidence. I have a summon battle eagle spell. Would you be willing to trade? Huang Min agreed, of course. Just meet me at the trading market as usual. The two swiftly completed their transaction, with Lin Tao acquiring the new skill. Flamestorm inflicts fire damage upon enemies within a designated area, lasting for 10 seconds, dealing 5 points of magical damage per second, with a mana cost of 100 and a cooldown of 120 seconds. Once the business was concluded, Lin Tao disposed of the corpses within his territory and handed the equipment to the 3 companions. Bai Mingyang frowned and said, Lin Tao, you have equipment to sell for gold. We currently do not lack for gear or void crystals. Focus on enhancing your own strength. Lin Tao insisted. Your presence in the territory is a tremendous help to me. Please accept the equipment. I have no shortage of gear myself. In a couple of days, I'll need your assistance in locating the beast territory, and I cannot let you go unrewarded. He had his own calculations. This battle had yielded a bountiful harvest, primarily due to the coordinates provided by others, and it was imperative to cultivate their goodwill. Furthermore, how much could be earned from 3 pieces of equipment? The gains from the battle exceeded tens of thousands. It was merely an investment in information while securing 3 allies, a surefire profit. Ultimately, Bai Mingyang accepted the equipment, as to refuse further would seem ungracious. As the night deepened, Lin Tao swiftly ventured out to construct the hero altar after refreshing his skills. Soon, an ancient-looking blue stone edifice materialized within his territory. He decisively employed the light of evolution upon the structure, and 3 prompts appeared in succession. Chapter 57, 9-Star Hero. You have utilized the light of evolution on the current 3-star hero altar, one-time use, successfully completing a minor evolution, and you have acquired a 5-star hero altar, one-time use. You have utilized the light of evolution on the current 5-star hero altar, one-time use, successfully evolving it, and you have acquired a 6-star hero altar, one-time use. You have utilized the light of evolution on the current 6-star hero altar, one-time use, achieving a major evolution, and you have acquired a 9-star hero altar, one-time use. With each prompt, the structure before Lin Tao surged upward, the blue stone transforming into pure white jade, intricately adorned with mysterious ancient inscriptions. Ethereal clouds enveloped the surroundings, creating an otherworldly ambience. Lin Tao chose to summon a hero directly, and a man clad in a snow-white robe embellished with ice dragon motifs emerged from within. The man had a chiseled visage, eyes resembling twinkling stars, a dark sword at his waist, and he wore cloud-treading boots that lent him an air of unique charisma. 9-star swordsman, Yichun. Level 1. Health points, 18, 518, 500. Attack, 425. Constitution, 950. Spirit, 930. True Essence, 9, 309, 300. Talents, guaranteed hit. The swordsman's years of rigorous training render him unable to miss when attacking enemies. Burst, the swordsman's lethality is exceptional. Inflicting double damage upon enemies can trigger other critical talents and skills. Sword Mastery, increases damage dealt by sword skills by 100. Skills, Sword Chi Vastness, has a chance to release Sword Chi upon attacking, inflicting tenfold extra damage on enemies. Chain Death Sword, rapidly strikes enemies 36 times, each dealing 10 points of physical damage based on Constitution. True Essence cost, 300, cooldown, 90 seconds. True Essence Recovery, increases True Essence recovery speed by 300, restoring a minimum of 4 True Essence per second. Drizzling Night Rain, condenses True Essence into Sword Chi, dealing 40 points of mixed damage to enemies ahead. True Essence cost, 150, cooldown, 120 seconds. Chapter 58, Void Mayfly. Boom, boom, boom. Magic erupted across the battlefield, as the legendary skeletal soldiers attracted a significant amount of firepower. In the world of beasts, larger size equated to greater danger. The Void Wolf Riders, leveraging their speed advantage, were the first to engage the skeletal soldiers. Their crimson eyes fixed on their foes, preparing to strike fiercely. With a single horizontal slash, the skeletal soldier cleaved a Void Wolf Rider in half, sending the upper half of its corpse flying several meters away. The Black Wolf continued its frenzied charge, reaching the skeletal soldier and extending its claws towards the soldier's ankle. The claws struck as if against the hardest rock, producing wisps of white smoke, yet failed to breach the defenses. Thud! The lower half of the Wolfman's body finally fell to the ground. Su Lin, wielding her longbow, began shooting arrows that soared towards the enemy, only to be thwarted by the magical shield surrounding them. Frowning, she lamented, "If only I had more arrows. Magical arrows are too easily countered by those shields." Observing this, Lin Tao quickly checked the trading market and soon located a seller offering arrows. For just 10 void crystals, he could purchase 200 ordinary arrows. He promptly acquired 2,000 arrows, which materialized into 2 large baskets at his feet, filled to the brim. "Su Lin, I bought some arrows for you. Use these for now, and I'll get you more once you run out." A smile graced Su Lin's face as she sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Lin Tao." Swiftly, she knocked 3 arrows onto her bowstring, and all 3 arrows flew simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows struck a black wolf, piercing its skull and splattering its white brain matter, causing its health to plummet. Thud! The black wolf collapsed, and the wolfman riding it tumbled to the ground. The skeletal archers unleashed a volley of arrows, but they too were repelled by the magical shields. Once again, Su Lin's arrows flew forth, striking the wolfman squarely in the chest, burying deep and causing blood to erupt. The wolfman howled in fury, charging even more recklessly toward the city walls. At this moment, the fallen angel had transformed, its wings now blood red, doubling its attack speed, and launching 2 fist-sized black orbs. These orbs bypassed the magical shields and struck the wolfman's head. Boom! The wolfman's head exploded. The melee skeletal soldiers formed a line, effectively blocking numerous beasts. Their exceptional attack power was on full display, dispatching lesser creatures with ease, save for elite monsters which required a bit more time. The mage units joined the fray, bombarding the battlefield with various spells, flames, gales, frost, and more, throwing the battlefield into chaos. Nearby, invisible creatures emerged, small demons no taller than a meter, clad in brownish gray, wielding beast-bone daggers, moving with remarkable speed. They concealed themselves behind other beasts, waiting for the skeleton soldier to retract its weapon before launching a sudden onslaught. Like phantoms, they traversed the distance of over 10 meters, swiftly stabbing at the legs of the skeleton soldier, inflicting over 1,000 points of damage in a single strike. After executing their attack, the little demons would vanish into the shadows of nearby beasts, biding their time for the next opportunity. However, Lin Tao's cloak of invisibility rendered the little demon's stealth capabilities utterly futile. He clicked his tongue in disapproval and turned to Su Lin, saying, "Su Lin, do not concern yourself with those ordinary creatures. Focus solely on the little demons. Their explosive power is far too significant, and if left unchecked, it could lead to grave complications." Su Lin nodded and began to unleash arrows towards the little demons lurking in the shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows pierced through the darkness and embedded themselves into the ground, while the little demon, cackling maniacally in the shadows, sprayed saliva in excitement. Despite their special state within the shadows, the little demons were vulnerable to magic shields. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. As a competent elf, she could vividly perceive the derisive expression on the little demon's face. 3 magic arrows rapidly took form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 magic arrows simultaneously found their mark in the little demon's mouth, causing its health to plummet by more than half. The little demon hastily revealed itself, attempting to retreat, but as it leaped, it was pierced by 3 arrows, its crimson blood staining the ground. The number of void moths was not insignificant. They were pitch black, exceeding 3 meters in length, with small heads adorned with 2 black, pointed horns, creating a rather bizarre appearance. Each possessed 4 wings, with the forewings being large and elongated, while their undersides boasted 6 long, dark legs, sharp claws protruding ominously. Most importantly, they were aerial creatures, wholly disregarding the melee skeletons below as they advanced straight ahead. Void Moth. Level, 25. Attack power, 460. Health, 8920, 8920. Defense, 5. Talent, super reproduction, metamorphosis. Skills, self-destruct, strangulation. The night bat's defense tower finally ceased its passive behavior and summoned 3 massive black bats to engage in combat. Night bat. Attack power, 500. Health, 20, 000, 20, 000. Defense, 10. Talent, aerial nemesis. Skills, windblade, bite, nightblade. With their substantial health and the potent aerial nemesis talent, the night bats could inflict double damage on aerial units. Measuring over 2 meters in length, they surged forward towards the enemy. Their wings shimmered with a faint black light, and in a swift motion, they approached the void moths, dealing over 2,000 points of magical damage in a flash. The void moths, numerous in number, swarmed forward, their wings glowing with a pale white light, resembling scythes of death. The night bats, outnumbered, unleashed a barrage of over 10 azure wind blades, causing the struck void moths to bleed profusely, their health rapidly dwindling. Lin Tao furrowed his brow slightly. The level of this defense tower was far too low and required an upgrade. Fortunately, he possessed void crystals, and without hesitation, he opted to enhance the night bat defense tower. Upon upgrading, the tower expanded in size, increasing the number of bats summoned to 6, and upon refreshing its skills, it immediately summoned 6 night bats to join the fray. Lin Tao boldly upgraded the defense tower twice, resulting in the summoning of 15 night bats during the second enhancement, and 30 elite night bats during the third, their attributes surpassing those of elite monsters. Night bat. Attack power, 3000. Health, 350, 000, 350, 000. Defense, 80. Talent, aerial nemesis. Night shield. Skills, wind blade, bite, night blade, sonic shock. The newly summoned night bats, each measuring over 10 meters in length, dispersed like fighter jets onto the battlefield. Upon their arrival, they unleashed their skills, sending waves of eerie sound waves rippling through the air. Void moths within 100 meters were struck, plummeting to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Ground beasts were similarly affected, their movements becoming sluggish and unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, the night bats attacked, their wings sharp as blades, capable of cleaving the void moths in two. The front lines of hundreds of void moths were swiftly annihilated. Yet others continued to infiltrate the territory, advancing towards the central green brick building. A blood-red notification flashed before Lin Tao's eyes, indicating that his Lord's mansion was under assault by the void moths, with durability diminished by 480 points. Chapter 59, The Defensive Battle. A flurry of red notifications inundated Lin Tao, compelling him to turn his gaze towards the rear. Hundreds of void moths had breached the defensive line from various angles, assaulting the structures within the territory. The skeleton soldiers stationed within the territory were roused, launching a counterattack. Skeleton archers swiftly released volleys of arrows, each shot claiming the lives of aerial foes. The frostbone dragon soared into the air, causing a flurry of snowflakes to descend, blanketing the territory in a wintry storm. Void moths that came into contact with the snowflakes were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, shattering upon impact with the ground. The nightmarish cavalry transformed into a nebulous form, their undead steeds leaping forth, merging into an elite void moth. Instantly, the elite void moth was converted into a unit of their own, its attributes doubling as it began to wreak havoc upon its erstwhile companions. The invading void moths fell within mere seconds, leaving only the possessed elite void moth to survive. The elite void moth landed, silently awaiting the next wave of enemies. Lin Tao's anxiety finally subsided. Yet other directions continued to be plagued by the relentless incursions of the void moths, a persistent nuisance. He descended from the city walls and commanded the frostbone dragon and the nightmarish cavalry, eliminate all aerial foes outside. The frostbone dragon spread its wings and soared into the heavens, while the elite void moth controlled by the nightmarish cavalry darted towards another direction. Lin Tao took the opportunity to observe the battle from another angle. At the rear gate, the melee skeleton soldiers formed an impenetrable barrier, steadfastly holding the line against the enemy. Li Ku descended upon the battlefield like a vengeful deity, capable of shattering the skulls of beasts with a single punch, unleashing skills against elite monsters. When faced with overwhelming numbers, he would employ the flying crane fist, annihilating hundreds of foes in one fell swoop. However, the little demons persisted in their stealthy ambushes, causing Li Ku to lose over 5,000 health points. Observing this, Lin Tao intervened, casting a frost condensation spell. This time, the skill triggered a multiple casting effect, creating an expanse of frost stretching 800 meters across the battlefield. Most beasts were ensnared by the chilling aura, their movements rendered rigid, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Within moments, a fraction of the beasts were encased in ice, including the several invisible little demons. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ku dispatched the assassins, alleviating concerns for the rear. At the left gate, the skeleton soldiers maintained their steadfast presence, securing the center of the battlefield. Yi Chen fought valiantly behind the skeletons, wielding a long sword with an elegant and ethereal grace, striking the vital points of his adversaries with each blow. His movements were incredibly swift. Upon closing in on foes, he would unleash 5 or 6 stabs in the blink of an eye, often leaving enemies unaware until it was too late. When confronted with a densely packed front line, Yi Chen would employ the skill Gentle Night Rain. Countless minuscule sword auras cascaded from the heavens, the dense onslaught resembling a torrential downpour. Yet, this deluge bore a lethal intent. The magical barriers within the area were instantaneously extinguished, and the beasts of the wild were pierced by the sword auras, their vitality plummeting to zero. Even with the emergence of lesser demons, Yi Chen adeptly evaded their assaults, utilizing his masterful senses to not only dodge, but also counterattack. Lin Tao marveled inwardly, acknowledging the prowess of a 9-star hero, indeed formidable. To the right, Bai Feng had already leapt from the city walls, opting to engage in combat behind the skeletal warriors, his spear dancing like a sinuous serpent, imbued with deadly intent. His attack power was rather insufficient, compelling him to flit around the battlefield, striving to eliminate weakened foes. Bai Feng was equipped with stealth gear, supported by Bai Mingyang and Hu Zhong from above. The lesser demons, upon making a move, would be swiftly targeted, leading to their inevitable demise. This was the trio's combat strategy. Their synergy was commendable. However, Bai Mingyang's fire-based magic dealt minimal damage, rendering him incapable of eradicating the densely packed enemies, which only served to increase their numbers on the battlefield. Lin Tao commenced his offensive, unleashing a barrage of spells, chain fireballs, blazing storms, and water dragons, among others. Instantly, a searing inferno engulfed the battlefield, its extent exceeding 2,000 square meters. A significant portion of the enemies ahead found themselves enveloped in flames, with even traces of fire flickering amidst the blood mist. The fire magic skills triggered the Crimson Flame Dragon Soul, as streams of draconic flames descended from above, surpassing even Yi Chen's elegant night rain in magnificence. The magical shields surrounding the beasts were rapidly depleted, and the scorching flames began to incinerate all adversaries, with nearly half of them reduced to cinders. Bai Mingyang paused his incantation, his envy palpable as he remarked, "Lin Tao, your skills are truly remarkable. Alas, my fire magic skills are too scarce. I wonder when I shall reach your level." Lin Tao shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps I am merely fortunate. You, Teacher Bai, are a martial artist of great caliber, both scholarly and martial. In comparison, I still have much ground to cover. You need not be modest. You are a lord, while I am but a fire mage. Your future is boundless, whereas I am merely seeking employment under a lord, far from your stature." Suddenly, Bai Mingyang had an epiphany. Like Lin Tao, he too was a fire mage. Should he remain, Lin Tao would likely consume all fire magic skill books for himself, leaving none for him. In other words, to grow stronger, he would have to seek a different lord, ideally one who practiced a different school of magic. His expression became conflicted, pondering whether to stay or go. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and he certainly lacked the temperament to facilitate another's success while compromising his own. Lin Tao, oblivious to such musings, returned to the forefront of the battlefield, witnessing the situation stabilize. Su Lin alternated between magical and ordinary arrows, as the supply on the ground dwindled. Lin Tao decided to purchase 5,000 arrows to ensure Su Lin had ample ammunition. Meanwhile, in other regions, various lords were embroiled in fierce battles, some powerful lords even venturing beyond the city walls. Each lord's monster kill count varied over the span of half a month. The more foes they vanquished, the stronger the enemies they encountered. Some fortunate lords, having slain fewer than 10,000, faced weaker adversaries. Niu Gang, having encountered few enemies over the past 10 days, lacked the funds to procure equipment, living in such poverty that he could scarcely afford sustenance. Yet, blessed with exceptional talent, even subsisting on meager rations yielded him improved attributes. At this moment, the invading forces comprised fewer than 500 magic-eyed wolfmen, with the highest level merely at 20. In stark contrast, Niu Gang's attributes had surpassed 1,000. and he had awakened his innate talent. Without hesitation, he led his soldiers out of his territory to confront the enemy head-on, dispatching them in under 5 minutes. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. 2-star Lord Neo Gang was the first to slay a silver-tier magic-eyed wolfman, earning 10,000 experience points and a skill upgrade card as a reward. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, inwardly lamenting, this Neo Gang, despite his meager diet, managed to defeat a silver-tier boss. The first to kill a boss receives additional rewards. I must expedite my efforts. Chapter 60, Instant Kill of the Aberrant Giant. After a prolonged battle, Lin Tao's void crystals surged remarkably, soon surpassing 40,000. Many monsters he faced were closely matched in level, yielding slightly more void crystals upon defeat. A stark contrast to the goblins. Lin Tao returned to his territory to recruit soldiers, adhering to the ratio of melee to ranged units. 16 brand new skeletal warriors soon materialized. He distributed the skeletal warriors among the various city gates, ensuring that more than 30 skeletal warriors were evenly allocated, with at least 10 stationed at each gate. The arrival of this batch of skeletal warriors instantly disrupted the balance of combat. Among them, Yichen shone the brightest, having ascended to level 3. His dramatically increased attributes evoking envy in Lin Tao. 9-star swordsman, Yichen. Level 3. Health, 75, 120 80, 940. Attack, 1, 0 37. Constitution, 2, 0 74. Spirit, 1, 974. True Essence, 19, 480 740. With each level gained, Yichen amassed over 2,000 attribute points, averaging more than 1,000 per upgrade, and had unlocked a new talent, Master of Swordsmanship. Each strike carries True Essence, inflicting an additional 2 points of mixed damage per attack. At this moment, Yichen appeared almost invincible, his sword enveloped in a radiant glow. A casual thrust could deal over 4,000 points of damage if he struck a vital point. The damage doubled to over 8,000, capable of obliterating most beasts. Yichen's combat instincts were terrifying. Even when confronted by lesser demons, he could preemptively react, dispatching them with a single thrust. However, Yichen was not without his shortcomings. His limited knowledge of magic often left him vulnerable to area spells. His once pristine white attire now resembling that of a beggar. Lin Tao felt a twinge of longing. Had the demon-long sword not been bound, Yichen wielding it would surely be an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Li Ku, on the other hand, faced greater challenges due to his lack of stealth gear. As invisible lesser demons began to appear, frequently launching sneak attacks, he found himself in peril. Were it not for his innate evasion talent, he likely would have perished by now. Lin Tao promptly cast spells to assist, leaving Li Ku with several health potions he had previously purchased, each capable of restoring 10,000 health points. Upon receiving them, Li Ku rejoined the fray. The usually gentle panda man transformed into a ferocious beast on the battlefield. His attacks reminiscent of a raging tiger, instilling a sense of dread among onlookers. Yichen embodied the elegance of a swordsman, while Li Ku represented raw brute force. Their combat styles diverged, yet both were steeped in lethal intent. Lin Tao departed only when the skeletal warriors began to push back, with his final stop being the West Gate, the area that concerned him the most. Bai Mingyang and his companions were not high in level and lacked star upgrade cards. Their attack power far too low. They managed to handle weakened monsters adequately, but would struggle against overwhelming numbers. As the gates swung open, over 10 skeletal warriors joined the fray, the melee skeletons charging forth with large strides, their blades sharp enough to cleave through foes effortlessly. The void beasts were compelled to divide their forces in resistance, yet their efforts proved futile. Lin Tao continued to unleash his magical prowess atop the city walls, casting Water Dragon Break, with successive fireballs manifesting in rapid succession. This time, the Water Dragon Break triggered a multiple casting effect, summoning 5 formidable water dragons that descended with terrifying force, engulfing the void beasts in the center of the battlefield. As the waves receded, only a dozen or so magic-resistant void giant beetles remained unscathed. Seizing this opportunity, the skeleton soldiers advanced, swiftly cleaving the void giant beetles in twain with just a few strikes. Bai Mingyang watched in astonishment. An pressing question that had long lingered in his mind escaped his lips. Lin Tao, do you possess a talent for multiple casting? The number of water dragons you summoned seems off. Lin Tao nodded. You are correct, Bai Laosher, but the probability of triggering multiple casting is exceedingly low. It is truly a matter of luck. Bai Mingyang nodded in acknowledgement, his resolve to depart solidifying within him. Now that Lin Tao had grown formidable, he no longer required the assistance of the 3 of them. It would be far more beneficial to venture forth and slay monsters to enhance his own strength. For only by elevating his personal prowess could he garner greater respect. It was rather humiliating to require help even for city defense. After Lin Tao dispatched the majority of the monsters, he returned to his designated area, where the skeleton soldiers held their ground in the heart of the battlefield. A multitude of ranged monsters gathered at the fringes of the gray mist, persistently harassing them. The frostbone dragon engaged in aerial combat, emanating an aura of frost that diminished the attack and movement speeds of nearby void beasts. It periodically unleashed its icy breath and magical spells, drastically reducing the number of void mayflies in the sky to fewer than 10. After neutralizing the remaining void mayflies, the frostbone dragon set off in another direction, drawing the attention of numerous void beasts. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden cacophony of colossal footsteps reverberated through the blood mist, and Lin Tao mused that the behemoth was finally making its entrance. He had long prepared the stage. All that was left was a fitting actor. A minute later, a gigantic figure towering over 30 meters appeared, its upper body bare and its lower half clad in leather shorts. The surrounding void beasts instinctively parted to make way for their imposing leader, fearful of being crushed underfoot. The giant's body was covered in numerous dark red growths, and it bore an exceptionally thick ancient tree on its shoulder, measuring over 20 meters in length. This formidable boss was known as the Deformed Giant, boasting a staggering health pool of over 3 million, categorizing it as a powerful epic tier boss. Its attack power exceeded 80,000 points, making any close encounter perilous. Lin Tao smirked coldly. He had awaited this creature for quite some time and decisively launched a barrage of sword chi towards the Deformed Giant. In an instant, thousands of sword illusions materialized in the sky, each sword measuring no less than 5 meters in length, accompanied by a shrill whistle of sword chi. Thousands of blades rained down from above. The Deformed Giant's pupils constricted as its heart raced. It sensed the horrifying aura in the air. The specter of death had arrived. With a thunderous roar, a shockwave erupted from its voice, distorting the surrounding air and sending nearby void beasts flying. The ground quickly illuminated with a solid yellow light, forming a protective armor around the Deformed Giant. The collision of the giant's sound wave and the sword chi caused the foremost dozens of sword chi to gradually dissipate. Yet the subsequent thousands of blades continued to pierce through the sound wave. The earth armor enveloping the Deformed Giant withstood over 10 sword strikes before ultimately succumbing to the relentless onslaught. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sword chi struck true, each blade acting as an unyielding instrument of destruction, inflicting countless wounds upon the Deformed Giant, with blood mist rising and a torrential rain of crimson falling around. The void beasts within 100 meters suffered the same fate, falling victim to the relentless sword chi. 2 notifications promptly appeared. 3-star Lord Lin Tao was the first to vanquish the epic tier Deformed Giant, earning 50,000 experience points and a random talent card as a reward. 3-star Lord Han Qingcheng was the first to slay the golden tier Earth Lizard, receiving 30,000 experience points and a random skill card as a reward. Chapter 61, Treasures and Farewells. As the notifications echoed through the battlefield, many lords engaged in combat paused momentarily in astonishment. Han Qingcheng had just stealthily infiltrated the enemy ranks to dispatch the boss, and as other monsters began to converge, he activated Shadow Traversal, transforming into a moving shadow and swiftly distancing himself by over 100 meters. Upon witnessing the notification, he was momentarily taken aback. Someone had indeed managed to slay an epic tier monster, indicating that his companions were not to be underestimated. Nearby, Neo, who was voraciously devouring the carcasses of slain monsters, raised his head, blood smeared across his mouth, clutching the leg of a wolfman. He exclaimed, "Lin Tao is incredible. He managed to eradicate an epic tier beast, surpassing even Han Qingcheng's prowess. It seems I must hasten to slay monsters myself. I cannot afford to fall too far behind." Zhang Ling was still embroiled in fierce combat, her battlements manned by a cadre of orc archers, augmented by a flowing-haired female hero. The female hero wielded a longbow, her rate of fire astonishingly swift, dealing over 3,000 damage with a single arrow, while numerous skeleton soldiers remained in the fray outside. Zhang Ling also wielded a longbow, capable of loosing 5 arrows at once, each inflicting over 500 damage. Upon seeing the notification, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Tao's combat prowess to be so formidable. She too needed to step up her game. Similar scenarios unfolded across various territories, with some lords expressing admiration while others furrowed their brows, each reacting differently. Some lords, unable to withstand the onslaught, saw their territories overrun by monsters and were forced to flee in haste. With a thunderous crash, the Deformed Giant collapsed, its flesh scattering across the ground, leaving behind a golden-orange treasure chest. Lin Tao snapped his fingers. The sword chi was indeed impressive, initially a localized skill. Now capable of encompassing a 100-meter radius with substantial lethality, the boss monsters were no match. Su Lin finally grasped how the Cyclops had met its demise. However, one thing remained a mystery to her: why Lin Tao, with seemingly low attributes, could unleash such overwhelming destructive power. Was this the terrifying essence of a lord? As the boss fell, the battle outside gradually drew to a close, with skeleton soldiers surging into the blood mist, unleashing a tempest of carnage. Yi Chun Li Ku, Bai Mingyang, and others plunged into the blood mist to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, Lin Tao hurriedly opened the city gates, intent on unlocking the epic treasure chest first. Su Lin closely followed, vigilant against any potential ambush. You have opened the epic treasure chest, acquiring the mystical turtle shell treasure and 1,000 void crystals. Mystical turtle shell treasure increases the defense of all soldiers by 100 points, with a chance to restore 1,000 health points when attacked by enemies. Chapter 62, The Strength of a Mage. Shortly thereafter, the blood mist began to dissipate, transforming once more into a gray haze. Lin Tao sorted through the assorted loot in his possession, with over 60,000 void crystals remaining. While several unfortunate skeleton soldiers had perished in this battle, there were still 102 legendary skeleton soldiers and 2 special units left. Observing Bai Ming Yang and the others depart, Li Ku approached and inquired, "My lord, do you have any further plans for today?" Unsure whether monsters would mount another assault, Lin Tao replied, "Hold off on venturing out just yet. I will gather some intelligence." He opened the Lord's chat channel, noting an increase in participants, over 300 2-star lords and more than 23-star lords. Lin Tao, 3-star brothers. How many waves of boss assaults should we expect on day 15? Can any of the esteemed leaders provide insight? Zheng Lin, San Xing. Oh dear, Lin Tao. I can't believe you've emerged. I remember when you didn't even comprehend the Void Storm. Who would have thought you could annihilate an epic tier beast? Quite adept at hiding, aren't you? Huang Min, San Xing. On the 15th day, there is generally only one boss, but the night brings greater peril, with an increase in the attacking void minions. Han Qingcheng, San Xing. Lin Tao, your prowess is commendable. Keep up the effort. After the 15th day, the likelihood of encountering void beasts will escalate. The more monsters you slay, the higher the chance for a boss to manifest. I've heard of a lord who, by extensively vanquishing lesser foes in the early stages, ensured that a boss appeared daily in the later stages. These creatures serve as both a trial and a ladder for rapid growth, with your strength. You should not fear them. Zhou Zihong, San Xing. Lin Tao, push yourself to slay more monsters. Zhao Jia, R Xing. There are so many powerful figures here. I'm merely a 2-star lord, how pitiful. Lin Tao's remarks elicited numerous responses, and he gradually understood that the more void monsters he killed, the more enemies would be drawn to him. After contemplation, he addressed Li Ku. You and Yi Chun take 20 skeleton soldiers to hunt monsters. I must retain the others to guard the city. However, you must return within 3 days. If we locate the territory of the Wolf King, be prepared for combat. If Teacher Bai and the others have not returned, you shall venture out to track down our foes. Li Ku patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, my lord. I shall return on time. The garments they wore had been reduced to rags from battle, and as they walked, they resembled beggars. Lin Tao then took the 2 to the shop to procure fresh attire, also passing on the leftover equipment to Yi Chun. Once they were ready, they set out with the skeleton soldiers, and before departing, Li Ku made sure to bring along some bamboo shoots and tender bamboo to enjoy as snacks on their journey. Wu Yong, abandoned by his teacher, was consumed by frustration and resorted to practicing his punches near the bamboo grove. A small farming skeleton paused its labors to come over and mimic his movements. Lin Tao called upon Su Lin to continue learning the combat techniques of the elves. It must be said, having a beautiful partner for training was significantly more effective than before. Su Lin was an excellent instructor, imparting various techniques along with her insights, making it considerably easier for Lin Tao to learn. Lin Xiaoan was busier still, having to deal with the chunks of meat in the cellar. Fortunately, she was a graduate of the Martial Arts Academy, and having recently consumed a fair amount of fine food, her constitution had improved, making her tasks less taxing. As noon approached, only 4 individuals remained for lunch. Wu Yong hastily picked at some dishes before leaving. He felt quite awkward since the teacher's departure. Lin Xiaoan assumed the role of chef, preparing meals daily, while he felt as though he was merely taking advantage of the situation, especially since the teacher had not left behind any void crystals, rendering him unable to shop. Wu Yong felt exceedingly frustrated, resorting to practicing punches within the territory to vent, unaware that a small skeleton was secretly learning from him. After finishing his meal, Lin Tao prepared for post-lunch activities, gathering all the skeleton soldiers at the entrance, along with the Frostbone Dragon and Nightmarish Cavalry. Su Lin, still curious, wondered what Lin Tao had in mind. Lin Tao led Su Lin back to the city walls, where he produced a challenge scroll to initiate a challenge. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of over 1,000 pirates clad in coarse burlap. This motley crew comprised various species, including orcs, mermen, and nagas, forming an amphibious battalion. The pirates varied in level, ranging from 20 to 30, and upon their appearance, they bellowed and charged toward the skeleton soldiers. Upon sighting the adversaries, Lin Tao felt a twinge of disappointment, as if he had been overly anxious. He unleashed a flurry of spells, consecutive fireballs, frost condensation, water dragon strike, and rain of fire. The ferocious magic engulfed the pirates, flames dancing in the air. And once the spells dissipated, all that remained were charred corpses. Su Lin released over 10 arrows, and the battle concluded swiftly. A barrage of notifications appeared. You have slain a level 22 merman, gaining 1 experience point and 1 void crystal. You have slain a level 28 orc, gaining 1 experience point and 1 void crystal. You have slain a level 30 big merman, gaining 3 experience points and 2 void crystals. At level 36, Lin Tao observed a significant decrease in the experience and void crystals obtained from killing enemies. The 1,000-plus pirates yielded less than 2,000 void crystals. Fortunately, the fallen pirates left behind some spoils, serving as a consolation prize. Suddenly, Su Lin sighed. Lin Tao, your magical skills are exceptional. There is no need to pursue elven combat techniques any further. You are destined to become a great archmage. Focusing on other skills would merely distract you. Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively. You are mistaken. Magic skills are effective against large groups of enemies, but melee techniques are vital for survival. While mages boast formidable burst damage, they are most vulnerable to assassins closing in. Besides, I am often idle. It would be prudent to learn more combat techniques, as they may prove useful in the future. Su Lin nodded in agreement, but fell silent, lost in her thoughts. Lin Tao descended to collect the spoils, selling off some of the miscellaneous loot while retaining potions and other useful items. Among the loot, a new spellbook caught his eye, Rejuvenation. Rejuvenation restores 90 health points to the target within 10 seconds. Mana cost, 500, cooldown, 30 seconds. This spell was quite beneficial, perfectly addressing Lin Tao's lack of healing capabilities, and he chose to learn it immediately. Once he finished his tasks, Lin Tao returned to the territory to continue sparring with Su Lin. Before long, a delightful fragrance wafted from behind the territory. A small skeleton approached, proudly presenting a large magnolia flower. The flower was as big as a watermelon, with oval-shaped, pure white petals resembling jade, emanating a rich floral scent. Lin Tao paused his training to examine the magnolia flower. Magnolia flower, consuming it will enhance physical attributes. Su Lin casually plucked a petal and savored it, remarking, the taste is quite pleasant. We could use this as a dessert after meals. Lin Tao's spirit soared. At last, the territory bore fruit. If they could cultivate their agricultural endeavors well, it would yield a continuous stream of income, alleviating any concerns about running low on void crystals. Chapter 63, The Dawn of Endless Defense. As night fell, a blood mist descended upon the land. Lin Tao reinforced his skeleton soldiers to 100, while the other gates were manned by 30 skeletons each. He, along with Su Lin and 10 skeleton soldiers, stood guard at the main gate. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by a series of low growls, some trolls mounted on massive bears emerged from the edge of the blood mist. The attackers were none other than the troll clan, towering over 2 meters in height. Their upper bodies were bare, showcasing their muscular physiques, with 2 pointed ears protruding from their heads and grotesque green faces adorned with tusks. The troll knights wielded sharp lances, supported by troll archers and shamans in the rear. Troll knight. Level, 28. Attack power, 510. Health points, 12, 860, 12, 860. Defense, 30. Talent, brute strength. Skills, charge, throw, heal. The trolls rode brownish-gray bears, each over 3 meters long, occasionally emitting low growls. Charge. With a thunderous roar, the troll knight urged his colossal bear mount into a frenzy, charging forward with astonishing speed, covering considerable distances in mere seconds. The fire lizards unleashed a torrent of flames, sending deadly fireballs soaring into the air. Their attack power now exceeded 90,000 points, with flames the size of human heads. Boom, boom, boom. The inferno erupted, engulfing the front line of more than 10 troll knights, while the bears collapsed silently to the ground. In the hands of the troll shaman, an ancient wooden staff waved, conjuring crimson shields that appeared with an eerie presence. These blood-red shields were remarkably strange, repelling the flames unleashed by the fire lizards. Su Lin, seizing an arrow from beside her, attempted to retaliate, only to have her shot deflected by the same shield. Seizing the opportunity, the troll knights charged, enveloped in a green glow, dashing forward hundreds of meters until they collided with the skeleton soldiers. The immense blades of the skeletons swung down ferociously, yet even their strikes were thwarted by the shields. The troll knights brandished their long spears to attack. Fortunately, their damage output was relatively low, dealing less than 300 points per strike. The skeleton soldiers found themselves equally powerless against the enigmatic shields, their assaults thwarted at every turn. Simultaneously, the troll archers and shamans launched their attacks, arrows and spells converging upon the battlefield. The shaman's magic was peculiar. Some summoned totems that left all skeletons momentarily stunned, while others conjured poisonous serpents that spewed toxic slime, staining the skeletons green and draining their health at a rate of 100 points per second. The skeletons' vitality rapidly diminished, with the shields before them presenting a formidable challenge. The fallen angels initiated their assault, only to find their efforts equally obstructed by the enemy's shields. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, experiencing a rare sense of helplessness. Observing the situation, Su Lin advised, Lin Tao, prioritize eliminating those troll spellcasters. Otherwise, the ensuing battle will become exceedingly troublesome. Lin Tao directed his skills at the distant foes, Water Dragon Break, Chain Fireballs, and Flame Storm, unleashing a barrage of magic that detonated behind the trolls. The water dragon danced and flames roared, inflicting severe damage upon the troll-ranged forces. Remarkably, the crimson shields of the troll cavalry persisted, enduring the fierce flames as they continued their assault. After 10 seconds, the blood-red shields finally dissipated. With a swift motion, the skeleton soldier swung its blade, cleaving several troll knights in twain. Lin Tao contemplated the impressive nature of the shields. They could protect the trolls for a full 10 seconds. Had the troll knights been even slightly more powerful, the skeletons would have been doomed. Once the troll shields faded, they became vulnerable prey, swiftly dispatched by the skeleton soldiers. Amidst the blood mist, the troll cavalry continued to surge forth, intensifying the battle. Lin Tao, having discerned the enemy's tactics, ceased holding back and returned to his domain to deploy the Frostbone Dragon and the Nightmare Cavalry. The Frostbone Dragon soared into the fray, unleashing terrifying frost breath upon the trolls, reducing them to fine powder. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, each flake carrying lethal intent. Any troll struck would be frozen into a solid ice sculpture. Some trolls attempted to heal themselves, but their regeneration paled in comparison to the damage inflicted by the icy breath, leading to their gruesome demise. The Frostbone Dragon swiftly penetrated the blood mist, wreaking havoc within. The Nightmare Cavalry, comprised of formidable elite foes, slaughtered the enemies with abandon. Lin Tao moved between the 4 city gates, periodically unleashing magic to eliminate foes, and occasionally triggering notifications upon vanquishing adversaries. You have slain an enemy using chain fireballs. Your spirit has increased by 1. You have slain an enemy using water dragon break. Your spirit has increased by 1. After 20 minutes, the trolls' offensive finally subsided, revealing the bizarre and multifaceted nature of their magic to Lin Tao. The spoils of war brought forth by the trolls were abundant, with over 100 pieces of equipment, including a rare longbow. Blood Moon Bow, rare, increases attack power by 500. When attacking an enemy, there is a certain probability of firing a magical arrow that inflicts an additional 5 points of physical damage. This piece of equipment was promptly bestowed upon Su Lin, while the trolls also yielded various potions. Stamina Enhancement Potion increases health by 500 points. Spirit Enhancement Potion increases spirit by 20 points. Great Healing Potion restores all health within 30 seconds, with a maximum recovery of 100,000 health points. The first 2 potions were contained in dark glass vials, emitting a foul, pungent odor that was overwhelmingly offensive. Lin Tao grimaced as he consumed one, feeling an immediate itch in his throat, almost rendering him senseless. This concoction was even more distasteful than traditional herbal medicine. Had it not been for the attribute boost, he would not have dared to consume it. Finally, it was time for the treasure chest segment, with over 50 chests yielding various trinkets and attribute points, the most valuable being 2 vials of botanical potions. Plant Growth Potion significantly accelerates plant growth and has a certain probability of inducing mutations in plants. Lin Tao entrusted the potions to Su Lin, recognizing that she was more adept in the realm of plant cultivation. Su Lin accepted the potions, planning to use them once the plants in the fields matured. After completing their tasks, Lin Tao returned to his quarters for a brief respite, but within minutes, the sounds of monstrous roars echoed from outside. He had no choice but to ascend the city walls with Su Lin, where they encountered a few dark wargen emerging from the edges of the blood mist. This group of dark wargen was not numerous, numbering only in the hundreds, with levels around 30. They charged with remarkable speed, yet before they could advance far, they were incinerated by the fire lizards. Other directions also saw the emergence of minor creatures, yet their numbers were scant. They were swiftly dispatched by the skeleton soldiers before nearing the territory. Lin Tao made several rounds, but each time, the battles concluded without his intervention. Observing the situation, Su Lin remarked, "This back-and-forth running isn't a sustainable strategy. Perhaps we should take turns keeping watch at night." Lin Tao nodded in agreement, replying, "You should rest first. I'll call for you in the latter half of the night." Meanwhile, Li Ku was rampaging through the forest alongside Yi Chun, slaughtering foes indiscriminately. Yi Chun had achieved the rank of Grandmaster, his heightened senses allowing him to detect enemies from miles away. The two coordinated with the skeleton soldiers to mercilessly slay magical beasts, soon encountering a formidable foe, a 3-headed ogre mage. Chapter 64, The Sacred Archer. The 3-headed ogre mage was unlike any ordinary ogre mage. Standing at 8 meters tall, its skin was a deep shade of blue. A prominent horn adorned its head, and it wielded a staff made from beast bone. Flanking its shoulders were 2 smaller heads, with the main head possessing absolute command. Their intellect surpassed that of typical ogre mages, granting them exceptional mastery over magic. Li Ku and Yi Chun confronted the 3-headed ogre alongside their skeleton soldiers. The 3-headed ogre's gaze fixated on the panda people ahead, drool nearly spilling from its mouth. In its memory, panda people were a rare delicacy. It swung its beast bone staff, causing vines to sprout rapidly within 100 meters. These vines, as thick as an adult man's wrist, writhed like living entities, ensnaring the surrounding enemies. The skeleton soldiers swung their long blades swiftly, yet these vines grew at such an astonishing pace that even if severed, others would quickly take their place. The skeletons found their legs bound, forced to continuously slash at the encroaching vines. With the most vines ensnaring him, Li Ku charged forward. But after just a few steps, he too was ensnared, compelled to strike at the vines binding his legs. Yi Chun pressed forward rather than retreating, his inner essence surging like a tempest. He moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, leaping deftly between the gaps of ancient trees. With relentless fervor, he wielded his weapon, preventing any creeping vines from encroaching upon him. The three-headed ogre mage grinned wickedly, brandishing its staff in quick succession, causing a plethora of mutated red flowers to sprout explosively across a 200-meter radius. The blossoms detonated with a series of thunderous booms. Each explosion sent petals flying like arrows, enveloping the vicinity in a bizarre crimson mist. Yi Chun found his senses dulled, unable to discern the enemy's movements. His field of vision shrank to less than a meter, compelling him to ascend the ancient tree and await developments. Li Ku sensed impending danger and immediately unleashed the crane fist, soaring skyward. The ethereal image of a white crane emanated a torrent of energy, shattering the surrounding ancient trees and reducing the vines to mere shreds. Yet, the crimson mist remained unaffected, thickening ominously. The tree upon which Yi Chun stood was splintered, forcing him to leap back to the ground, biding his time for the enemy's approach. Suddenly, Li Ku's ears twitched, prompting him to leap aside just as the three-headed ogre missed its strike, both heads roaring in frustration. With a disorienting thud, Li Ku landed, only to be struck soundly by the adversary, rendered immobile in a daze. The three-headed ogre mage swung its staff once more, conjuring a massive fireball that hurtled toward the nearby Pandaren. With a resounding explosion, Li Ku was engulfed in flames, his form disintegrating into a burst of white light. The three-headed ogre furrowed its brow, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It flailed about uselessly on the ground, still finding nothing, and begrudgingly turned its attention to the nearest human. In a flash, Yi Chun darted forward, his combat instincts far exceeding those of ordinary mortals. Evading the assault, he swiftly closed the distance to his opponent. His longsword struck out like a serpent's tongue, delivering over 30 thrusts in an instant. The three-headed ogre's legs were pierced by numerous sword strikes, the bone itself shattered, sending it teetering toward the ground. In a panicked response, it unleashed its most familiar spell, causing flames to rain down from the sky. Yi Chun's garments were singed, reverting him to a beggar's attire as his health plummeted. Undeterred, he leaped into the inferno, unleashing a torrential downpour of sword energy from above. The three-headed ogre attempted to summon a magical shield, but it was too late. As it raised its staff, countless sword energies assailed it, riddling its body with wounds and draining away a significant portion of its vitality. The excruciating pain elicited a furious roar, and the staff was waved frantically, unleashing a chaotic barrage of spells in the surroundings. As Yi Chun descended, he continued his relentless assault. Even when struck by the area's spells, he remained undeterred. Each thrust of his sword pierced through the three-headed ogre, creating gaping wounds. Within mere seconds, the ogre's health was utterly depleted. Though Yi Chun's own vitality was waning, he had emerged victorious against overwhelming odds. Lin Tao received 2 notifications in quick succession. Your hero Li Ku has been slain by the three-headed ogre mage. Your hero Yi Chun has slain the three-headed ogre mage. You have gained 2,800 experience points, 400 void crystals, and an epic treasure chest. Lin Tao gazed at the shimmering golden-orange chest before him, a grin spreading across his face. Li Ku had sacrificed himself for an epic treasure, a worthwhile exchange indeed. After all, heroes could be revived, while their enemies had no such opportunity. Eagerly, he opened the chest, and a notification appeared. You have opened the epic treasure chest and received the Divine Archer Golden Defense Tower and 1,300 void crystals. Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with delight. A golden defense tower had materialized, a significant boon. He hurried to the front gate and positioned the tower to the right. The ground surged, swiftly manifesting a humanoid statue clad in leather armor. The statue, resembling an Eastern warrior with flowing black hair, brandished a longbow, a quiver filled with arrows slung across its back. The figure exuded a robust aura, instilling a sense of safety. Divine Archer, upgradable. Quality, gold. True attack, 2,600. Attack speed, 3 strikes per second. Attack range, 1,000 meters. Durability, 10,000. Talent, Demon Hunter's Heart. Each time an elite monster is slain, attack power increases by 1. Slaying a boss increases attack power by 5. Skills, Split Arrows. Each attack additionally fires 2 arrows. Rain of Arrows, fires a dense barrage of arrows, inflicting 5 points of magical damage on all nearby enemies, with an internal cooldown of 90 seconds. Holy Arrow, fires a sacred arrow that knocks back enemies in its path, dealing 10 points of true damage, with an internal cooldown of 60 seconds. Upgrade materials, 150 wood, 80 iron ore, 60 copper ore, 1,500 void crystals. After reading the description, Lin Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. The long-awaited growth-based core tower had finally appeared. The Demon Hunter's Heart promised continuous increases in attack power, accompanied by a skill that dealt true damage to foes, making this defense tower worthy of nurturing. However, This tower could not utilize evolution skills, as evolving into a different quality tower would be a significant loss. Given the rarity of defense towers with built-in true damage, normal upgrades would suffice. Lin Tao rapidly upgraded the tower 3 levels, nearly exhausting his wood supply. He hurried to the trading market to purchase 500 wood, spending 5,000 void crystals to elevate the tower to level 4. Divine Archer, upgradable. Quality, gold. True attack, 13160. Attack speed, 5 strikes per second. Attack range, 1,800 meters. Durability, 50,000. The requirements for the next upgrade demanded 800 wood, but the trading market lacked sufficient stock, leaving Lin Tao with no choice but to pause. Occasionally, monsters appeared outside, but their numbers were few. They were swiftly dispatched before nearing the walls. In the early hours, Li Ku revived and began assisting with the night watch. Lin Tao stood before the defense tower, contemplating for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to evolve the fields. It was time to cultivate and sustain his household. Chapter 65, Production and Harvest. After utilizing his skill, 2 notifications appeared in succession. You have used the light of evolution on the fields. The fields have successfully evolved. And you have obtained fertile black soil. You have used the light of evolution on the fertile black soil. The fertile black soil has undergone a major evolution. And you have obtained spirit field. The yellow earth transformed into fertile black soil, which subsequently morphed into a pale, spirit-rich soil, expanding the area to 200 square meters. Spirit field. Plant growth speed increased tenfold. Harvest yield tripled, with a chance to cultivate spirit plants. As the spirit field expanded, a unique gas emanated from the soil, providing a sense of comfort to anyone nearby. Lin Tao retrieved a selection of rare plant seeds, including dragon bloodvine, deer velvet fruit, star moon herb, and mystic flower fruit, and entrusted them to the little skeleton for planting. The little skeleton busied itself with sowing and watering. With the territory entrusted to Li Ku for protection, Lin Tao felt assured and returned to rest. Throughout the latter half of the night, various small monsters emerged, either being shot down by the defense tower or dispatched by the skeleton warriors. Li Ku hardly needed to intervene, spending most of his time watching the spectacle from the city wall, while the little skeleton would occasionally join him to share in the entertainment. The next day, Lin Tao awoke as usual, greeted by another notification on his panel. You have consumed the flesh of the void longfong rabbit, resulting in a 15-point increase in your physique. Lin Tao now enjoys a daily diet of beast meat, with attribute enhancements ranging between 10 to 20 points, making it a rather sustainable venture. With the nourishment from beast meat, his physical strength is now bolstered, and it becomes significantly easier to enhance his spirit, as long as he slays magical beasts. He stands to gain attribute points. The only vexation lies in the scarcity of void crystals. Currently, Lin Tao possesses fewer than 50,000, having expended over 10,000 on upgrading the defensive tower just yesterday. Whether upgrading the tower or recruiting soldiers, he must accumulate more void crystals. Fortunately, the farmland has been successfully upgraded, and the next step is to await Su Lin's assistance in nurturing the plants. As Lin Tao stepped outside, Su Lin approached him with a query. Lin Tao, why didn't you call for me in the latter half of the night? Did we not agree to take turns on guard duty? Li Ku chimed in. With my return, I can keep watch through the night. He further added. It's sufficient for me to stand guard. Unlike you, I cannot sleep when I return home, so I might as well stay and keep watch. Su Lin relented, but then raised another concern. What is going on with that plot of land at the back? It expanded overnight, and it contains many peculiar substances that even our elven race has never encountered. Lin Tao clarified, I upgraded that plot of land, thus its nature has changed. Once your magical skills are restored, you can nurture the plants, and the seeds harvested can be quite profitable. Following this, they gathered together to partake in a meal. Today, Wu Yong lent a hand with the cooking, having pondered for a long time last night, believing he should not merely enjoy a meal without contributing. Thus, he decided to help out. After dining, he assisted in clearing the table and washing the dishes, feeling a sense of relief. After the meal, Lin Tao rushed over to inspect the Holy Archer, only to discover that its attack power had not increased at all. While the Fire Lizard's attack power had surged to over 98,000, he smacked his forehead in realization. The Fire Lizard's power was too formidable, rendering the Holy Archer incapable of claiming any monsters. It was imperative to separate the two. He repositioned the Holy Archer to the rear gate, ensuring it could guard its territory independently without the concern of competition for kills. As Lin Tao contemplated his next move, the little skeleton approached, presenting some fruits as a token of accomplishment. The plants sown earlier had finally borne fruit. The latest harvest included magnolias, jade heart fruits, shattered lotus fruits, and green jade fruits, among others, some of which were edible flowers that Su Lin adored. Certain fruits could enhance attributes upon consumption, though one could only benefit from 2 or 3 before diminishing returns set in. Lin Tao, alongside others, assisted the little skeleton in harvesting the fruits, quickly gathering over 500 pieces, along with some corn, radishes, and greens. He placed some fruits on the trading market, pricing them between 50 to 100 void crystals. Soon, lords began purchasing the fruits, The slow yield from farming talents made the fruits highly sought after. Over 300 fruits sold for more than 20,000 void crystals. And many individuals rushed to add him as a friend, reserving future harvests. Lin Tao's stock of void crystals swelled to over 80,000, a considerable fortune indeed. Meanwhile, Zhao Jun received news from a friend about someone selling extraordinary fruits at a low price. He promptly clarified the seller's details and then privately messaged Lin Tao, "Brother, please don't set random prices next time you sell. In my opinion, the minimum should be 100 void crystals. Your fruits are priced at 50. It makes things difficult for us other farming lords." Lin Tao replied, "The differing attribute increases for each fruit prompted my pricing. Some fruits offer minimal enhancements, which is why I set the price at 50. Zhao Jun asserted, "Brother, don't be so pragmatic. We're all striving to make a living. For you, these earnings may seem trivial, but for us lords focused on farming, they are incredibly precious. If we were to return to Blue Star, the prices of these extraordinary fruits would at least multiply by 3 to 10 times. Lin Tao suddenly understood and responded readily. "All right, I comprehend now. In the future, I shall sell any extraordinary fruits for no less than 100. Zhao Jun added, "If you have any new fruits, please inform me. Let us conduct business normally." "Certainly. I will notify you when the next batch of fruits is ripe." Zhao Jun breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Lin Tao might disrupt the market. And now that they had reached an understanding, it was indeed fortuitous. In the mist, tens of thousands of werewolf troops were advancing towards Lin Tao's territory. Li Ku was eager to venture out and rendezvous with Yi Chun. Lin Tao quickly interjected, "The situation has changed. There are monsters lurking outside. And you need not venture out to hunt. Just defend the territory. The monsters will come to us, so remain at ease within the confines of our domain." Li Ku hesitated slightly. "My lord, Yi Chun is currently alone out there. If I were to assist him, his efficiency in slaying monsters would surely increase. Do not worry about him. His attributes likely exceed yours now. Just focus on guarding our home," Lin Tao reassured him. Li Ku's eyes widened in astonishment. How has Yi Chun's attributes grown so rapidly? Does he possess some sort of advantage? Lin Tao chuckled softly. "You are a 4-star hero, while Yi Chun is a 9-star. Keep this to yourself." A sense of urgency washed over Li Ku. He was not keen on being overshadowed by newcomers. He promptly declared, "I will head out to defend the territory. My lord, you can trust me." With that, he dashed out of the territory, his spirit ignited. "Yi Chun, just you wait. We Pandarens do not yield easily." Chapter 66, The Werewolf Siege. Among the busiest in the territory was the little skeleton tending to the fields. The enchanted land accelerated plant growth, which, unfortunately, also led to a surge in weed growth. The seeds sown yesterday had already sprouted, and many weeds had emerged from the soil, with the little skeleton tirelessly wielding a hoe to clear them away. Lin Xiaoan was observing Su Lin and Lin Tao sparring. The two were engaged in a vigorous exchange on the grassy field. Most of the time, Su Lin was taking it easy on Lin Tao due to her superior physique and agility. With a quick maneuver, she could retreat several dozen meters. Had it not been for her intention to teach Lin Tao, he likely would have struggled to even touch her shadow. Li Ku patrolled outside the territory, intently listening for any sounds in the vicinity. He was prepared to charge at any magical beasts that appeared. His demonic sword boasted an attack power exceeding 5,000, capable of dealing over 20,000 points of damage with a critical hit, allowing him to eliminate 7 or 8 magical beasts in under 10 seconds. Just as Li Ku contemplated ways to level up quickly, he heard a thunderous sound of footsteps accompanied by low, guttural howls emerging from the mist. His eyes brightened, and he hurried back to report, "My lord, there is a large contingent of enemies approaching." Lin Tao immediately halted his actions, bringing Su Lin to the front wall to assess the situation. Approximately 3 minutes later, numerous dark figures emerged from the edge of the mist. Though they did not breach the territory, the werewolf cavalry that appeared this time was unlike any before. They donned exquisite armor and wielded high-quality weapons, and even their mounts. The Black Wolves were exceptionally formidable. Most of the werewolf cavalry were at least level 30, with health points no lower than 10,000, clearly indicating they were an elite force. Surrounding the werewolf cavalry were other units, including a towering Black Wolf assault squad. These Black Wolves were massive, exceeding 5 meters in height, clad in specially designed heavy armor, with sharp fangs and claws, making their charge truly terrifying. Behind them, ranged units such as werewolf mages, werewolf archers, and werewolf priests numbered over 50,000. Lin Tao's heart tightened as he gazed at the shadows lurking outside. These foes were unlike any he had previously encountered. They did not charge recklessly but seemed to be biding their time. Such intelligent beasts posed a far greater challenge than the mindless hordes he was accustomed to. He hurried down from the city wall, first visiting the shop to procure potions for Li Ku. For added security, he decided to sell the extraordinary fruits he had saved from the morning in the trading hall, netting over 30,000 void crystals. Subsequently, he summoned 60 skeleton soldiers and reinforced each of the other city gates with an additional 20 skeletons. Now, each of the 3 other gates was fortified with 50 skeletons, effectively blocking access with their skeletal ranks, capable of withstanding a large-scale assault. Upon returning to the city wall, Lin Tao retrieved several vials of potions and handed them to Su Lin, then purchased 3,000 arrows from the trading hall, now awaiting the enemy's onslaught. Su Lin whispered, "I can smell the stench of werewolves. It appears they are the ones besieging the city. This should not pose a significant problem. My skeleton soldiers are not to be underestimated." Before Lin Tao could respond, a deafening roar echoed through the mist. A colossal howl reverberated, sending shivers down his spine. The sound was so resounding that it could be heard clearly from miles away. As if responding to a signal, the werewolf army surged forward the instant the sound erupted. The heavily armored Black Wolf assault team led the charge, their massive forms providing excellent cover for the Black Wolf cavalry. Fire lizards unleashed torrents of flames without hesitation. Boom! Explosions of fire erupted across the battlefield, incinerating over a dozen black wolves and their riders at the forefront, their fur reduced to ashes. Werewolf mages hiding at the edge of the mist began to act. Some cast acceleration spells on the cavalry, others applied bloodlust enchantments, while others summoned healing totems on the battlefield. Only a few werewolf mages conjured group magic shields for their comrades, resulting in a scarcity of protected werewolves. The fire lizards finally showcased their prowess, unleashing flames that decimated swathes of the wolf cavalry. The skeleton soldiers advanced autonomously, engaging the Black Wolf assault team. The heavily armored black wolves opened their jaws wide, snapping ferociously at the skeletons. Their teeth grazed the bones, inflicting a mere fraction of damage. In contrast, the skeletons retaliated with swift strikes, cleaving through the Black Wolf's armor and leaving deep gashes on their bodies. The fallen angel launched timely attacks. Though its speed was not remarkable, its lethality was undeniable. A single pulse of black light could obliterate the heads of elite foes. During one moment, the light of corruption was triggered, saturating 100 meters around the black wolves with dense dark energy, claiming numerous enemy lives. On the city wall, Su Lin relentlessly fired arrows, seamlessly alternating between magical and ordinary projectiles, targeting enemy elite units. In the rear, the werewolf-ranged units retaliated, unleashing a barrage of spells across the battlefield, lightning arrows, chain fireballs, and rain of flames, among others. The werewolf archers, the most numerous, bore specially crafted arrows capable of piercing armor, inflicting over 2,000 points of damage to the skeletons with a single shot. Lin Tao refrained from engaging until the number of distant ranged units at the mist's edge increased, at which point he unleashed his magical prowess. Firestorm, chain fireballs, and rain of flames were unleashed in succession. The searing flames erupted at the mist's perimeter, enveloping the skies and earth in fire, with a multitude of dragon-shaped flames cascading down. Boom! The werewolves howled in torment amidst the flames, their outer skins incinerated, and their flesh quickly charred, reduced to smoldering remains in less than 5 seconds. Within the mist, a towering werewolf observed the fiery display, frowning as it turned to its accompanying werewolf priest, commanding, "You shall lead the high-ranking priests into battle. I want to see the head of that human lord. Success is the only option this time." The werewolf priest turned and departed, accompanied by the high-ranking priests to the front lines. These elite priests wielded a broader array of skills, bestowing numerous enhancements and protective spells, strength of giants, bloodlust, healing totems, and anti-magic totems, upon the werewolves. The cavalry's speed surged, and ominous dark totems emerged on the battlefield. After the fire lizards unleashed their flames, the damage was significantly mitigated, requiring 5 or 6 consecutive strikes to fell an enemy. Some high-ranking priests directed their spells toward the 2 figures on the city wall. A peculiar magic suddenly manifested, causing Lin Tao to shrink in size, transforming him into a small rabbit, while dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead. Su Lin remained unaffected by the spell. She swiftly scooped up the little rabbit and dashed away several dozen meters. A bolt of lightning struck down, slightly diminishing Su Lin's health, while Lin Tao felt his entire body go numb, his legs twitching, and his health dropping by over 500 points. Chapter 67, The Werewolf Siege 2. Lin Tao, having been turned into a small rabbit, felt quite helpless. The transformation spell was undoubtedly formidable, yet he had not anticipated being transformed into a bunny by the enemy. As the saying goes, the damage may be minimal, but the humiliation is profound. Su Lin, clutching the small rabbit, sprinted forward, covering hundreds of meters in mere seconds, evading one spell after another. After 5 seconds, Lin Tao reverted to his original form, still cradled in Su Lin's arms. At such close proximity, he could catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Su Lin promptly set Lin Tao down and remarked, "That was the transformation spell cast by the werewolf priest. A skill reserved for high-ranking priests. It seems our adversaries are formidable indeed." Lin Tao nodded, silently casting a magical shield around himself, then brazenly ignoring the surrounding spells as he made his way back to the city gate. The azure magical shield repelled all incoming attacks, marking the commencement of his counteroffensive. A flurry of spells erupted across the battlefield: water dragon's break, firestorm, and flame eruption, among others. A volcano with a 1,000-meter diameter emerged at the mist's periphery, engulfing even the werewolves within the mist in searing magma. The molten rock rendered the werewolf armor a fiery red, and they struggled helplessly within it. Their fur was singed away, flesh cooked, the acrid scent of charred meat mingling with sulfur permeated the air. The heavily armored black wolves sank to the depths, deprived of any chance to struggle. The mist turned crimson as thousands of werewolf soldiers were consumed by the magma. Even the high-ranking priests suffered severe losses, with only a few elderly ones managing to escape via teleportation. Subsequently, countless flames shot skyward. Boom! The erupting flames cascaded outward, causing nearby werewolf soldiers to frantically retreat into the mist. Notifications flooded his interface. You have slain a level 36 werewolf priest, gaining 30 experience points and 15 void crystals. You have slain a level 32 werewolf cavalry, gaining 10 experience points and 3 void crystals. You have utilized flame eruption to defeat an enemy, increasing your spirit by 1. Deep within the mist, the Wolf King observed the flames unfolding before him with furrowed brows and instructed the werewolf guard captain beside him. Lead a contingent of werewolf guards to eliminate that human mage. I loathe those mages. They consistently inflict considerable damage upon our warriors. The towering werewolf guard captain, accompanied by his subordinates, entered the battlefield. The werewolf guards, a specialized unit, could meld into the shadows, approaching the enemy under the cover of night before unleashing their devastating power. As they neared the battlefield's edge, Lin Tao had already shifted his focus elsewhere. Lin Tao traversed the city walls, strategically unleashing his magical prowess upon the densely concentrated enemy forces. Whenever he encountered a skeletal warrior with diminished health, he would employ the rejuvenating spell. Although the skeletal warriors possessed substantial health, their magical resistance was notably low. Thus, when bombarded by a plethora of spells, their vitality plummeted rapidly. Some skeletal warriors' health had dwindled to below 400,000 points, and with the application of the rejuvenating spell, Lin Tao could restore over 500,000 points within a mere 10 seconds. However, the rejuvenating spell was subject to a cooldown, requiring 30 seconds before it could be used on another skeletal warrior, leaving many in an unhealthy state. Lin Tao sighed, lamenting, alas. The rejuvenating spell is not an area effect magic. I must prioritize the acquisition of area spells and buff skills in the future. In other directions, the battles were favorably inclined, as the sheer number of skeletal warriors formed an impregnable barrier, akin to a solid wall, intercepting the enemy at the edge of the mist. Li Ku stood steadfast behind the skeletal warriors, relentlessly exterminating those that slipped through the cracks. The arrows of the ranged skeletal warriors never ceased, effectively preventing any werewolves from approaching the city gates. After circling around, Lin Tao returned to the main city gate to continue observing the fray. At the mist's edge, the leader of the magical wolf guards gleamed with sudden determination, promptly dispatching a battalion of elite black wolves to charge forth. Over 50 elite heavily armored black wolves surged from the mist, each possessing a health exceeding 50,000 points, bolstered by various enhancement spells cast by the werewolf priests. Their speed was astonishing, allowing them to cover more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye, even pushing aside the skeletal warriors, who were soon engulfed in the chaos of battle. Lin Tao's eyes widened in surprise. An elite assault team had emerged. This group seemed akin to a suicide squad, and lurking in the shadows of the black wolves were some peculiar werewolves. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of sword energy. The sky was adorned with thousands of sword energies, each akin to an indomitable blade, swiftly directed toward the enemy. With a series of piercing sounds, the area within 100 meters of the elite black wolves was enveloped by the sword energies. The black wolves, as fragile as tofu, crumbled upon impact, leaving a gruesome spray of flesh and blood in their wake. The werewolves concealed in the shadows were unable to react before being shredded by the sword energies. Notifications appeared before him. You have slain a level 42 elite black wolf, earning 650 experience points and 53 void crystals. You have slain a level 45 magical wolf guard, earning 2,200 experience points and 85 void crystals. You have slain a level 43 magical wolf guard, earning 980 experience points and 62 void crystals. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this group of elite foes was worthwhile, and he had fortuitously reaped the benefits of his unintentional actions. With most of his skills on cooldown, he decided to descend from the city walls, intending to return and observe once his magical shield skill had recovered. Lin Tao possessed over 30,000 void crystals, a significant portion of which had been obtained from the elite units he had just vanquished. He utilized them to recruit skeletal warriors, summoning an additional 17. After the recruitment, he did not hasten back to the walls, but awaited the cooldown of his magical skills before returning to the front line with his skeletal warriors. As the city gates swung open, more than a dozen skeletal warriors joined the fray. With the increase in their numbers, they began to push back against the mist. Lin Tao cast a magical shield for himself and continued to observe the battle from the edge of the walls. The shadows at the mist's periphery showed no signs of diminishing. The enemy's numbers were undoubtedly beyond imagination. He did not dwell on this too much. After all, the enemy could not penetrate their defenses, and his primary concern was the possibility of any underhanded tactics. Furthermore, the territory still housed the Frostbone Dragon and Nightmare Cavalry. which could be deployed once the enemy revealed their trump card. Lin Tao roamed the walls, continuously unleashing magical skills to decimate the densely clustered enemies, occasionally recruiting soldiers to join the battle. The number of skeletal warriors on the outskirts was also increasing, soon surpassing 200, with some already penetrating the mist, engaging in a fierce battle with the werewolf horde. The battlefield was littered with corpses, a grim testament to both the fallen skeletal warriors and the slain werewolves. The ground stained red with blood, the stench of carnage permeating the air. Deep within the mist, the magical wolf king received word of the demise of all his magical wolf guards. He let out a furious roar, a pack of useless fools, incapable of handling even this. How many warriors have perished? The nearby werewolf commander whispered, at least 30,000 soldiers have fallen. The magical wolf king bared his teeth, his expression twisted in rage. Prepare the sacrificial ritual. I will make that human lord pay dearly. Within the mist, several werewolf priests began inscribing magical circles at various locations. They sliced open their fingers, using the blood as ink to draw an elaborate sacrificial magic circle. Once the magic circle was completed, the priests commenced their incantations, channeling their magical energies into the circle. The blood-red magical circle on the ground began to illuminate, and faint, eerie whispers echoed through the air. The blood on the battlefield, as if animated, swiftly converged toward the magic circle, while the corpses on the ground rapidly desiccated, transforming into mummified remains. A tremendous amount of magical energy coalesced toward the battlefield, and a dense dark energy manifested within the fray. Su Lin's heart raced uncontrollably as she hurried to find Lin Tao. This is bad. The werewolves are employing wicked sacrificial magic. Chapter 68, The Aberrant. Sacrificial magic? What is that? Can it summon demons? Lin Tao inquired, his expression one of confusion. Su Lin explained, sacrificial magic is inherently malevolent. It often involves blood, flesh, or even one's own soul as offerings to summon formidable entities. We must find a way to disrupt their summoning process, or else we could face monsters surpassing legendary status. In our homeland, there was once a tribe that, in rebellion against the tyranny of the beastmen, sacrificed the entirety of their village, ultimately summoning a legendary demon that slaughtered all the villagers. The legendary demon went on to massacre over 300,000 people, and it took 3 legendary warriors and a sword saint to quell that turmoil. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Tao raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of fire-based spells upon the battlefield: firestorm, fiery rain, and flame eruption. In an instant, flames engulfed the area, incinerating much of the blood and charring the corpses, while simultaneously eliminating thousands of werewolf warriors. After casting his spells, Lin Tao retreated back into the city, commanding the Frostbone Dragon and Nightmare Cavalry to advance. As the Nightmare Cavalry plunged into the mist, they possessed the elite Wolf Cavalry, turning against their former allies. The Frostbone Dragon soared aloft, entering the mist and unleashing its devastating dragon breath, obliterating several unfortunate werewolf mages in a cloud of dust. The magical energy within the magic circle instantly became erratic, as the remaining werewolf mages exerted their utmost to stabilize it. Yet, the magic circle acted like an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing their magical energies. Hundreds of werewolf mages were drained of their life force, collapsing into lifeless husks. The whispers in the air vanished, and from the mist emerged a monstrous entity over 30 meters high, a void aberration. Its form was grotesque, featuring a rotund, flesh-colored body covered in protruding flesh tumors. Tentacles sprouted from its body, adorned with several bizarre yellow eyes. Upon its arrival, it charged toward the nearby werewolf battalion, its massive tentacles capable of ensnaring werewolves within its maw. Soon, the tentacles bore numerous bulging tumors that writhed as though mirroring the struggles of the werewolves in their final moments. Nearby werewolf mages paled in horror, shouting, "Retreat! This is an aberrant creature, a harbinger of chaos. We must flee." However, before they could escape, they were consumed by the tentacled monstrosity, their voices silenced forever. Upon witnessing the emergence of the grotesque creature, the Wolf King decisively turned to retreat, issuing orders for all troops to disperse and withdraw at the swiftest pace. Instantly, chaos engulfed the battlefield, as skeletal soldiers seized the opportunity to slay a number of werewolves before returning to defend the city walls. Li Ku, upon sighting the aberrant monstrosity, felt his mind clouded with confusion. He dared not linger and hastened back to report the situation at the territory. The nightmarish cavalry pursued the retreating werewolf forces, engaging in fierce combat with the elite werewolves lagging behind, only revealing themselves when the last of the laggards succumbed to their wounds. Upon their appearance, they unleashed a nightmarish impact, a torrent of dark mist surging forward. The shroud extended over 500 meters, ensnaring the werewolves within, leaving them disoriented and their vitality rapidly depleting. The nightmarish cavalry pressed onward, and within mere seconds, the werewolves caught in the black fog collapsed, devoid of life. The Frostbone Dragon, however, did not retreat far. It confronted the aberrant creature directly. Its advantage lay in its ability to fly and attack at will. free from the risk of being consumed. The grotesque entity, bound to the ground, boasted an immense pool of vitality and the capacity to absorb the corpses of surrounding werewolves to replenish its health. It glided through the gray mist, continuously devouring the nearby carcasses, and when provoked, retaliated with a blast of dark energy from its large, bulbous eyes. Within the territory, Lin Tao, after hearing Li Ke's report, felt overwhelmed. The enemy's true nature remained elusive, and he dared not venture into the fog to probe further, opting instead to await the enemy's emergence. The silver lining was that the werewolf army had retreated. The unfortunate news was the arrival of a more formidable foe. Lin Tao glanced at his attributes. Lord, 3 stars Lin Tao. Level, 42. Experience, 6890, 14700. Health, 36090, 36090. Attack, 502. Constitution, 1005, 170. Spirit, 854, 90. Mana, 5810, 8540. Talents, Chosen Lord, Blazing Dragon Soul, Multicasting, Fate Mastery. Skills, 1. Radiant Light, 2. Frost Congeal, 3. Sword Chi Traverse, 4. Flame Eruption, 5. Chain Fireball, 6. Water Dragon Break, 7. Magic Shield, 8. Inferno Storm, 9. Fire Rain, 10. Rejuvenation. Items, Storage Bag. Equipment, Emerald Staff, Great Armor Amulet, Moonlight Helmet, Golden Twin Dragon Heart Shield, Heart of Elder. Treasure, Mysterious Tortoise Shell. His most potent skill was Sword Chi Traverse, which dealt immense damage to single targets. Additionally, with the Fate Mastery talent, he could inflict critical damage while using skills, potentially dealing 400 times his constitution in damage. This meant that each Sword Chi could inflict nearly 400,000 points of damage. Should the adversary possess high defenses, the damage would be significantly mitigated. However, the sheer number of Sword Chi was substantial, with over 1,000 appearing at once. If all struck the enemy, it could yield over 100 million points of damage. Even if the opponent had damage reduction talents, enduring a single skill would likely leave them critically wounded. Having concluded his analysis, Lin Tao exhaled in relief, feeling a burgeoning anticipation for the enemy's arrival. He had invested 4 skill upgrade cards into Sword Chi Traverse, and he expected some returns. Su Lin, still plagued by anxiety, paced restlessly along the city walls, her face marked by concern. Observing her distress, Li Ke spoke up. My lord, allow me to lure the creature away. As long as the territory can be defended, a single sacrifice on my part is inconsequential. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when the aberrant creature emerged from the mist. Its form had grotesquely developed more tumors and tendrils, many of which had been frozen into a pallid hue, significantly hampering its speed. The frostbone dragon continued its aerial assault, a flurry of snowflakes relentlessly bombarding the aberrant entity. Lin Tao scrutinized the creature and, upon reviewing its attributes, felt a sigh of relief. Aberrant. Health, 728501408000000. Defense, 10,000. Talents, Resistant Skin, Aberrant Physique, Legendary Might. Skills, Energy Burst, Dark Tide Surge, Dark Shield, Energy Wave, Hatching, Energy Conversion, Devour. Having perused the details, Lin Tao let out a breath of relief and unleashed Sword Chi Traverse upon the foe, causing thousands of radiant sword energies to materialize in the sky. The chorus of swish, swish, swish filled the air as the multitude of sword energies descended. The aberrant creature, sensing the threat, unleashed the dark energy within, forming a thick shield around its exterior. However, this shield proved as fragile as an eggshell in the face of the onslaught of sword energies, shattering almost instantaneously. The aberrant being had no time to evade, and its body was left riddled with wounds, black blood gushing forth and corroding the ground beneath into numerous pits. 2 notifications appeared in succession. Chapter 69, Fake Coin. The first was a panel notification. You have slain the legendary aberrant. You gain 100,000 experience points and 10,000 void crystals. The second was a global channel announcement, visible to all survivors. 3-star Lord Lin Tao is the first to slay a legendary aberrant. As a reward, he receives a star upgrade card and 10,000 void crystals. This announcement ignited a fervor across the channels. Xia Yuba, 3 stars. Good heavens. A legendary tier boss, surely. I am not imagining this. And a lord upgrade card to boot. How enviable. Niu Gang, 2 stars. My word. Lin Tao has truly risen above the rest. Having slain an epic tier boss previously, now he has taken down a legendary one. How enviable. Zhou Zihong, 3 stars. Lin Tao is impressive. No wonder he can keep pace with our arcane prodigy. Wu Guei, 2 stars. Lin Tao, we are counting on you to ascend to 5 stars this time. Lin Shokai, 2 stars. Good grief. I'm still only 2 stars. Does this mean my journey in the void is nearing its end? In the professional channel, Lei Gang, 2 stars. My word. The Lord is formidable, achieving 4 stars so swiftly. I must concede my admiration. Zhang Yuan, 2 stars. A 4-star Lord has emerged. If he is fortunate, we may soon return to Blue Star. Zhao Yu, 2 stars. Lin Tao must possess remarkable talents and fortune. Had my talents been superior, I would have reached 3 stars by now. Liu Yu, 3 stars. This individual is brimming with potential. I, as a martial artist, have toiled to reach 3 stars, while others ascend to 4 stars with such ease and even slay legendary creatures. Truly a daunting figure. Tianbing, 2 stars. Do you think Lin Tao is suspect? It has been less than 20 days, and he has already slain a legendary monster. Something feels amiss. Xiao Shui, 2 stars. What of Lin Tao's strength? If he can lead us back to Blue Star, he shall be a benefactor to us all. Shengwan Sheng, 1 star. My goodness, Lin Tao has gone on a rampage. Meanwhile, Bai Mingyang and his companions, still navigating the gray mist in search of the Wolf King's territory, were startled by the sudden area notification. Hu Zhong exclaimed, I never anticipated Lin Tao to be hiding such depths. Teacher, I believe our departure was the right choice. His prowess is formidable. Perhaps the kind of genius spoken of in legends, yet geniuses often face myriad adversities. Remaining close to him may prove perilous. Bai Feng shook his head and remarked, You are overthinking this. Lin Tao is not a bad person. At least I haven't seen him flaunting his prowess before us. Throughout our several days of residence here, he has remained silent. I genuinely hope he achieves the rank of a 5-star lord, as that would mean our nation, Summer Kingdom, would gain more extraordinary individuals. Bai Mingyang chimed in, Have you two realized something? With this star upgrading card, Lin Tao can ascend to a 4-star lord. If we assist him in locating the territory of the Demon Wolf King and help him complete the side quest, he would then become a 5-star lord. And we could return to Blue Star. Therefore, we must hasten our efforts to find the Demon Wolf King's domain, enabling us to return home sooner. In the future, we can seek a more secure void world for our training. Reactions to this news varied among the group. Some rejoiced while others were troubled. After dispatching his enemies, Lin Tao's first action was to collect the fallen legendary treasure chests. He soon noticed a plethora of messages from other lords appearing on his panel. He responded to each, including a rather peculiar individual. Niu Gang, Brother Lin, could you sell me some legendary tier boss meat? I can purchase it with void crystal stones. Lin Tao replied, Brother, that creature is a distortion monster. I fear you may not be able to digest it. What if it transforms you into a monster? Rest assured, Brother Lin. My innate gift is consumption. I can digest even loam and sludge. Sell it to me without worry. I want to hold you accountable if something goes awry. Do you know about Cthulhu? That distortion monster is akin to that entity. Are you truly brave enough to consume it? Brother Lin, I am certain. In this world, as long as I can survive, what does it matter if I eat a bit of distortion monster meat? Lin Tao silently mused. This Niu Gang fellow is indeed bold. Since the other party was unperturbed, he sold him several hundred pounds of meat in exchange for over 2,000 void crystal stones. Niu Gang specifically expressed his gratitude, stating, Thank you, Brother Lin. I'll come to you again when I find more void crystal stones. While replying to messages, Lin Tao busied himself on the battlefield, gathering spoils such as wood, ores, defensive towers, potions, one-time magical scrolls, and equipment. The number of enemies in this battle was substantial, and the loot was plentiful, including 2 rather impressive rare items. Dragon Pattern Staff, rare, increases attack by 200 and constitution by 100, with a chance to ignore defense when attacking enemies. Wolf Tooth Necklace, rare, increases spirit by 200, comes with a healing totem, and can be activated 3 times daily. Healing Totem, summons a healing totem that lasts for 60 seconds, healing nearby allies for 2,000 health points per second. Lin Tao intended to keep these 2 pieces of equipment for himself. After sorting through the spoils, he began to open chests, discovering over 400 treasure chests dropped by enemies. Among them were 2 magic skill books, Chain Lightning and Earth Spike, 3 skill upgrade cards, an orange defensive tower, a Bloodlust hero skill book, and a hero skill upgrade card, along with various other equipment, potions, and attribute points. He retained what could be utilized and discarded the rest for sale. He planned to exchange the magic skill books for fire-type skills and use the skill upgrade cards to enhance his abilities. Though he initially desired to upgrade his magical shield, he was informed that a high-tier skill upgrade card was necessary. Thus, he opted to upgrade Flamestorm instead. This skill offered even greater damage than Eruption and was worth the investment. Flamestorm inflicts fire damage on enemies within a designated area, lasting for 13 seconds, dealing 8 points of magical damage per second. Mana cost, 300. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Upon upgrading, both the duration and damage of the flames increased, which was quite satisfactory. The hero skills and upgrade cards were reserved for Yi Chun, while the orange defensive tower was placed at the main gate. Giant, upgradable. Quality, orange. Attack, 3000. Attack speed, 1 once per second. Attack range, 500 meters. Durability, 16,000. Talent, growth, significantly increases durability upon each upgrade. Skills, stone armor, reduces physical attack damage by 300. Heavy strike, has a chance to stun enemies for 5 seconds upon attack. Falling rocks, when attacked, there is a chance to unleash falling rocks that deal 1 point of magical damage to nearby enemies. Upgrade materials, 100 wood, 50 iron ore, 50 copper, or 1. 000 void crystal stones. This defensive tower serves well as a shield. Lin Tao did not dwell on it further, as more pressing matters awaited his attention. After offering a prayer, he eagerly opened the legendary treasure chest. You have opened the legendary treasure chest and obtained the coin of destiny and 3,000 void crystal stones. A golden coin appeared in Lin Tao's hand. However, upon closer inspection, its color unexpectedly shifted to a silvery hue. The reverse side bore an image of a balance scale. When he turned it over to examine it, it remained the same. Coin of destiny, it possesses two sides. It typically remains in the reverse state. During this time, your luck accumulates, bringing your luck status close to 0. Once your accumulated luck reaches a certain threshold, you can flip the coin to its front side, granting you a temporary boon of luck. The longer it remains in reverse, the greater the luck you will receive. Chapter 70. Activation of Innate Talent. A renowned scholar once stated that two things in this world are the most elusive to grasp: the heart of a woman and the intangible nature of fate. Ancient wisdom echoes the sentiment that the heavens can be unpredictable and fortune fickle. A horse may have a 1,000-mile journey, but without a rider, it cannot reach its destination. A person may harbor lofty ambitions, yet it is luck that facilitates their success. Lin Tao's talents, skills, and recruitment buildings were all intertwined with luck, the light of evolution. Multiple casting, and the golden throne, all were harmonized with fortune. If he could accumulate a sum of coins, combining it with the coin of destiny would enable him to recruit formidable troops. The coin of destiny could be employed during building evolutions. Triggering a super evolution would yield a powerful defensive tower. In encounters with enemies, it could also activate multiple casting. One might say that a single coin of destiny could transform Lin Tao's fortunes, potentially elevating him to the status of a true sovereign. He prudently placed the coin of destiny in his inventory. He currently possessed over 128,000 void crystal stones, allowing him to wait for the opportune moment to recruit soldiers. Lin Tao chose to use the star upgrading card directly, resetting his level to 1. Lord, 4 stars. Lin Tao. Level 1. Experience 0 450. Health 39 0 90 39 0 90. Attack 542. Constitution 1 0 85 170. Spirit 964 90. Mana 9 649 640. Post upgrade. The experience required increased, and his spirit attribute was nearing that of his constitution. Lin Tao surveyed his equipment inventory, removing the Manhwa helmet to don the 2 newly acquired items, filling his 6 equipment slots to capacity. The skeleton soldiers were occupied transporting the corpses of the werewolves, yet this battle yielded relatively few bodies, as most had been consumed by the distortion monsters. The meat from these distortion creatures was still in demand, so Lin Tao refrained from immediate disassembly. He called upon Li Ku, and together they stored some of the larger meat pieces in the cellar. He even arranged to place some on the trading market, hoping to profit further. Once all was settled, Lin Tao returned to his quarters to change into fresh attire and continued his practice with Su Lin. A notification occasionally drifts across the panel. Yi Chun has slain a level 25 unicorn lizard, earning 2,500 experience points and 26 void crystals. The Nightmare Cavalry has vanquished a level 35 wolf cavalry, granting you 3,500 experience points and 38 void crystals. The skeleton soldier has defeated a level 16 wind rabbit, awarding you 1,600 experience points and 10 void crystals. Lin Tao need not venture outside to engage monsters. His level continues to ascend. Soon, a remarkable notification appears. Your constitution has reached 1,000 points, activating your innate talent. Nirvana. Nirvana. Upon your health reaching 0, you will resurrect after 30 seconds and eliminate all negative effects. This can occur once per day. Lin Tao hurriedly inspects his attributes, realizing that his physical constitution has indeed surpassed 1,000. Lord, 4 stars. Lin Tao. Level 6. Experience points 340, 2,700. Health points 44490, 44490. Attack 817, 200. Constitution 1235, 220. Spirit 1254, 290. Mana 12540, 12540. After reading this, Lin Tao smacks his forehead, lamenting his poor luck. His fate coins have yet to accumulate sufficient power. This talent might be more suitable for a warrior, yet he is a mage. Fortunately, the new talent serves as a life-saving skill, akin to possessing a second life. He need no longer fear sudden assassinations by enemies. Meanwhile, Bai Mingyang and his companions have fought their way northeast, when suddenly they hear a cacophony of hurried footsteps behind them. The trio quickly seeks refuge in a low-lying area, as dozens of panicked wolf cavalry appear, their expressions fraught with alarm. The black wolves beneath them pant heavily, yet they dare not slow their pace, as though pursued by something terrifying. Before the wolf cavalry has traveled 100 meters, a shadow swiftly approaches from behind. The silhouette rides a warhorse, brandishing a spear, scattering a dozen wolf cavalry with a single charge. The Nightmare Cavalry's spear strikes with tremendous force, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the wolves. Within a minute, Dozens of wolf cavalry have been decimated. After dispatching the foes, the nightmare cavalry glances toward the trio's hiding spot. A palpable aura of menace envelopes them, chilling them to the bone and raising goosebumps upon their skin. Fortunately, upon recognizing their appearances, the nightmare cavalry alters its course and disappears into the mist. Hu Zhong exhales deeply, patting his chest. That scared me. Isn't that Lin Tao's soldier? How did it end up in the fog? I genuinely feared it might eliminate us indiscriminately. It's far too terrifying. Bai Feng interjects softly. That cavalry is at least of epic grade, while we are merely one-star practitioners. After all our efforts, we can't even contend with Lin Tao's soldiers. At this point, he feels utterly defeated. Even contemplating a return to Blue Star to live a simple life, never to set foot in the void again. Bai Mingyang reassures his student, do not overthink it. The void is replete with miracles and opportunities. You might stumble upon artifacts merely by walking along the road. Let us focus on monster hunting and leveling up. If we seize an opportunity, we can ascend like a dragon. In any case, we are far better off than those who have perished. Just look around. Over 300,000 remain, and fewer than 4,000 persist. The mortality rate is staggering. Lin Tao is exceptional. Do not compare yourself to him. He is destined to tread a lonely path of strength. Bai Feng and Hu Zhong ponder this. Bai Mingyang continues. Since the wolf cavalry is fleeing in this direction, the wolf tribe may be nearby. Let us hasten our search. Once we locate the wolf tribe, we can inform Lin Tao, and perhaps even take the opportunity to hunt monsters and sell some gear. We certainly won't suffer any loss. The trio sets off once more, soon encountering a few fleeing wolves, preying on the stragglers with relative safety. Unbeknownst to them, the demon wolf king tribe lies in close proximity. As night falls, the nightmare cavalry returns to the territory. Li Ku, patrolling outside the territory, occasionally returns to snack on bamboo. The gray mist occasionally reveals oblivious monsters, allowing him to stretch his limbs and stave off boredom. After dinner, Lin Tao and the others chat at the entrance. Lin Shaohan speaks first. Lin Tao, you are already a 4-star lord. Once you advance further, you will become a 5-star lord. What are your plans upon returning to Blue Star? Will you choose to develop there, or continue to expand your territory in the void? Lin Tao shrugs. I will undoubtedly return. I still need to help Su Lin find her homeland. Su Lin beams with a radiant smile, sincerely responding. Thank you, Lin Tao. For me, this journey is merely an adventure. Elves have long lifespans, and I possess ample time to wait. Lin Shaohan then inquires, and you, Wu Yong? What are your intentions? Wu Yong hesitates for a moment before replying. I aspire to become an extraordinary being. This has been my dream all along. Lin Shaohan reflects. That is also my dream. Yet I wonder if there will be any opportunities left. All are driven by their dreams. Upon hearing this word, Lin Tao feels a wave of emotion wash over him. Suddenly, he is struck by a sense of confusion. Others possess dreams. What of his own? In his past life, he was merely a struggling writer. Having been granted a second chance, he now holds the potential to become a formidable force, yet the path to ultimate strength remains long and arduous. Gazing at Su Lin, filled with hope, and Lin Shaohan, whose eyes radiate expectation, as well as Li Ku and Yi Chun, who are resolute in their desire to grow stronger. Lin Tao realizes that he is no longer fighting alone. Now that he has embarked on this path, he shall walk it with unwavering determination. Outside, the gray mist gradually transforms into a crimson haze as new foes emerge. Chapter 71. The Influence of Fate Coins. Within the blood mist, numerous shadows materialize, revealing a horde of grotesque demons. Clutching various bony weapons, they form a mixed battalion, including horned demons, 6-armed serpent demons, bloodthirsty demons, and berserker demons, all of which are above level 20. With the weakest possessing health points exceeding 10,000, elite units boast at least 60,000 health points. With excitement etched on their faces, they charge toward the city walls. The horned demons, adorned with robust horns atop their heads and wearing beast bone necklaces, wield bone staffs and long swords. Many among them are formidable fire mages, equally adept in melee combat. Upon their arrival, they summon fire elementals to join the fray. The 6-armed serpent demons, humanoid in form, yet serpentine in nature, don armor on their upper bodies and wield iron weapons in all 6 hands. They, too, are capable of casting spells, enveloping themselves in magical shields before charging into battle. Fire lizards initiate the assault, unleashing streams of flames. Without magical shields for protection, the berserker demons quickly find their health depleted and collapse to the ground. The flames explode, claiming several demons in its wake. Only the fire elementals remain unfazed, advancing undeterred. The 6-armed serpent demons, shielded by their magical barriers, surge forward alongside the fire elementals. The skeleton soldiers at the forefront instinctively step forward to engage, while other defensive towers retaliate. The 6-armed serpent demons unleash their 6 arms, towering over 3 meters. Their weapons glow crimson after utilizing their skills, capable of inflicting substantial damage upon the skeleton soldiers. Though the skeleton soldiers possess high attack power, they can still inflict considerable damage to the 6-armed serpent demons with each strike. The fire element's attacks are rather intriguing, with each wave of its hand. A crimson orb is unleashed, inflicting no less than 1,000 points of damage upon the skeletal warriors. Moreover, their corporeal forms are impervious to physical assaults, rendering the melee skeleton's standard attacks ineffective. It is the ranged skeletons at the rear that prove formidable, as their magical arrows can strike the fire element, perfectly complementing the melee fighters. The berserker skeletons possess a unique trait. Once they engage in battle, they enter a frenzied state, dramatically increasing their attack speed, their weapons almost leaving afterimages in their wake. Alas, their damage output is insufficient, as they can scarcely withstand 2 blows from the skeletal foes, causing little trouble. The invisible demon assassins pose the greatest challenge. They can seamlessly switch between shadow and corporeal forms. However, once targeted by Lin Tao, their fate is sealed, as they are met with a barrage of area spells, resulting in their gruesome demise. When Lin Tao's magical reserves dwindle, he dispatches nightmare cavalry to hunt down the elusive little demons. The nightmare cavalry effortlessly possesses the elite demon assassins, transforming into them to strike at their kin. Hardly any demon is able to breach the skeletal defense line. Su Lin persistently releases arrows, specifically targeting the swifter demons. Lin Tao navigates the city walls, striving to cover all 4 directions. Li Ku engages in frontline combat alongside the skeletal warriors, wielding his fists with fierce precision, executing rapid and agile movements, often dispatching foes before they can react. The holy archer towers efficiently eliminate enemies, with the skeletal warriors serving as shields, allowing the towers to focus solely on offense. For the most part, Lin Tao remains uninvolved, as the territory can withstand invading foes thanks to the defensive towers and skeletal warriors. The skirmish concludes in under 10 minutes. Leaving the battlefield in disarray, Lin Tao meanders out to scavenge for loot, only to find the spoils pitifully sparse. It takes nearly 10 demons to yield a single item. The quantity of mundane materials like wood and/or has diminished compared to before, with the dropped equipment primarily consisting of ordinary and fine-quality items, devoid of any exceptional gear. A mere 62 treasure chests were found, with 56 being ordinary and 6 silver. After tidying up, Lin Tao scratches his head, glancing at his inventory, where his fate coins have transformed into a pale green hue. Could it be that my luck is accumulating, resulting in a reduced drop rate for spoils? What shall I do with these chests? The chests exist for a mere 24 hours, vanishing once that time elapses. After a moment of indecision, he decides to store them in his bag, planning to reassess the situation the following day. Once his tasks are completed, he takes Su Lin to the shop to browse, purchasing some snacks as gifts. Recently, Su Lin has indulged in an abundance of treats under Lin Xiaohan's guidance, specifically requesting, "Give me plenty of coconut candies and white rabbit milk candies. Our tastes are quite similar. Those 2 types of candy evoke fond memories of my childhood. Then you must surely enjoy the honey candy from my homeland. It is a specialty of our elven race, crafted solely by flower spirits, and is a rare delicacy. Alas, I do not know how long it will be before I can return. If I linger away from the tribe too long, my mother and the others will surely worry." As she spoke, Su Lin's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Lin Tao offered comfort. "Do not dwell on it too much. As long as you are safe, there may come a time when we can reunite with your family. By the way, how long do you estimate it would take for your family to come looking for you? Elves typically wander for at least 60 years, with some extending their journeys beyond 500. However, I have only recently come of age, and I did not inform my mother before I left. If I do not return within 60 years, they will undoubtedly be anxious." Lin Tao was left speechless. 60 years is a lifetime. By then, he would be 78. As for 500 years, it was a thought too far-fetched to entertain, for he could not even ascertain if he would live that long. He handed her the snacks and retreated to his room for contemplation. Meanwhile, Su Lin cheerfully unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth, her earlier gloom dissipating somewhat. Indulging in sweets served as a form of emotional release. Lin Xiaohan was wandering near the spirit fields, having recently discovered the peculiar talents of the little skeleton. This tiny creature had learned to punch, while its technique was not yet refined. It was enough to capture her attention. The little skeleton was busy weeding, uprooting the unwanted plants and smashing them to use as fertilizer. When it grew weary, it would lie down on the grass, only to rise and practice a series of punches shortly thereafter. Observing this, Lin Xiaohan would join in, demonstrating her own powerful bagua style, her moves strikingly forceful. The little skeleton eagerly attempted to imitate her, albeit at a slower pace and with less fluidity. Yet it was certainly more skilled than the average individual. From that day forward, Lin Xiaohan engaged in a new pastime, teaching the little skeleton the art of boxing whenever she had the chance. Shortly after Lin Tao returned home, he received a message. "Huang Min, 3 stars Lin Tao. I have a fire skill book here. Would you be interested in exchanging it for chain lightning? If the price falls short, I will supplement it with some void crystals, ensuring you do not suffer a loss." Fireball. Cast a fireball dealing 10 points of magical damage to the enemy. Mana cost, 100, cooldown, 30 seconds. Upon seeing Huang Min, Lin Tao smacked his forehead, He had promised to reserve lightning and summoning skills for her, but had forgotten to inform her this time. My apologies. I've been quite busy today and neglected to let you know. Let's proceed with the usual exchange, and you need not provide any additional void crystals. Just consider me first for any future fire skills. The two swiftly completed their transaction. Upon examining the skill book, Huang Min raised an eyebrow, finding Lin Tao's choice quite amusing. This book's value undoubtedly surpassed that of Fireball, prompting her to keep a keen eye on fire skills moving forward. Meanwhile, Bai Mingyang and his companions had already discovered the werewolf tribe. Chapter 72, News. The following morning, Lin Tao awoke to a notification indicating an increase of 16 points to his constitution. Having consumed extraordinary beast meat at each meal, his constitution had gradually improved. Additionally, Yi Qin's troops were out on a rampage, steadily boosting his experience points. In just one night, Lin Tao's level had returned to 21, though his health remained alarmingly low, preventing him from venturing forth. Lin Xiaoan had risen early to prepare breakfast, seamlessly embracing her role as the cook. After everyone had dined, she sought out the little skeleton to play, teaching it some fierce kicking techniques. The little skeleton was earnest in its training, as if practicing martial arts had become a newfound hobby. Wu Yong, having nothing to occupy his time, also practiced his punches, occasionally gazing out from the city walls, eagerly awaiting the return of his companions. He reminisced about the adventurous days spent with them. Even amidst the ever-present danger, it was far better than residing in another's territory. Lin Tao and Su Lin practiced sparring within the territory, taking breaks to stroll through the spirit fields, observing the growth of various plants. Some had already reached half a person's height, their tender green shoots a delightful sight, with weeds being a rarity. Even those that dared to sprout were promptly eradicated by the farming little skeletons. Li Ku roamed the territory's outskirts, diligently dispatching any enemies that dared to appear. His level had now reached 32, with an attack power surpassing 6,000. 4-star panda boxer, Li Ku Augustus. Level, 32. Health, 37,023, 7020. Attack, 6161, 5,680. Constitution, 962, 160. Spirit, 748, 100. Inner strength, 7,480, 7480. Li Ku's true physique is on the verge of surpassing 1,000, at which point he will be able to activate his innate talent. Moreover, spurred by Yi Qin's influence, he is unwilling to let the opportunity for growth slip away, which is why he actively patrols outside. By noon, Bai Mingyang and his companions hurriedly returned to their territory, coincidentally encountering Li Ku on patrol. With an expression brimming with excitement, Hu Zhong exclaimed, "Li Ku, we have discovered a werewolf territory. You must quickly inform Lin Tao." Li Ku's eyes brightened at this news. "Come, I shall lead you to it." The four of them promptly entered the territory to report their findings. Li Ku suggested, "Lord, allow me to take them. This time, I only require 100 skeleton soldiers." Lin Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Yi Chun has yet to return. Should we wait for him?" Li Ku hurriedly interjected, "My lord, the four of us should suffice. After all, the skeleton soldiers are the main force. No matter how formidable Yi Chun is, he cannot rival the strength of the skeletons. If you are concerned, you may dispatch a few more skeletons. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if that pack of werewolves escapes." Lin Tao glanced at the fake coins, which had now transformed into a deep green hue, with hints of blue at the edges. If he were to use them now, he was uncertain what fortune would befall him. It might be prudent to accumulate them for another night and utilize them tomorrow. By then, he could recruit additional soldiers. And perhaps Yi Qin would also return. After making his decision, he declared, "Do not rush. We shall hold our position for the night. And you can set out tomorrow morning." Bai Mingyang nodded. "Then we shall rest for the night. It will also allow us to enjoy 2 meals." The one most delighted was undoubtedly Wu Yong. His companions had safely returned, and they had not abandoned him. This was indeed a matter worth celebrating. He pulled Hu Zhong aside to inquire about their monster hunting experiences and to ask if they had obtained any class transfer stones. Hu Zhong shrugged. "It is not so easy. The drop rate for class transfer stones is quite low. By the time we return, we may not have found any. However, you need not worry. Lin Tao is already a 4-star lord. As long as he can defeat the Wolf King, he will become a 5-star lord, and this journey will conclude. You can remain here and cease your unfounded worries." Wu Yong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Are we really going back? But I have yet to become a professional. If they were to return, he would merely be an ordinary person, and the distance between him and his companions would only widen. It is better to return than to perish here. Look around. There are only about 4,000 people left in the area, and on average, over 100 disappear daily. We 3 form a team, capable of both offense and defense. Those lone adventurers face far greater danger. You must broaden your perspective. Wu Yong's emotions shifted dramatically, transitioning from fear of being abandoned by his companions to a strong aversion to leaving. If they returned to Blue Star, he would have no choice but to immerse himself in relentless training. If fortune favored him and he became a master, perhaps he would have the chance to enter the void world, but that would take decades to achieve. Wu Yong fell into a contemplative silence, retreating to his room to lie down, feeling as though he had been forsaken by the world. During dinner, Wu Yong did not come down, prompting Bai Mingyang to curiously inquire, "Why hasn't Wu Yong shown up? Is he not feeling well?" Wu Zhong explained, "He is still preoccupied with the matter of the class transfer stones. If Lin Tao becomes a 5-star lord, he will lose his opportunity." Lin Shaoan hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. Boys and girls differ in nature. Many boys exhibit self-centeredness, only beginning to understand responsibility after turning 30. In their 20s, boys are brimming with ambition and vigor, unlikely to choose to become mere residents. Girls, on the other hand, generally yearn for a stable living environment. Lin Tao chimed in, "No need to worry. We can linger here for a while longer. I can use the star-up card later." Bai Mingyang shook his head. "Forget about Wu Yong for now. If that territory belongs to the Wolf King, you must use the star-up card as soon as you obtain it. The sooner you become a 5-star lord, the greater the advantages it will bring you. Today marks the 18th day. The earlier you attain the status, the more substantial the additional rewards will be. The later you wait, the lesser the rewards will be. It is not worth wasting time for the sake of Wu Yong." Lin Tao suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, "If you had reminded me sooner, I would have dispatched troops today. However, it is not a problem. I will have more confidence if I strike tomorrow. One day will not make a difference." Not long after dinner, the blood mist descended, and countless zombies surged toward the territory. These zombies differed from those in films. They wore tattered clothing, with disheveled hair and skin bearing a sickly hue. They advanced barefoot, their long nails exhibiting an eerie blue tint, clearly laced with poison. When they opened their mouths, they exhaled a noxious blue mist, rendering them wholly toxic. The zombies were of a considerable level, all above 25, with health and defense exceeding that of ordinary monsters. Zombie. Level. 28. Attack power. 1260. Health. 18960, 18960. Defense. 80. Talent. Poisonous body. Skills. Poison mist spray, bite, bloodthirsty evolution. Self-detonation. The fire lizard was the first to attack, unleashing 3 jets of flame that incinerated dozens of zombies. Upon their demise, they exploded, their limbs flung in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of blue toxic mist spread across the battlefield. Upon death, the zombies self-detonated, releasing their internal poison and enveloping the surroundings in blue mist, which enhanced their agility. Skeleton soldiers from all 4 directions automatically advanced toward the enemy, slicing through the zombies with ease. The zombies had gaping wounds in their abdomens, their rotting entrails spilling onto the ground, yet they continued to crawl forward, requiring an additional strike to ensure their demise. Elite zombies moved with remarkable speed, akin to living beings. Each attack they launched was laced with toxins, causing blue-minute wounds to appear on the skeleton soldiers, whose health steadily diminished at a rate of 1,000 points per second. Fortunately, the poison did not stack. It merely prolonged the effect, inflicting a maximum of 1,000 points of damage per second. Otherwise, they would indeed be in serious trouble. There were also spitting-type zombies capable of ejecting potent venom. This deep blue venom inflicted even greater damage, potentially draining over 3,000 points of health from the skeleton soldiers in a single strike. Numerous defensive towers launched their attacks, while Lin Tao and the others also struck frequently. Li Ku and Bai Feng maneuvered behind the skeleton soldiers, continually eliminating any that slipped through the cracks. Before long, half of the battlefield was shrouded in toxic mist, impairing visibility and steadily draining the skeleton soldiers' health, causing the defensive towers to falter. The skeleton soldiers and Li Ku fought valiantly within the toxic haze, while Bai and the others, sensing the dire situation, retreated toward the city walls. Lin Tao could no longer see the enemy's movements, so he released the Frostbone Dragon and the Nightmare Cavalry. The Frostbone Dragon soared into the sky, continuously exhaling its icy breath, which transformed the toxic mist into blue crystals that fell to the ground. Subsequently, snowflakes began to fall, freezing countless zombies into ice sculptures, rendering them incapable of self-detonation as they stood frozen in place. The Nightmare Cavalry engaged the elite zombies in close combat, retaliating against their comrades. Lin Tao could only observe from the city walls, only intervening when the enemy breached the toxic mist perimeter. Fortunately, the skeleton soldiers possessed high health, forming an impenetrable barrier against the enemy. All that could be heard were the roars and cries from within the toxic mist, with skill releases relying solely on instinct. The value of wide-area destructive magic became evident at this moment. Lin Tao could effortlessly eliminate hundreds of zombies by randomly casting spells into the mist-shrouded area. If multiple casting is triggered, the number of zombies vanquished can sometimes reach nearly 1,000. After 20 minutes, a colossal figure shattered the skeleton soldiers' defenses. The zombie king had emerged. Towering over 20 meters, this behemoth stood naked, its deep blue skin laced with venomous toxins. Its abdomen was grotesquely distended, seemingly harboring something ominous, and its defensive capabilities surpassed 200, with health exceeding 1 million. Lin Tao casually unleashed a torrent of sword chi, manifesting thousands of blades that instantly dismembered the zombie king, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom! The noxious deep blue mist spread forth, with some tendrils wafting dangerously close to the city walls. Su Lin furrowed her brow and tugged at Lin Tao, urging him to retreat. Yet, as Lin Tao beheld the toxic haze surrounding them, an idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly summoned the little skeleton and placed it amidst the miasma, instructing, "Remain here and do not move." Enveloped in the poisonous fog, the little skeleton was shrouded in an eerie blue hue, a debuff of corpse poison manifesting atop its head. Corpse poison. Health decreases by 50 points per second, lasting a minimum of 60 seconds. Confused by the sudden change, the little skeleton extended its tiny hand, attempting to grasp the nearby toxic mist. Lin Tao closely monitored its health. Should it dip below 1,000, he would employ the rejuvenation spell to bolster its vitality. The little skeleton's health fluctuated, while the poison's damage gradually diminished, starting from 50 and tapering off to around 30. Lin Tao's own attempt to engage with the mist resulted in a staggering health decline of 500 points, tenfold the little skeleton's suffering. Observing the little skeleton, he formed a hypothesis and chose to remain within the toxic fog alongside it, hoping to cultivate a resistance to poisons. Su Lin, perplexed, remained outside the mist like a vigilant guardian. The battle outside raged on for more than 10 minutes before it finally ceased, with over 10 melee skeleton soldiers meeting their demise. The toxic fog upon the city walls began to dissipate gradually. The lengthy skirmish had propelled Lin Tao's void crystal count to an impressive 18,000. Under the relentless torment of the corpse poison debuff, the little skeleton's attributes began to transform. Skeleton soldier, corpse poison. Attack power, 55. Health, 2150, 2150. Defense, 6. Talent, farming, intermediate poison resistance. Skills, venomous spray. Basic unarmed combat, corpse poison. A series of fiery explosions erupted, and the little skeleton was pushed back slightly, its health diminishing over 100 points. Yet the fire damage was significantly mitigated. Lin Tao nodded slightly and suggested, "Teacher Bai, perhaps you could increase the magical power a tad and see how much damage you can inflict." Teacher Bai agreed, conjuring a fireball the size of a soccer ball. Boom. The little skeleton stumbled back significantly, losing over 600 health points. Teacher Bai expressed surprise, "My fireball usually inflicts over 3,000 damage. The skeleton can remarkably diminish most of the harm. This little fellow has great potential." Lin Tao affirmed, "Continue at this pace, Teacher Bai. Let us see if we can enhance the little skeleton's fire resistance." Teacher Bai nodded and resumed casting, fireballs cascading forth. The little skeleton's health gradually waned under the fiery onslaught, yet it simultaneously recovered through the rejuvenation spell. Unaware of the unfolding situation, it assumed it was being punished by its lord for some transgression, accepting the fiery barrage with drooping spirits. As the little skeleton's attributes improved under the relentless bombardment, wisps of flame began to meld with its very being. Lin Tao suddenly realized that this initially summoned little skeleton harbored the greatest secret of the Golden Throne. After 2 hours, the little skeleton underwent another transformation. Its bones grew sturdier, their hue shifting to a pale violet. Skeleton soldier. Attack power, 112. Health, 9650, 9650. Defense, 15. Talent, farming, advanced poison resistance, intermediate fire resistance. Skills, venomous spray, basic unarmed combat, intermediate corpse poison, fireball. Having expended over 100,000 gold coins, 5 special units emerged, 2 death knights, 2 abominations, and a necromancer. All 3 special units boasted health exceeding 5 million, with the necromancer's attack power slightly lower, around 10,000. Yet it possessed numerous spells capable of converting enemy corpses into skeleton soldiers. The Death Knight held the highest attack power, surpassing 200,000, while the abomination's health approached 10 million, capable of unleashing toxic pollution upon nearby foes. Without pause, Lin Tao hurried to the defensive tower, using the Light of Evolution on the little giant. A prompt appeared. "You have used the Light of Evolution on the little giant. It has undergone a major evolution. And you have acquired the Rock Giant defensive tower. Rock Giant. Quality, red. Attack, 250,000. Attack speed, 1 once per second. Attack range, 1,000 meters. Durability, 450,000, 450,000. Talent, reflective damage. Enemies attacking will receive equal magical backlash. Splitting. Each attack inflicts equal damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. Skills, stone armor. Mitigates 3,000 points of physical damage. Heavy strike, a chance to stun enemies for 1.55 seconds upon attack. Falling rocks, when attacked. A chance to cause falling rocks that deal 3 points of magical damage to enemies within the attack range. Although the defensive tower successfully evolved to red quality, it regrettably lacked potent area-clearing abilities, serving better as a meat shield. Subsequently, Lin Tao swiftly opened a treasure chest. You have opened a golden treasure chest. You have obtained a necromancer's teleportation scroll and 150 void crystals. You have opened a silver treasure chest. You have gained 30 free attribute points and 80 void crystals. You have opened another silver treasure chest. You have received a talent upgrade card and 80 void crystals. Despite Lin Tao's haste, after opening over 20 treasure chests, the fate coins transformed into a silvery hue. His accumulated luck had been exhausted, with the remaining chests yielding nothing of significant value. However, the initial few chests provided bountiful rewards, including a teleportation scroll from the Zombie King's golden chest. Necromancer Realm. This scroll allows the territory to be transported to the Necromancer world, a domain replete with endless seas of skeletons, the eternal resting place of all undead, where even the remnants of deities may be glimpsed. Alongside this were a talent upgrade card, 2 skill upgrade cards, and a death aura hero skill book, with the remainder comprising various equipment and potions. Lin Tao decided to retain the upgrade cards, considering they might be exchanged for valuable items upon returning to Blue Star. Death Aura inflicts 100 points of magical damage to enemies within a radius of 100 meters per second, can be activated freely. This skill is particularly suited for warriors. The longer it is maintained, the greater the benefit. Lin Tao directly handed it to Li Ku for study, casually remarking, "You will lead 200 skeleton soldiers, along with the 5 newly summoned special units. I hope for your success. Do not let me down." Li Ku patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Lord. I shall accomplish the task." With that, he marched his troops out of the city, stepping into the fog behind by Mingyang. Wu Yong continued to gaze from the city wall, murmuring to himself, "If I return to Blue Star, I shall no longer have the opportunity to become a professional. Oh heavens, how unfair you are to me." Within the territory remained 86 skeleton soldiers. Lin Tao dispatched 25 to other gates, keeping the remainder at the main gate. He then summoned a small skeleton, instructing, "Stand still, I shall practice with you." Boom. A deep crimson fireball materialized, piercing through the small skeleton's form. Lin Tao smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten a crucial detail. The Lord's skills do not harm his subordinates. Chapter 75, The Great Battle Begins. Lin Tao's plans to train the small skeleton were momentarily halted. However, the small skeleton possessed a basic martial arts skill that could still be explored. He called upon Lin Xiaohan, instructing, "When you have time, teach the small skeleton martial arts. It has great potential and might achieve sudden enlightenment after a few days of training with you." Lin Xiaohan nodded, replying, "Leave it to me. I shall devote myself to teaching the small skeleton." Meanwhile, Yi Chun was leading his skeleton soldiers through the fog, yet he had no compass to discern their direction. He could only meander with a dozen skeletons in the mist, attacking any magical beasts they encountered. His attributes had vastly improved since then, allowing him to slay level 20 monsters with a single sword strike, showcasing the initial power of a grandmaster. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled upon a goblin territory, where the goblin soldiers numbered in the tens of thousands. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his movements ghostly as he evaded hundreds of arrows. Upon nearing the city wall, he leapt effortlessly to a height of over 20 meters. Goblin soldiers roared as they surged forward, intent on slaying this uninvited guest. Yi Chun wielded his sword like a dancing dragon, each strike aimed at the enemy's vital points, throats, hearts, and heads, dispatching dozens of goblins within mere seconds. He continued along the city wall, his strikes lethal, instilling fear in the goblin soldiers, who soon saw some of their comrades leap from the wall to flee. Outside, the skeleton soldiers breached the city gate and unleashed a massacre along the streets. A tempest of blood and carnage erupted within the territory as most of the goblin defensive towers remained inside the city. The towers lacked formidable offensive power. Once approached by the skeleton soldiers, they would quickly crumble into ruins. After clearing the enemies near the wall, Yi Chun leapt into the city, his sword leaving behind a trail of corpses. Whenever faced with a large wave of foes, he unleashed drizzling night rain, causing structures and enemies within 300 meters ahead to dissolve into nothingness. The goblin lord observed from a distance, his heart nearly leaping from his chest at the sight, and promptly commanded his troops to surround and eliminate Yi Chun. Goblin mages and waves of soldiers surged forth, unleashing various spells that erupted across the battlefield. Having achieved the rank of Grand Master, Yi Chun's senses were significantly heightened. Upon detecting magical fluctuations, he adeptly dodged, refusing to engage directly. Only when the magic dissipated did he charge forth, plunging into fierce combat. Regardless of the number of soldiers approaching, Yi Chun remained steadfast within the territory. The streets became increasingly littered with corpses, and many goblin soldiers were forced to tread upon the bodies of their fallen comrades. Several skeletons also perished until Yi Chun broke through the encirclement, advancing directly before the goblin lord, dispatching the goblin guards with ease. The goblin lord attempted to kneel and beg for mercy, declaring, "I am willing to surrender. I shall serve you as your subordinate henceforth." Yi Chun, however, could not comprehend the foreign tongue. With a single swing of his sword, he severed the goblin lord's head. Instantly, the surrounding goblins were overcome with despair and fled in panic. A new prompt appeared for Lin Tao. Yi Chun has slain the golden tier goblin lord. You have received a golden treasure chest, 10,000 experience points, and 500 void crystals. Lin Tao stared at the suddenly materialized golden treasure chest, momentarily lost in thought, reflecting. Yi Chun is truly remarkable. No wonder he is a 9-star hero. It is unfortunate he could not return to join the battle. Otherwise, our chances would have been even greater. Now, I can only hope that Li Ku and the others perform admirably and do not disappoint me. As for the golden treasure chest, Lin Tao decided to store it in his inventory. His luck was average at present, and he would only use it if it were about to vanish. Meanwhile, Li Ku was still en route, finally arriving at the Wolfman territory as night began to fall. The territory of the Wolf King was vast, nearly the size of a small county, housing over 300,000 inhabitants, with 70 to 80,000 being warriors. The rest were predominantly residents, yet they could readily join the fray should enemies invade. The outer walls towered over 30 meters high, constructed from exceptionally sturdy stones, with Wolfman mages stationed at intervals, rendering it nearly impregnable. A few Wolfman warriors were gathered at the open gate, which had not been closed, as nearby magical beasts dared not approach. The foggy region lay a full 2,000 meters from the enemy's territory, but with nightfall, Li Ku and his men advanced to within 1,000 meters, where they would be less likely to be detected. Spotting the open gate, Li Ku felt a surge of excitement and decisively commanded, "Death Knights, charge forth and seize the enemy's gate." The two Death Knights donned heavy armor, their undead steeds similarly clad. They lightly tapped their mounts, setting the undead steeds into a rapid gallop. Within a second, they could cover over 100 meters. The Wolfman warriors at the entrance were idly chatting, discussing how their lord had suffered a defeat days prior, with tens of thousands of soldiers perishing, speculating which territory dared provoke them. It must be those ogres. Their tribe boasts over 10,000 soldiers, many being formidable ogre mages. While we Wolfman warriors are valiant, we are significantly outmatched by those mages. I wonder if our lord will lead another expedition. If so, we may not be spared either. Just as the Wolfmen were engaged in conversation, two shadowy figures swiftly approached, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. The Wolfman warriors suddenly looked up, only to be met with a flying spear. Thud! One Wolfman was impaled, a gaping wound opening in his abdomen, spilling his entrails onto the ground. Nearby, several Wolfmen attempted to shout. However, another shadow soon followed, enveloped in dark light, sending several Wolfman warriors crashing aside with a single charge. The first shadow had already infiltrated the city, unleashing a merciless slaughter along the streets. Wielding a spear that struck like a serpent, it left no enemies standing in its wake. Chaos erupted in the district as countless Wolfmen rushed back to their homes to arm themselves, intent on retaliating against the intruders. The ranged soldiers on the city walls and the Wolfman mages hastily launched a counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ku and his companions stormed into the city, ascending the stairs to the walls to eliminate the defending forces. The skeleton soldiers surged into the streets, ruthlessly dispatching any Wolfmen they encountered. As the necromancer entered the city, he raised his staff, and the surrounding corpses began to writhe ominously. The flesh of the werewolves quickly disintegrated, leaving behind mere skeletal frames. The werewolf skeletons slowly rose, seizing nearby weapons and charging into the fray. Unlike ordinary skeletons, the abomination possessed a corporeal body, towering at approximately 10 meters, its skin a ghastly crimson, protruding with a grotesque belly, wielding a broadsword. Upon entering the battlefield, it let out a thunderous roar, emanating a noxious dark green mist that enveloped enemies within a 10-meter radius, causing their flesh to decay. In less than 10 seconds, the enemies surrounding the abomination would be reduced to mere bones. The guardian forces of the werewolf territory received the alarming news and hastened towards the city gates, heralding the onset of a fierce battle. Chapter 76, Assault on the Wolf King's Tribe. Two Death Knights led the charge, their blood-red cloaks billowing in the wind. In their hands, their long spears struck with immense force, sending werewolves flying several meters with a single sweep, leaving them broken and lifeless. The werewolf residents, alarmed, rushed into their homes to retrieve weapons, great swords, long spears, and broadswords, while some even donned cherished armor. Armed, the werewolves emerged with fierce determination, charging towards the Death Knights. Yet they overestimated their own strength. No matter how many werewolves lunged into battle, they were effortlessly dispatched by the Death Knights' lethal strikes. Even finely crafted armor crumbled like parchment before them. The Death Knights unleashed a massacre along the long street, and if any werewolves were hiding within the surrounding houses, they would pierce through the walls with their spears and finish off the concealed foes with a follow-up thrust. During this mayhem, one Death Knight shattered the entrance of a large shop, only to find that the werewolves within had already fled. In the center of the hall, however, was a woman bound by ropes. Stripped of her garments, she was tied to a pillar, her limbs severed, with grotesque flesh buds sprouting from the wounds. Her expression was one of despair, resembling meat awaiting slaughter on a butcher's block. Upon the arrival of the Death Knight, the woman cried out in a frenzy, "Help! No, please don't kill me." The Death Knight merely cast a glance before turning to continue its rampage down the street, leaving the woman to wail in anguish. A procession of skeleton soldiers passed by, yet none chose to end her suffering. She had been granted a reprieve. Ahead, the street soon branched into several paths, prompting the Death Knights to split their forces, while the abomination selected a solitary route. The necromancer, lagging behind, summoned corpses with each stride. The intact werewolf bodies would rise of their own accord, and even those with missing limbs would seek suitable bones nearby to reassemble themselves. Li Ku and his companions carved a path along the city walls, splitting into 2 teams to engage the enemy. Li Ku unleashed his devastating punches, closing in on the werewolves, capable of shattering their skulls with a single blow, only entangled briefly when confronting elite werewolves. Should fortune favor him with a critical hit, a single punch could obliterate his foe. In throngs, he unleashed the flying crane fist to clear swathes of enemies, advancing at a swift pace. Bai Mingyang and his 2 comrades pressed forward on the right flank, with Bai Feng leading the charge wielding a long spear. His strikes were precise and powerful, engaging the werewolf warriors in a fierce exchange. Bai Mingyang and Hu Zhong supported from behind, unleashing fire magic and arrows, though their progress was hindered by their modest attributes. They could handle scattered foes, but confronting an organized werewolf squad was a daunting challenge. The werewolf warriors clashed with Bai Feng, their brutish techniques easily exploited, leaving them battered after mere moments of combat. Elite werewolf shamans soon arrived to provide reinforcements, unleashing chain lightning that inflicted over 2,000 points of damage, while a healing totem restored thousands of hit points to the werewolf warriors. Bai Feng managed to fell 3 werewolves, but his own health plummeted, forcing him to consume potions to sustain himself as he retreated under pressure. Minutes later, the trio was forced down from the city walls, hastening to catch up with the skeleton army, preparing to leverage their strength against the enemy, with the necromancer trailing at the rear. The werewolf guards atop the walls pursued them relentlessly, dozens of their kind shouting, "Kill those 3 humans to avenge our brothers. I will feast upon their flesh." Recently, we captured several humans, yet I received not a drop of broth. Finally, fortune smiles upon me. These ignorant beings dare to enter our territory, courting death. Just as the necromancer revived another batch of skeletons, a throng of werewolves appeared behind. Suddenly, it turned, brandishing its necromantic staff. A surge of immense dark magic manifested, sweeping across the street like a colossal hand, causing the charging werewolves to convulse and collapse, their life force extinguished. Bai Mingyang observed this spectacle, his breath caught in awe, recognizing the formidable power of a high-ranking mage. Hu Zhong, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "Teacher, let us seek out isolated werewolves to dispatch. These werewolves are unlike the goblins we faced before. We can simply follow the skeleton army and pick off the stragglers." Bai Mingyang nodded in agreement. The werewolves are all above level 20, with substantial health. Dealing with 3 or 5 should pose no challenge, but retreating in the face of a larger force is prudent. Then let us scour the vicinity for isolated werewolves to eliminate. If fortune favors us, perhaps by dawn we may return to Blue Star, he concluded. The trio pressed onward, soon hearing the sound of a woman weeping. Bai Feng furrowed his brow, following the sound until he discovered the bound woman, her condition so dire, her limbs severed, reduced to a state of disability. Upon seeing the living beings, the woman cried out, "Please, help me. If you don't save me, the werewolves will devour me in a few days." Hu Zhong and Bai Mingyang entered the shop, shocked to find a fellow human in such a predicament. Bai Feng hurriedly approached to untie her, even offering her a garment to cover her nakedness, asking urgently, "Are there any other survivors here?" "I don't know," she sobbed. "A week ago, I was captured by werewolves after entering the mist. They severed my limbs to eat, and every day they come to tend to me, feasting on the flesh that grows back. I nearly perished." Bai Mingyang and his companions felt a deep pang of sorrow upon hearing her tale. The woman was indeed fortunate. Having survived in the void for over 10 days, although captured by the werewolf tribe, she had managed to retain her life, far better off than those who had perished. Bai Mingyang regained his composure and reassured her, "We'll hide you. Remain silent. With any luck, we'll return to Blue Star by tomorrow. Please don't abandon me. Save me. I can't become food for the werewolves." She pleaded desperately. Hu Zhong and Bai Feng felt their hearts soften, yet hesitated to express their concerns. Bai Mingyang waved his hand. "I'll place you in a corner. You must stay quiet while we fight the werewolf tribe. As long as you remain silent, they won't discover you." With that, he found a corner to conceal the woman, ignoring her cries as they left. Along the way, Hu Zhong and Bai Feng's expressions hardened, and they unleashed their frustrations on the isolated werewolves they encountered, venting their pent-up anger upon their foes. They shouted in the streets, yet regrettably, they encountered no other survivors. In the midst of the battlefield, the elite werewolf forces had finally joined the fray. The werewolves, clad in exquisite armor and supported by their priestly counterparts, boldly advanced against the Death Cavalry. In Chapter 77, Assault on the Demon Wolf King's Tribe 2, the elite werewolf forces donned heavy armor, towering over 3 meters in height. Their armor was intricately inscribed with magical runes, augmented by various enhancement spells cast by the werewolf priests. Meanwhile, the priests unleashed a barrage of spells toward the Death Cavalry, including chain lightning, serpent totems, and wind blades. The Death Cavalry, undeterred, charged forward with their long spears, exuding an eerie black aura, akin to a lethal arrow colliding head-on with the werewolf infantry. With a thunderous explosion, a dozen werewolves were sent flying, their heavy armor shattered, bones fractured, rendering them motionless. The magical explosions erupted, Yet even the Death Cavalry's armor remained unscathed. The Death Cavalry's spear was wielded with such swiftness that the trajectory became a blur to the naked eye, accompanied only by the sound of rushing wind. In less than a minute, hundreds of werewolves lay slain before them. The streets were still teeming with werewolf warriors, undaunted, as they surged forward one after another, attempting to impede the advance of the Death Cavalry. The skeletal soldiers trailing behind were momentarily halted, prompting them to begin slicing through the surrounding structures to carve a path into the fray. The abomination, venturing alone down a street, emanated toxic fumes that even the skeletal soldiers hesitated to approach. Its bloodstained blade could eviscerate a werewolf warrior with a single stroke, and at times, it would seize nearby werewolves to devour them voraciously. Those unfortunate enough to be consumed felt their bodies being relentlessly torn apart, emitting anguished wails as their courage evaporated. The abomination, drenched in blood and viscera, remained unfazed by the onslaught of enemy magic, rampaging through the streets like a bull, occasionally indulging in a self-service feast. This terrifying creature instilled not only death, but also dread and terror among the werewolves. Some warriors even turned to flee down other streets, preferring to perish at the hands of the Death Cavalry rather than succumb to such a gruesome fate. Meanwhile, distant werewolf archers had taken to the rooftops, raining arrows down upon the towering monstrosities. In the rear, the werewolf skeletons made their formal appearance, slaughtering their former kin as they surged into other streets. Bolstered by necromantic magic, the werewolf skeletons proved even more formidable than before, confronting the werewolf forces head-on. The werewolf soldiers found themselves at a disadvantage against the skeletons until the werewolf priests intervened, unleashing a torrent of spells to stabilize the situation. The most rapid advance came from the Death Cavalry and the Abomination, both possessing formidable attack power and considerable health, relentlessly pushing through various assaults while wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Even as legendary skeletal soldiers fell, both entities still retained a substantial amount of health. The necromancer in the rear continuously cast spells to resurrect the skeletal soldiers, requiring no need to enter the front lines. Their skeletal minions alone could withstand thousands of foes. At this juncture, the werewolf tribe was thrown into chaos, with some residents fleeing toward the rear while others rushed to the scene out of curiosity. The nearby werewolf army also hurried to the battlefield, transforming the entire territory into a tumultuous melee. The Demon Wolf King, alarmed, promptly dispatched werewolf guards to ascertain the situation. The guards leaped onto rooftops, quickly returning with reports. Wolf King, a horde of skeletal soldiers has invaded. The leading skeletons are exceptionally powerful. Even our heavily armored warriors cannot withstand them. Furious, the Demon Wolf King commanded, notify the werewolf commanders to bring their guards and take the field personally. How dare they invade my territory? I shall ensure these skeletal abominations are reduced to mere dust. Several werewolf commanders, upon receiving the order, gathered their most valiant warriors and rushed to the battlefield. These werewolf guards stood over 5 meters tall, donned in superior armor, wielding weapons inscribed with various magical runes. They charged directly at the Death Cavalry, intent on annihilating the enemy's vanguard. As the Death Cavalry swept its spear, several werewolf guards, undeterred, raised their shields to block the attack. With a resounding crash, the guards were sent flying, toppling their comrades behind them. Seizing the opportunity, the Death Cavalry executed a charge, sending several werewolf guards sprawling. It then slammed its spear into the ground, unleashing a surge of dark magical energy. With a deafening roar, dozens of werewolf guards were corroded down to mere piles of bones. Nearby structures crumbled under the force, allowing the skeletal soldiers to join the fray. The werewolf commander's expression shifted dramatically. He realized this colossal skeleton was no ordinary foe, possessing strength that rivaled even that of the Demon Wolf King. Yet, with tens of thousands of soldiers at his command, he believed he could wear down the enemy even at the cost of many lives. He instructed his subordinates, and soon, a throng of onlooking werewolf residents was compelled to join the battle, launching an assault on the skeletal soldiers. The abomination faced the elite werewolves with a different demeanor, exhibiting no fear as it allowed itself to be encircled. Its body continuously exuded toxic vapors, while its blade targeted the nearest foes, occasionally seizing a werewolf to indulge in a macabre feast. Despite sustaining numerous wounds, any werewolf consumed would swiftly heal the abomination's injuries. In contrast, those besieging it succumbed to the corrosive poison, their bodies deteriorating with little efficacy in their attacks. Even as the frontline werewolves attempted to flee, they found themselves trapped, with numerous werewolves surging behind them, leading to many being reduced to mere skeletal remains. The werewolf commander furrowed his brow in concern, ultimately deciding to instruct his soldiers to delay the abomination's advance while calling upon distant archers and priests to unleash their attacks. He remained confident in his ability to vanquish the enemy, for the werewolf population within their territory exceeded 300,000. Even a brute force approach could crush the foe. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a necromancer lurked in the rear, ready to raise the fallen werewolves as skeletal warriors to bolster the battlefield. After a mere 10 minutes, the number of resurrected werewolf skeletons exceeded 10,000, flooding into the streets and rooftops to join the battle, escalating the conflict. Thousands clashed in a brutal melee, causing numerous structures to collapse under the relentless onslaught. The werewolf commanders furrowed their brows, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and hurried to report to the Demon Wolf King. Meanwhile, Lin Tao observed the myriad notifications, marveling at the rapid increase in his experience points and void crystals. From the blood mist emerged a throng of dark elves. Though their numbers were scarce, totaling less than 5,000, each boasted levels exceeding 30 and attack power surpassing 1,500. The male dark elves were strikingly handsome, while the females exuded a seductive allure, each surpassing their male counterparts in strength. Their skin was a pale shade of black, clad in light armor, wielding long swords, daggers, and bows as they advanced toward the territory. With a resounding roar, a fire lizard unleashed a torrent of flames, but the dark elves swiftly transformed into shadows, evading the attack. Su Lin's expression soured as she knocked her bow, retaliating swiftly. Dark elves, being traitors of the elven race, were met with lethal hostility from any elf who encountered them. Lin Tao quietly mused. These dark elves maintained a certain allure. In Chapter 78, Assault on the Demon Wolf King's Tribe 3, the world is filled with countless women. Some cherish purity, others find allure in sensuality, while some adore cuteness. Each individual possesses their own preferences. Lin Tao was not much different. He was simply enamored with beauty, a devotee of aesthetics. The dark elves before him possessed commendable appearances, yet their skin tone was somewhat dusky, rendering them inferior in comparison to the radiant Su Lin. Upon detecting the adversary, the skeletal warriors advanced unbidden, their blades slicing through the air. One elven warrior, overestimating his prowess, attempted to parry with his longsword. A resounding crash echoed as the dark elf was flung backward, blood gushing from his mouth, robbed of the strength to rise. A passing dark elven female spat derisively. Useless wretches, you are naught but tools for procreation. With that, she unsheathed her longsword and charged at the skeletal warrior, only to be sent reeling by another thunderous impact. Trembling, she struggled to her feet, her curses spilling forth incessantly. Some dark elf assassins, adept in the arcane arts, melded into the shadows, seizing every opportunity to strike at the skeletal soldiers. The most unfortunate were the dark elven warriors, whose finely crafted weapons proved utterly ineffective against the skeletal foes. Regardless of their flamboyance, one decisive blow would send them sprawling or cleave them in twain. From above, Lin Tao unleashed his spells, frost coalescing, fireballs cascading, the torrent of water surging forth. The dark elves, striving to penetrate the heart of the battlefield, suffered grievous losses from the onslaught of magic. With the enemy numbers dwindling, Lin Tao, disinterested in prolonging the skirmish, commanded the Nightmare Cavalry into battle. The Nightmare Cavalry unleashed their spectral charge, obliterating hundreds of dark elves with darkened magic. They then possessed an elite assassin, wielding a dagger to enact a ruthless assault on the dark elves. The defensive towers relentlessly fired upon the foes, with scarcely a dark elf able to breach the skeletal line. In under 10 minutes, the dark elves were utterly vanquished. It was then that Su Lin remarked, "These dark elves are the disgrace of the elven race. They have betrayed the moon goddess and surrendered themselves to the embrace of the dark goddess. Their lives are steeped in bloodshed and carnage. Do not be deceived by their beauty. They are more depraved than human harlots, capable of mercilessly slaying even those who share their beds. You must not be captivated by these dark elves. Should you encounter them, distance yourself swiftly." Lin Tao felt a pang of embarrassment. He realized Su Lin had overheard his earlier comments. He quickly corrected himself. "I merely jested earlier. My preference lies with someone as lovely as you." Su Lin responded earnestly. "That is reassuring. Do not allow the allure of dark elves to cloud your judgment. If we return to our tribe, I shall introduce you to the most beautiful elven maiden therein." That girl was rather naive. Lin Tao feigned a playful tone. "I think you're quite splendid. Why not become my personal attendant?" Su Lin's face flushed, and she fell silent. Lin Tao hastily descended to collect the spoils. Under the influence of the fake coins, the drop rates were not particularly high, and the equipment that fell was rather subpar. He opted to store them all in his inventory rather than sell them. Over 50 treasure chests were also placed into his storage bag. Meanwhile, the battle continued for Li Ku and his companions. Li Ku activated his death aura during the fight, causing the surrounding werewolves to feel an overwhelming malaise. As if a boulder were pressing upon their chests, their movements sluggish. His pace was steady. He advanced with caution to evade injury. The two Death Knights progressed most swiftly, carving a bloody path down the street, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Yet, they faced the brunt of attacks, and their health dwindled to around 40. Surrounding structures crumbled, and thousands of werewolf skeletons followed closely behind, resisting the relentless tide of werewolf warriors. The abominations were slightly slower in their extermination efforts, yet their health remained high, bolstered by their ability to heal from consuming werewolves, keeping their vitality above 80. The foes they encountered met gruesome fates, their flesh rotting away. A horrifying sight to behold. The necromancer moved with grace, shielded by a horde of skeletal warriors. All it needed to do was continuously summon more skeletal soldiers. The werewolf skeletons claimed as many werewolves as any other unit, establishing the necromancer as the most formidable presence on the battlefield. However, by the time the werewolf chieftain recognized the dire situation, it would be far too late. The number of werewolf skeletons surpassed 10,000, and the battle escalated in intensity, with thousands of werewolf warriors perishing each minute. By the time the chieftain returned to report, the skeletal forces had swelled to over 20,000. This was the terrifying aspect of a legendary tier necromancer. As long as there were corpses, they could rapidly assemble a vast army of skeletons. The legion of over 20,000 skeletons dispersed, launching a massacre through the streets, their cries of anguish echoing into the heavens. Bai Mingyang and his companions navigated the battlefield, seeking out isolated monsters to dispatch, managing to eliminate dozens within a short span, significantly enhancing their efficiency in clearing foes. Hu Zhong reflected, "This grand battle is exhilarating. There is no need for tedious searching for enemies. With skeletal warriors blocking our path, we face no risks whatsoever." Bai Mingyang posed a question. "Should we consider aligning ourselves with Lin Tao? I sense he possesses considerable potential. Perhaps he could ascend to the legendary tier." Bai Mingyang shook his head. "The legendary tier is exceedingly scarce. Our nation has only publicly acknowledged 9 legendary warriors, each a paragon of excellence. Do you have any idea how many followers are drawn to them? The numbers are well over 10,000. Each year, countless adventurers seek to ally with them. And the casualties among aspiring professionals are staggering, likely in the hundreds of thousands. We are still mere 1-star adventurers. If we pursue Lin Tao without rapid advancement, he will face increasingly formidable foes, and so will we, making death a constant threat. Therefore, it is wiser for us to seek a secure domain in the void and gradually elevate our levels." Hu Zhong and Bai Feng pondered this deeply. The situation on the central battlefield shifted dramatically. As the number of werewolf skeletons increased, the werewolf tribe's soldiers began to retreat. The enemy's escalating numbers were uncanny, prompting many werewolf residents to flee. Their retreat only served to disrupt their formation, allowing the Death Knights to exploit the breach. They carved a bloody path through the streets, hastening toward the Lord's manor. The demon wolf king donned intricate rune armor, preparing to join his demon wolf guards and the formidable Manhwa chieftain in slaying the Death Knights. Yet, his strength was merely at the epic tier, with health just over 3 million. Within 3 minutes, he was brutally felled by the onslaught of the Death Knights and the legion of legendary skeletons. Lin Tao received 2 notifications in quick succession. Chapter 79, 5 stars. The Death Knights have slain the epic tier Demon Wolf King. You have completed main quest 2, earning a star upgrade card, a skill upgrade card, and 10,000 void crystals. The Death Knights have slain the epic tier Demon Wolf King. You have received an epic treasure chest, 20,000 experience points, and 1,000 void crystals. Lin Tao hurriedly stored the various upgrade cards into his inventory, though he refrained from using the star upgrade card immediately. After all, the external battle was still ongoing, and he must wait for his soldiers to claim more werewolf lives. After acquiring the star upgrading card, Lin Tao let out a sigh of relief and gradually made his way to the back of the house. Lin Xiaohan was instructing the little skeleton in leg techniques. Although the little skeleton's physical prowess had surpassed that of Lin Xiaohan, its foundational skills were lacking, resulting in numerous inaccuracies during practice. Su Lin sat on the grass near the bamboo grove, resting her chin on her hands, seemingly lost in thought. Wu Yong stood alone atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, as if awaiting the return of his teacher. Snap! Lin Tao snapped his fingers and exclaimed to Lin Xiaohan, "I have wonderful news." Lin Xiaohan promptly halted, his face lighting up with joy as he asked, "Could it be that Li Ku and the others have succeeded?" "You guessed correctly. Today, we shall return to Blue Star. So, what are your plans once you return?" Lin Xiaohan hesitated slightly before responding. "I intend to visit home, and, once I finish my family affairs, I will seek you out. Upon your return, you will undoubtedly be absorbed by the Lord Alliance. It is said that there are abundant resources there that can significantly enhance a Lord's power. You should prepare a few more void crystals to facilitate the acquisition of various resources later on." Su Lin approached and remarked, "I heard there are many sweet treats over there. I want to go out and sample them. Lin Tao, you must take me around." Lin Tao nodded, "Of course. Feel free to pursue your desires. I shall explore the Lord Alliance and certainly keep an eye out for any treasures." The little skeleton remained utterly bewildered, having no clue what the others were discussing, and so it scampered off to tend to the fields, while the 3 of them envisioned their future. Li Ku and the others continued their battle. The necromancer had an abundance of magical energy, continually resurrecting skeleton warriors from the rear. After the death of the Wolf King, his soldiers scattered like sand, with many werewolf inhabitants opting to flee the territory. Some soldiers trailed the main force in their escape, while others still sought vengeance for their lord. The number of werewolf skeletons increased, and the battle became overwhelmingly one-sided. Within 20 minutes, the majority of werewolf soldiers had perished. The Death Knights pursued the skeletal soldiers beyond the territory, relentlessly hunting them down into the gray mist. Bai Mingyang and his companions remained vigilant, monitoring the panel for updates. Yet no news arrived for an extended period. Hu Zhong, with a face full of frustration, remarked, "Teacher, we must have come to the wrong place. It seems we must assist Lin Tao in locating the Wolf King's tribe." Bai Mingyang shook his head. "That is uncertain. It is also possible that the Wolf King has fled. Look, Lin Tao's cavalry has already pursued him. Even if this is not the Wolf King's territory, we will not leave empty-handed, as we have slain numerous monsters and collected plenty of equipment today. Just be content. Let us hasten to catch up with the main force. Perhaps we can slay even more monsters." Lin Tao continuously monitored the panel, persisting as long as he continued to accumulate experience points. It was only after a full 10 minutes without any notifications that he decided to use the star upgrading card. "You have used the Lord's star upgrading card. Congratulations. You have become a 5-star Lord. You have completed main quest 1. The blue star anchor point has now been established, and all survivors will automatically return to blue star in 10 seconds. You have received a high talent upgrade card, 10,000 void crystals, 20,000 experience points, a random growth equipment treasure chest, and the current area anchor point. You may spend 100 void crystals to open a portal into the current void world. As you have completed the main quest within 20 days, you receive an additional reward of 110,000 void crystals and a one-time 6-star hero altar." A regional notification appeared. Lin Tao has become a 5-star Lord. All will return to blue star in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. This announcement struck like a thunderclap, instantly awakening countless submerged individuals. In the Lord channel, Xia Yuba, 3-star goodness. Lin Tao is simply outrageous. I am merely a 3-star, and he has already reached 5 stars? Han Qingqing, 3-star no way, this is so quick. I haven't even completed main quest 2. Zheng Lin, 3-star returning home is fine. I can rest for over a month before considering which void world to develop in. Huang Min, 3-star it hasn't even been 20 days. And Lin Tao is already a 5-star Lord. He is truly formidable. In the professional channel, Zhang shouting, 2-star those lords are ridiculous. I am only a 2-star. And someone has already become a 5-star Lord. It leaves me feeling utterly helpless. Tian Lin, 1-star darn it, I just discovered a bronze boss. And now I don't even have time to fight it. Huang Pu Song, 3-star we professionals cannot compare to lords. This time, I can indeed take a good break. Zhao Ting, 1-star woe is me. I have lost contact with my family. I fear I may return to find myself all alone. 10 seconds later, everyone was enveloped in a radiant starlight and vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear on blue star. Lin Tao's territory automatically shrank, reclaiming all soldiers and heroes from outside its borders. By the time he regained his bearings, he found himself at the entrance of the school warehouse, surrounded by just 4 individuals, Jiang Ling, Shangwan Shang, a bald middle-aged teacher, and a slender student. Among the 5, only Jiang Ling and Lin Tao donned clean clothing. The others were covered in a foul stench, their garments tattered, resembling those who had fled from a calamity. Concurrently, people began to materialize in various locations. Some wept inconsolably, others laughed joyously, and many hurriedly dialed their phones to contact family and friends. The blood-red fissure in the sky vanished, and a crescent moon hung overhead. Suddenly, 5 bright stars appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire city as if it were daylight. Yinqing had expanded more than double its original size, with numerous peculiar buildings emerging within the city. All these structures shared a commonality. The ground was stained red with blood, and many buildings lay in ruins. A scene of utter devastation. These were the conquered lands of lords, which became spoils of war after failing to withstand the void's consumption. Upon seeing Lin Tao and Zhang Ling, Shangwan Sheng hurried over. You two have both become lords. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Lin Tao, you've even become a 5-star lord. I consider myself fortunate to be associated with you. The teacher beside them gasped. You are Lin Tao, the 5-star lord? A student from our school? However, before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure hovered 100 meters above the ground, and a booming voice resonated over the city. Everyone, remain where you are and do not move recklessly. The military will take control of Yinqing. We will dispatch helicopters and hover vehicles to retrieve you. The bald teacher promptly interjected. This is a military expert. Everyone, please wait patiently here. The Void Fissure incident had concluded relatively early, and there would undoubtedly be many survivors. The military would likely be busy for some time. Shangwan Sheng's smile faded. With over 3 million people, only around 4,000 had survived. He wondered about the fate of his parents. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, was untroubled, as her family worked in another city. As a boarding student, her only concern was for her relatives. Lin Tao felt the most at ease. His biological parents had perished long ago, and while he had some relatives, their relationships were rather superficial, as they had neglected him in everyday life. He said little, allowing his gaze to sink inward. His territory transformed into an independent space, where 2 heroes were engaged in conversation. Lin Xiaoan and Wu Yong were accompanying the little skeleton on the grass, while Su Lin, feeling the most bored, sat by the bamboo grove, lost in her thoughts. Before long, over 100 helicopters appeared in the sky, along with several hundred large hover vehicles entering the city. In an expansive open area, Lin Tao and his companions were swiftly discovered and subsequently boarded a helicopter to leave the city. They were soon directed to a military-controlled zone on the outskirts of the city, where thousands of soldiers enforced a strict perimeter. Each of the city's 4 cardinal directions was under military oversight, with temporary accommodations established at every juncture. Entry required the registration of names, professions, and other personal details. At the entrance stood 4 guards, each armed with firearms. 2 female soldiers were responsible for the registration process, which involved simple inquiries about one's occupation, name, and identification number. The line ahead already consisted of over 10 individuals, among whom only 2 were clad in clean attire. Upon completing their registration, individuals were promptly assigned housing. When it was their turn, the bald teacher stepped forward first, declaring, "I am Yu Chun, a 2-star martial artist. My ID number is." The others followed suit in their registrations, but when it was Lin Tao's turn, he made an extraordinary gesture, waving to release Lin Xiaohan and Wu Yong as if conjuring them from thin air. The surrounding soldiers were taken aback, their eyes fixated on the group, apprehensive of potential disruptions. Lin Tao swiftly reported, "I am Lin Tao, a 5-star lord." Only then did the soldiers exhale in relief. A 5-star lord was recognized as the terminator of the recent Void Fisher and was certain not to cause trouble. A female soldier even took the initiative to use her radio to notify her superiors before arranging accommodations. The housing was comprised of modular units, designed for mobility, which included amenities such as supermarkets and hospitals, with ample vacant rooms available. Lin Tao and his companions were allocated to the same section, each assigned a private room. The rooms featured desks and computers, equipped with various chat applications and games, facilitating communication with family and leisure activities. Lin Xiaoan made a point to approach Lin Tao and add him as a contact, informing him that she would return home the following day and would regroup with them before departing. Lin Tao nodded in agreement, recognizing her as his first resident, who might potentially become an extraordinary being and assist in culinary endeavors for the city, proving to be quite advantageous. Above, floating vehicles and helicopters frequently traversed the skies, as survivors from within the city were continuously evacuated, rapidly increasing the population in the living quarters. Some individuals encountered familiar faces, engaging in warm exchanges, while others, unable to reach their families, withdrew into their rooms in quiet anguish, such as Shang Wansheng. Lin Tao refrained from venturing outside, opting instead to lie on his bed and assess his newfound rewards. Upon returning, he had been granted 20,000 experience points, resulting in a sudden elevation of 9 levels. Lord, 5-star Lin Tao. Level, 9. Experience points, 249.50. Health points, 60950, 60950. Attack, 875. Constitution, 1751, 170. Spirit, 1691.90. His inventory also contained 2 talent upgrade cards, 3 skill star upgrade cards, a random growth equipment treasure chest, a hero altar, and 654, 215 void crystals. The treasure chest needed to be opened within a day, or it would vanish, alongside a chest obtained from slaying dark elves stored in his bag. Lin Tao planned to sell the treasure chest upon entering the Lord Alliance the following day, while he intended to keep the growth equipment chest for himself. In the midst of his contemplation, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found a stout middle-aged man in military attire, adorned with 3 stripes and 2 stars on his shoulder. Standing approximately 1.9 meters tall, slightly taller than Lin Tao, he held a black briefcase in hand. Introducing himself, he said, "Hello Lin Tao, I am Lu Kaiyang. I have come to confirm some information with you, which will subsequently be reported upwards." Lin Tao quickly invited him inside, assuring, "Please, take a seat. I will cooperate fully with any information you require." Once seated, Lu Kaiyang retrieved a notebook from his possession and placed it on the table, stating, "Lin Tao, I will briefly record your personal information, such as your physical attributes and your future developmental direction." "Certainly, no problem. Feel free to ask," Lin Tao responded. "Please report your physical attributes first, followed by your intended path and any assistance you may need," Lu Kaiyang prompted. "My constitution is 1581, spirit is 1601, and I plan to continue venturing into the Void Realm. Currently, I lack fire-based skill books, and if resources permit, I will purchase them with void crystals. Skill books will certainly be available, and the state will provide you with cash and various reward sets, so there is no need for concern," Lu Kaiyang assured. After a brief discussion, he began entering data on his computer, where Lin Tao's physical attributes and skills materialized on the screen. Once completed, he activated the detection spell, causing Lin Tao's personal panel to emerge before him. Confirming its accuracy, Lu Kaiyang advised, "I have logged your personal information. Remember, personal attributes can be disclosed, as many professionals can utilize detection spells. However, keep your heroes and soldiers confidential. That is the most precious secret of a lord." Acknowledging, Lin Tao replied, "I understand. You can rest assured." After Lu Kaiyang departed, Lin Tao reclined back onto his bed, now safe on Blue Star and free from the fear of monster ambushes, allowing himself a well-deserved rest. For safety's sake, he summoned Yi Chun, and upon seeing his attributes, he felt a twinge of humility. 9-star swordsman, Yi Chun. Level, 16. Health points, 481040, 481040. Attack, 4592, 100. Constitution, 8984, 200. Spirit, 8743, 150. Yi Chun was clad in a sleek black leisure outfit, wielding a long sword, exuding an intangible aura reminiscent of a freshly forged divine blade. After surveying his surroundings, he expressed interest. "Lord, is this your world?" Lin Tao nodded, stating, "I just returned today and plan to rest for a while. Please keep watch for me, and I will take you out to explore when I have the opportunity." Yi Chun nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, my lord, I will guard this place diligently." With the golden-armed guardian watching over him, Lin Tao peacefully drifted into slumber. The information compiled by Lu Kaiyang was swiftly relayed to Kyoto. Each time a Void Fissure incident was resolved, it indicated the emergence of a potentially formidable lord, prompting the state to explore every avenue to invest in and win them over. Chapter 81. The Alliance's rewards. The following morning, Lin Tao awoke as per his routine, summoning Yi Chun back to the territory before stepping outside to freshen up. Once finished, he called for his neighbors, Shang Wansheng and Jiang Ling, to join him for breakfast in the cafeteria, which boasted a sumptuous spread and already hosted numerous patrons. The trio casually served themselves and sat down, with Jiang Ling commenting while eating, "We will likely be assigned to Magic City. My parents have already gone there. What are your plans?" Shang Wansheng, wearing a sorrowful expression, replied, "I cannot reach my family. I plan to enlist in the military and follow the main forces into the void for combat." Lin Tao comforted him, saying, "Shang Wansheng, you must remain optimistic. The priority is survival. Don't forget our pact. We will stand shoulder to shoulder in battle again. Rest assured, I will make a name for myself, and once I achieve the status of a golden powerhouse, I will seek you out," he promised. After their meal, the trio dispersed, as military personnel began organizing the crowd for departure at the entrance. Most individuals were to be relocated to the neighboring city, with various compensations in place. Those with potential as extraordinary beings would be directed to the provincial capital. Lin Tao and 25 3-star lords were assigned to Kyoto, where they first took a hovercraft back to Yincheng. A military mage produced a magic stone to activate a magical teleportation array, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in Magic City. Lin Tao followed the main group, swiftly arriving at the Lord Alliance. This towering edifice boasted over 100 stories, housing the enterprises of the Lord Alliance. The reception staff were all strikingly beautiful. The attendees first registered at the front desk, subsequently becoming members of the Lord Alliance. By joining the Alliance, they could partake in resource sharing and mutual assistance, among other benefits. After completing their registrations, they continued to follow a guide through the formalities, such as receiving mobile phones, rewards, and familiarizing themselves with the structure of the Alliance. Lin Tao received the most substantial rewards, including a cash prize of 50 million, which was directly deposited into his bank account, alongside a luxurious villa in Jiangning District. Additionally, he was bestowed with a tome on fire-based skills, Hellfire, a skill upgrade card, and a set of rare equipment for fire mages. Others received no skill books or upgrade cards. Instead, they were given cash, vehicles, or various items. This exemplified the unique advantages of being a 5-star lord. Once the rewards were distributed, the group was escorted to a large conference room on the 30th floor, where the vice president of the Lord Alliance addressed them. After the proceedings were concluded, it was nearly noon, and the members gathered in the Alliance cafeteria for a meal, during which they established a group chat. In the afternoon, individuals were separated for discussions. Lin Tao was assigned to a bespectacled middle-aged man, who inquired about his future plans and introduced some of the major powers within the Lord Alliance. The primary function of the Lord Alliance is to serve lords, featuring 9 legendary lords, each of whom has established formidable territories within the void. Additionally, there are several epic-tier lords from prominent families and large corporations. The Alliance possesses portals that grant access to powerful lords, who open these gateways at the end of each month to welcome newcomers and followers. Each year, high school seniors who pass assessments can enter the void through these portals for awakening, after which they return to Blue Star for further education. Only by mastering fundamental knowledge are they permitted to venture into the void for development. The state has cultivated over 5 million lords, yet the number of Alliance lords remains below 3 million, with many perishing within the endless void each year. Nonetheless, this awakening method is relatively safe, sparing them from the dangers of monster sieges, which can hinder growth and increase the risk of demise. Those who emerge from the rifts of the void have proven themselves through combat, much like the distinction between seasoned soldiers and recruits. The casualty rate for recruits on the battlefield is exceedingly high, while veterans not only survive, but can also counterattack effectively. Currently, fewer than 1,000 individuals worldwide have attained the rank of 5-star lord through the void rift incidents, with fewer than 200 in Xia country. Thus, whenever a 5-star lord emerges, the nation offers substantial support, even providing a potential spouse. Students graduating from universities face little concern, as every academy has its legendary backing. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tao responded, "I am not yet familiar with the major powers. I would prefer to learn more before making any decisions. The middle-aged man continued, Lin Tao, your previous experiences in the void were relatively limited, akin to a novice village. Only by obtaining teleportation scrolls from other worlds can you expedite your growth. You need not rush your decision. The portal will open in 10 days. Your information has been encrypted. Please report to the Kyoto Lord Academy tomorrow, which is conveniently close to your home. I will arrange for someone to escort you there shortly. Lin Tao readily agreed, noting that he still had some time in the afternoon to explore with Li Ku and others. He took out his phone to greet Jiang Ling before departing, boarding the Alliance's hover car, and arriving at his new residence in the 5th ring in under 10 minutes. The Lord Academy was situated near the villa area, with dedicated transportation for students. At the villa entrance, a well-dressed female housekeeper awaited his arrival, guiding Lin Tao to familiarize himself with his new surroundings. The villa spanned over 1,000 square meters, featuring a small garden upon entry. The building occupied over 500 square meters, comprising 3 floors above ground and 1 below, all lavishly adorned. The first floor hall showcased various artworks, while the dining room extended over 100 square meters, adorned with landscape paintings. The second floor housed an esports room, gym, and dressing room, among other amenities. And the master bedroom on the 3rd floor was spacious, exceeding 100 square meters, with a conference room and cinema located underground. Lin Tao was momentarily dazzled, reflecting on how he had unexpectedly acquired such a residence in the magical city, a home he could never afford despite a lifetime of writing novels. After the housekeeper's introduction, she inquired, Mr. Lin, what additional services do you require? We can arrange for chefs, maids, and cleaning staff. The Alliance will cover expenses for this month, but if you wish to hire them long-term, a contract will be necessary. Curious, Lin Tao asked. What sort of residents occupy the other villas, and how are they arranged? The villa area consists of 300 homes, predominantly inhabited by 5-star lords. Though not all are occupied, as many lords reside in the void and return only occasionally. Each lord's arrangement varies. Some opt for long-term employment of housekeeping companies, while others have their own followers and servants. If you encounter orcs, elves, or creatures from other realms in the villa area, they are likely followers or residents of other lords. Nodding slightly, Lin Tao replied, Then please arrange for a chef specializing in new cuisine and 2 attendants who can also handle housekeeping. Certainly, I will take care of that immediately. If you need anything, feel free to call me at this number. The housekeeper responded before departing. Once she was out of earshot, Lin Tao released Su Lin and the others, excitement radiating from him as he proclaimed, From this day forth, this shall be our home in Xia country. Chapter 1, A New Beginning. Lin Tao led Su Lin and the others on a tour of the villa, making a point to introduce them to the esports room and impart modern knowledge. The esports room, spanning over 30 square meters, was equipped with 5 brand new computers, accommodating all 5 for gaming sessions without issue. After briefly instructing the trio on computer operations, Lin Tao introduced, This platform features a video site that refreshes with a simple click. Let me show you the history of modern development, which contains a wealth of knowledge regarding the void world. Before long, the housekeeper returned with the chef and the attendants. The chef, a young woman, was accompanied by 2 cleaning staff, both in their 20s and quite attractive. The housekeeper introduced, This chef is named Lu Wan. While these 2 are Ren Kaixian and He Wan, they will assist you with household matters. They live nearby in the villa area and can easily commute. All 3 are 1-star professionals. If you find any of them unsuitable, you may replace them at your discretion. For any issues, simply call me. Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback. Are all 3 of them professionals? Is that not an overqualification for the roles? The housekeeper chuckled. Each year, over 1 million professionals awaken. Those who do not manifest combat talents are assigned jobs by the professional association. As for myself, I awakened a less useful talent, which is why I was assigned here. In our extraordinary realm, lords represent the future of humanity, and only extraordinary beings can better serve the lords. Lin Tao refrained from commenting further. From this perspective, it was evident that lords indeed enjoyed significant privileges, and the state's arrangements were quite thorough. Adapting to local customs was all that was required. The housekeeper continued. Feel free to inform Lu one of your culinary preferences. Our vegetables are extraordinary, and the meats are sourced from extraordinary beasts. She is a chef professional and can prepare a variety of simple extraordinary dishes. These young women have been meticulously selected, not only for their exceptional physiques, but also for their stunning appearances. There have been instances in the past where lords have taken a liking to household staff. Lin Tao escorted the 3 of them to the gaming room, where he provided a brief introduction to the members of his household and articulated his personal preferences. Su Lin has a penchant for sweetness. Li Ku can tolerate a hint of spiciness, while Yi Chen has no particular dietary restrictions. Lin Tao emphasized only one point. He wished for a serving of sweet tofu pudding for breakfast, with no other preferences. Upon seeing Su Lin, the 3 girls were taken aback. This elven beauty was indeed breathtaking, her skin resembling finely carved jade, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. The panda man, Li Ku, appeared harmless, yet his imposing stature commanded respect, making it unwise for anyone to underestimate him. Yi Chun was strikingly handsome. Though he always bore a long sword at his side, exuding an air of cold indifference that made him difficult to approach. Among the four, Lin Tao appeared the most ordinary. The three girls busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing the evening meal. Lin Tao returned to the living room, reclined, and took a moment to check his phone for updates on others' fortunes. In the chat group, some had already begun showcasing their new homes in the magical metropolis. The three-star lords had all acquired spacious residences exceeding 300 square meters, often accompanied by a chef, with tasteful decor that would comfortably house a family of 5. It was evident that the Lord Alliance was making grand gestures, gifting houses and funds upon their return. For those disinclined to strive, settling in the magical metropolis became a viable option. The cost of living in this bustling city was among the highest in the Summer Kingdom, compelling residents to continuously earn a livelihood. Lin Tao glanced at the chat group's membership. Originally consisting of 26 members, only 19 remained, as 7 had opted out of entering the Void World. They could choose to establish territories on Blue Star or entrust their lands in the Void World to the state, reaping rewards by merely residing on Blue Star. Everyone's aspirations varied. It was surprising that some chose to take a back seat after attaining the status of 3-star lords. Lin Tao shook his head, and then he opened his storage bag to retrieve the treasure chests left over from yesterday. The good news was that his fate coins had transformed into a light green hue, prompting him to use them immediately while swiftly opening the chests. You have utilized fate coins. For the upcoming period, you shall be blessed with a green luck enhancement. You opened a random growth equipment chest and obtained a withered wood staff, growth. Withered wood staff, growth increases mental power by 100 points. Each elite monster slain will enhance the staff by 5 mental points. When the staff's mental attribute exceeds 1,000, additional properties will be unlocked. You opened an epic chest and received the arcane missile skill book and 500 void crystals. You opened a golden chest and acquired a high-level critical potion and 100 void crystals. High-level critical potion. Consuming it permanently increases critical hit probability by 30. After utilizing several high-level chests, Lin Tao focused his energy and directed the evolution light towards the defense tower within his territory. You used evolution light on the Frost Ice Wolf. The Frost Ice Wolf has undergone a minor evolution. Frost Ice Wolf, upgradable. Quality, green. Attack, 2400. Attack speed, 4 strikes per second. Attack range, 1000 meters. Durability, 16,000. Skill, slow. Attacking will reduce the enemy's movement speed by 60. Critical hit. Attacks have a certain chance to deal 6 times damage to enemies. Upgrade materials, 280 wood, 50 iron ore, 1200 void crystals. Lin Tao shook his head slightly. After opening a few more chests, his luck dwindled, yielding only some subpar equipment and wood. Subsequently, he called Lin Xiaohan, adding her as a contact, and informed her of his plans to depart in 10 days. Lin Xiaohan replied, "Okay, I understand. I'm still on the way. I expect to return to the magical metropolis tonight." As evening fell, Lu Wen prepared a lavish feast, featuring braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, mildly spicy cabbage, garlic greens, and more. The flavors were delightful and reminiscent of home, leaving Lin Tao thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, he took the 3 women out to experience the world, deliberately stowing away Yi Chen's sword. After all, carrying a long sword into the bustling commercial district seemed rather inappropriate. Outside the villa, a dedicated hover vehicle awaited to transport them, and soon they arrived at a nearby grand mall. The marketplace was bustling with activity, with individuals accompanied by orc servants or magical beast pets. Lin Tao stood out even more, flanked by a panda man and a stunning elven beauty. Onlookers, captivated by the sight, pulled out their phones to record videos, while many beautiful women approached, eager to take photos with Li Ko. However, their shopping expedition was not as smooth due to the panda man's elevated status in the Summer Kingdom. Pandas are considered national treasures, and a talking panda is exceptionally rare. Ultimately, Lin Tao sought a quieter corner to summon Li Ku back to the territory, leaving Yi Chun and Su Lin to navigate the mall without as much fuss. Su Lin's striking beauty, coupled with her companions, deterred most from approaching her. The trio indulged in shopping, acquiring numerous foods and garments, reveling in their financial freedom, and continued their exploration until around 10 before returning to rest. That night, Yi Chun and Li Ku took turns keeping watch. Yi Chun learned to browse videos, engrossed in various swordsmanship duels, while Li Ku entertained himself with an array of single-player games, thoroughly enjoying his time. The next morning, Lin Tao rose early, freshened up, and after breakfast, took Yi Chun to the Lord Academy. Chapter 2. Learning. The Lord Academy is located in the southeastern part of Jiangning District, sprawling over 3 million square meters, equivalent to an area of 500 acres. The security personnel at the entrance are all professionals. Only extraordinary individuals are permitted to study within. The academy encompasses 3 main categories: lords, professionals, and extraordinary beings, each with various subdivisions. Naturally, the primary focus remains on lords, with tens of thousands of students enrolling each year. Individuals like Lin Tao, who have traversed the Void Rift, are considered unconventional and will be met by dedicated instructors upon arrival. At the entrance of the Lord Academy stood 4 young and attractive student guides, while some other students gathered nearby to observe. A few individuals had already arrived before Lin Tao, engaging in conversation with the beautiful guides. Among them was Xia Yubao, a slender young man standing at approximately 185 meters, clad in a white shirt and gray casual trousers, similar in height to Lin Tao. Accompanying him was a robust lion man, towering over 2 meters. The lion man, with his imposing physique and striking Western features, was dressed in a black suit, his golden hair exceedingly eye-catching. Upon spotting Lin Tao, Xia Yubao greeted him. "Lin Tao, you're here quite early." Lin Tao curiously inquired, "Is this your 5-star hero?" "Just luck," Xia Yubao replied modestly. "He can't compare to you. How many stars does your hero possess? Did you really rely solely on this hero to carve your way to the end?" Xia Yubao was keenly interested in Lin Tao, recognizing him as someone capable of defeating legendary tier adversaries. Establishing a rapport could potentially lead to future benefits. The Summer Kingdom has only 9 legendary lords, making Lin Tao a likely candidate for future legendary status, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Tao chuckled, "I'm just fortunate. This is Yi Chun by my side, a high-star hero. Without him, I wouldn't have survived." He refrained from disclosing Yi Chun's exact star rating, aware that many professionals could employ detection techniques, yet he preferred to maintain some discretion. The two engaged in a brief conversation before being guided by the alluring instructor into a hovering vehicle that transported them onto the campus. They swiftly arrived at the towering edifice within the academy and ascended directly to the expansive lecture hall on the 3rd floor. This classroom, capable of accommodating hundreds, surprisingly housed fewer than 10 individuals at that moment. They settled into the front row, taking the opportunity to chat amicably. "I can't believe I'm back here to study at my age, in my 30s. It appears I've fallen behind." This time, unlike before, each faction governed different void worlds. Some regions were embroiled in relentless battles, while others faced formidable foes, and some were ideal for retirement. Venturing into new worlds posed significant dangers. Thus, the established factions offered a more stable environment, having fortified their defenses in the void. Our aim there would be to seize the opportunity to grow stronger. Where do you plan to go? To a battleground rife with conflict, or to a more tranquil locale? The most intense combat zone was the Zhou family's abyssal world, where adversaries appeared almost daily. It was said that the Zhou family recruited numerous lords and professionals annually, resulting in a staggering mortality rate. Who would dare venture into the abyssal world? It was akin to a slaughterhouse. Those lacking skill would merely be fodder. I wonder who will come to instruct us. I feel it would be more beneficial to understand the backgrounds of the 9 legendary figures than to study. Before long, 19 lords gathered. Among them 6 female lords, Huang Min, Wang Ling, Zheng Lin, Zhou Yu, Jiang Zixuan, and Zhai Bing. The last 2 were both over 30 years of age, yet maintained impressive physiques, clearly the result of rigorous training. The 13 male lords varied in stature, with Han Qing, who had made quite a name for himself early on, being in his 30s. Some even brought their heroes along, resulting in a total of 28 individuals, indicating that 9 were accompanied by their heroes, though some may have intentionally concealed theirs. Just as Lin Tao was analyzing the situation, the class instructor arrived, a stunning lady clad in a pale pink coat. Approaching the podium, she introduced herself. "I am Ouyang Lan, a former 6-star lord. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Today, I will impart the first lesson on entering the void." Each individual's adversaries in the void varied. Some were fortunate enough to obtain hero altars by slaying goblins, while others might defeat millions of monsters without ever receiving a star-up card. Then there were those like myself, who encountered a passing demigod-level void dragon that obliterated their territory. Thus, my first lesson for you is the importance of mastering defense. A commendable lord is always capable of safeguarding their lord's mansion from being plundered. If your mansion is destroyed, your heroes, followers, and residents will depart, leaving you merely as an ordinary extraordinary being. Lin Tao was astounded. It was no wonder the Lord Alliance wielded such power, as a former 6-star lord was now their teacher. Some lords, who initially held a sense of superiority, given that they had all emerged from the void rifts, might have been resistant to instruction from just anyone. However, upon learning that Ouyang Lan was a former 6-star lord, their pride diminished. Ouyang Lan elucidated the key points of defense, cautioning them not to underestimate defense towers, as some high-tier towers possessed special attributes such as stun, silence, and instant kill. These were vital tools for safeguarding their territories, thus they should strive to collect high-tier defense towers. Additionally, certain unique structures could protect their domains, such as the beastmen's super burrows, the dwarves' magical golden shields, and the elves' moon statues. The fortifications of city walls were equally essential. As territories expanded, the area would grow. With the strongest territory of the Lord Alliance, the Zhou family's domain, spanning over 10 million square meters. Within this domain, it was crucial to have a legendary hero stationed at all times. There had been instances where even an abyssal demon king attempted a surprise attack and failed. The morning primarily focused on imparting knowledge regarding territory defense, while the afternoon brought a new male instructor. This gentleman, named Zhu Hua, taught a technique for physical conditioning. As lords, It is imperative that we prioritize our own protection. I will teach you the diamond body technique, which requires specific elixirs for practice. There are also 8 different training methods. Once you master the skills, you can upgrade them using skill cards. The diamond body technique enhances your defense and can be life-saving in critical moments. Zhu Hua then guided everyone through various exercises, including lifting their arms skyward, gazing back at the moon, and drawing bows to shoot eagles. Once everyone became proficient, they would be given diamond body pills for practice. But mastering the technique would take several days. Finally, after enduring the long day, the group encouraged Lin Tao to host a feast. Lin Tao, you have the most rewards this time. Since we're all from the same hometown, shouldn't you treat us to a grand meal? Han Qing asserted. Lin Tao, your luck is remarkable. We should bask in your fortune and see if we can obtain a star-up card next time we enter the void, Zhou Zihong added. Amidst the chorus of voices, Lin Tao found it difficult to refuse, so he invited everyone to dine at a nearby restaurant. Chapter 3, The Harvest. At Juanhao Hotel, a 6-star establishment in Jiangning District, the menu boasted an extensive array of dishes, with a minimum dining expense of 1 million, attracting only the affluent. The group arrived in the hovering vehicle, entering a lavish private room, where they ordered over 100 different dishes. Xia Yuba retrieved a few bottles of Qianguo wine from his territory, proclaiming, "This is a fine wine I obtained from slaying monsters. Do give it a try. It's quite delightful." Others began to produce various spoils from the void, including snacks, jerky, and extraordinary fruits. Lin Tao, seeing this, also presented some jerky made from one-eyed giants. These were high-tier magical beast meats, which he had been saving, and the rare occasion of gathering together seemed the perfect time to share. Yi Chun, seated beside Lin Tao, had developed an unusual sixth sense after becoming a grandmaster, allowing him to hear sounds from over 10 miles away. He abstained from alcohol, wary of any sudden ambush. After their meal, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing amusing tales from their time in the void, not parting ways until after 10 o'clock. The next day at school, representatives from various factions arrived to court them, though the students from the 4 major academies experienced less of this hassle. Lin Tao, however, faced the most trouble. As soon as class ended, representatives from various factions would enter the room seeking discussions with him. Some offered substantial void crystals, others epic tier equipment, and some even promised exquisite companions, showcasing their capabilities. Lin Tao politely declined each proposal, as he already possessed a teleportation scroll to the Undead Realm, rendering membership in another faction unnecessary and cumbersome. That evening, Xiao Shui called to express her gratitude. Lin Tao, this time in the void relied heavily on you. Which faction do you intend to ally with? Xiao Shui, how did you obtain my number? I got it from a classmate. At our Magic City Academy. 3 lords survived this time, one of whom is a 3-star lord. Would you consider joining our Magic City Academy's void dimension? I could be your follower. I likely won't join. I might enter alone, as I prefer not to mix with others. A hint of disappointment crossed Xiao Shui's face, and her tone grew somber. Then I wish you good fortune in advance. I'll come visit you in a few days. You are always welcome, but I'm only available at night. I have classes during the day. All right, send me your location, and I will come to find you. Before long, calls from Bai Mingyang and others began to pour in. Some wished to invite Lin Tao to a meal, while others expressed their gratitude by sending local specialties from their hometowns, along with a request to add Lin Tao as a friend. Even Wu Yong made a special call. Lin Tao, thank you for your care during this period. I may not be entering the void world again. If we meet again, I will surely treat you to the delicacies of my hometown. Lin Tao replied, it's nothing. Entering the void isn't necessarily a blessing. Life and death are in the hands of fate. You can simply live as an ordinary person. For Wu Yong, surviving was already a miracle, as some ordinary individuals who emerged from the void had descended into madness. In the following days, Lin Tao persisted in his studies and finally made headway into the practice of the diamond body forging technique. This skill granted an increase of 10 points to defense. However, it paled in comparison to the Hellfire skill, which allowed the user to unleash hellish flames to scorch a wide area of enemies, lasting for 20 seconds and inflicting 5 points of magical damage per second, at the cost of 200 mana and a cooldown of 90 seconds. Lin Tao also exchanged his 2 skill books at the Alliance for Firewall and Flame Bombing. He acquired various potions and fruits that boosted attributes, spending over 100,000 void crystals in the process, yet the gains were substantial, with both his physique and spirit surpassing 2,000 points. In the Blue Star, void crystals were considered hard currency. Lin Tao roughly calculated that over 100 void crystals could be exchanged for just 1 point of attributes. In the void world, a single fruit could enhance attributes by 4 to 5 points, costing only 20 to 30 for an attribute point. Upon returning to Blue Star, the cost had inflated 4 to 5 times, revealing the unscrupulousness of those selling goods. On the 5th day, Lin Tao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked Su Lin, has your skills cooldown ended? Su Lin, engrossed in a card game, sheepishly replied, yes, the cooldown is over. I forgot to tell you. Oh no. My 100,000 has gone to waste. Never mind. Hurry back to the territory and hasten the growth of those planted crops. Lin Tao handed over the storage bag to Su Lin and summoned her back to the territory. Su Lin efficiently used her magical power to expedite the growth of the plants, which soon blossomed and bore fruit. With most being hastened while a small portion remained in bloom, the little skeletons began to bustle about, assisting Su Lin in harvesting various fruits. Afterward, Lin Tao purchased a batch of high-tier seeds from the Alliance's trading post, including Flame Fruit, Nine Spirits Fruit, and Azure Flame Eye Fruit, among others. These seeds were not cheap, and some had a long growth cycle, allowing for multiple harvests. Lin Tao subsequently sold the majority of the fruits to the Alliance's trading post, ultimately netting over 100,000 void crystals in profit. Now, his stock of void crystals had reached approximately 860,000, bringing his dream of becoming a millionaire within reach. On the 7th day, Ouyang Lan announced in class, "Tomorrow, the Tianhe Secret Realm will be available, and I will take everyone there. Don't forget to bring your heroes." As there have been instances of artifacts being discovered in the Secret Realm, be cautious, as these realms are fraught with danger. A single misstep could lead to your demise at the hands of monsters. If you sense something amiss, withdraw promptly. Do not exhaust your soldiers and heroes. Exiting the Secret Realm requires 5 seconds, and if attacked during that time, you may fail. There have been instances where lords and professionals have perished in the Secret Realm, and I hope you do not make the same mistake. The Secret Realm is a unique existence, with each individual entering different locations. For instance, the Tianhe Secret Realm, marked by the character for river, pertains to water-related monsters. Lords have the advantage of heroes and soldiers, as long as their territory is not placed down. They effectively carry a formidable fighting force with them. Lin Tao was well acquainted with the concept of secret realms, which were quite similar to game dungeons, albeit in a single-player format. On the 8th day, a group of lords, under Ouyang Lan's guidance, arrived at a secluded forest on campus, where a cerulean rift awaited them. The rift measured 3 meters in length and 5 meters in height, thin as a sheet of paper. "This is the Tianhe Secret Realm. I will wait for you here. Exit quickly if you find it too challenging. I do not wish to see anyone come to harm." The group exchanged glances, one by one stepping into the Secret Realm. Chapter 4. The Tianhe Secret Realm. As Lin Tao stepped into the realm, he opened his eyes to find himself in an entirely different world. Before him lay a wide river, stretching over 10 miles. The water surged with tremendous force, crashing against rocks and sending countless droplets into the air. With both banks enveloped in a humid mist, some stretches of the river appeared ominous, the water turning pitch black, making it impossible to discern its depth. The banks were vast plains, overgrown with wild grass, devoid of any animal presence. A prompt appeared, indicating that the Eastern Secret Realm had been detected, and that defeating the River Lord would yield substantial rewards. Lin Tao retreated several miles before releasing Su Lin and the soldiers from his territory, 7 special units, and 215 legendary skeleton soldiers. The skeletons split into 2 groups, with melee fighters at the forefront and ranged units behind, while the special units formed a defensive line at the back. Due to the overwhelming stench from the abominations, Lin Tao decided to deploy the 2 rotund creatures to the front and then shared his strategy with Yi Chun and the others. "I will send the Frostbone Dragon to fly over the center of the river to lure the enemy. You all must guard the riverbank. This place is not like our territory. There are no walls to protect us, so it's entirely up to you." Yi Chun smiled faintly. "My long sword has been itching for action. I've watched countless dueling videos and have gleaned insights. I need a grand battle to validate my thoughts. I hope the enemy isn't too weak." Li Ku pumped his fists. "After playing for so long, it's time to stretch my muscles. Let the storm rage even fiercer." The 3 then turned their gazes towards Su Lin, clad in a pink sweatshirt and cropped casual pants, with her hair simply tied back and her fair skin radiant. She exuded a lively and spirited aura. Sticking out her tongue, she said, after a long rest, "It's time to get moving." Only then did Lin Tao signal for the Frostbone Dragon to set out. With a powerful surge, the Frostbone Dragon soared skyward, tracing a graceful arc as it flew towards the center of the river, then opened its maw to unleash its icy breath upon the water's surface. The frigid air rapidly froze the water, forming a massive 10-meter-wide sheet of ice, with thin layers of ice beginning to form around the surrounding waters. As the icy breath advanced, the freezing expanded further, sending chills beneath the surface, causing some unfortunate fish to be ensnared before they could flee. The sudden appearance of ice caught the attention of various aquatic creatures, which surfaced to investigate the commotion. Just then, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, blanketing the monsters that had just surfaced in a layer of frost. The snowflakes bore an intense chill, prompting the creatures to abandon their curiosity and plunge back into the depths. Soon, a horde of monsters emerged from the riverbank, sporting fish heads and human bodies. Clad in rusted iron armor, wielding rusty forks, swords, and long knives as weapons. Fish Spirit, 2 stars. Level, 18. Attack, 1560. Health points, 22, 860, 22, 860. Defense, 10. Talent, Water Manipulation. Skills, Water Bomb, Water Arrow, Water Shield, Demon Transformation Technique. Following closely behind, another creature emerged, a colossal crab. Its dimensions were no less than 5 meters in width and over 3 meters in height, with 2 enormous pincers capable of crushing rocks effortlessly. These creatures resembled mobile houses, leaving deep imprints on the ground with each stride. Crab monster, 2 stars. Level, 22. Attack power, 2, 280. Health points, 35, 600, 35, 600. Defense, 100. Talent, water manipulation. Hardshell. Skills, water barrage, water shield, mighty swing, shockwave strike, demon immobilization technique. Upon observing the attributes of both monsters, Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. These were fish spirits and crab monsters, distinctly Eastern in nature. Both were classified as 2-star creatures and exhibited significantly greater strength compared to the otherworldly beasts previously encountered. Eastern creatures are renowned for their substantial health, and the loot they drop diverges from that of Western fantasy realms. However, it is rare to hear of Eastern monsters lurking in the void. This secret realm seemed to be an anomaly, though it remained uncertain what spoils the foes would yield. As Lin Tao pondered, a fierce battle commenced ahead. The crab monsters surged forward, their long legs propelling them swiftly, colliding with the melee skeleton warriors. They wielded their gigantic pincers and long blades in direct confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding crash, the pincers of the crab monsters were severed, revealing the tender white flesh beneath. The creatures unleashed torrents of water arrows from their maws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeleton warriors, struck by the water jets, suffered a loss of over 2,000 health points, but pressed on relentlessly, cleaving the heads of the crab monsters in two with consecutive strikes. The abomination released a cloud of toxic mist, enveloping the area in a green haze as it engaged in close combat with the foes. It showed particular interest in the smaller fish spirits, occasionally grasping one to sample as a snack. The frostbone dragons swooped down from the skies, obliterating over a dozen creatures in a single strike. Once it entered the fray, it unleashed a torrent of ferocious attacks, capable of shattering monsters with a single claw, and its skills could annihilate vast swathes of enemies. The ranged skeleton warriors provided support from the rear, their arrows piercing the bodies of the monsters. Unfortunate fish spirits were sometimes shot through the head. Yi Chun dashed to the right flank, moving with astonishing speed, leaving behind only fleeting phantoms, rendering his true form nearly impossible to discern. His longsword was exceedingly sharp, dealing over 18,000 points of damage with a single blow. Occasionally, his attacks would unleash a brilliant sword aura, imbued with terrifying lethality, capable of slaying even elite monsters in an instant. On the left, Li Ku wielded a demonic longsword, occasionally unleashing skills, yet he remained vastly inferior compared to Yi Chun. Su Lin stood beside Lin Tao, her arrows flying consistently, each aimed at the enemy's vital points. However, her inherently low attributes rendered her attacks rather feeble. There were times when her injuries inflicted upon monsters were snatched away by the skeleton warriors, making her the current weak link in the team. Lin Tao, on the other hand, maintained a relaxed demeanor, retrieving snacks from his storage pouch while observing the chaos unfold, occasionally lending a hand to heal the wounded skeleton warriors. The battlefield quickly descended into a state of disarray, the ground pockmarked with numerous craters, saturated with the blood of the fallen. Minutes later, the battle concluded, thousands of enemy corpses amassed along the riverbank, streaks of blood flowing into the water. Yi Chun returned, exclaiming, "My lord, these enemies are so weak, they pose no challenge at all. Will more monsters appear shortly?" "Patience," Lin Tao replied. "The duration of this secret realm should be extensive. There will be ample foes for you to combat. Just wait patiently." Yi Chun enthusiastically returned to the defensive line. Su Lin suddenly sighed. "Lin Tao, it seems I am the weakest now. Could you perhaps grant me the opportunity to become a hero?" Lin Tao responded in a teasing tone. "That won't do. I still wish for you to keep my bed warm." Su Lin's face flushed crimson, and after a brief pause, she softly responded, "If I warm your bed, will you help me become stronger?" "Ah." Lin Tao was taken aback, surprised by such an unexpected proposition. Chapter 5. The Celestial River Secret Realm 2. After changing into modern attire, Su Lin exuded an irresistible charm. She could pull off any outfit effortlessly, but it was undoubtedly her exquisite visage that captivated the most attention. Although Lin Tao had harbored fond feelings for Su Lin, he had refrained from progressing their relationship out of respect for his status as lord. Unexpectedly, a light-hearted jest today elicited a response. Therefore, he decisively declared, "From now on, you shall warm my bed, and I will handle the rest." With that, he produced an extraordinary fruit and offered it to her. "Here, try this. It's a blue gentian fruit I acquired at great expense from the Alliance. Consuming it will enhance your constitution." The blue gentian fruit was round, adorned with white magical patterns, walnut-sized, and could be swallowed whole. Su Lin took the fruit and savored the tender, flavorful flesh, unable to restrain her delight. "This fruit is delicious. Why haven't you shown it before? Do you have any idea how precious this fruit is? One costs 1,000 void crystals. I originally intended to reward those who performed well." Lin Tao spoke without a hint of embarrassment, though he had secretly consumed various extraordinary fruits worth over 200,000 in total. After the increase in constitution, his height had also grown to around 1.85 meters. An unexpected boon. Recently, Yi Chun and the others had only consumed fruits harvested from the spirit fields, with strict limits, rendering their gains vastly inferior compared to Lin Tao's. Su Lin expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Tao. If you wish to show your appreciation, shouldn't you take the initiative?" he replied, leaning in, anticipating a kiss. Su Lin's face turned even redder as she stood frozen, her thoughts a jumbled mess, her right foot drawing circles in the dirt, neither rejecting nor advancing. Gulp. Lin Tao swallowed hard, hardly able to contain himself. He moved closer to Su Lin, the faint scent of her femininity intoxicating. He cupped her delicate face and kissed her. Regardless of the outcome, it was essential to solidify their relationship. Su Lin's face deepened in hue, and she turned away, falling silent, her hands fidgeting together. Her gaze lost in thought. In her mind, Lin Tao was a formidable lord, reasonably attractive, and most importantly, he possessed a straightforward character, never wielding his power to oppress others. Some humans present a facade while concealing ulterior motives, which the elven race despises. Moreover, Lin Tao had saved her life, and she was willing to devote everything to repay that debt. Thus, she often accompanied him within the territory, and, if danger arose, she would gladly sacrifice herself to save him. Hee. Lin Tao chuckled to himself, realizing he needed to prepare some gifts upon returning. He couldn't take advantage of her without reciprocation. At that moment, more enemies appeared along the riverbank. This time, not only were there fish spirits and crab monsters, but also dark fish vanguards with pitch-black bodies and turtle commanders adorned with shells on their backs. The dark fish vanguards were a size larger than the fish spirits, standing over 5 meters tall, equipped with sharp fins and numerous razor-like teeth. Their health points soared above 50,000, and their weapons extended over 3 meters in length. The turtle commander stood over 8 meters tall, clad in brown heavy armor and wielding a massive hammer. Its robust limbs provided defense that far surpassed that of other monsters. With a health pool exceeding 1 million, it could be classified as a minor boss. The skeleton soldiers advanced automatically, reigniting the battle. The black fish vanguard charged into the fray like a bulldozer, wreaking havoc in the water and gaining the upper hand in combat. Upon colliding with the skeleton soldiers, they were momentarily stunned by the impact. The skeleton soldiers, unyielding, swiftly cleaved the black fish in two with a couple of strokes. The frostbone dragon, akin to a tank, barreled through the battlefield. With a mere flick of its tail, it sent enemies flying, shattering bones as the 8-meter-tall merman vanguard paled in comparison. Yi Chun danced through the throng of enemies, his longsword striking true with each swing, targeting vital points with precision. The ranged skeleton soldiers deftly loosed arrows, coordinating their assaults with their allies. Their rapid-fire prowess often left many monsters unprepared, falling before they could react. Monsters of all kinds emerged relentlessly from the river, launching assaults while stepping over fallen corpses. Water arrows soared through the air, turning the ground into a muddy battleground. Su Lin, upon hearing the commencement of combat, turned and drew her longbow to assist in the offensive. The turtle commander, relying on its formidable health, charged into the front line, dispatching skeleton soldiers with just 2 mighty blows. Observing this, Yi Chun leaped into the air, unleashing a cascade of fine sword energy that rained down upon the battlefield. When the sword energy dissipated, the turtle commander and the hundreds of nearby creatures were reduced to a pulpy mess. This skirmish endured for approximately 10 minutes, resulting in the annihilation of over 10,000 fish monsters. Lin Tao, throughout the spectacle, had no opportunity to engage, and after the battle concluded, he seized Su Lin's hand to converse. "Su Lin, what are your plans for the future?" Su Lin offered a token struggle to free herself, but upon realizing it was futile, she ceased her efforts. "As for me, I plan to learn some archery skills, and I must not neglect the melee techniques of the elven race. A proficient female elf must excel at both ranged and close combat." Lin Tao nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. I shall keep an eye out for you. Unlike heroes, you can also learn the skills employed by our Lord Yuan. I will prepare some archery and melee skills for you, but I recommend you focus primarily on archery, leaving the front line to the skeleton soldiers." "Yes, I understand." Yi Chun had intended to return, but noticing Lin Tao engaged in conversation with Su Lin, he refrained. In his eyes, matters of romance would only hinder his path in swordsmanship. A true champion must remain focused, as love can be a distraction, and he would not allow himself to be swayed so easily. Soon, another wave of creatures surged forth, their numbers alarming, with monsters crawling from the river in the distance. Accompanied by new adversaries, colossal lobster vanguards, airborne flying fish monsters, and crimson-scaled carp spirits among them. Lin Tao promptly commanded the special troops at his side to engage. The necromancer stepped onto the battlefield, waving his staff. Numerous skeleton soldiers emerged from the corpses of fallen creatures, picking up weapons and charging at the remaining foes. Death Knights surged to the sides, their long spears rendering them unstoppable, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Nightmare cavalry transformed into phantoms, entering the fray by possessing an elite crab monster, using its pincers to cleave fish spirits in twain with a single strike. This wave of enemies was more formidable than the last, yet with the necromancer as their backbone, any creature that perished would be converted into a skeleton soldier. Soon, a multitude of fish monster skeletons populated the battlefield, moving autonomously to engage in combat with their brethren. Lin Tao also began to take action, casting flames toward the enemy, igniting a chaotic juxtaposition of water and fire on the battlefield, drying the damp ground, and causing clouds of steam to rise. The battle concluded swiftly, with over 50,000 creatures dispatched, leaving heaps of corpses along the riverbank, their blood flowing into the water. The necromancer scuttled about, continually summoning skeleton soldiers from the fallen. After approximately 20 minutes, a massive whirlpool gradually formed in the center of the river. The sky darkened ominously, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Chapter 6. The Secret Realm of the River. Outside the secret realm, other lords emerged in succession, gathering to converse. Xia Yubao remarked, I arrived at a shallow area where the monsters were primarily shrimp and crab spirits, and the terrain was quite open, yet I couldn't withstand the second wave. This secret realm presents quite a challenge. Had it been in a desert region, I might have lasted longer. Zhou Zihong noted, I found myself at the edge of a forest, barely managing to fend off the second wave. The third wave was out of the question. Huangmin mentioned, I fared better. I reached a gorge where both slopes allowed for the placement of ranged troops, but the sheer number of enemies in the fourth wave was overwhelming, leading to significant losses, prompting my retreat. Some among them received water-based skill rewards, while others obtained rare equipment, overall netting a modest profit. Ouyang Lanhai reassured them. The Eastern Secret Realm is indeed challenging, yet the rewards can be substantial. If one can endure through the fourth wave, they will secure a water-based talent. At that time, the weather will shift, making the water creatures even more ferocious. Surviving the fifth wave grants access to advanced talent upgrade cards, high-tier water talents, or artifacts. The sixth wave is even more daunting. Thus far, only 3 lords have successfully navigated it, and they are now legendary-level lords. Huangmin suddenly inquired, why don't other legendary lords come to try their hand? Ouyang Lanhai chuckled, this secret realm has limitations, permitting only 5-star lords to enter. Many of our lords have thrived in the void. They wouldn't return solely for a secret realm. In other words, if losses in the secret realm are too great, it could jeopardize their territory's defenses. For many 5-star lords, this secret realm is akin to a double-edged sword, unpalatable yet too tempting to discard. However, for you, it is just right. We often utilize it to hone various professionals. As long as they can defeat the first wave of enemies and return in a timely manner, they will remain safe. The group came to a realization, while Lin Tao gazed at the sudden downpour with concern. Following the third wave, rain began to fall, rendering the ground slick and treacherous, which could potentially disrupt their combat strategies. After much deliberation, he resolved to press on. After all, the secret realm offered the chance to acquire artifacts, and he needed to endure a bit longer. Lin Tao initiated a fiery eruption, causing a circular volcano to rise in the plains. The initial casting triggered his talent, resulting in a volcanic crater with a diameter of 1,000 meters, surrounded by volcanic rock formations reaching heights of 20 meters. Due to the steepness of the crater's edges, ascending it would require considerable effort. Even deploying troops within proved challenging. Lin Tao's strategy involved using the volcanic pit as a barrier, leaving a single opening to allow enemies to enter for combat. This skill had a cooldown of 2.5 minutes, but thanks to the 50 cooldown reduction from his Fire Mage set, it was now reduced to just 75 seconds. This Fire Mage set, a gift from the Alliance, comprised 6 pieces of equipment, each contributing positively to his attributes. The Firebird set, rare, increasing fire magic damage by 100 and cooldown reduction by 50, while also augmenting spirit by an additional 500. As Lin Tao busily constructed the volcanic pit, the water creatures launched another assault, their numbers exceeding 100,000. The heavens unleashed a relentless downpour, significantly enhancing the magical prowess of the aquatic race, whose water-based spells now dealt 30% more damage than before. With the assistance of the rain, the aquatic beings exhibited a newfound agility, growing bolder with each confrontation, and the number of turtle commanders that emerged surged to 5. However, they faced formidable foes led by legendary skeletal warriors, where the multitude of lesser minions proved utterly ineffective. Certain specialized units wreaked havoc, each annihilating over 2,000 fish monsters. Meanwhile, necromancers summoned an ever-increasing horde of skeletons from the rear, resulting in minimal losses, as the number of skeletal soldiers soared beyond 20,000. Within a mere 10 minutes, all the fish monsters were vanquished. Yichin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze narrowed as he allowed the torrential rain to envelop him. To him, the downpour transformed into slashing sword energies that danced around him. A few skeletal warriors remained on the battlefield, sifting through the debris in search of suitable bones to replace their damaged counterparts. The necromancers were preoccupied with summoning new skeletons, and with many corpses awaiting transformation. The front lines stretched for miles. The banks were predominantly lined with summoned skeletons, rendering any appearance of a large enemy force inconsequential. As the rain continued to erode the ground, Pools of water began to form, sweeping away the blood and flesh of the fallen monsters into the great river. In the river's center, a whirlpool grew increasingly turbulent, seemingly brewing something ominous. Lin Tao busied himself constructing volcanic shelters, with over a dozen craters now dotting the plains. These craters formed a staggered array, the foremost being a massive opening 1,000 meters wide, capable of swallowing the enemy's whole. Lin Tao hastily ordered his skeletal soldiers to retreat behind the defensive lines, beginning with the legendary and specialized units, while the summoned foot soldiers could afford to linger a while longer. The skeletal ranks spread out along the volcanic craters, with an increasing number stationed further back. The fifth wave of enemies arrived slightly later, and by the time they appeared, all skeletal soldiers along the banks had already retreated. The first to emerge was a colossal turtle general, towering over 50 meters, accompanied by surging waves that crashed against the shore, dragging all remnants of bones into the depths. Hidden within the tumultuous waves were countless aquatic monsters, advancing with the tide. Soon, the waves collided with the volcanic barriers, sending sprays of water high into the air. As the river surged into the craters, transforming them into basins of water, the formidable waves rushed forward, only to be diverted at the opening, causing some skeletons to be swept backward by the deluge. The water dissipated within 500 meters, reducing to a height barely reaching one's shins. Witnessing this, Lin Tao clicked his tongue in dismay. Had he not prepared the barriers in time, this wave would have resulted in catastrophic losses. The skeletal soldiers engaged the aquatic adversaries, the majority of whom had been transformed from their ranks. Although they were not particularly afraid of the river, the skeletal bodies found it challenging to maneuver in the water compared to their aquatic counterparts. Fortunately, the legendary skeletons mixed within the ranks held firm against most of the onslaught, preventing a complete rout. Now, the advantages of the barriers became apparent, as a large number of enemies found themselves thwarted outside the volcanic pits, unable to breach the defenses. The onslaught of waves lasted less than a minute, flooding the craters until some aquatic warriors began to charge down the slopes. The frostbone dragon occasionally soared into the skies, its icy breath reducing all foes to mere dust, while the ground became littered with hardened ice shards. After unleashing its abilities, the turtle general entered the fray, clad in black heavy armor and wielding an over 80-meter-long black spear. Behind it trailed countless aquatic soldiers, some already flanking to the sides, poised to surge into battle from the rear. Li Ku and Yi Chen's expressions darkened. Such a creature undoubtedly posed a significant threat. However, Su Lin remained confident in Lin Tao, aware that he possessed a secret weapon specifically designed to counter large monstrous foes. The turtle general boasted a staggering life force of over 5 million, classifying it as an epic tier boss, with health exceeding that of typical epic tier creatures and an attack exceeding 60,000 points. As it entered the battlefield through the opening, it casually swung its weapon, reducing over a dozen skeletons to mere fragments. Whenever a swarm of enemies approached, the turtle general unleashed water-based magic, sending forth waves that obliterated hundreds of skeletal warriors. Upon witnessing the emergence of the boss, Lin Tao rushed to the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of sword energies. Over 2,000 sword strikes manifested in the air, each extending beyond 2 meters, raining down like arrows. The turtle general sensed the impending doom and hastily conjured a water shield, a cerulean barrier enveloping its form. The sword energies collided with the shield, each impact dealing over 800,000 points of damage, shattering the barrier in less than half a second. The turtle general's body was pierced by the onslaught, numerous bloodied holes appearing as its bones splintered under the relentless assault, staining the surrounding waters crimson. With a thud, its massive form collapsed onto the ground, crushing several unfortunate aquatic soldiers beneath it, marking the demise of the turtle general. The aquatic troops, incensed, charged into the battlefield with furious cries. Monsters leapt from the flanks of the volcanoes, while more aquatic creatures joined the fray. Among the enemies were elite monsters and minor bosses, igniting a chaotic melee. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of water-based magic and the roars of aquatic warriors. With casualties mounting by the second, the ground littered with corpses forming small hills. Fortunately, the volcanic craters provided a crucial barrier, while specialized units drew the enemy's fire, allowing the battle to endure. Yi Chun moved like a reaper, his speed so swift that the naked eye struggled to discern his form, leaving only a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Li Ku, though slightly slower, delivered strikes nearing 10,000 points, dispatching aquatic soldiers with only 2 or 3 blows. The abominations, with their high health and immunity to surrounding assaults, wreaked havoc on the battlefield, their venom posing a significant threat to the beleaguered soldiers. Death Knights galloped through the fray atop their steeds, their lances soaked in blood, their formidable attacks proving devastating. Nightmare Cavalry excelled in possessing elite monsters, unleashing water-based spells to decimate surrounding aquatic soldiers. The Frostbone Dragon alternated between soaring above to unleash its icy breath and joining the fray to trample foes, leaving a landscape riddled with frost. Lin Tao unleashed a barrage of spells, including successive fireballs, water dragons, and rain of fire. Occasionally, his magic would trigger innate talents, with dragon-shaped flames incinerating aquatic soldiers in a 2,000-meter radius, each inferno consuming a staggering 1/3 of their health. The searing flames evaporated the surrounding standing water, sending plumes of steam into the air, rendering the battlefield surreal and dreamlike. This battle, the longest yet, saw waves of aquatic soldiers flooding the arena, even the rear lines enveloped by their ranks. Ultimately, it was Lin Tao's expansive fire magic that alleviated their concerns, his mental fortitude bolstered by over 100 points. By the time the conflict subsided, fewer than 5,000 skeletal soldiers remained, and the health of the specialized units had plummeted below 500,000. The ground was strewn with corpses, some places resembling small mountains of the fallen, as necromancers summoned over 2,000 skeletons with each casting. The rain, instead of relenting, intensified, cascading down in torrents. Lin Tao extracted several life potions for Su Lin and the others, and subsequently employed the rejuvenation technique to enhance the vitality of several specialized units. Once he completed these tasks, he resumed constructing the volcanic barrier in preparation for the impending wave of assaults, all the while readying himself for a potential retreat. Su Lin, drenched from head to toe, found her attire clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her slender silhouette. Yet, she remained steadfastly behind Lin Tao, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. Before long, the river once again surged, and a monstrous serpent, reminiscent of a dragon, reached the surface with a length of 100 meters. Adorned with white patterns upon its neck and a deep blue hue on its back, it possessed a pair of formidable claws and a bare, sleek tail, with a single black horn protruding from its head. Following the emergence of this vile creature, a throng of aquatic soldiers surged onto the riverbank, while simultaneously, a towering wave, soaring 50 to 60 meters high, rushed toward the plains. Its attributes were formidable indeed. Evil Serpent, 2 stars. Level, 90. Attack power, 200,000. Health points, 25,000,000. Defense, 10,000. Talents, advanced water control, infinite growth, superlative vitality, exceptional defense. Skills, wave technique, water shield, rainfall, surge technique, water spear technique, demon clan transformation, water armor, water mist technique, water tornado. Upon witnessing the evil serpent, Lin Tao was momentarily taken aback. This creature was a veritable treasure trove of sustenance. If he could manage to capture it for food, its attributes would undoubtedly enhance significantly. However, with over a dozen water-based skills and astonishing speed, it posed a considerable threat. Yet it was not insurmountable. Lin Tao hastily approached the frostbone dragon, issuing a command: engage the serpent in the sky and endeavor to draw it closer to the ground. The frostbone dragon soared into the air, charging directly at the evil serpent. With its remarkable agility, the serpent evaded the assault, its massive form an effortless burden as it regarded the frostbone dragon with disdain. In its eyes, it was merely a large lizard daring to challenge its supremacy. Thus, it forsook its ground adversaries and launched an all-out offensive against the frostbone dragon. Employing its nimble movements, the evil serpent dodged incoming attacks while unleashing water-based skills upon the frostbone dragon. However, the frostbone dragon was no pushover, retaliating with bursts of dragon fire and magical counterattacks, effectively fulfilling its role as a decoy. Meanwhile, the ground battle intensified as a colossal wave crashed forth, toppling numerous skeletal soldiers, who were then swiftly assaulted by the aquatic troops. Lin Tao and Su Lin retreated several thousand meters to evade being engulfed by the tidal onslaught, which subsided a minute later, leaving behind a grim scene where thousands of skeletal soldiers had perished at the hands of their aquatic foes. The intensity of the conflict escalated, with both sides suffering heavy losses every moment. Even the necromancers joined the fray, casting a variety of necromantic spells, including Death Harvest, Phantom Dance, and Evil Grasp. Yi Chun traversed the water's surface with his true energy, his longsword striking with lethal precision, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The aquatic soldier's magical abilities could only strike at the fleeting illusions, with only area spells capable of inflicting some damage upon Yi Chun. Li Ku, displaying cunning, maneuvered over a dozen legendary skeletal soldiers across the battlefield, specifically targeting elite foes. Lin Tao and Su Lin remained at a distance, continuously unleashing skills to eradicate the enemies that emerged from the flanks. The most unfortunate was the frostbone dragon, which found itself under relentless pressure, its countermagic easily evaded, and its health dwindled at a far more rapid pace than that of its adversary. As the evil serpent, unable to subdue its opponent, resorted to close-quarters combat, claw strikes, tail whips, and body charges, the frostbone dragon was forced to retreat rapidly and soon found itself grounded. The battle transitioned from aerial to terrestrial, and in that moment, Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with realization. His opportunity had arrived.